Chapter 1. The Constable Song Yang. Going with the flow of free storage for the mind. In the divine martial dynasty, within the borders of Kanglan Prefecture, Ping'an County, a group traverses the mountain path. Leading the way is a man named Song Yang. In his 20s, he is not conventionally handsome, yet possesses a certain charm that becomes apparent upon prolonged observation. Aside from his identity as the Constable of Ping'an County, Song Yang harbors another secret known only to himself. He is, in fact, a time traveler having arrived in this world 3 years ago. This realm is fraught with turmoil, beset by demons and malevolent creatures wreaking havoc upon humanity. In response to the threat posed by these entities, ancestors established the martial arts, empowering humanity with formidable strength. However, the path of martial arts demands extensive training, and many practitioners perish in battles against demons before achieving any notable prowess. Despite the grim reality, the fervor for martial arts remains undeterred. In such a world, an increment of strength translates to enhanced survival. Yet, though mastering martial arts is arduous, it poses no challenge for Song Yang. For from the moment he traversed into this realm 3 years ago, he activated a system. Through vanquishing demons, he can rapidly augment his strength. It is thanks to this system that Song Yang has ascended to the position of Constable. Constable Song, beyond the mountain ahead, lies Nyojia village. One of his subordinates remarks, snapping Song Yang back to the present. Recently, the county office received a message via carrier pigeon from Nyojia village, reporting the mysterious disappearance of several villagers. Song Yang's mission is to investigate this matter in Nyojia village. The village is not far from Ping'an County, approximately 30 li away. However, the mountain path is treacherous, compounded by their late departure. By the time Song Yang and his companions reach this point, darkness has enveloped the sky. The night is cloudy, devoid of stars and moonlight, prompting the group to quickly light torches. The flames flicker, casting shadows that stretch and contract. Do you feel a bit chilly? Someone in the group suddenly inquires. Oh, so you do feel it too? I thought it was just me being overworked by my wife at home. The constables, aside from Song Yang, feel the cold and instinctively huddle closer together. Listening to his subordinates converse and glancing at the brightly burning torches, Song Yang refrains from interjecting. As they enter a grove of trees, Song Yang, leading the way, suddenly halts. Constable Song, what's wrong? A constable asks, puzzled. Without answering, Song Yang turns to face the group. His gaze pierces like lightning, and those caught in his sight lower their heads, unwilling to meet his eyes. After surveying the group, Song Yang approaches one constable. The individual is looking down, their features obscured by the flickering firelight. Scoundrels who dare to hide their faces yet pretend to be ghosts before me. Song Yang scoffs coldly, his left hand clawing toward the other's head. The strike is swift and sudden, leaving a lingering afterimage in the air. Even if the person wishes to evade, their body cannot keep pace with their awareness. With a sickening crunch, a head is brutally crushed by Song Yang's grip. Constable Song, what have you done? The group is momentarily startled, but quickly reminded by their companions. Look closely at what lies on the ground. Upon hearing this, one individual turns to examine the body, only to find a headless paper figure. It's a ghost. When did it slip in? The questioning individual breaks into a cold sweat. Huh, you must be new here. Being assigned to Constable Song's team is quite the fortune. Remember, if you wish to survive in this line of work, never question Constable Song. Ignoring the flattery from his subordinates, Song Yang focuses on a panel visible only to himself. Name, Song Yang. Race, human. Martial arts, pure Yang technique perfection. Pure Yang palm perfection. Fierce Sun blade technique perfection. Wandering dragon movement technique perfection. Cultivation level, 949 years. The Divine Martial Dynasty categorizes martial artists' mastery of martial arts into 4 stages. Entry, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, and perfection. As for whether there are higher and stronger stages beyond perfection, Song Yang remains unaware. The cultivation level indicates the fundamental strength Song Yang currently wields. In this world, martial strength is measured by cultivation level, the sum of internal power and physical strength, corresponding to the spiritual power of demons. Disregarding the influence of techniques, a human martial artist with 1 year of cultivation possesses comparable foundational strength to a demon with 1 year of spiritual power. Note: the year here does not refer to specific training duration, but serves as a quantification of cultivation level, akin to game statistics. Martial artists enhance their cultivation through internal training or physical conditioning. Yet, Song Yang possesses alternative avenues for increasing his cultivation level. Each time he slays a demon or malevolent creature, the system awards him a certain cultivation bonus based on the opponent's spiritual level. If the slain demon is particularly powerful or fortune favors him, there is a chance of receiving additional rewards that directly boost his martial arts stage. For instance, after annihilating the paper figure earlier, the system rewarded Song Yang with 1 year of cultivation. Moreover, the fact that all 4 of his martial arts can be perfected is also a testament to the system's influence over these past few years. Song Yang is uncertain of his current strengths, standing within the entire dynasty. If his intent is merely to safeguard the territory of Ping'an County, he should face little difficulty. For the most formidable demon he has encountered within Ping'an County was an ancient spirit whose spiritual power had just reached 100 years. At that time, Song Yang possessed merely 200 years of cultivation. Aside from the pure Yang technique, which he had perfected, his other skills had only reached minor accomplishment. Yet, in a mere exchange of blows, the ancient spirit was reduced to nothingness by the force of his pure Yang palm. Closing the system, Song Yang pointed at the headless paper figure and commanded, "Burn this thing." The challenge posed by demons and malevolent creatures lies not only in their might, but also in their bizarre abilities. Thus, regardless of how powerful he becomes, Song Yang remains ever cautious when dealing with demons. After slaying them, he ensures to destroy any remains or related objects to prevent any chance of resurrection. The headless paper figure is swiftly engulfed in flames. Only when it has been reduced to ashes does Song Yang lead his subordinates onward. After a brief interval, the silhouettes of buildings emerge before them along the mountain path. They have finally arrived at Nyojia village. However, the village is shrouded in darkness, with no signs of light. Were it not for the occasional sounds of chickens and dogs, one might easily mistake it for an abandoned hamlet. Song Yang does not linger at the village entrance, but proceeds directly into the heart of the village. It seems he instinctively knows where to find the villagers. Nyojia village is not particularly large, and after a short distance, they arrive at a relatively grand residence. Flanking the entrance are 2 stone lions. A plaque hangs upon the door. By the light of the torches, one can discern the characters of the Nyojia Ancestral Hall. Song Yang gestures, and a quick-witted constable steps forward to knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Is anyone there? Silence reigns on the other side. No one responds. We are constables from Ping'an County, here to investigate the disappearance of villagers from your village. The constable calls out again. Yet after several breaths, there is still no reply from within the ancestral hall. Song Yang waves his hand, signaling for the constable to step back. Then, he approaches the door and declares, "Strange things occur, yet you remain silent. If there is no response, I shall break down the door." No sooner had his words left his lips than a weak voice finally emanated from behind the door. Symbols denote quadrants. Is the esteemed Constable Song Yang present? It is I. Upon hearing Song Yang's affirmation, the tightly shut door of the ancestral hall creaks open. A sturdy man welcomes Song Yang and his companions inside. At this moment, the ancestral hall is teeming with people. Whether seated or sprawled in the hall or the courtyard, villagers occupy every available space. Chapter 2. The Strange Happenings in Nyojia Village. Constable Song, we are relieved to finally have you here. Upon seeing Song Yang, the village chief of Nyojia Village is visibly agitated. Now, tell me, what on earth has transpired in the village? Song Yang cuts straight to the point. The village chief organizes his thoughts and begins recounting the bizarre occurrences that have unfolded in recent days. The tale begins a fortnight ago when 7 or 8 villagers began to disappear, both men and women. At first, no one paid much heed, assuming they had gone to the city. However, after 7 or 8 days, those villagers had yet to reappear, and soon thereafter, additional villagers went missing. These individuals have vanished without a trace, neither alive nor dead. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the village chief promptly initiated an emergency plan, gathering the villagers and sending a message to the county office via carrier pigeon. The so-called emergency plan is essentially a set of guidelines that Song Yang devised for ordinary folk to cope with supernatural threats. Sending messages via carrier pigeons, employing signals, or congregating villagers in the ancestral hall all stem from this emergency strategy. After listening, Song Yang ponders for a moment and inquires, since the plan was activated, have there been any more disappearances in the village? Yes, De Zhuang from the eastern end and his wife, Amei. They claimed the floor of the ancestral hall was too cold and insisted on returning home for blankets. It was during the day, and I thought little of it, so I allowed them to leave. The village chief sighs as he recounts. Who would have thought they would never return? During the day? Song Yang squints. To be able to commit misdeeds in broad daylight, that individual must possess some degree of spiritual power. But that is all. Thus far, the missing have all been solitary individuals. Song Yang proceeds to ask the village chief several more questions before dismissing him under the pretense of needing rest. The ancestral hall of Nyojia village contains several chambers, originally intended for the elderly and children of the village. Yet the village chief was aware that officials from the county had arrived, and thus he had reserved a room. With the highest status among them, Song Yang unhesitatingly took up residence in this chamber. As night deepened, all but the night watchman succumbed to slumber. Among the sentinels was one named Wang, whose wife, Xiaohua, was also among the list of missing persons. Wang held a profound affection for Xiaohua, yearning day and night for her return. Now, in the stillness of the night, Wang found himself once more longing for Xiaohua. Wang. In a daze, Wang heard his wife's voice calling out to him. Yet, as he regained his senses, the sound had vanished, replaced by the rhythmic snores of the slumbering villagers around him. He glanced at another watchman nearby, who appeared unperturbed. Perhaps it is merely my intense longing for Xiaohua that has conjured an illusion. Wang shook his head and resumed his reverie. Time slipped away unmarked. The familiar voice echoed once more in Wang's ear. Wang, it is Xiaohua. Xiaohua? Xiaohua, where are you? Wang cried out. Yet, the villagers in their slumber and the other watchmen seemed oblivious to his voice. I am right here, just look up. Xiaohua's voice resonated again. Wang followed the sound, his heart leaping with joy as he indeed spotted his wife smiling down at him from atop the wall. Xiaohua, I miss you dearly. Wang, I miss you too. Come closer. Let me have a good look at you. I shall come at once. Wang responded eagerly, rising from the ground to approach the surrounding wall. Just then, a large hand emerged from the darkness, pressing firmly on Wang's shoulder. Wang, a robust farmer of considerable stature, felt as helpless as an infant beneath that mysterious grip. No matter how he strained, he could not break free, let alone take a step forward. At this late hour, you raise such a ruckus, unmindful of disturbing others' dreams. A voice sounded from behind Wang. He turned to see a young man clad in a blue-gray outfit and wearing a round cap, who had silently approached him. Lord Song. Wang recognized Song Yang. Do not take offense. My lord, I merely grew overwhelmed upon seeing my wife and did not intend to disturb. Song Yang scrutinized Wang for a moment before suddenly chuckling and adjusting his head to a more appropriate angle. Your wife is significantly taller than you. You must be calling her big brother. Wang felt dazed, unable to comprehend Song Yang's meaning. Xiaohua taller than him? How could that be? Xiaohua was renowned in the village for her petite stature. Take a good look at the height of this wall, Song Yang prompted. Wang's gaze traveled upward until it reached his wife's smiling face. A chill coursed from his tailbone up to the crown of his head as he finally grasped the gravity of the situation. The ancestral hall's wall was nearly 10 feet high, and no objects were permitted to be placed beneath it. How could the diminutive Xiaohua possibly extend her head above the wall? Lord Song, Xiaohua. She couldn't possibly. Wang's voice faltered. I do not know, but it would not be difficult to find out, Song Yang replied. As soon as he spoke, Wang felt a lightness upon his shoulder. The hand that had held him was now released. Upon focusing, he saw that Song Yang had ascended the wall, gazing down upon Xiaohua. Xiaohua indeed possessed the appearance of a human woman, save for her neck, which extended like that of a serpent. Name: Paper Person. Race: Ghost. Evil art: Illusion. Cultivation: 3 years. The information provided by the system was identical to that of the Paper Person Erzwang had encountered earlier in the woods. Initially startled by Song Yang's actions, Xiaohua quickly transformed her expression into one of eerie delight. Her already lengthy neck extended further, coiling around Song Yang's legs until their eyes met. Below, many had begun to awaken, startled by the bizarre scene of Song Yang ensnared. Goodness, there's a ghost! This is bad. Lord Song is in danger. While chaos erupted below the wall, a strange calm prevailed above. Xiaohua gazed triumphantly at the man she had ensnared, initially believing him to be a formidable figure due to his sudden leap, only to realize how easily he had fallen into her trap. If she could consume him, she would surely become the most powerful paper person under her master's command. A sinister smile spread across Xiaohua's face, her lips curling back to reveal 2 rows of razor-sharp teeth. D. With a shrill cry, Xiaohua opened her mouth wide, aiming to bite down on Song Yang's head. With a crunch, the sound of teeth clashing echoed. Xiaohua's bite met only air. Moreover, the target that had seemed so close now appeared to drift further away. Yet, she distinctly noted that his feet remained firmly planted. No, something is amiss. A look of terror crossed Xiaohua's grotesque face as she finally comprehended why she was distancing herself from him. She witnessed several segments of her own neck flying past her, her once coiling appendage now fragmented inexplicably. Xiaohua attempted to ascertain the cause, but her opponent had no intention of granting her the luxury of time. Song Yang unleashed a palm strike towards Xiaohua's disembodied head, propelling it away. Chapter 3. Paper Figures, Paper Dolls, Paper Shreds. After vanquishing the 3-year-old paper figure, my power increased by 1 year, bringing my current prowess to 950 years. The villagers of Niu Family Village witnessed an unforgettable scene. Lord Song, who arrived from the county office, descended like a deity. First, he tore apart the malevolent spirit that had ensnared him, and then with a single palm strike, reduced the creature's head to ashes. You can embrace me, but how dare you think to kiss? Have you even looked in a mirror to see your own reflection? Song Yang spat at the now reverted paper figure. He then turned to a constable below and commanded, Wang Ming, take a few men to clean up the scene, following the usual protocol. Before long, the fire pit in the ancestral hall flickered to life. Although the paper figure was headless, its body remained relatively intact. Since it was destined for incineration, it might as well serve as a modest offering to our ancestors, a token of gratitude for their protection over the past days. After this ordeal, the remainder of the night passed without incident, allowing Song Yang to sleep soundly until dawn. Upon rising and stepping out of his chamber, he was immediately greeted by a young village woman carrying a basin and towel, evidently having awaited his emergence. Without hesitation, Song Yang accepted her service for his morning ablutions. Having traversed mountains and rivers to resolve their predicament, it was only fitting that he enjoyed such special treatment. After refreshing himself, he savored a sumptuous breakfast prepared by the villagers before departing the ancestral hall with the village chief and his subordinates. They arrived at the residence of the first villager who had gone missing, a widow with a daughter who had married off to another county. The village chief led Song Yang to a house at the edge of the village. The door was unlocked, and Song Yang pushed it open without ceremony. The interior was modest yet meticulously arranged, suggesting the owner was a person of order in her daily life. Since the incident, "Have you disturbed anything within this house?" Song Yang inquired while surveying the surroundings. The village chief shook his head. "Rest assured, my lord, I have prohibited anyone from approaching any potential crime scenes. You indeed make a commendable village chief." Song Yang complimented. "Your praise is unwarranted, my lord. I merely remember your teachings," the village chief replied humbly. While conversing with the chief, Song Yang thoroughly inspected the house but found nothing amiss. Just as he prepared to leave for the residences of other missing villagers, he paused mid-step, stepping back to crouch down. From behind a table leg, he retrieved a small red doll, palm-sized and of a common design. What captured Song Yang's attention was its material, neither clay nor cloth. It felt extraordinarily lightweight. This doll was entirely crafted from paper. After a moment of contemplation, he gradually increased his grip strength. Yet, even when he exerted the power of a grown man, the paper doll showed no signs of being crushed or torn. There was indeed something peculiar at play. Let us proceed to inspect other houses. Half a day later, a row of paper dolls was laid out on the table before Song Yang, the number matching that of the current missing persons, 14 in total. Paper figures, paper dolls, and the missing individuals were evidently intertwined. Just as he pondered this connection, exclamations of surprise erupted from outside the window. "It's snowing! Snowing?" Song Yang furrowed his brow. It was midsummer, and everyone was struggling to escape the heat. How could there be snow? In an instant, he darted outside. The sky was overcast. Villagers and constables alike pointed at the heavens, and indeed, snowflakes began to fall. No, this was not snow. Channeling his inner energy into his eyes, the world sharpened into clarity, allowing him to discern details even 100 meters away. Song Yang finally saw the truth. There were no snowflakes, but rather countless white paper shreds drifting down. More paper. Has the mastermind behind this been unable to restrain themselves? Without a moment to spare, he shouted, "Everyone, return indoors and secure your doors and windows." As he spoke, some paper shreds had already begun to settle above the crowd. Before he could finish, a sudden gust of wind swept through the ancestral hall. This wind was unlike any ordinary breeze. It surged upward from the ground. Those caught in its path felt an unexpected warmth. Yet the paper shreds caught in the wind ignited as if they were dry kindling meeting a fierce flame. Strangely, moments after the shreds burned, wails and cries emerged from within, as if they were not merely paper but living souls ablaze. Ordinary villagers, unaccustomed to such a chilling spectacle, were seized by terror and rushed inside. Meanwhile, Song Yang struck out with a hand, clearing the immediate threat above the crowd. However, the sheer volume of paper shreds was overwhelming, blanketing not just the ancestral hall but the entirety of Nyo family village and surrounding forests. Once again, a multitude of paper shreds coalesced around the ancestral hall. This time, however, they did not drift languidly but hovered in the air. In the next instant, they vanished, only to reappear, enveloping the space surrounding Song Yang entirely. Unless one could transcend space itself, it was impossible to escape unscathed, even for the smallest of insects. Yet, faced with this impenetrable assault, Song Yang had no intention of retreating. With his right hand tracing a semicircle before his chest, he swept outward just as the paper shreds approached him. The first move of the pure Yang palm technique. Pure Yang unification. Suddenly, the world erupted in light, as if the sun had finally pierced through the clouds. However, this sun was not in the sky but on the ground. A blinding radiance erupted from Song Yang's position. Enveloping all the surrounding paper shreds, the world dimmed, and silence fell over everything. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Moments, or perhaps dozens of moments passed, until the brilliance faded, the paper shreds dissolved, and the figure who had unleashed the attack vanished without a trace. On a nearby hillside adjacent to Nyo family village, a figure revealed a look of confusion. For the sake of this technique, it had nearly exhausted its previous accumulation. It conceded that the human indeed possessed some skill. Yet it could not have evaded the technique's perception unless it had employed a self-destructive move, sacrificing itself for greater power. Contemplating this possibility, the mysterious figure closed its eyes and searched the ins and outs of Nyo family village once more. Only upon confirming Song Yang's absence did a smile break upon its face. If it could devour the several hundred residents of the village, not only would it restore its injuries, but its power would also advance further. Moreover, the 10 or so ancient spirits enshrined in the ancestral hall, which had dared to obstruct it before, could not be spared either. They would serve as excellent supplements for its ghostly servants. Ping'an County was indeed a land of fortune. It would not be long before it could return to the state capital to exact revenge on that person. Chapter 4. The paper ghost. A multitude of paper shreds gathered beneath the mysterious figure. Lifting it from the ground as it prepared to descend the mountain, its expression suddenly shifted. Not far ahead, atop a tree, a figure had appeared without notice. The newcomer, clad in flowing garments, swayed gently with the branches in the wind. "Is that you?" The mysterious figure gasped, recognizing the silhouette as none other than Song Yang, who had vanished without a trace not long ago. Somehow, he had evaded its senses and traced his way here. At that moment, Song Yang was also observing the elderly figure before him. The individual wore a felt hat and a gray burial garment, with a vest woven from coarse cloth layered over it. The exposed skin had a faint bluish-gray hue, devoid of any color. Yet, what was most disconcerting were the eyes, entirely white, devoid of pupils, cold and unfeeling. Name: Paper Ghost Race. Ghost Talent: Paper Puppetry, Paper Substitute Cultivation. 200 years, injured state. Actual power diminished. Upon reviewing the data relayed by the system, Song Yang felt astonished. This was the true culprit behind the turmoil in Yo family village. Its strength was formidable, boasting over 100 years of cultivation, reaching an astonishing 200 years, almost on par with Song Yang's power from 2 years prior. Alas, Yo family village had indeed stirred the ancestral graves by encountering such an ancient spirit. Go think that this being was in a wounded state. Otherwise, even with 10 contingency plans, the village would have been doomed to slaughter. The paper ghost snapped back to its senses. Young man, you possess quite an ability. Regrettably, having seen my true form, there is no escaping your fate today. However, I must say, as a young and powerful warrior, your flesh will surely be even more delectable. The paper-constructed specter spoke, unable to restrain itself from licking its lips with a scarlet tongue. Yet, before it could make any further move, a blinding flash caught its attention, followed swiftly by a searing pain in its cheek. A tremendous force struck it from the air, sending it crashing back to the ground. However, the onslaught did not cease there. Dazed and disoriented, the paper specter found its ankle seized by Song Yang, who began to mercilessly slam it like a sandbag. With each impact, the surrounding rocks and vegetation suffered catastrophic damage. Crack, bang, boom, the trunks splintered, and the blue stones shattered, while the ground became riddled with numerous human-shaped pits of varying sizes and depths. How dare you speak of licking lips? Do you have any awareness of what you truly are? Do you know how many men in this world are enamored with the art of the tongue? As Song Yang cursed while he struck, it was evident that his wrath had been ignited. The poor paper specter, caught in a whirlwind of confusion and fear, could hardly comprehend this young man's utter disregard for the rules of combat. How could he resort to violence before allowing it to finish its words? Although the paper specter had attempted to break free, Song Yang's grip felt as though it were glued to its ankle, rendering all its struggles utterly futile. It yearned for mercy, yet each attempt to plead was thwarted, either by the dirt forced into its mouth or by the unyielding stones that shattered its teeth. Time slipped away unnoticed. Eventually, it seemed that Song Yang had grown weary, his strikes slowing in tempo. Just as the paper specter breathed a sigh of relief, it observed the intensity of his actions begin to escalate once more. No, the words I was about to utter were far too flattering for your ghastly visage. Starting from the 13th sentence, let us begin anew. Upon hearing Song Yang's words, the paper specter felt a pang in its chest, quickly followed by a sweetness in its throat, causing it to spew forth a mouthful of putrid green ghostly blood. However, Song Yang's reflexes were swifter. He deftly evaded several paces away, pointing at the old specter in anger. If you are dissatisfied, so be it, but do you dare to spit at the victim? Is there no law left in this world? Hee. The paper specter, its face bruised and swollen, let out a chilling laugh. Young man, do you truly believe that a mere display of strength can intimidate me? Today, you shall learn what it means to be outclassed. The paper specter's final words erupted in a roar, reflecting its high standing within the realm of demons and monsters in Kanglan Prefecture. Had it not been injured, it would never have stooped to prey upon the likes of ordinary humans, nor would it have been reduced to being humiliated by a mere youth like Song Yang. A surge of overwhelming resentment welled up within the paper specter, not only suppressing its injuries but also rapidly restoring its power to near its peak. The swirling paper scraps began to converge upon the paper specter, 10 paces, 100 paces, a mile, until all the paper fragments around Nyoja village coalesced into a towering paper dragon, stretching 100 feet in length, its claws bared in threat. Why goodness, such skill is wasted not in service. Song Yang stared in astonishment. Could this be an otherworldly version of a robot? These malevolent spirits seemed not entirely devoid of merit. Tio the paper specter, Song Yang's astonished expression merely indicated that he was awestruck by the display of its power. The paper specter leapt onto the dragon's head, looking down at Song Yang from an elevated position. Tio, crush him outright? No, that would be too merciful. It could never forget how Song Yang had treated it as if it were a mere sack of straw. Even now, restored to some power, it still felt a dull ache on its face. The paper specter resolved to torture Song Yang mercilessly, repaying the humiliation it had endured 100-fold. Are you afraid? This is my true strength, but do not worry. I shall not grant you a swift demise. You aim to protect those inferior beings in the village, do you? I will allow you to witness their deaths with your own eyes. Ah! Before the paper specter could finish its words, an endless blaze erupted before it, or rather, a dazzling light of blades. Although it had regained its power, it was still unable to match the speed of its adversary. Song Yang had somehow leaped into the air, even higher than the paper specter standing atop the dragon's head. Drawing his sword and retracting it, both the imposing paper dragon and its master suddenly froze in place. The paper specter's lips quivered, as if it wished to utter something, yet ultimately remained silent. A crimson line appeared on its forehead, trailing down to the dragon's head and body, cleaving it in two. But this was not the end. The searing blade aura ignited its remains, reducing them to ashes. Several miles away, within a cave, lay a life-sized paper effigy. Shortly after, the paper specter was sliced in half by Song Yang. The effigy underwent a transformation. After a series of changes, it morphed into the likeness of the paper specter. At this moment, the paper specter remained in shock. How could such a fearsome human exist in a remote county town? Even the one who had originally wounded it lacked such lethal prowess. Had it not prepared this paper decoy, it would surely have perished today. Unable to confront such a formidable opponent, it resolved to flee. Just as the paper specter attempted to rise, it found itself rooted to the spot, terror creeping once more across its pale, ghastly visage. How could this be? I refuse to accept this. Chapter 5. Return. The paper specter let out a scream as flames erupted from its 7 orifices, instantly reducing it to nothingness. Little did it know that Song Yang had anticipated this very trick, concealing a flame capable of incinerating spiritual consciousness within that last strike, and no matter where the paper specter fled, the flame would follow, serving as a necessary means of eradicating the root of the problem. This old fool has squandered years of training, unaware that villains often fall victim to their own verbosity. Shaking his head, Song Yang opened the system interface. Defeating the 200-year-old paper specter had augmented his power by 70 years, bringing his total to 1,020 years. Congratulations, host. Your power has surpassed 4 digits. And the system will soon upgrade. The system upgrade was successful, and new features have been unlocked. The upgrade gift has been credited. Upon reading the system prompt, Song Yang silently retracted his disdain and scorn for the paper specter. Though the old man was a loquacious chatterbox, he nonetheless possessed a heart of warmth and kindness, deserving of respect. Following the upgrade, the new map function was unlocked, capable of recording places Song Yang had visited and navigating to specific locations within the area. While such functionality might seem trivial in his past life, it held immense value in this world. Simply using it for travel could save a great deal of time. The upgrade gift from the system also brought great delight to Song Yang. It contained a technique known as the Great Sun Body Forging Method. Unlike the Pure Yang technique, which focused on internal energy, the Great Sun Body Forging Method specialized in enhancing the physical body, significantly improving the practitioner's physical attributes. At present, Song Yang's internal energy, lightness skill, and martial arts had all reached exemplary levels. If there were to be a shortcoming, it would be his physical body. However, practicing martial arts was not an immediate concern for him. With the system's existence, he merely needed to slay more demons to directly elevate his abilities to perfection. Exiting the system, Song Yang conducted a thorough inspection of his surroundings, ensuring there were no other anomalies before gliding down the mountain. Upon returning to the ancestral hall of Nyoja village, he discovered a row of paper figures standing before the entrance. What is this? Wasn't he the paper specter dead? Could these paper figures be allies of its? Song Yang pondered. Just as he was about to step forward for clarification, the paper figures bowed their heads in unison. We thank our benefactor for saving us. Song Yang furrowed his brow and casually pointed to one of the paper figures. Urging it to elaborate, it turned out that these paper figures were the missing villagers of Nyoja village. They had fallen victim to the paper specter, and upon their deaths, their souls were bound within the paper figures, becoming the specter's ghostly servants. The 2 paper figures that Song Yang had previously dispatched were among those villagers. Now that the paper specter was dead, the the spirits within the paper figures were finally liberated. Hearing the commotion outside, some villagers braved their fears to emerge and investigate. After learning the full story, there were tearful reunions and farewells. However, Song Yong had no time to linger and watch the spectacle. He instructed his subordinates to conduct another thorough search of the village to ensure nothing was overlooked before setting off with the chickens and ducks gifted by the villagers. This journey to Nyoja village had proven to be quite fruitful for Song Yong. But he was now eager to return and verify a matter. Outside of work, he often sought out the unfortunate young women of the city to indulge in music and philosophical discourse. Yet now, whenever he closed his eyes, the image of the paper specter licking its lips haunted him. Song Yong was determined not to let psychological issues interfere with his interests. The return journey was considerably swifter than the outbound trip. Utilizing the newly unlocked map function, Song Yong led the group through several shortcuts, arriving back at Ping'an County before nightfall. "Oh? Aren't we returning to the county office?" One of the rookie constables who had previously questioned Song Yong inquired. "Haha, you young one truly do not understand. The county lacks a garrison of the Divine Martial Guard. Many ghostly cases are initially handled by our county office, and only when we cannot resolve them do we seek assistance from higher authorities. Losing an arm or leg is considered fortunate. Even losing one's life is common. Do not be fooled by how easily we resolved the case in Nyoja village this time. It was only because we had Song Yong with us. Had it been under another captain, who knows if we would have made it back at all?" An elderly constable was explaining to a young recruit, while simultaneously casting a gaze full of admiration towards Song Yong. "In our line of work, although the income is decent, the risks and pressures are considerable, thus necessitating regular stress relief. Quote Captain Song, one must pay heed to the balance of work and rest." At last, the procession halted before an exquisitely adorned pavilion. The young constable looked up to see the grand sign above the entrance boldly inscribed with the words Fragrant Pavilion. Standing at the entrance were 3 or 4 elegantly dressed young women. Is this a brothel? Is this where you all come to unwind?" The new constable's face flushed crimson, his speech stammering somewhat. The seasoned constable chuckled. "Men have but a few means to relax: food, drink, and indulgence. We lack neither food nor drink, and Captain Song detests gambling the most, leaving only this fragrant pavilion as an option. Not just us, even the county magistrate is a frequent visitor here." Upon hearing this, the new constable's eyes widened in disbelief. "But we are still in official attire. Aren't we concerned about the implications?" When I observed Captain Song in Nujiakan, he did not seem like such a person. "What do you know? This is the magistrate's cleverness. One must establish authority in front of those unruly citizens to prevent any duplicity, making it easier to handle cases. As for the official attire, it is quite the asset. The ladies in the pavilion recognize this, and the perks are far greater than those for ordinary patrons." As the old constable spoke, he casually draped his arm over the young constable's shoulder, offering a knowing smile. "You seem to be rambling. Could it be that you are still a novice?" The new constable's face turned an even deeper shade of red, akin to that of a pig's liver. "Not at all. Before coming to Ping'an County, I was a frequent visitor to the brothels in my hometown. I was just apprehensive about violating the rules here. Since we are kindred spirits, I shall rest easy." Meanwhile, as the two conversed, the welcoming attendant at the fragrant pavilion had spotted Song Yong. To be precise, she recognized Song Yong. "Why has Sir Song only just arrived? I have missed you dearly." "Really? What is it about me that you have missed?" Song Yong replied with a smile. "How dreadful. You tease me, but you, sir, are someone who can enter the boudoir of a lady. I cannot dare to compete with the young ladies." Song Yong chuckled, choosing not to respond further. Instead, he retrieved a silver note from his pocket and discreetly placed it among the peaks of her ample bosom. Though he was a regular at such establishments, it did not mean he was indiscriminate. He reserved the lesser dishes for his subordinates. After a cup of tea, Song Yong settled into a private room. The decor was exquisitely refined, yet it paled in comparison to its occupant. A stunningly beautiful young woman sat across from Song Yong. Draped in a delicate lavender silk gown, her shoulders partially exposed. Her beauty was breathtaking. Her phoenix-like eyes and willow leaf brows sparkled with an alluring charm, her lips red and her teeth white. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall. Hua Chilua. Even though Song Yong was accustomed to the dazzling stars of his past life, he was still captivated each time he beheld her. Chapter 6. Disciple of Xianyin name. Hua Qilua race. Human martial arts. Cha Nu Heart Sutra, major achievement. 100 Flowers Palm, minor achievement. Charming Shadow Steps, major achievement, power level. 100 years description. Inner disciple of Xianyin Valley. Here on a mission assigned by her sect in Ping'an County. The panel before her now included a brief description, likely an enhancement from a system upgrade. Song Yang was astonished to discover that the courtesan, from whom he had taken the red pill, was in fact a disciple of a powerful demonic sect. And no wonder her strength was formidable at that moment. Hua Qilua was also observing Song Yang. In the 2 years since she had come to Ping'an County, her prowess had advanced more significantly than during her 10 years of training within her sect. Not only had her power more than doubled, but she was also nearing perfection in the Cha Nu Heart Sutra, the secret art of Xianyin Valley. And the catalyst for all of this was the man sitting before her, who was 2 years her junior. After a period of absence, it seemed he had grown even stronger. His presence was akin to the rising sun, exerting a profound allure over her, who practiced the Cha Nu Heart Sutra. However, had it not been for that, she would never have surrendered herself to him. Sir Song, you have not visited in so long that I thought you had forgotten about me. The two exchanged glances, and it was Hua Qilua who ultimately broke the silence. Song Yang detected the hint of grievance in her tone. But what of it? Miss Hua, your prices are not inexpensive. I am merely a working man with limited financial resources. Recently, there have been few cases, and my bonuses are rather meager. Hua Qilua shot him a disdainful look. She had attempted to give him the green light several times, only to be rebuffed each time. Now, Song Yang had the audacity to use money as an excuse. Men. Little did she know that Song Yang's intention in offering money was to purchase a service. However, whether it was a matter of paying or not, who was truly seeking indulgence remained ambiguous. Observing the changes in Hua Qilua's expression, Song Yang began to ponder. Could it be that this young lady had developed feelings for him, while exchanging insights was acceptable? If she intended to use this to restrict his swiftness in drawing his blade, he would advise her to abandon such thoughts post-haste. After some deliberation, Song Yang decided to address the matter at hand directly. Firstly, he was there to ascertain whether any psychological aftereffects lingered. Secondly, he had indeed paid his dues. Wasting time would be a disservice to his investment. Over an hour later, they sat facing one another, sipping freshly brewed hot tea. Hua Qilua teased, "Little Song, you seem quite valiant today. Have you been stimulated by something?" Song Yang, feeling at ease, recounted the incident involving the paper effigy ghost. He was in high spirits. With Hua Qilua's assistance, he had completely eradicated the negative influences left by the ghost. However, while Song Yang spoke lightly of it, he was unaware that his words stirred a tempest within Hua Qilua. The very man she considered an adversary had single-handedly slain the paper effigy ghost. As an inner disciple of Xianyin Valley, even in the remote Ping'an County, Hua Qilua remained informed of significant events occurring in the outside world. According to her intel, the paper effigy ghost possessed formidable strength, with a cultivation level of at least 100 years. Even the esteemed magistrate of Kanglan Prefecture had been unable to capture it. Yet, Song Yang claimed to have dispatched this malevolent spirit during his business trip to a nearby village. What kind of strength could he possibly possess? Although Hua Qilua sensed Song Yang's powerful aura, she dismissed it as a mere illusion caused by her own cultivation technique. After all, how old could he be? At most, he was just over 20, and no matter how strong he was, he could not possibly surpass her by much. How could he have defeated the paper effigy ghost? It was likely he had vanquished a formidable ghostly servant, and the actual paper effigy ghost had escaped due to its injuries and caution. Nevertheless, being able to scare off the paper effigy ghost was no small feat. Even if he fell short of the top 10 on the Qinlong rankings, he was not far behind. Truly, he was a man worthy of my admiration. As Hua Qilua gazed at Song Yang, a glimmer of reverence flickered in her eyes. Unbeknownst to Song Yang, the beautiful woman before him had concocted an elaborate narrative in her mind within a matter of moments. He was still savoring the moment when he noticed her fixed gaze upon him, and a wave of impulse surged within him once again. Given that the psychological treatment had yielded positive results, it was imperative to seize the opportunity to reinforce the effectiveness. The night passed without incident. The following day, upon Hua Qilua's awakening, she found Song Yang's side of the bed empty. At that moment, Song Yang had already returned to the county office, but he had not encountered his accompanying subordinates. Not everyone possessed the same formidable combat capabilities as he did. After battling the enchanting spirit through the night, he was still able to rise invigorated for work the next day. Song Yang was not concerned. Those capable must bear more responsibilities. He sought out the county magistrate to report on the case in Nujiakan. The magistrate, surnamed Chin and named Chong, was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He appeared quite refined. Yet he shared a common interest with Song Yang, thus maintaining a cordial relationship despite their hierarchical positions. Little Song, it seems I can always count on you. I've already informed the accounting office about the bonus. Just drop by to sign and you can collect it. Thank you, sir. Upon hearing about the bonus, Song Yang felt a surge of energy. Last night, in pursuit of understanding whether individuals exhibit psychological aftereffects after encountering malevolent spirits, a matter of grave importance, he had nearly depleted his salary for the month. This bonus was just what he needed to alleviate his pressing financial concerns. By the way, there's one more thing. Recently, there have been a number of unfamiliar faces in the county, and I worry it may affect the public order. Rest assured, sir, I know how to handle it. Song Yang was aware of what Chin Chong was alluding to. In truth, the situation described had persisted for quite some time. These unfamiliar faces were not mere itinerant merchants, but rather individuals of considerable skill from the martial world. For reasons unknown, they had congregated in the small Ping'an County. Although this influx posed numerous uncertainties for local law and order, every situation possesses its duality. Tio Song Yang, these lofty heroes or nefarious villains were merely fat sheep reeking of money, ripe for exploitation. If handled appropriately, they could undoubtedly alleviate some of the financial pressures faced by Ping'an County. On another note, not all of Song Yang's subordinates had stayed overnight at the Fragrant Pavilion. A new constable, Lin Jiu, had entered the establishment with the group but found an excuse to leave once they dispersed. Lin Jiu was not a local. He had arrived in Ping'an County half a month prior, coinciding with the county's recruitment of constables, and had since settled there. He had purchased a small courtyard in the southern part of the town, which he shared with a steward and a maid. The steward, an elderly man, was both surprised and overjoyed to see his young master return late at night. The previous day, Song Yang and the others had left in haste, leaving Lin Jiu unable to inform them of his whereabouts, which had caused his household much anxiety. Chapter 7. The martial wanderers. While he was eager to seek out the truth, he was also wary of the recent influx of strangers in the county. Despite his noble lineage, his enemies wielded greater power. Should they discover his presence, the three of them would be forced into a life of peril once more. Fortunately, Lin Jiu had only been absent for a little over a day before he returned home. "Young master, where have you been? You have made both me and Donger quite anxious," he exclaimed. "It was quite sudden. I had no time to send word home, and I apologize for your worry." Lin Jiu recounted his recent experiences to them. The old steward was filled with dread upon realizing the dangers his master had faced in such a brief span. Had anything gone awry, he would bear significant blame. The steward lamented, "It is entirely my fault for not considering the situation properly. Assuming the county office here was akin to that of our hometown." Lin Jiu waved his hand dismissively. "You need not blame yourself. Before I set out, I prided myself on my extensive knowledge. But through years of wandering, I have come to realize I am but a frog at the bottom of a well. Those past praises were merely flattery due to my status." The two shared a moment of reflection before the conversation shifted back to their journey to Nyo family village. To control such a wide array of paper scraps and even cause harm. By your account, this apparition must possess skills honed over a century. To vanquish it, the one who struck must be quite formidable. Lin Jiu remarked, "I never anticipated that such a powerful entity could be concealed within the small Ping'an County." Wenbo voiced his perspective, to which Lin Jiu nodded in agreement. Though he had not witnessed the final battle firsthand, he had observed Song Yang's prior displays of prowess, as well as the moments when the paper figure had come to express gratitude. This young constable, of a similar age to himself, was astonishingly powerful. "Wenbo, do you think if Constable Song participated in the Divine Martial Tournament, he could place in the top 3? Lin Jiu inquired excitedly. Despite his weariness of a nomadic lifestyle, he could not imagine spending his entire life as a mere constable in this small town. Song Yang's emergence rekindled a glimmer of hope for Lin Jiu. Wenbo cast a glance at his master, hesitating momentarily. "To be candid, while Song Yang has showcased commendable strength, the Divine Martial Tournament encompasses all young elites within the dynasty. Although Song Yang possesses remarkable skill, talent, and determination, the true distinction of the prodigies lies in the vast resources provided by their respective factions for cultivation. This is not a matter that can be changed by mere effort. Even if Ping'an County pooled all its resources, it would likely amount to less than a fraction of what those factions possess. From the outset, Song Yang has been at a disadvantage. Yet, acknowledging the truth did not mean when Bo wished to discourage Lin Jiu. He carefully chose his words, stating, certainly, Constable Song does have the potential to challenge those prodigies. However, our current understanding of him is still limited. It would be prudent to observe him a while longer before making any decisions. Lin Jiu nodded slightly. You make a valid point. We must first ascertain that he is not aligned with any adversaries. As the weather grew increasingly warm, more martial wanderers flooded into Ping'an County. Whether this was the cause, it had been 7 or 8 days since any incidents involving demons or monsters had occurred. Song Yang felt quite agitated. This was his livelihood. Without it, not only would he struggle to enhance his strength, but even his basic sustenance would be at risk. He needed to devise a plan, either to incite this group to act out of line or to hasten their departure from Ping'an County. While deep in thought, his trusted subordinate Wang Ming entered. Head Song, we've got work to do. Come, follow me, he called as he walked in. Song Yang was preoccupied with pressing matters, yet his subordinate brought forth good news. He had anticipated that this group of powerful individuals would not adhere to the rules. The location was in the eastern part of the town. Upon arrival, Song Yang quickly grasped the situation. A martial wanderer had somehow entangled himself with a local woman. The problem arose when the couple displayed their indiscretions in broad daylight, only to be confronted by the woman's husband. Witnessing his wife being pursued, the man was consumed by rage and seized a pole to teach the wanderer a lesson. However, he was no match for the martial artist and was swiftly expelled from his home. The commotion attracted the attention of nearby neighbors. Otherwise, it was uncertain whether he would have survived. Lord Song has arrived. Make way, Wang Ming shouted, parting the crowd of onlookers. In Ping'an County, Song Yang held significant prestige. Even the local gentry would grant him some respect. However, for certain outsiders, particularly those in the martial world who bore ill will towards the court, they would not regard a mere constable with any deference. In the pathway, a few individuals stood their ground, refusing to yield. Wang Ming, seeing this, grew furious and was about to confront them when Song Yang restrained him. The strength of these individuals was beyond what Wang Ming and his fellow constables could contend with. Song Yang strode directly into the fray. The corridor was not particularly long, spanning only 7 or 8 steps. At the rear stood the most robust of the group, a man towering over 8 feet tall, blocking almost 3/4 of the passageway. Many locals began to feel concern for Song Yang, while others watched with amusement, eager to witness the constable's predicament. How amusing! A mere constable dares to provoke the Iron Tower King. Zhou Tong, they scoffed. Zhou Tong had some notoriety in the martial world, but they seemed to forget their current location. What did a country bumpkin know of the grand tapestry of the outside world? In my opinion, this man simply does not wish to lose face before the locals, so he is putting on a brave front. I wager that once Zhou Tong sneezes, he'll be begging for mercy. Song Yang heard the jeers of the nearby martial wanderers, but remained unfazed. To subdue a monkey, one must first decimate the chicken. As a public servant, one must adhere to decorum. The distance between the two continued to narrow. Zhou Tong not only refused to yield but showed no inclination to even turn his head. Yet to claim he was unaware of someone approaching from behind would have been a blatant falsehood. With another step forward, Song Yang had closed the gap, and finally, Zhou Tong stirred. This wretched place is infested with flies, he thundered, his voice booming like thunder, causing many in the vicinity to cover their ears. In that instant, Zhou Tong half-turned, and without warning, his left elbow swung back forcefully towards Song Yang's chest. If the blow landed, even if it did not kill him, Song Yang would be bedridden for 1.5 years. Zhou Tong clearly did not regard Song Yang's constable status with any seriousness. His initial strike was lethal. The next moment, the onlookers were taken aback as a dark shadow shot past them, crashing into a nearby large barrel filled with night fragrance. Initially, they assumed it was Song Yang who had been struck, but upon closer inspection, they found him standing unharmed, while the aggressor had vanished from sight. Chapter 8. Do outsiders eat such mixed fare? The first to change color was one of Zhou Tong's companions. Without a thought for the assailant, he hastily rushed to the barrel. There, they found Zhou Tong sitting with his back against the barrel. His hands and legs awkwardly folded. He wanted to call for help, but every time he opened his mouth, the night fragrance surged in, making it impossible for him to breathe. Goodness, do outsiders eat such mixed fare these days? Song Yang remarked, eliciting laughter from the crowd. Many had long harbored grievances against these outsiders. Though thus far they had not engaged in any outrageous behavior, it was common for them to dine without paying. Out of fear of their martial prowess, the locals had chosen to let things lie. Now, witnessing Song Yang teach them a lesson brought immense satisfaction. Kid, did you just lay your hands on my brother? A one-eyed elder among Zhou Tong's companions glared at Song Yang menacingly. Elder, while you may be disabled, that does not give you license to speak recklessly. I was merely acting in self-defense. Should you insist on maligning me as a participant in mutual combat, I shall reserve the right to pursue legal action against you. The latter part of the elder's words was lost on him, yet the former sufficiently incensed him, causing his fury to reach a boiling point. He utterly despised hearing terms such as blind or disabled. With a sharp tongue, I shall see if your bones are as tough as your words. Let us engage together, the elderly man bellowed, advancing with a mysterious gait to launch the first attack. Additionally, a pair of men and women, upon receiving the command, split to the left and right, closing in on Song Yang. The crowd had already been sizable, and with the coordinated efforts of these three, they nearly confined Song Yang's every possible movement. Unless the opponent possessed the ability to burrow underground, evasion was utterly impossible. Alas, the elder and his companions had overestimated their own prowess while remaining woefully ignorant of their adversary's capabilities. Suddenly, the scene before everyone shifted, and with three resounding thuds, 3 more night fragrance barrels nearby became filled with individuals. Now, as the head constable of Ping'an County, I am bringing charges against the 4 of you for harboring criminals, obstructing official duties, assaulting court personnel, and neglecting personal hygiene, thereby affecting the aesthetic of the municipality. You may choose to remain silent, but everything you say will eventually serve as evidence in court. Take them back. With a wave of his hand, Song Yang signaled to several constables who had been prepared, their mouths and noses covered with white cloth, to move forward. Without needing to relocate the barrels, they pushed the cart containing them back to the yamen. As Song Yang watched his subordinates depart, he turned back to regard the crowd. This time, those targeted among the wandering heroes averted their gazes, unwilling to meet his eyes. Previously, Song Yang had struck twice, yet they had failed to discern his movements. How could they not grasp that the strength of the constable before them was beyond their reckoning? In this realm of martial arts, one may scorn the court, even the emperor, but should one dare to belittle the strong, a dire fate awaits. Song Yang scanned the crowd, fixing his gaze upon 2 individuals, those who had made particularly scathing remarks moments earlier. You, who are blind to your own shortcomings, have offended someone of consequence. I offer my apologies. The 2 turned pale, fearing they might share the same fate as Zhou Tong and others. This is not Night Fragrance Street, is it? They noticed that nearby, a barrel was close to overflowing. If apologies were truly effective, why would we constables be necessary? Song Yang's words weighed heavily on their hearts. At that moment, Wang Ming, standing beside Song Yang, interjected, "Do not overthink it. Our lord is not one to harbor personal vendettas. However, our county is currently working towards establishing a civilized city, and your conduct has violated the 9th and 17th articles of our county's Code of Civility, resulting in a fine of 200 taels, each. 200 taels? Why not just rob us outright?" One of the wandering heroes gasped at the steep penalty, feeling the demand was rather excessive. 200 taels of silver could sustain an ordinary 6-person household in a large city like Kanglan Prefecture for a year and a half. In response to their skepticism, Song Yang cast a sidelong glance at the man, calmly stating, "It would indeed be more convenient to rob you. However, rest assured that these fines will ultimately be directed as charitable contributions to those unfortunate souls in need of assistance. Of course, you may choose not to pay, but according to our county's regulations, those who refuse to pay their fines shall face imprisonment of no less than 15 days and no more than 30, with an additional penalty of 10% of the total fine accruing daily. You jest, my lord. We are law-abiding citizens and should cooperate. This is my money, and mine as well." The 2, realizing they had no choice but to comply, quickly paid the fines and slinked away from the crowd. After managing this minor inconvenience, Song Yang finally arrived at the scene of the incident, where blood was splattered across the ground. Dr. Lee from the revitalization hall was attending to a man who was as thin as a bamboo pole. Not far off, a voluptuous woman with a measure of beauty regarded the scene with a cold gaze. Song Yang, these two are the couple in question, Wang Ming whispered into Song Yang's ear. And what of the assailant, my lord? I observed him stealthily slip away in the direction over there while you were issuing fines. A bystander pointed out the direction to Song Yang. Upon turning his head, he indeed saw a disheveled young man fleeing down the street. Adultery, premeditated murder, hit and run. Quite the enterprise, indeed, my lord. I shall pursue him at once, my lord. Wang Ming called out repeatedly, yet Song Yang remained unresponsive, tentatively reaching out to tap him. The moment he did so, the crowd gasped in shock as Song Yang seemingly dissipated into thin AI art. That moment, a scream pierced the air. Those with keen eyesight turned towards the sound and beheld another Song Yang, who was effortlessly lifting the fleeing hero as if he were a mere chick. An art of transformation. Such remarkable lightness of foot. It seems seizing the sacred weapon will not be an easy task this time. In a nearby tavern, an elder seated by the window appeared considerably more grave after witnessing the earlier events. Might it be a master of the divine martial guards in disguise, with such power? How could one possibly content themselves with being a mere constable in such a place? A middle-aged man at the same table inquired. The elder nodded, then shook his head. Perhaps, but as the time approaches for the prophecy of the heavenly machine, we can expect more masters to emerge, alongside powerful demons and spirits who will undoubtedly come sniffing around. Send out the orders. From this moment on, everyone must maintain a low profile. I shall also compose a letter to be sent back to the sect, requesting that the sect leader dispatch additional experts. Similar scenes unfolded throughout Ping'an County. The county seemed to revert to its previous state of tranquility. Yet those privy to the underlying truths understood that this was merely the calm before the storm. The greater the calm, the more terrifying the tempest that would follow, one that Ping'an County would find itself ill-equipped to withstand. Chapter 9. Hua Qiming concerning the transformations within the county, Song Yang remained largely indifferent. Although he had indeed encountered a few masters on the streets, their skills were no more formidable than those of a paper effigy. In a true confrontation, they might not stand a chance against even a paper effigy. After all, when compared to martial prowess, the sorceries and wicked arts were decidedly more insidious and difficult to guard against. Yet humanity was not entirely without merit. Firstly, there was an advantage in numbers. Secondly, apart from martial skills, there existed various countermeasures. Thus, for the time being, humanity still reigned supreme in the divine martial kingdom. Returning to the matter at hand, the end of the month arrived in the blink of an eye. The Yamen dispersed salaries, including bonuses. Economic prosperity and population growth were closely intertwined. Thanks to the influx of wandering heroes, Song Yang was quite pleased with this month's compensation, even after sparring with Hua Qilua a few times. The remaining funds would suffice for indulgent feasting that day. As soon as work concluded, Song Yang ventured alone into the fragrant pavilion, once again to the same private room. However, this time he waited quite some time before the delayed beauty finally made her appearance. Moreover, Hua Qilua seemed somewhat different today, sporting twin ponytails. Song Yang found himself puzzled. Scanning her with the system, he discovered that another person stood before him. Name: Hua Qiming race. Human martial skill. Cha Nu Heart Sutra, minor completion. Xianin Palm, minor completion. Illusory demon movement technique, beginner, cultivation. 20 years description. Outer sect disciple of Xianin Valley, younger sister of Hua Qilua, arrived in Ping'an County on a mission. Hua Qiming. A flicker of surprise crossed Song Yang's eyes. What was the meaning of this? First, the elder sister, and now her twin sister had appeared. While sisterly bonds were beloved by all, this uninvited guest could not possibly be part of some scheme. Could it? That old codger in the account room must have struck up an alliance with the fragrant pavilion, aiming for the silver in my grasp. How else could they have changed their tune so swiftly after I just received my salary? At that moment, Hua Qiming was also curiously sizing up Song Yang. Is this the person my sister spoke of? A fine physique and quite pleasant to behold. Overall, he presents a favorable impression, which eased her mind. Hua Qiming recalled her sister's warning before she set out today. Qiming, this mission is exceedingly perilous, and you should not have come. However, since you are here, You must find a way to protect yourself. Sister has a method that should enhance your chances of survival before the sacred weapon appears. Remembering her sister's words, Hua Qiming felt her cheeks warm. Bathed in candlelight, she resembled an enticing peach. Even drawing the attention of Song Yang, who had initially suspected her intentions to be nefarious. Yet rationality ultimately triumphed over shyness. Her sister was right. Regardless of the circumstances, the foremost priority was to stay alive. Currently, Ping'an County was teeming with masters from all corners, and with Hua Qiming's present abilities, she could only be relegated to the role of the lowest-grade cannon fodder. As the young woman took the initiative. Song Yang naturally did not shy away from the challenge. After all, as the saying goes, since life has always been about living and dying, if one must perish, it is better to die amidst flowers. If funds run dry, I could always accept the invitation of that middle-aged lady, the county magistrate's wife, to dine at her residence. After all, we are all kindred spirits, and I trust Qin Chong would not mind. Would he? In the stillness of the night, the only sound was that of a diligent spider in the corner of the room, tirelessly weaving its web amidst the tremors. As Song Yang exerted every effort to safeguard the tranquility of Ping'an County. A band of knights, brandishing torches and clad in armor, surged into the county, hastening towards the county office. The hour was nearing the third watch, and darkness enveloped the surroundings. The streets were nearly devoid of pedestrians. Yet, the county office of Ping'an was an unusual beacon of light, illuminating the night. County Magistrate Qin Chong and his assistant awaited at the entrance, uncertain of what they were anticipating. It was only when the sound of galloping hooves approached from the end of the street that they hurriedly adjusted their attire and descended the steps. The knights advanced with remarkable speed but halted with precision, coming to a standstill right before the office. Qin Chong quickly stepped forward to pay his respects. I am Qin Chong, the magistrate of Ping'an County. I extend my greetings to all esteemed officials. Your excellencies have toiled on behalf of the state, and I am deeply impressed. I have prepared wine and accommodations for your rest. You, the county magistrate, are quite thoughtful. That it seems somewhat of a waste for someone of your caliber to remain in this modest Ping'an County, remarked the foremost knight, a man mounted on a horse, with a grin. I shall forego the wine, but ensure that the meat is plentiful and take good care of these steeds. Rest assured, everything will be managed under my supervision. Please, this way. Qin Chong, both surprised and delighted, personally ushered the visitors into the county office, instructing the attendants to lead the horses to the stable and provide them with the finest fodder. The newcomers were all adorned in black embroidered robes with gold thread, wearing gauze hats and cinched with jade belts. Exuding an impressive aura, their primary weapons were swords, though some wielded long spears. Regardless of the weapon, they emitted a formidable presence. They were none other than the renowned Divine Martial Guards. The emergence of a holy weapon in Ping'an County had already stirred considerable excitement within the Divine Martial dynasty. As the official representatives, how could the Divine Martial Guards afford to miss such an event? The knight who had just spoken was named Lu Hu, a captain from the Kanglan Prefecture's division of the Divine Martial Guards, and the leader of this small contingent. Their arrival in Ping'an County was merely to scout for intelligence on other influential factions within the county. Under heaven, all land belongs to the king. Along the shores, all subjects belong to the king. These martial wanderers, as members of the Divine Martial Kingdom, would often hesitate when summoned by the court, each citing various excuses. Yet, when it came to news of a divine weapon emerging, they would scurry like rabbits. However, these rascals could not frolic for long, for in due time, that esteemed individual would personally lead a contingent here. Meanwhile, Qin Chong was guiding his guests inside, while others were departing, and they brushed past each other. Suddenly, Lu Hu let out a soft gasp and halted. Yet, when he turned to look, the figure had already vanished from sight. Lord Lu, what troubles you? Qin Chong inquired curiously. Nothing, Lu Hu replied dismissively, though his mind remained alert. He had just glimpsed someone who should not have been present. Chapter 10. The holy weapon Lin Jie's back was already drenched. He had merely stayed behind to work overtime. Yet he unexpectedly encountered members of the Divine Martial Guards at the county office. While his identity could remain concealed from the likes of Qin Chong and Song Yang, it could not escape the scrutiny of the Divine Martial Guards, who were tasked with patrolling the realm. Moreover, the current Grand Commander of the Divine Martial Guards shared a close relationship with him. Lin Jie was certain that the moment he revealed himself, news of his presence in Ping'an County would swiftly reach that individual's desk. I must leave at once. Lin Jiao hurriedly returned home to inform Wenbo of the arrival of the divine martial guards in Ping'an County. Quickly, gather your belongings. When I crossed paths with their leader earlier, he seemed to glance in my direction, and I cannot ascertain whether he recognized me. Wenbo remained unfazed by Lin Jiao's urgency. Young master, do not panic. If he truly recognized you, he would have apprehended you right then. Moreover, departing the city now would not be wise. Lin Jiao, puzzled, asked, why not? Wenbo explained, I have learned that the influx of so many skilled individuals to the county is due to the emergence of a holy weapon in the vicinity of Ping'an County. A holy weapon? Lin Jiao was taken aback. He was well aware of what that entailed. If martial arts were the means bequeathed by ancestors to combat demons, then a holy weapon was the spark left for future generations. What constitutes a holy weapon? It is a weapon of the saints. Each holy weapon is a legendary artifact born from the martial prowess of its owner, accompanying them throughout their life in vanquishing countless demons. Before a martial saint ascends, they would infuse their weapon with their lifetime's worth of martial will, preserving it to protect humanity. This is the origin of holy weapons. They possess immense power. Ordinary malevolence dares not approach them. When placed within a city, they can ensure its peace. When housed within a sect, they can stabilize its fortunes. In the hands of a martial artist, they significantly enhance one's combat capabilities. The founding emperor of the divine martial dynasty once wielded a holy weapon to slay a great demon whose powers far surpassed his own. Lin Jiao also knew that this particular holy weapon remained within the capital, serving to safeguard the dynasty's fortunes. It is said that as long as the holy weapon endures, humanity shall not perish. The emergence of each holy weapon inevitably attracts countless ambitious individuals vying for it. Wenbo nodded and continued. Although Ping'an County may seem uneventful at present, all comings and goings are being observed by those with ulterior motives. Departing now would only draw attention, and even I cannot guarantee your safety in the presence of so many formidable figures. Furthermore, there is a more significant reason. The emergence of this holy weapon in Ping'an County may present an opportunity for you. Young master, Lin Jiao furrowed his brow, casting a worried glance at the old steward. Wenbo, you are not considering joining in the scramble for the holy weapon, are you? While he yearned for the holy weapon, he was acutely aware of his current capabilities. Even if he managed to seize the holy weapon, did he truly possess the means to safeguard it? Moreover, his experiences over the years had taught Lin Jiao that there are things far more precious than power in this world. Wenbo and Donger were the only legacies left to him by his mother. Though Lin Jiao understood that such compassion might appear foolish and laughable for someone of his background, he still wished for Wenbo and the others to refrain from taking risks for the sake of a fleeting hope. Perhaps this was why I am not as capable as others. Wenbo regarded Lin Jiao with a gaze filled with kindness. Young master, you are much like your young master from years past, both deeply sentimental. Yet, he recalls that frigid winter's night. Had it not been for your arrival, I would have perished in the streets like my other companions. Xiaowan, you must protect the young master. This was the request made by Lin Jiao's late father to Wenbo, and it has been the driving force behind Wenbo's unwavering dedication to safeguarding Lin Jiao all these years. Yet, despite his considerable experience, he was growing old in comparison to the youthful vigor of the young master. How much longer could he continue to provide protection? Thus, upon hearing the news of the holy weapon's emergence in Ping'an County, Wenbo believed it to be a sign from the heavens, granting the young master a chance for redemption. Young master, do not worry about me. Until you have firmly established yourself, I dare not recklessly offer my life. Were I in another place, I would never entertain thoughts of claiming a holy weapon. However, this is Kanglan Prefecture, one of the most remote states of the divine martial dynasty. Even the one stationed in the state capital possesses strength comparable to mine. Therefore, we still have a considerable opportunity. We must carefully plot our next steps after acquiring the item. This night was destined to be one of wakefulness. The arrival of the divine martial guards stirred the attention of various factions. Some were apprehensive, some disdainful, and others eagerly anticipated a chance to vie with these court enforcers. Yet, none of this concerned our Captain Song. The following morning, when Hua Qiming awoke, Song Yang had already departed. She assessed her own condition and was astonished to find that her power had doubled, and her prowess in the Cha Nu technique had reached a consummate stage. Even more surprising was the significant enhancement of her physique. Previously congested meridians had been opened, while those that were already clear had broadened considerably. This signified that, with diligent practice, her strength had ample room for further improvement. Meanwhile, Song Yang walked through the streets, his expression downcast as he supported his aching back. He prided himself on being battle-hardened, convinced that his mastery of the 100 birds to phoenix spear technique was sufficient to command respect in Ping'an County. Yet, he never anticipated that his first defeat would come at the hands of a novice. That young lady, Hua Qiming, understood the principles of feigning weakness and employing tactics akin to Tianji's horse racing. She had initially pretended to be at a disadvantage, only to turn the tables once Song Yang let his guard down. What a disgrace! I spend my days hunting geese, only to be pecked in the eye by one. Song Yang lamented, exhaling a long breath of frustration. He had assumed that she was merely after his few hundred taels of silver, but it turned out her ambitions were far grander in a single night. She had drained his savings, and it seemed he would endure a prolonged period of poverty ahead. Boss, bring me 5 bowls of soy milk and 20 youtiao. Wait, replace all the youtiao with chive pancakes. And make sure to add triple portions of chives. Do not skimp on the ingredients. Otherwise, there will be no place for you in Ping'an County. Song Yang settled himself at a breakfast shop, aware that he would soon need to report to the official residence. It was imperative to satiate his hunger first. As for the reason behind his indulgence in chives, it was simply a matter of personal preference. The owner of the breakfast shop recognized Song Yang and, rather than being annoyed, approached with a smile. Although this gentleman had a sharp tongue, he was always diligent in ensuring that payments were made to the vendors, proving himself to be a warm-hearted individual, unlike some wealthy patrons who feigned friendliness yet turned cold when money was mentioned. Before his breakfast could arrive, Song Yang was approached. "Boss, I finally found you." Wang Ming's voice rang out from behind him. "What's the matter? It's not even time to start work yet, and you're making such a commotion." Song Yang was still vexed over his defeat to Hua Qiming, and thus, his demeanor was far from amiable. However, Wang Ming, panting heavily, continued, "Boss Song, Lord Chen requests your immediate return. A group of divine martial guards has arrived at the official residence." Chapter 11. There are demons in the Peach Blossom Source, and what of the divine martial guards? Even if the king himself were to come, he would have to wait until I've finished my breakfast, Song Yang replied without a second thought. "Boss, this..." Wang Ming appeared troubled. "What is the issue? Are you eating or not? If you are, sit down. If not, hurry up and leave, you're just in the way." When did a mere county captain dare to disregard the divine martial guards? Before Wang Ming could respond, another voice interjected. Upon turning, Wang Ming's expression shifted dramatically. "They say one should not speak of people during the day nor of spirits at night." Just as they were discussing the divine martial guards, their presence was unexpectedly felt. "I, Wang Ming, have had the honor of meeting both lords." Wang Ming hurriedly stepped forward to pay his respects, only to be disregarded. The newcomers bypassed him and seated themselves at the table with Song Yang. Undeterred by the murderous glares from the two, Song Yang cast a glance at them. One was in his early 20s with an effeminate appearance, named Wang Defa, a member of the human race. Skilled in the divine martial technique, great mastery, Xinming palm technique, minor mastery, soul-chasing 5-star spear technique, great mastery, and snake-like steps, minor mastery, boasting 70 years of cultivation. He served as a first-class guard in the Kanglan Prefecture Division of the Divine Martial Guards. The other was a rugged, bearded brute named Lin Yi, also of the human race, proficient in the same divine martial technique, great mastery, great diamond palm, great mastery, 100 combat blade technique, minor mastery, and divine machine steps, minor mastery, with 60 years of cultivation, serving as a second-class guard in the same division. Upon assessing their prowess, Song Yang felt a flicker of surprise. The divine martial guards indeed had ample justification for their pride. Even their foot soldiers possessed such formidable strength. No wonder they could command respect from those in the martial world. Yet, he pondered, had these two perhaps swapped names? "Your pancakes are ready." The owner brought over the prepared soy milk and pancakes. As he beheld the steaming breakfast, Song Yang, recently drained by Hua Qiming, could not help but feel his appetite stir. Just as he was about to pick up his chopsticks, 2 large hands reached across the table to snatch the food first. With a resounding crash, 2 figures tumbled out onto the street. Wang Ming was even more alarmed. Good heavens, they dare to strike the divine martial guards. How am I supposed to report back to the Lord later? Nothing infuriates me more than those who take advantage of a free meal. Song Yang spat, downing a bowl of soy milk in one gulp, then shoving a pancake into his mouth with the fervor of a starving ghost. Meanwhile, Wang Defa and Lin Yi, having helped each other to their feet, regarded Song Yang with newfound gravity, their previous arrogance replaced by a profound respect, a master, an unfathomable master. They realized they had not even seen the motion of Song Yang's attack before they found themselves thrown out. Such prowess could rival that of Lord Liu. They had not anticipated such a formidable figure lurking within the confines of this humble county. Forgive our earlier rudeness. We thank you for your mercy, Wang Defa said, bowing to the ravenous Song Yang before hastily departing. Someone of Song Yang's caliber was now worthy of their respect, and it was imperative to report back to their superiors without delay. Boss, what should we do now? Once the two divine martial guards had retreated, Wang Ming dared to approach Song Yang for guidance. However, Song Yang ignored him, finishing the last of his pancake and draining the remaining soy milk. Only after satisfying his hunger did he feel somewhat restored. He inwardly lamented the true merits of the dual ponytail hairstyle. Nevertheless, he had no intention of lingering further and rose to settle his bill. Upon stepping outside, he collided with a drenched figure. Quick to react, Song Yang steadied the individual. The person, upon recognizing Song Yang, was overwhelmed with joy. Lord Song, it is wonderful to see you. Please, you must save our village. Calm down and explain, Song Yang urged as the man steadied his breath. I hail from Peach Blossom Village, 20 miles to the west. Last night, a man-eating demon descended upon us, and many villagers fell victim to its viciousness. The village chief dispatched several to report to Ping'an County, but I am the sole survivor. Song Yang furrowed his brow. What of your carrier pigeons? Such a calamity, yet you resort to sending a person. Not for lack of desire, but rather because the demon also possesses the ability to fly. The moment we released a pigeon, it was consumed. The villager explained, his face etched with despair. I am soaked because I leapt into the Ping'an River to evade the demon and made my way here by water. Upon hearing this, Song Yang refrained from further questioning. He instructed Wang Ming to accompany the villager to the county office to file a report, while he hastened towards Peach Blossom Village alone. He had withheld a piece of information. The remaining villagers were likely in grave danger. Recently, the county had been teeming with human experts who generally deterred common demons and spirits. For a creature to dare commit its atrocities so close to Ping'an County indicated it was no ordinary demon, but rather one of considerable power, at least on par with the fully fledged paper figure ghost, if not stronger. Time was of the essence. For this reason, Song Yang opted not to ride, instead unleashing the full potential of the perfected dragon walking technique. This technique, granted by the system, allowed him to move with extraordinary speed, particularly under the influence of his millennia of cultivation. In an instant, he traversed from the street corner to the far end, as if he had teleported, achieving the highest realm of movement-based martial arts. The ability to traverse vast distances in an instant, in mere moments, he had separated from the villager and exited the city. Now free from obstacles, his speed increased even further. Following the route outlined by the system, he mirrored the villager's waterway approach. Peach Blossom Village was built alongside a river, allowing Song Yang to traverse the water. Cutting the distance by half. He made his way to Peach Blossom Village. Wang Ming returned to the official residence to report the incident to Chenchong, where the Divine Martial Guard Captain Liu, who was also present. Not long prior, he had received word that the county captain, Song Yang, was a formidable figure with profound powers. Now, the fact that he was aware of the great demon and still chose to venture forth alone intrigued Liu Hu. Such individuals either overestimated themselves or possessed great confidence in their abilities. From what he could gather, Song Yang seemed to belong to the latter category. Liu Hu found himself increasingly interested in this yet-to-be-seen county captain. To the untrained eye, the divine martial guards held immense power and authority, traversing the land on behalf of the emperor. Yet, how many understood the risks inherent in such a role? Unlike the formidable martial sects that dominated the region, the divine martial guards were the true frontline against demons and spirits. Daily, many of their ranks fell prey to these creatures. Thus, identifying and nurturing promising talents had become a critical mission for the divine martial guards. Though Kanglan Prefecture was the most remote of the divine martial kingdom's territories, it spanned a vast area of 30,000 miles. This refers to area, while the actual dimensions are only 10,000 miles long and wide. Even with a lord stationed there, The forces within the prefecture remained thinly stretched. If a master of comparable strength to Lu Hu were to join their ranks, it would undoubtedly alleviate some of the pressure on their lord. "Let us proceed to Peach Blossom Village," Lu Hu declared, making arrangements to set off. Just as Lu Hu and his companions prepared to depart, Song Yang had already arrived outside Peach Blossom Village. Even from a distance, he could see the soaring demonic aura, thick and oppressive, forming a dark cloud above the village. Chapter 12. A Blessed Land? I see it as your grave. Song Yang also caught a whiff of a foul and bloody odor. A blend of the metallic scent of blood and the distinctive stench of the fiendish creatures. With another step forward, he found himself at the village's entrance. This once tranquil fishing village now lay in ruins, a desolate sight marred by crumbling walls and the remnants of dried blood splattered across the ground. Song Yang did not seek out survivors. The demons still lingered within the village. Even if there were living souls, they would undoubtedly be on the other side. Following the trail of demonic energy, he ventured deeper, circumventing a well and traversing several collapsed huts. At last, he beheld the true target of his journey, and his countenance darkened. Name: Remiank species, demon talent, soul-devouring sound, wind howl technique cultivation, 230 years description. A naturally cruel man-eating bird demon with a peculiar obsession for collecting the heads of its victims. The Renmiank, as its name suggests, possesses a human head and a bird's body, roughly the size of the huts scattered throughout the village. Its entire form covered in blood-red feathers. It is somewhat stronger than paper effigies. Upon Song Yang's arrival, the enormous bird was perched atop a small hill, indulging in a gruesome feast of freshly severed human legs, seated upon a mound made of human skulls, the bloodied remnants allowing glimpses of the terror and despair etched upon the faces. The Renmiank noticed Song Yang, swallowing the remaining half of a limb on its claws before rising from the grotesque pile. Heh, finally, some high-quality blood food has arrived. The Renmiank sensed the robust vitality emanating from Song Yang. Food? Indeed, what world isn't ruled by the survival of the fittest? It's been far too long since I've tasted wild game. Instinctively sensing something amiss, the Renmiank decided to take the initiative. It unfurled its massive wings and flapped them forcefully, unleashing a howling gust towards Song Yang. The fierce wind swept everything in its path until it reached within 3 feet of Song Yang, where it met an unexpected barrier. A translucent wall of faint red energy materialized, suppressing the raging gale. What? The Renmiank's pupils constricted before it erupted in joy. A pure young body. You are indeed a pure young body. Ha. This must be my blessed ground. The pure young energy exhibited by Song Yang led the Renmiank to misunderstand the situation. In contrast to the demons, humans typically possess weaker physiques. Only through relentless cultivation could they attain strength comparable to demonic beings. However, amidst billions of lives, exceptional physiques do occasionally arise, and the pure young body is one such rarity. Those endowed with this physique are inherently imbued with abundant young energy, robust health, and a resilience against malevolent forces. Yet, for certain powerful demons, pure young bodies serve as a significant boon, enhancing their own cultivation immensely upon consumption. Blessed ground? I see this as your grave. After previously allowing the Renmiank a moment to act, it was now Song Yang's turn. Before his words had fully departed his lips, his figure vanished from sight. In the next instant, the Renmiank felt its feathers bristle, a sharp pain pricking at the center of its crown. Realizing something ominous, it glanced upwards to behold a small black dot rapidly enlarging above it. What is that? The Renmiank exclaimed, attempting to evade, only to find itself paralyzed, as if the very sky bore down upon it. Who is it? Is it that human? Impossible. How could such a terrifying human exist? The Renmiank's mind raged, the black dot growing larger and clearer. Descending from the heavens was a massive beam, akin to a house beam. You damned human, do you truly believe you have me at your mercy? The Renmiank inhaled deeply until its chest swelled, piercing sonic wave erupted, swiftly transforming into an invisible arrow that shot towards the descending beam. In the face of mortal peril, the Renmiank unleashed its full power, even sacrificing several precious drops of its blood. However, it was a futile effort. This was never a fair fight. The two entities operated on entirely different levels of strength. An ordinary beam, bolstered by Song Yang's millennia of cultivation, possessed a hardness rivaling that of adamantine. Upon colliding with the Renmieng's soul-devouring sound, the latter shattered and dissipated into the ether. Yet the beam's momentum remained unyielding, forcefully penetrating the Renmieng's gaping maw, driving through its throat and body, finally emerging between its legs, stopping just short of a head atop the mound of skulls. The Renmieng stood frozen, its eyes wide with disbelief, resentment, and above all, despair. Song Yang's figure reappeared, gracefully landing before the grisly pile. With a flick of his hand, he swept both the demon and the beam away in a single motion. Another gesture ignited a roaring blaze upon the mound of heads. Having slain the 230-year-old Renmieng, Song Yang's cultivation increased by 80 years, bringing his current prowess to 1100 years. An additional opportunity to elevate his martial arts realm was granted as the system's notification chimed in. Perhaps due to the Renmieng's formidable strength, the system's extra rewards were successfully triggered alongside the cultivation increase. This presented an opportune moment to enhance the yet-to-be-begun daylight body forging technique. Furthermore, for the first time, Song Yang sensed the transformation within himself following the breakthrough of a millennium in cultivation. The numerical increase seemed modest, yet qualitatively, it had multiplied several times over. Should his cultivation reach 3,000, 5,000, or even 10,000 years, how formidable would he become? Unrivaled in the world. Or perhaps on par with the legendary celestial beings. As Song Yang indulged in these contemplations, a sound of galloping hooves approached from outside the village. Turning his gaze, he saw a troop of knights, among whom were familiar faces. County Magistrate Chen Chong, his subordinate Wang Ming, and the villagers who had reported the incident, along with the two divine martial guards he had encountered earlier. However, what caught Song Yang's attention was a middle-aged knight beside Chen Chong, clad in the same uniform as the divine martial guards, yet adorned with a distinctive Black Panther emblem on his chest. Name: Lu Hu. Species: Human Martial Arts. Hunyuan Divine Martial Force, Great Accomplishment. Iron Body Technique, Perfection. Iron Palm, Great Accomplishment. Tiger Roar Blade Technique, Minor Accomplishment. Divine Mechanisms Change, Minor Accomplishment. Cultivation, 200 Years. Description: Captain of the Divine Martial Guards in Kanglan Prefecture. Upon reviewing the system's character information, Song Yang understood that he was a captain. No wonder his strength was commendable in stark contrast to the calm and collected Song Yang. Lu Hu's face bore an expression of grave concern. His eyes fixated intently on the distant corpse that the Renmieng? The captain thought, recognizing the notorious century-old demon that had wreaked havoc across multiple villages and counties. The divine martial guards had attempted to besiege it several times, only to suffer defeats and lose many comrades. Yet today, it lay slain here. Lu Hu scanned the surroundings, his gaze returning to Song Yang. The man wore the attire of a county magistrate's head constable, which indicated he must be the one responsible for the demon's demise. If he indeed had slain the Renmieng, how powerful must he be? Lu Hu dared not dwell on the implications. Before arriving, he had contemplated recruiting this individual, yet now found himself at a loss for words. Surely he could not approach and say, "Your strength is impressive. Join our divine martial guards, and I can ensure you a captaincy." As Lu Hu grappled with his predicament, someone spoke on his behalf. Chapter 13. The High Virtue of Constable Song. Constable Song, this is Captain Lu Hu of the Divine Martial Guards. You should hurry and pay your respects. Chen Chong, a mere scholar, remained oblivious to the Renmieng's significance, worried that Song Yang's youthful fervor might offend his superior. Little did he know that his words only caused Lu Hu to inwardly lament. Song Yang was highly likely the superlative expert responsible for slaying the Renmieng, forcing the man to bow to him. Who knew if that would incite Song Yang's wrath and lead to his own demise? Imperial authority may reign supreme, but it does not apply to all. When one's strength reaches a certain pinnacle, the court must tread carefully. Otherwise, how could the divine martial kingdom sustain so many wandering sects? Lu Hu, having attained the rank of captain, was no fool. Before Song Yang could respond, he dismounted and approached Song Yang directly. Forget about bowing or not. I, Lu, have always held the utmost respect for those who vanquish demons. Constable Song, you ventured alone into Taoyuan village to slay the rampaging demon. It is only fitting that we pay our respects. Without regard for the astonished gazes of those around him, Lu Hu genuinely bowed to Song Yang. Constable Song, your noble virtue deserves our reverence. Wang Defa and Lin Yi, who had just been reprimanded by Song Yang earlier, sensed a shift in their superior's demeanor and quickly followed suit, dismounting to pay their respects. The remaining divine martial guards naturally mirrored their actions. In an instant, a throng of individuals bowed respectfully before Song Yong, leaving several officials from the county office dumbfounded. What is happening? Why do the divine martial guards treat Song Yong with more deference than me, their county magistrate? Qin Chong thought, bewildered. Could it be that they have been possessed by demons? Your praises are unwarranted. I merely fulfilled my duty. Go refrained from striking a smiling face. Since the Xinwu Guard does not lack discernment, Song Yong is willing to afford these dignitaries their dignity. Liu, who secretly breathed a sigh of relief. From Song Yang's words, he gleaned two meanings. 1. The acknowledgement of having slain the human-faced sparrow, and 2. That he would not hold a grudge against their earlier disrespectful remarks. With a righteous hatred for evil, unparalleled strength, and a noble demeanor, such attributes are rare among experts. As he marveled internally, Lu Hu's gaze towards Song Yong was imbued with newfound respect. Meanwhile, with the demise of the human-faced sparrow, the suffocating demonic aura that shrouded Taoyuan village dissipated entirely, revealing the once hidden blue skies and white clouds. Yet, Taoyuan village could never return to its former glory. Song Yang's attention returned to the colossal corpse of the human-faced sparrow. His earlier declaration of consuming the creature was no idle threat. It was not the first demon to serve as a meal. With Lu Derun coming from afar, this official had made no preparations. Thus, he resolved to treat the dignitary with this demon. Lu Hu's expression turned peculiar upon hearing this, and after a moment's hesitation, he ventured to advise, Captain Song may not fully comprehend. Although some demons originate from beasts, their bodies become tainted by demonic energy after transformation, rendering them unsuitable for consumption. Song Yong merely smiled at this, offering no explanation, and with a sweeping motion of his hand, he summoned the enormous bird's corpse from several zhang away, causing it to levitate toward him. Lu Hu's eyes widened in astonishment. Such a feat of spatial manipulation. What level of prowess is this? This massive object, from such a distance, even that esteemed individual could not accomplish, unbeknownst to Song Yong. His casual display of power had left Lu Hu utterly flabbergasted. At that moment, Song Yong was preoccupied with how to transform the human-faced sparrow into a culinary delight. The bird's head, resembling that of a human, was naturally discarded. With a swift motion, he cleaved it open, then pointed a finger at both the bird's body and head. Scarlet flames enveloped the two, reducing the head to ashes in the blink of an eye. In contrast, the bird's body remained largely intact, with only the feathers incinerated. Liu Hu stood there, completely bewildered. Who is this young captain? His swordsmanship, internal strength, and control are beyond his imagination. In no wonder Song Yong claimed he would treat him to human-faced sparrow. It appeared he was not merely grilling but meticulously purging the demonic energy from the meat with his inner strength. At this moment, Lu Hu extinguished any thoughts of recruiting Song Yong. He considered how someone of such extraordinary capability would choose to remain in this small county, guarding its peace rather than seeking wealth and luxury in the larger cities. Was this not the conduct of a sage? The realization that he had once contemplated enticing such a person with high office and riches made Lu Hu feel utterly base. I must take action as well. I cannot allow the Xinwu Guard to lose face before this esteemed individual. With that thought, Lu Hu turned to the others, exclaiming, "What are you all doing standing around? Captain Song has vanquished the demon and is preparing to roast meat for us. Are you simply going to wait idly? Go and search for any survivors." Hearing this, Song Yong turned his gaze toward him, his eyes reflecting approval and expectation. I understand the approval, but what is this expectation? Ah, I see. The esteemed one hopes for me to lead by example. Truly a model for our kind. Not only does he possess noble character, but he also holds others to high standards. Liu Hu felt enlightened and bowed once more to Song Yong before joining the search and rescue efforts. Watching Lu Hu's retreating figure, Song Yong was perplexed. Are all officials nowadays so hands-on? Or has he seen through my intentions? After slaying such a formidable demon and preparing a feast, is it not appropriate to offer some token of gratitude? Just moments ago, he seemed eager to form a brotherly bond over a sacrificial offering, yet ultimately succumbed to the lure of wealth. What a decline in moral standards! Song Yong felt a tearless lament rise within him until he noticed Chen Chong nearby. Still in a daze, "Lord Qin, look at me." out on official business so early. Might we discuss the rewards and subsidies from the office? Could we possibly increase them a bit? Before long, Lu Hu and the Xinwu guard returned empty-handed. Aside from the villager who had fled to seek help the previous night, no other survivors were found in Taoyuan village. Song Yang was not surprised. Given the terrifying prowess of the human-faced sparrow, the survival of even one individual was miraculous. After relishing a delightful meal of roasted bird meat, the group returned to Ping'an County. The Xinwu Guard's departure from the city had indeed caught the attention of various factions within the county. However, before they could decide to follow, the guard had already returned. "Look, what are they carrying on horseback?" one exclaimed. "It smells like roasted meat. Could they have gone hunting?" The martial artists buzzed with speculation, yet none pondered the grim reality that within the span of half a day, a century-old demon had perished, its remains transformed into roasted meat to be shared. Once back in Ping'an County, Song Yang did not accompany the main group back to the county office. Instead, citing the need for rest, he returned home. Chapter 14. Dare to move against me in my domain. Song Yang had long coveted the Great Sun body tempering technique. Now that he had the opportunity for direct enhancement, he naturally seized it without hesitation. With a thought, a beam of golden light descended upon the scripture of techniques within the system's space. As if glass had shattered, the tome fragmented into countless shards, merging into various parts of his body. Simultaneously, sunlight streaming through the window seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, converging upon Song Yang until it enveloped his skin. With each point of contact, his skin rapidly heated and reddened. Song Yang experienced the most intense pain since his arrival in this world. Both his outer flesh and inner bones felt as though they were immersed in boiling water, the temperature continuously rising to the point where he felt as if his body was slowly melting away. This was not a mere illusion of training. It was a tangible reality, bathed in sunlight. Song Yang seemed to dissolve into a puddle of mud, his head, torso, and limbs all melded together. Should an outsider witness this, they would undoubtedly mistake him for a monster. Fortunately, this phase did not last long. As the burning sensation subsided, the mud gradually reformed into his original human shape. At this juncture, Song Yang felt no lingering pain. Rather, he was enveloped in a warm, comfortable sensation that almost lulled him to sleep. This stage proved to be the longest, lasting from the afternoon until sunset. After moving his body, a series of crackling sounds echoed as Song Yang felt invigorated, brimming with newfound strength. His personal status panel underwent a subtle transformation. Name: Song Yang. Race: Human Martial Arts. Pure Yang Skill: Complete. Pure Yang Palm: Complete. Blazing Sunblade Technique: Complete. Dragon Soaring Body Technique: Complete. Great Sun Body Tempering Technique: Beginner. Power Level: 1130 years. Finally, the Great Sun Body Tempering Technique appeared on his panel. However, what truly astonished Song Yang was that this newly acquired technique had increased his power by 30 years. This far surpassed the gains he made when cultivating the Pure Yang skill. If he could master it completely, he could potentially elevate his power to rival that of Lu Hu. Within the Ping'an County office, Lu Hu remained unaware that he had become a benchmark for someone. His mind was consumed with thoughts on how to report Song Yang's situation to his superiors. He'll report truthfully, Lu Hu pondered. If he had not witnessed it himself, he would certainly suspect that such claims were mere fabrications from a subordinate. Since ancient times, demons and monsters had preyed upon humans. Now, to suggest that they had consumed a century-old demon. Yet, if he glossed over it, Lu Hu worried that his superiors would not take the situation seriously. During his time in Taoyuan village, he had been awestruck by Song Yang's strength, momentarily forgetting the true purpose of his visit to Ping'an County. Only upon returning did he recollect the existence of the sacred weapon. Although the records in the office indicated that Song Yang and 3 generations of his ancestors were locals, such documents could easily be falsified. Especially for someone like Song Yang, altering a file would be remarkably simple. If he were someone who had come to Ping'an County in anticipation of the emergence of the sacred weapon. A shiver ran down Lu Hu's spine, and he dared not entertain the thought further. Ultimately, he resolved to report the truth. If they truly questioned him, he would find a way to explain. The following morning, Song Yang returned to the office bright and early. This was not due to a fervent love for the job, but rather because he had arranged with Chun Chong the previous day that the bounty for slaying the human-faced sparrow would be doubled. Upon receiving the silver from the accounts office, Song Yang felt elated. With his physical strength having increased, perhaps he could visit the fragrant pavilion tonight? He had not forgotten the humiliation of the last battle, just as Song Yang contemplated whether to seek revenge against Hua Qimeng. A breathless constable rushed in. "Captain Song, you are here just in time. A case has come in. In the northern part of Ping'an County, a tragic incident occurred at the Yulai and a wandering swordsman was discovered lifeless in his room this morning." Upon Song Yang's arrival, he could faintly hear the sounds of an argument emanating from within the inn. A crowd of onlookers had gathered at the entrance, while several constables were attempting to maintain order. One particularly observant constable spotted Song Yang and hurried over. "Song, you've arrived just in time. What's the situation?" he inquired. The deceased was a member of the Han Mountain sect. Initially, his companions consented to our taking charge of the matter. But then another group arrived and expelled our men. By the way, the Divine Martial Guard has also dispatched 2 officials here. Nodding in acknowledgement, Song Yang entered the inn and, at the staircase, he encountered 3 or 4 young men clad in uniform attire. Opposite them stood the duo of Wang Defa and Lin Yi, accompanied by 4 or 5 constables. "You lot had better scram. This is a private matter of the Han Mountain sect. Anyone daring to interfere is opposing us." Song Yang cast a discerning glance at the members of the Han Mountain sect. Their abilities were commendable, boasting 6 to 7 decades of martial prowess, which explained their arrogance. Yet, Lin Yi was even more audacious. "Do you even comprehend with whom you are speaking? Daring to obstruct the Divine Martial Guard. I see the Han Mountain sect is courting rebellion." His voice boomed like thunder, and combined with his rugged appearance, he was indeed somewhat intimidating. The faces of the Han Mountain sect disciples displayed signs of hesitation. Rebellion? A mere dog dares to label the Han Mountain sect? Today, I must teach Li Haoran's subordinates a proper lesson. Just as he finished speaking, without any visible movement, a powerful force surged from the second floor of the inn, fierce and weighty. However, to Lin Yi, it appeared as an insurmountable mountain, one he could neither evade nor withstand. In a swift response, a counterforce shot forth from the side, aimed directly at the incoming energy. Song Yang had made his move. Such arrogance was one thing, but to dare to harm his people on his territory was another matter entirely. Although the opposing party had restrained their strength out of deference to Lin Yi's status, it would undoubtedly prove catastrophic for the ordinary constables with mere years of cultivation. Child's play. On the second floor, the elder of the Han Mountain sect, Tai Yuan, noticed Song Yang's intervention. However, he paid it little mind, for the solidity and caliber of the opposing force were far inferior to his own. The 2 energies, one thick and one thin, collided before Lin Yi, and in the blink of an eye, the victor was determined. The slender, reddish energy maintained its momentum, veering off before disappearing into a room on the second floor. A moment later, a tremendous explosion echoed from within, sending a disheveled figure hurtling out, kneeling before Song Yang. Name: Tai Yuan race. Human martial arts. Han Mountain strength, perfection. Han Mountain palm, perfection. Mighty Vajra leg, major completion. Thunderbolt movement technique, major completion, cultivation. 250 years profile. Grand Elder of the Han Mountain sect, second strongest within the sect, ranked 13th among martial artists in Kanglan Prefecture. Goodness, 2 perfected martial arts and 3 impressive titles. He possesses both strength and influence, yet alas, he is but a fool. Chapter 15. Tranquility incense. At that moment, Tai Yuan was engulfed by a mix of fear and confusion. The force that had injured him was so peculiar that he had never encountered anything like it in his life. Not only could it track him, but its might was also unparalleled. Despite exerting all his strength, he still sustained grave injuries. It remained unclear whether it was intentional or accidental, but after being blasted out, he found himself kneeling before the adversary. What a humiliating disgrace! Tai Yuan's predicament startled the Han Mountain sect disciples guarding the staircase. A fellow sect member, having been alerted by the commotion, rushed out from a neighboring room, only to be met with the sight of Tai Yuan's bruised visage, eliciting shock and fury from the Han Mountain sect. "Who are you? How dare you act against the Han Mountain sect? Release our Grand Elder at once, or you shall face the wrath of the entire sect." Song Yang rolled his eyes. It was evident how the so-called premier sect of Kanglan Prefecture had come to be. Their Grand Elder was a fool, and the intelligence of the disciples seemed little better. Disinterested in further discourse, he pointed his index finger, and, including Tai Yuan, all the Han Mountain sect members present became immobilized, unable to speak. After instructing several constables to escort the captured individuals back to the yamen, he added, "These are significant figures. Ensure they are treated with the utmost respect, and remember to calculate their meal expenses at the highest standard." The constable, upon hearing this, displayed a knowing smile. "Rest assured, Song, I will ensure they receive proper hospitality." Once the constables departed, Lin Yi and Wang Defa hurried over to express their gratitude to Song Yang. He paid them little heed, exchanged a few pleasantries, and directly ascended to the second floor. The urgency behind his visit stemmed from a desire to ascertain whether the death of the Han Mountain sect disciple was merely a case of ordinary vendetta or the work of malevolent spirits. The room where the incident occurred belonged to the sect members who had just exited, and they were likely investigating the cause of their comrade's demise. The Han Mountain sect members displayed commendable professionalism. Having secured the scene effectively, Song Yang casually surveyed his surroundings, his gaze landing on the victim. The corpse lay supine on the bed, its upper body bare. Rigor mortis had set in, yet decomposition was absent. The time of death appeared to be 6 to 7 hours prior, likely between the hours of the pig and the rat. There were no visible wounds nor signs of poisoning. However, curiously, the deceased wore a faint smile rather than an expression of pain or terror. Having examined the scene, Song Yang leaned towards the theory of malevolent spirits being responsible. Yet, one aspect eluded him. Malevolent beings typically sought to devour flesh and essence, yet the deceased lacked both. If the perpetrator was indeed a malevolent spirit, what could their motive possibly be? Once more, Song Yang scrutinized the room. The windows were securely shut, and no signs of a struggle were evident. The furniture appeared unaltered. What is this? In the corner of the room, he discovered an incense burner. Given the modest size of the Yulai Inn, its furnishings were of only moderate quality. How could such a finely crafted incense burner possibly exist here? Summoning a server for clarification, he confirmed that this incense burner was not an item belonging to the inn. Upon lifting the lid, he found only a thin layer of ash within, accompanied by a faint lingering fragrance. This scent was all too familiar. He had detected it mingling with the stench of decay upon entering the room. Initially believing it to be the room's inherent odor, he now recognized its source. As Song Yang investigated the circumstances surrounding the death of the Han Mountain sect disciple, on South Street of Ping'an County, a male and female martial artist were leisurely strolling to Li Shimi. "Are you feeling unwell? You seem rather off these past few days." "I'm fine. Perhaps it's just the unfamiliar bed. I haven't been sleeping well." The man nodded, sighing. "Indeed, this wretched place lacks everything. The conditions are even worse than those on the mountain." After wandering for a while and feeling bored, the pair decided to return to the Iron Inn. As they turned the street corner, their attention was captured by a stall on the roadside. The vendor, a middle-aged man of unremarkable appearance, was loudly hawking his wares. "Tranquility incense, excellent tranquility incense. Don't miss out, folks." The man turned to the woman, saying, "Li Shimi, since you've been sleeping poorly, why don't we buy some tranquility incense to try?" The vendor, having overheard, eagerly chimed in, "This young man has a keen eye. Our tranquility incense is renowned throughout Ping'an County. Once used, you'll be guaranteed a good night's sleep. Plus, we have a special offer. Purchase 3 cakes or more, and receive a beautiful incense burner as a gift." The vendor's words piqued Li Shimi's interest. With no clear indication of how long they would remain in this dismal place, it seemed wise to experiment with something that might improve her sleep. Soon, the duo departed with the tranquility incense in hand. While the vendor watched their retreating figures, a mysterious thought lingering in his mind. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Due to the recent murder, Song Yang found himself devoid of the desire to visit the fragrant pavilion. Aside from returning home, he spent his time at the yamen. During this period, he had also interrogated the captured members of the Han Mountain sect. However, aside from agreeing that their deceased comrade might have fallen victim to malevolent spirits, the information gathered paled in comparison to what Song Yang had already uncovered. "Song, as per your instructions, I have inquired at every incense shop in the county. However, they all claim to have never encountered this particular scent. The only exception is that this type of incense burner is widely available at numerous stores. It is said to be a popular design from the prefectural capital this year." Wang Ming reported. Upon hearing this, Song Yang raised an eyebrow. If the incense burner posed no issue, then the problem likely lay with the incense itself. Yet, aside from the deceased, no one knew where he had procured such incense. "Not good, Song. Another murder has occurred. A constable hurriedly sought out Song Yang. After a brief tea time, Song Yang, accompanied by several constables, arrived at an inn located in the southern part of the city. The deceased in this incident were two disciples from the Liangyi sword sect, one male and one female. The Liangyi sword sect is also a prominent local faction in Kanglin Prefecture, rivaling the strength of the Han sect. However, the former's disposition towards government officials like Song Yang is considerably more favorable than that of the latter. Upon entering the room of one of the deceased, Song Yang immediately sensed something amiss. It was a peculiar odor reminiscent of the scent found in the deceased's room at the Uli Inn. The stench of decay was mingled with a distinct fragrance. A swift glance around revealed a familiar incense burner perched upon a shelf. Instead of examining the body, Song Yang proceeded directly to the room of the other deceased. Here, the scent was even more pronounced, with the incense burner prominently displayed on the table at the foot of the bed. Summoning a disciple of the Liangyi sword sect, he inquired, "Does anyone possess knowledge regarding this incense burner?" The onlookers exchanged glances, and ultimately, a young male disciple stepped forward. "Master Song, while I am unfamiliar with the incense burner, I did overhear something related to incense from senior brother Lu and senior sister Li yesterday. I am uncertain if it bears any relevance to the case." Song Yang's eyes lit up with interest. Elaborate. Chapter 16. Are you testing the officials with this? After a brief tea time, Song Yang found himself on the bustling South Street of the city. This thoroughfare is the most prosperous commercial avenue in Ping'an County, lined with shops, and even the corners were occupied by vendors. Song Yang paid little heed to the shops. As a local authority, he was well aware of which establishments had recently opened and which had shuttered. His focus lay primarily on the itinerant vendors. However, after traversing the area twice, he found no anomalies. The vendors primarily sold snacks and toys for children, with no offerings of calming incense or the like. Deciding to broaden his search, he surveyed the surroundings before vanishing from sight. Had it not been for the nearby citizens recognizing Song Yang, they might have thought they were witnessing a ghost in broad daylight. When he reappeared, he stood atop the highest building in the vicinity, allowing him to survey the streets near South Street. Indeed, he spotted several vendors in the adjoining streets, many of whom sought to capitalize on the foot traffic from the commercial area. Song Yang's gaze drifted across the stalls until it settled on an inconspicuous vendor at you. Once more, Song Yang vanished, materializing before this modest stall. Calming incense, premium calming incense, aids in sleep, money-back guarantee. Though the stall was small, the vendor's pitch was vigorous. Upon noticing Song Yang's approach, the vendor's eyes brightened. "My lord, are you here to purchase calming incense? Our incense is renowned far and wide, guaranteed to cure insomnia. Name, Sherdream Yao, disguise state, species, demon talent, disguise, incense clone, dream manipulation cultivation, 90 years description. A unique demon that feeds on dreams, possessing the ability to alter them. Those unaware of their dream state may become sustenance for the Sherdream Yao." Finally finding the right target, Song Yang realized that this vendor was the demon in disguise, and the calming incense on display was likely a manifestation of its abilities, facilitating its hunting. Feigning interest in the stall's offerings, Song Yang remarked, "Are you not aware that, within Ping'an County, one cannot set up a stall without the permission of the authorities?" "My lord, you jest. Though I am not a local, I inquired about the local regulations before my arrival, and I believe there is no such rule," the vendor replied, attempting to maintain composure. Song Yang regarded him with a sardonic smile. "Is that so? However, that was in the past. Now that I have stated it, a rule shall indeed be established." The vendor's aggressive demeanor unsettled the Sherdream Yao. Could this human constable have seen through its guise? Yet, the presence it exuded was rather mundane, not resembling that of a martial arts master. Should it consider eliminating this human? The Sherdream Yao felt a surge of murderous intent, but quickly reined it in. It was acutely aware of the current situation in the city, given the number of human martial experts present. Revealing its identity could jeopardize its escape. "My lord, I understand the rules." The Sherdream Yao forced a smile, producing a coin pouch to present to Song Yang. The pouch felt heavy in his hands. Upon opening it, his eyes widened in astonishment. It was filled with gleaming silver coins, nearly equivalent to his annual salary as an official. "Damn it. I toil endlessly, only to earn less than a demon?" An overwhelming sense of injustice welled up within him. However, to the Sherdream Yao, it merely interpreted Song Yang's reaction as a sign that it had failed to satisfy his appetite. Another pouch was thrust into Song Yang's hands, feeling even heavier than the first. Yet, to the demon's surprise, Song Yang's expression darkened upon receiving the second pouch. "Why, Lord, is something amiss? If it is insufficient, I have more," the Sure Dream Yao stammered. Gold and silver held little value for the Sure Dream Yao. Had it not been for the necessity of conducting business in human society, it would not have carried so much money. Seeing yet another pouch, Song Yang could no longer contain himself. "Bold demon, are you testing the officials with this? Do not think that wealth grants you the liberty to act as you please. If I slay you, these coins shall be mine." With a heart filled with resentment, Song Yang unleashed his full strength for the first time. This was a privilege even the likes of the man-faced Sparrow Demon had never experienced. The Sure Dream Yao had no time to react before Song Yang's palm struck its face. An unprecedentedly terrifying force surging into its body, only to erupt violently, reducing the Sure Dream Yao to mere pulp. Eliminating a 90-year-old Sure Dream Yao yielded a reward of 30 years of cultivation, raising his current power to 1,160 years. Along with an additional opportunity to enhance his martial arts realm, a murder had occurred. Those nearby began to react, and Song Yang shot a glare at the one who shouted, offering no explanation as he raised the remnants of the corpse. The Sure Dream Yao had already succumbed, its disguise failing to maintain itself, revealing its true form. It was a humanoid creature, its body and limbs covered in black fur akin to that of an orangutan, while its neck and above were completely devoid of hair. Its facial features were peculiar, possessing only a single eye and one nostril, devoid of ears and a mouth, a demon, a monster. Upon witnessing the true visage of the Sure Dream Yao, the onlookers recoiled and feared. At that moment, Song Yang spoke. "Recently, a series of homicides have occurred in the county, and through my investigation, I have discovered the involvement of this demon. The perpetrator has been brought to justice. So there is no need for alarm, so it is Master Song who is solving the case. Who was the fool that spoke out earlier? Master Song is truly remarkable. In my memory, it seems that every case involving demons wreaking havoc in the county has been resolved by him. Indeed, the demons are growing increasingly cunning, disguising themselves as human vendors. Just the other day, I had a brief conversation with, upon learning that the Sure Dream Yao had been slain, the crowd resumed their chatter, entirely forgetting their previous fright. Today is a fortuitous day. All my wishes are coming true." Humming a tune, Song Yang returned to the yamen, carrying a large bundle. He had developed a newfound fondness for the Sure Dream Yao. Although the demon's cultivation had not significantly boosted his own power, he had fortuitously triggered the reward opportunity to enhance his martial arts. However, what pleased Song Yang the most was the substantial increase in his personal finances. This demon had brought a fortune of several thousand taels of silver. Beyond the previous pouches of coins, he had also discovered a stack of large denomination banknotes on the demon's person, leaving him to wonder just how many lives this creature had harmed before arriving in Ping'an County. Within the yamen, Lu Hu, upon hearing his subordinate's report, was equally astonished. How long has it been since Song Yang eliminated another malevolent creature? Regardless of whether this was in pursuit of the sacred weapon, his actions alone warrant respect from not only myself but all of the divine martial guards. Perhaps it is a blessing for the world that such a person possesses the sacred weapon. My lord, there is another matter. Lord Li will be arriving in Ping'an County in 3 days. Liu, whose expression shifted to one of seriousness. He has arrived earlier than planned. Could there be an issue with the sacred weapon? However, prior to the emergence of the sacred weapon, there would be notable celestial disturbances. This serves as a proclamation to the world, in search of a new fated individual to inherit the will of the previous master. Yet, our group has searched extensively within Ping'an County for days without detecting any anomalies. Let the brothers endure a bit of hardship these next few days. We must uncover useful information before Lord Li's arrival. Lu Hu commanded. Chapter 17. The right envoy of the demon sect. As Song Yang gazed at the radiant beauty before him, he felt an inexplicable sense of loss. After finally achieving a robust physique and a fuller wallet, the anticipated opponent had not arrived. Presently, the enchanting figure in the building was none other than Song Yang's longtime acquaintance. "Is something troubling you, Master Song? You seem somewhat preoccupied today," Hu Q Lu remarked with a smile. "Nothing in particular, just a sudden sense of regret," he replied. Hu Q Lu paid it no mind, pouring him a cup of hot tea. Having spent considerable time together, She had long since grown accustomed to the peculiarities of his words and actions. Despite her exceptional prowess, she often articulated strange sentiments. The two engaged in light conversation until Hu Qiulu suddenly reminded him, "It is getting late." Song Yang cast a puzzled glance at her. Why was she more anxious than he was today? Unbeknownst to him, the day of the saint's emergence was drawing near. As one of the participants, Hu Qiulu was naturally intent on enhancing her strength by any means necessary. Of course, it was not only Sioux, New York, and Valley. All factions that had arrived in Pyongyang County, whether overtly or covertly, were preparing in silence. After all, behind every opportunity lurked a INA residence located in the northwestern corner of Pyongyang County. The original inhabitants, a family of 6, had mysteriously vanished half a month prior. In the dimly lit room, where one could barely see one's hand before one's face, a group of individuals knelt before a shadowy figure. "My lord, news from the Dark Lord has arrived, stating that Li Haoran will reach Pyongyang County tomorrow." Upon hearing the name Li Haoran, an abrupt chill enveloped the room, tightening the chests of all present as if an unseen hand were gripping their hearts. It was not until someone struggled to breathe that the inexplicable pressure slowly receded like an ebbing tide. Yet, rather than fear or resentment, the crowd's eyes gleamed with fervor as they gazed at the shadowy figure. "Our Lord has grown stronger once more. Proceed as planned. Should anyone fail to manage their subordinates and jeopardize our actions, I shall make them understand the meaning of a fate worse than death. Rest assured, my lord, we shall exert every effort to assist." Once the subordinates departed, the temperature in the room plummeted once more. A thin layer of white frost began to coat the floor and walls. But what was colder than the air was the overwhelming aura of malice that filled the space. A murmuring voice echoed in the darkness. 10 years, exactly 10 years, Li Haoran. Not only have I survived, but I have returned. Ng Wying rose early this morning. The county magistrate, Ch had announced that a prominent figure from CNGLN prefecture would be visiting today. Unless there were exceptional circumstances, attendance was mandatory for all. After consuming a hearty breakfast of 5 bowls of soy milk accompanied by 23 chive pancakes, Ng Wying returned to the Yamen. There, Ng hurried over to report, "Captain Ng, Team B, which includes you, has returned with 19 members today. .1 has taken sick leave." "Who is absent?" "A new constable named LNG. The one who dared to question you last time in NIG village." Ng Wying nodded, unconcerned. "A mere rookie constable, of little consequence." Ng continued, "There is one more matter. Team A returned to the city last night." Ng Wying raised an eyebrow at this news, realizing the county was taking this prominent figure quite seriously. Although Pyongyang County was not large, it was surrounded by many villages like Nig Village and Tuyuan Village. To maintain order, the county office had to organize a sizable force of over 100 constables, dividing them into 3 teams, A, B, and C. The captain of Team A, Co Xiang, also held the title of the second master of the local Chow family, representing the interests of the gentry in Pyongyang County. It was said that money could make even ghosts move, which explained why Team A comprised the largest number of members, nearly half of the total. Although they bore the title of constables, their actual duties involved transporting goods for the gentry and were seldom present in Pyongyang County. Team C, consisting of over 30 members and led by Ng, was fixed at the 4 city gates of Pyongyang County, responsible for collecting gate taxes. Thus, the true constables were from Ng Wying's Team B, which not only maintained daily order but also responded to any disturbances occurring outside the county. After exchanging pleasantries with Ng and the others, Ng Wying received a notification from Ch, instructing him to gather a few alert subordinates at the East City Gate. Upon Ng Wying's arrival, a large crowd had already assembled at the gate. In addition to familiar faces like LH and Ch, several superiors and colleagues who rarely made appearances were also present, along with a few of the county's few gentry families, drawn by the news. Although curious about the identity of the prominent figure, Ng Wying's gaze settled on his direct superior. County Lieutenant Zhuhi. Name, UTN, in disguise, race, human physique, 100 poison body martial arts, shimming devil technique, completed, turtle breathing technique, completed, soul transfer technique, major achievement. 8 extreme demon techniques, completed, poison scripture, major achievement, ghostly shadows, completed, cultivation.
279 years description. Right envoy of the extreme demon sect HUHI, who was engaged in lighthearted banter with LH and CH was, in fact, a superlative expert from the demonic sect in disguise. The implication of UTN appearing in the guise of ZHUHI was clear regarding the fate of the real ZHUHI. Did you not heed my advice to remain inconspicuous? Now look at the predicament you find yourself in. Ng silently lamented for his superior, but that was the extent of his concern. UTN had not provoked him. What benefit would there be in exposing the truth? After all, members of the demonic sect were not new to him. He had crossed paths with the Hua sisters countless times without any fatal incidents. As Zhang Dashui once wisely stated, the martial world was not merely about bloodshed but rather about human relationships and social intricacies. Ng casually surveyed the scene, preparing to find a corner to blend into the background when, unexpectedly, LH noticed him. Captain Ng, you've arrived. Why not come over here? No need. I am content here. You carry on with your business. Ng had little interest in mingling with the prominent figures unless they were beautiful women or generous wealthy individuals, ideally those with shared interests. LH, undeterred by the rejection, understood that Ng had the right to decline. However, from UTN's perspective, the situation was quite different. He had only arrived in Pinyin County a few days prior. Although he had utilized the soul transfer technique to extract HUHI's memories, not everyone warranted his trust. LH was a commander of the Divine Martial Guard, a figure to whom even the county magistrate and lieutenant must bow in deference. In contrast, Ng was merely a lowly constable under HUHI. The disparity in their statuses was as vast as the heavens and the earth. Yet, from their previous exchange, one might easily assume that LH was Ng's superior. Chapter 18. The Fo County Lieutenant faces defeat. The arrival of Li Haoran. UTN pondered for a moment before discreetly releasing a wisp of spiritual energy. He suspected that Ng, like himself, was a master in disguise. Initially, everything appeared normal. Ng leaned against the city wall, seemingly dozing off, his aura concealed, revealing nothing extraordinary. However, before long, UTN observed flames rising from Ng's body, swiftly enveloping him entirely. Yet, apart from UTN himself, those around, including LH, remained oblivious to this unusual phenomenon. Spiritual manifestation? Has he discovered my presence? UTN felt a sense of uncertainty and attempted to retract his spiritual energy, only to find it ensnared in the void. Before he could express his astonishment, the burning figure of Ng began to undergo another transformation. Under UTN's watchful gaze, Ng ascended gradually into the air. With each foot he rose, the flames surrounding him grew more intense. Even from a distance, UTN began to sense a faint wave of heat. Initially blood red, the flames gradually transformed into a bright crimson, then to a pale red. The colors faded, yet the temperature soared. At that moment, Ng appeared to UTN as a humanoid sun, and he felt as if his own spiritual energy was on the verge of igniting alongside it. This is bad. UTN thought quickly and decided to abandon that wisp of spiritual energy. A calm voice resonated in UTN's ear, and he felt the surrounding world begin to constrict around him. Despite UTN's profound cultivation, before the vastness of the universe, he was but a speck of dust. Not daring to harbor any thoughts of resistance, the right envoy of the demonic sect found himself immobilized, unable even to sever his own spiritual energy. An overwhelming terror gripped UTN as he realized he had provoked an extraordinary individual. How is this possible? Even Li Haoran could not possess such power. When did Ngl Prefecture conceal such a formidable being? He was filled with an unquenchable longing to voice his despair. Yet the words remained trapped within him. The wisp of spiritual energy he had sent out was indeed igniting. Not only that, but the terrifying flames began to trace back, scorching his own spiritual energy. To the outside observer, however, the county lieutenant merely appeared to be resting with his eyes closed, completely unaware of the life and death crisis he faced. Ng's flames were so fearsome that they seemed capable of incinerating all things in existence. In the blink of an eye, they had consumed 1/3 of UTN's spirit. I have yet to avenge my great grievances. Am I to perish here today? I refuse to accept this. This formidable figure from the demonic path was engulfed in a despair more profound than even a decade prior. just as Yu Tian believed he was destined to perish at S-Ing Ying's hands. The roaring flames suddenly vanished entirely, along with the pressure that had been weighing upon him. A strange flush crept onto Yu Tian's face, only to be swiftly suppressed. H, sensing something amiss, turned to inquire, "What troubles you, Lord Zhu?" Yu Tian forced a smile. "I have not been resting well lately. An old ailment has flared up. Thank you for your concern, my lord." Once LH turned away, Yu Tian cast a glance towards S-Ing Ying, who still appeared to be dozing as before. If not for having experienced it personally, one would hardly discern that this was a peerless master. He understood that S-Ing Ying had spared him a life, and as gratitude filled his heart, he began to speculate about S-Ing Ying's true identity. Could it be that this individual was not one of the Divine Martial Guard? The other party had just intruded upon his mind, undoubtedly grasping his secrets. If he were truly a master of the Divine Martial Guard in disguise, how could he possibly allow Yu Tian to go unscathed? Yet, if he were not from the court, why would Lu Hu treat him with such deference? As Yu Tian pondered these questions, the ground suddenly trembled beneath him. Looking up, he beheld a cloud of dust rising at the end of the official road, where, amidst the swirling haze, the silhouettes of numerous horsemen could be discerned. Upon the appearance of the main party, everyone's spirits were lifted, as the swiftly approaching troops raced towards Pingan County. Within mere moments, those at the city gate could distinguish the knights at the forefront of the procession. At that moment, the distance between the two parties had dwindled to less than 50 paces, yet the steeds showed no sign of slowing, charging forth like a surging torrent towards the crowd. Except for Lu Hu and the other members of the Divine Martial Guard, the remaining individuals in the front row were startled into retreat. However, the speed of man could not hope to match that of the galloping horses. Before anyone could step back, those knights had already closed the gap to less than 20 paces. As the scene threatened to escalate into a calamity, the knights abruptly yanked their reins. With a resounding whinny, the horses reared their front hooves high, their hind legs propelled forward by momentum for a few paces, before ultimately coming to a steady halt right before Lu Hu. The other knights in the rear executed the same maneuver. What appeared perilous turned out to be a seamless display. The entire formation remained remarkably intact even as they came to a stop. This singular display was sufficient to instill awe in both the welcoming party and the martial artists lurking in the shadows. Even Song Yang, who had been idly observing from the back, found himself intrigued. These knights wielded lances taller than themselves, their bodies encased in heavy black armor, revealing only a pair of cold, steely eyes. Their mounts were no ordinary steeds, bearing the heads of tigers and tails of dragons, with single-horned crimson scales, clearly not of mundane lineage. They were the Crimson Scale Guards. Some skilled individuals recognized the identity of these knights. The Crimson Scale Guards belonged to the Divine Martial Guard of Kanglan Prefecture. Renowned as the elite among the elite. It was said that the Crimson Scale Guards not only possessed formidable personal strength, but were also adept in combined attack formations, having quelled numerous formidable demons and spirits on several occasions. Yet, despite their might, the Crimson Scale Guards seldom ventured beyond the confines of Kanglan County, unless those well-versed in the affairs of the Crimson Scale Guards began to contemplate a possibility to validate their thoughts. Lu Hu and the Divine Martial Guard knelt partially before the Crimson Scale Guards, respectfully welcoming the arrival of the governor of Pingan County. The utterance was soft, yet its impact resonated deeply within the hearts of all martial artists present. Indeed, the governor of the Divine Martial Guard in Kanglan Prefecture was none other than that individual. In Kanglan Prefecture, one might be oblivious to who the prefect was or even the emperor himself. But one could never be unaware of the governor of the Divine Martial Guards branch in Kanglan Prefecture, who was universally acknowledged as the #1 master, Li Haoran, the sky-splitting hand. The local officials of Pingan County, led by Chen Qiong, as well as the gentry eager to curry favor with the powerful, were left utterly dumbfounded. They had not anticipated that the figure they were to welcome was not merely a prominent figure, but the very apex of authority in Kanglan Prefecture. Almost everyone at the city gate fell to their knees, save for one languid young man. Boldly, as a government official of Kanglan Prefecture, knowing that Lord Li was coming, he dared to stand and greet him, off with his head. The two foremost Crimson Scale Guards, seeing Song Yang clad in the attire of a constable yet failing to kneel like the other officials, were instantly enraged. With a furious shout, they leapt from their horses, their armored bodies moving with the grace of swallows. Effortlessly, they soared over the throng, their lances transforming into two dragons as they aimed for Song Yang's head. Chapter 19. Promotion and Prosperity. The big shot is my good brother. Spare him, Lu Hu reacted, but still a moment too late. The two figures soared back at a speed tenfold that of their arrival, colliding first with the two crimson scale horses that stood motionless and subsequently toppling a dozen riders before finally coming to a stop. Is it him? Everyone was left astonished by the identity of the assailant. Some were concerned for Song Yang's audacity, while others were astonished by the strength displayed by this constable. Ha ha ha, no wonder the moment one entered the realm of Ping'an County. The trace of demons was seldom seen. It turns out there was a guardian spirit like Brother Song around. Before anyone could pinpoint the location of the assailant, a figure had already appeared before the Crimson Scale Guards. The newcomer stood nearly 10 feet tall, bald with fierce eyes, possessing a broad back and powerful build, dressed in the red attire of the Divine Martial Guard, with a leopard head emblem embroidered upon his chest. Yet, what drew the most attention were his hands, fair and delicate as jade, in stark contrast to his imposing stature, creating a sense of paradoxical beauty. Name: Li Haoran race, half-demon, half-human physique. Copper-headed, iron-armed, innately tough-skinned and strong, martial arts. Hunyuan divine martial energy, perfected. Sky-splitting hand, transcendent. Savage tiger true skill, perfected. Tiger leaping step, perfected. Cultivation, 300 years, enhanced by demonization. Description: a half-demon hybrid, currently serving as the governor of the Divine Martial Guard's Kanglan Prefecture branch. The foremost master in Kanglan Prefecture, ranked 13th on the Divine Martial Kingdom's heavenly ranking. Truly deserving of the title of the number one in Kanglan Prefecture, his power far surpassed Yu Tian's, even reaching the level Song Yang had attained 2 years prior after demonization. That moment, Li Haoran gestured behind him, and a figure dressed as a civil official stepped forward, producing a document to read aloud to the public. By order of the prefect Li, it is hereby announced that Song Yang, the constable of Ping'an County, has slain countless demons during his tenure, safeguarding the peace of the region. Henceforth, he shall be promoted to the rank of 7th grade demon hunting constable, with an additional reward of 100 taels of gold. What? Everyone was once again left in a state of bewilderment. This Song Yang couldn't he possibly be the illegitimate son of the emperor? Could he? Otherwise, how could someone who had clashed with Li Haoran still rise to a position of power and wealth? The crowd was utterly confounded. As for Song Yang, the person in question, he merely smiled, blooming like a chrysanthemum. Who would dare to claim that the powerful were tyrannical? He would be the first to disagree. The other party was clearly a deity of fortune, blessed with immeasurable wealth. In a flash, Song Yang appeared before Li Haoran, grasping his hand firmly. I am Song Yang, welcoming Lord Li to Ping'an County to guide us in our duties. Then I shall trouble Constable Song for a spell. What was expected to be a fierce confrontation turned into an embrace as the two strolled into the city together, leaving the onlookers in a state of stunned silence. The county office had prepared a lavish banquet to welcome Li Haoran. During the feast, both Li Haoran and Song Yang frequently raised their cups to one another, resembling old friends who had known each other for years. Chen Chong, as the county magistrate, observed from below, feeling a sense of discomfort. Just half a day ago, Song Yang had been a mere subordinate of his. Now, he had risen to the same rank as him, a 7th grade official. Not only that, but he had also befriended the number one master of Kanglan Prefecture. It seemed that the days of discussing profound matters together were forever lost. What Chen Chong did not know was that there was someone in Ping'an County who was even more troubled than he was. Yu Tian remained alone in his chamber, downing cup after cup of strong liquor. Upon witnessing the conflict between Song Yang and the Crimson Scale Guards, he felt an immense joy. He had hoped fervently that this mysterious master, Song Yang, would confront his adversaries, yet the outcome was a transformation of foes into friends. Terrified, Yu Tian dared not maintain his pretense any longer and hastily concocted an excuse to abandon the scene. This would not do. Having waited so long for Li Haoran to leave Kanglan City, I cannot afford to miss this opportunity. However, with Li Haoran alone proving challenging to deal with, now there was also Song Yang to contend with. With such subordinates, I stand no chance. It seems I must seek assistance from my sect, though it is a pity to part with a sacred weapon. The flickering candlelight cast shadows across Yu Tian's features, illuminating the turmoil within. The next day, As roosters crowed, Song Yang awoke in his home. From this day forth, he too would be a genuine official of the court. Although the title of demon hunting constable contained the word constable, its duties were vastly different from those of ordinary constables. This new position was specifically established by the Divine Martial Kingdom to address the increasingly severe issues posed by demons and spirits. Given the nature of the work, the court had granted the demon hunting constables a high degree of autonomy. The constraints of a 9-to-5 schedule did not apply. The court would issue high bounties for unresolved demon-related cases, allowing the constables to form teams or venture solo to tackle them. It was a role tailor-made for Song Yang. After freshening up and enjoying a nutritious breakfast, Song Yang made his way to the demon hunting office in Ping'an County. The location was situated on East Main Street, just a few shops away from the fragrant establishment he was most familiar with. Thanks to Song Yang's influence, Ping'an County became the second city in Kanglan Prefecture to establish a demon hunting office. Following the capital, Kanglan City, relevant personnel had arrived the previous day accompanying the Crimson Scale Guards. The office had formerly been a bookstore, which Song Yang had frequently visited. Upon his arrival today, he noticed that the shop had not changed much. Only the original owner had been replaced by an elderly man. As Song Yang entered, he found the old man engrossed in reading a book with pages that had long since yellowed. A glance at the title revealed it to be a book he had previously read, having sought confirmation of its contents from Hua Qilihua. Indeed, it was an educational tome of considerable merit. Lord Song, you have arrived. Startled by the sound of footsteps, the old man looked up and recognized Song Yang. Having easily dispatched 2 Crimson Scale Guards the previous day, and with Li Haoran not only refraining from pursuing the matter, but also treating him as a brother. Such a person was beyond the old man's reach. Just passing by to see how things are. Are there any bounty tasks available? Song Yang inquired. There are plenty, my lord. Please peruse at your leisure. And once you have made your selection, let me register it. The old man spoke while rising to retrieve a black-bound tome from the bookshelf, presenting it before Song Yang. The book bore no title and was approximately 3 inches thick. Song Yang casually flipped open a page. Year 13 of Qianfeng, on the 7th day of the 7th month, all 127 members of the Zhang family in Menghai County, Kanglan Prefecture, perished in a single night. Their bodies devoid of flesh and blood, leaving only their skins behind. Task: investigate the true culprit behind the Zhang family massacre. Task difficulty: B1. Reward: 2,000 taels of silver. Year 13 of Qianfeng. On the 8th day of the 7th month, the residents of Wang Yuanwai in the northern county of Kanglan Prefecture has been plagued by malevolent spirits. After seeking help from the local county office to no avail, they turn to our company. Task: resolve the haunting at the Wang residence. Task difficulty: C2. Reward: 500 taels of silver. Year 13 of Qianfeng. On the 12th day of the 6th month, a corpse demon has been terrorizing the village of Gaodeng outside of Ding'an County, Kanglan Prefecture. The Divine Martial Guard's attempts to apprehend it were fruitless. After half a month, the corpse demon re-emerged, and Gaodeng village has been overrun. Task: exterminate the corpse demon in Gaodeng village. Task difficulty: A2. Reward: 5,000 taels of silver. The pages were densely filled with records, mostly detailing the incidents of demons and spirits that had transpired in Kanglan Prefecture over the last few months. Chapter 20. Jianlan Temple. Song Yang continued to sift through, selecting cases that were in proximity to Ping'an County, ultimately narrowing it down to 2. Both cases were situated in Shiryang County, roughly 800 miles from Ping'an. One task involved addressing a haunting within a residential home, rated only C1 in difficulty, while the other task escalated to C2. There had been multiple disappearances along the banks of the Shiryang River, with 3 batches of the Divine Martial Guard sent to investigate, all of whom met with misfortune, including some of the strongest, whose skills surpassed 150 years. They now sought an expert in aquatic matters to undertake the investigation. Task difficulty: A1. Reward: 9,000 taels of silver. For years, humanity has battled against demons and spirits, and it is often said that the most troublesome are not the formidable great demons, but those that dwell not upon the ground. Just like the man-faced sparrow that was slain not long ago. Had it taken to the skies from the outset, even Song Yang would have been powerless against it. All recent disappearances occurred by the riverside, likely linked to water demons or water ghosts, hence the substantial reward. The journey ahead was not short. Song Yang changed into more casual attire and stocked up on provisions before departing Ping'an County on horseback in the afternoon. Word of his departure quickly reached the ears of the divine martial guard within the county. This Song Yang was indeed an eccentric individual, possessing extraordinary strength yet harboring a penchant for wealth and women. While one could criticize his character, it was undeniable that he was fervent in his pursuit of exterminating demons. Indeed, I have perused the records of the county office from the past few years, and it is nearly 9 out of 10 demon-related cases in Ping'an County that have been resolved by this man. Furthermore, he has devised an emergency plan for ordinary people on how to deal with demons. Containing highly practical content, Li Haoran, listening to his subordinates discourse, gradually laid aside his wariness towards Song Yang. Previously, upon receiving a report from Lu Hu, he too had harbored doubts regarding the man's motives, especially considering the prowess Song Yang had displayed at the city gate yesterday, which was not inferior to his own normal state. With such a formidable expert entering the fray in the battle for the sacred armament, it would undoubtedly introduce a multitude of variables. After careful consideration, Li Haoran resolved to relinquish his reservations and recommended the talented Song Yang to the newly established Demon Patrol Bureau of the court. The outcome exceeded expectations upon his recent appointment. Song Yang was immediately assigned a task of considerable difficulty. Li Haoran had also heard bits about this task, with scant clues, only knowing that the perpetrator was highly likely adept in water. Although Song Yang was no weakling, he was but one man and would likely not return for 10 days or so. Meanwhile, Li Haoran received confirmed news that the sacred armament would emerge within 5 days in Ping'an County. With Song Yang choosing to depart at this juncture, it could almost be inferred that he had no designs on the sacred armament. As events unfolded in parallel, the steeds provided by the Demon Patrol Bureau were commendable. By the time Song Yang exited the city in the afternoon, he had covered nearly half the distance by evening. The weather in the mountains could shift abruptly. Before the sun had fully set, dark clouds surged from an unknown origin, causing the sky to transition from dusk to an impenetrable darkness. As the mountain winds howled, torrential rain began to pour. Song Yang cursed his misfortune. Had he known that the unrecorded path would be so treacherous, he would not have rushed. Now, with the storm obstructing his path, though his deep martial prowess kept him dry, his horse could no longer continue. Resolving to find shelter, he realized that the area was devoid of villages or inns, making it difficult to find a roof to shield him from the rain. Just as he pondered seeking a cave, a sudden clang rang out through the wind and rain. It was the sound of a bell. Joy surged within Song Yang. It seemed he had found refuge for the night. He turned his horse towards the sound. The bell tolled long and clear, piercing through the tempest. Upon the third toll, he discovered a path leading up the mountain behind a grove of trees, marked by a stone tablet inscribed with the characters Jinlan Temple, according to the conventions of novels from his past life. Encountering a temple in the wild within a demon-infested world was often ill-advised, as it was likely to be overrun by malevolent spirits. However, reality diverged from fiction. The martial sects of the divine martial dynasty were typically established in the mountains. For those of the martial world, mingling with officials in the city was often deemed more fearsome than confronting demons. Of course, Song Yang also held his own ulterior motives. If Jinlan Temple were indeed problematic, it would present an opportunity for him to reap benefits. Dismounting, he led his horse up the mountain. The bell tolled 7 times, and he reached a mid-mountain area where an ancient architectural complex appeared, shrouded in the rain. Judging by the style, it was an ancient temple. Thud, thud, thud. Song Yang approached and knocked on the door. After a moment, the door was opened from within, revealing a young monk who, upon seeing Song Yang, instinctively frowned. "This temple is temporarily closed to the public. Please return," he said, attempting to close the door. However, Song Yang swiftly placed his hand to block it. "Little monk, with such heavy rain and the hour being late, where am I to go?" he implored. "I beg you to make an exception and allow me to stay the night." The monk appeared somewhat troubled, but after glancing at the downpour, relented. "Come in, then." Song Yang led his horse inside. Having already discerned through his system that although the monk possessed some cultivation, he was purely human. Inside the temple, a sense of tranquility prevailed, with no trace of malevolent energy detected. The monk guided Song Yang to a grand hall, from which the sounds of chanting could be heard, indicating a sizable congregation. "Please wait a moment," the monk instructed. Stepping into the hall before long, he returned accompanied by an elder monk. The elder monk clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "I am Liao Kong, and I have come to meet you." Benefactor, I hear from Yuan Zhan that you wish to stay at our temple for the night. Song Yang returned the gesture. Might I request a favor from the master? It's not that we are unwilling, but the temple has been rather unsettled of late, and your presence might bring harm to you. I would like to hear more, Song Yang replied, his interest piqued. Although Liao Kong found it strange, he proceeded to explain. Not long ago, Master Liao Yuan had vanquished a minor ghost that was draining the life essence of humans at the foot of the mountain. Initially, it seemed inconsequential, but to their surprise, the ghost, though of low cultivation, was the illegitimate child of a powerful ghost king. The vengeful mother vowed to make Jinlan Temple pay in blood. To date, including Master Liao Yuan, over 10 monks had fallen to her hands. Since you are unable to handle the situation, why not seek assistance from the court? Song Yang inquired. Liao Kong offered a bitter smile. The Ghost King possesses profound skills and has long placed tracking marks on all the monks within the temple. Once anyone descends the mountain, she can sense it instantly, so she is a sadistic tormentor. Song Yang concluded, understanding the gravity of the situation. No sooner had he spoken than the rain around them suddenly froze midair. A manic laughter echoed through the atmosphere. Ha ha ha, indeed. My child is gone, and you humans shall not fare any better. Jinlan Temple is merely the beginning. From now on, I shall slay every human I encounter. Chapter 21. Does he not like women? A figure clad in fiery red suddenly manifested within the scene. In the midst of Liao Kong's exclamation, a hand reached out towards Song Yang's back. The hand, pale as jade, elongated into a frightening claw in an instant. The intruder, angered by being called a pervert, declared, "It is only right to avenge my child. I am merely fulfilling a mother's duty." The faces of the humans who had derided her moments ago would soon contort in agony as their hearts were ripped from their chests. As this thought crossed her mind, the female ghost's face twisted in malice, her speed increasing dangerously. Yet just as she was about to reach her target, he abruptly turned to meet her gaze. Quick reflexes. Yet the thrill of the initial strike was far more satisfying than what lay ahead. For he would witness the gruesome spectacle of his own heart being extracted. What a delightful moment this shall be. My poor child was most fond of torturing these humans in life. Regrettably, he will never experience it again. Song Yang observed the female ghost's face fluctuating between joy and sorrow, and he became increasingly convinced that she was indeed a perverse being. Malevolent spirits are not to be feared. Rather, it is the encounter with lunatics that instills terror. Song Yang struck decisively, his movement swift as a steel clamp, directly seizing the female ghost's wrist. For the first time, a look of bewilderment appeared on the previously frenzied expression of the ghost. How dare this human resist her, the Ghost King? Moreover, why was she unable to break free from his grasp? Before the female ghost could ponder this, an overwhelming force surged from her wrist, sending her hurtling backward. In the blink of an eye, the scene unfolded so quickly that the master of the temple, Liao Kong, could not intervene in time. Witnessing a shocking spectacle, the once invincible female Ghost King of Jinlan Temple was flung away by this young lodger. With a resounding crash, a large character pattern appeared on the wall of the temple. Just a moment ago, the female Ghost King had been raving about exterminating all humans, only to be smashed into the wall by Song Yang. Name: Hongpao Huaguei Race. Ghost Clan Evil Arts, Illusion, Charm, Netherfire Cultivation. 220 years introduction. Transformed from a woman who committed adultery in a previous dynasty, she intended to burn her husband alive but accidentally perished herself, harboring a son with her lover at the time of her death, resulting in an immense grudge that surpasses that of ordinary spirits. After reviewing the system's information, Song Yang realized he had underestimated the female ghost's depravity. It seemed she was a ruthless individual even in life, engaging in infidelity and plotting to murder her husband. Indeed, quite twisted. At this moment, the Hongpao Huaguei struggled to rise from the wall's indentation. Her gaze towards Lin Chun now filled with bloodlust and murderous intent. How dare you retaliate? You filthy men are all the same, doing everything in your power to ruin my happiness. You shall all die. No sooner had she spoken than the Hongpao Huaguei vanished into thin air. The raindrops began to fall again, landing coldly on Kong and the other startled monks' faces. Suddenly, a green pillar of fire shot out from Song Yang's right, sweeping horizontally toward the crowd. Although the Hongpao Huaguei was neurotic, She recognized that Song Yang was not to be trifled with and unleashed her deadly move. A mere trifle, and you dare to play with fire in my presence? Great might heavenly dragon! Song Yang remained unfazed, meeting the imposing nether fire with a powerful palm strike. His palm transformed from white to crimson, projecting forth a magnificent surge of blood-colored energy that swiftly morphed into a clawing fire dragon midair. One was the pure yang fire of a human master, while the other was the sinister flame of a mountain demon, neither being ordinary flames. Under the torrential rain, their power not only remained undiminished but blazed even more fiercely. The Hongpao Huague sneered, "So, it is a pure yang body. Once I devour you, who in this world shall rival me?" In the next instant, the fire dragon collided with the fire pillar. Her expression shifted dramatically. "How can this be? My nether fire, cultivated for over 200 years, cannot possibly be overpowered by your pure yang fire." Under the watchful eyes of many, Song Yang's fire dragon opened its mouth and devoured the entire fire pillar. "There is nothing impossible." Song Yang pointed at the Hongpao Huague, and the noticeably thicker fire dragon dove down from the sky. With a thunderous crash, a large charred pit appeared on the ground. Liao Kong and the others peered into the pit. Who else could it be but the barely breathing Hongpao female ghost? Are all the lodgers this formidable nowadays? The monks of Jinlan Temple swallowed hard. Song Yang strolled leisurely to the Hongpao female ghost, bending down to lift her as one would a chick. The Hongpao Huague pitifully pleaded, "Young master, spare my life. I shall never dare again. As long as you let me go, I am willing to serve you dutifully." Song Yang paused, seemingly contemplating the situation. The Hongpao Huague, hopeful, seized the moment. "Young master, please, I can not only wash clothes and cook, but also warm your bed." It must be said, the Hongpao Huague's non-crazed demeanor was quite appealing, indeed a beauty. Especially after her attire was tattered in battle, her snow-white skin peeked through, undeniably enticing. The monks of Jinlan Temple averted their gazes. Not daring to look further, Song Yang fixed his gaze upon the female ghost and suddenly smiled. "Very well, I curse you." With that, he delivered several resounding slaps across her face. "Do you not have any self-awareness regarding how you met your demise? Is ruining your husband not enough? Now you wish to ruin me as well." As he scolded her, his hands continued their relentless assault, causing the Hongpao Huague's head to ring, rendering her unable to even retort. From Song Yang's tone, it seemed that he was aware of her past. However, that was a matter of centuries past. Moreover, her current form was merely a manifestation of her life. How could Song Yang bring himself to strike? Was it possible that he simply did not favor women? The Hongpao Huague had heard that in human society, some individuals eschewed muddy paths, preferring only the dry road. Song Yang most likely belonged to this category. Indeed, no matter how outstanding a person is, perfection is unattainable. Just like the Hongpao Huague in life, being so beautiful and having several admirers was entirely normal. Why should she be monopolized by her husband? Forbidden from bearing children for others? If Song Yang could hear her thoughts, he would undoubtedly increase his strength, for the Hongpao Huague was a lunatic. Whether or not Song Yang liked women, the sisters Huajianeri and Tulu Wang knew best. Yet that did not mean he wished to become a spectral knight. He differentiated clearly between women and female ghosts. Furthermore, with his profound cultivation, he perceived her as the charred specter of her death. Rather than the illusory beauty she projected in this context, only murderous intent remained in Song Yang's heart towards the Hongpao Huague. "Obediently transform into my strength." With another palm strike, the head of the female ghost king, who had troubled Jinlan Temple for an extended period, exploded in public view. Chapter 22. "Madam, you do not wish for your husband to come to harm, do you?" The high monks of Jinlan Temple trembled nearby. In their eyes, Song Yang was undoubtedly a monstrous lunatic, mercilessly exploding a ghost king's head with each slap, not even sparing the remains, which were incinerated to ashes. Eliminating the 220-year-old Hongpao Huague granted him a reward of 70 years of cultivation, bringing his current power to 1280 years. With the cultivation reward received, Song Yang felt invigorated. Unfortunately, the system did not provide an opportunity to enhance his martial arts this time. Turning to Master Liao Kong, he inquired, "By the way, Master, may I stay at your temple for the night?" "Ah, of course, that is no problem," the somewhat dazed Liao Kong quickly responded. "Yuan Zhan, take the young hero to the eastern wing and have the kitchen prepare some clean vegetarian dishes. The service at Jinlan Temple was commendable, certainly superior to that of the inns in Ping'an County. Song Yang slept soundly until dawn. Perhaps due to the torrential rain the previous night, the sun shone brightly that day. After having breakfast at Jinlan Temple, Song Yang continued on his journey, finally arriving at his destination, Shiryang County, before noon. Adjacent to Shiryang County was the Shiryang River, where numerous individuals were tossing watermelons into the riverbank. It was said that through this method, one could locate missing individuals or summon the souls of the drowned. Could it be that these people were also victims of the same task? Upon inquiry, Song Yang discovered that indeed, they were. Moreover, the disappearances had all occurred recently. Shiryang County was built along the river, with many local industries tied to the water. Thus, even though the boatmen and fishermen were aware of the issues in the Shiryang River, they stubbornly continued their work. With so many people going down to the river each day, it was not guaranteed that one would be the next victim. However, if they ceased operations, their families would face starvation. Shiryang County was of a similar scale to Ping'an County, and there was naturally no garrison of the Divine Martial Guard, let alone the newly established Demon Patrol Office. Therefore, to gather more information relevant to the case, Song Yang needed to visit the county office. Inside the county office, upon learning of Song Yang's identity and purpose, the magistrate of Shiryang County had someone fetch a dossier. Lord Song, I must apologize. The information we possess is limited. The dossier recorded numerous missing persons, spanning a long timeline, but lacking in details. This was considerably more challenging than the disappearance case in Yuja village. Was there not a single eyewitness among the many residents of the county? It was worth noting that several of the missing persons vanished during the daytime and had not gone into the water. Some were on the shore, others on boats, and yet they inexplicably disappeared without a trace. Given the scant information available, Song Yang decided to first address the haunted house. After inquiring about its specific location from the magistrate, Song Yang stood to take his leave. As he exited the office, he encountered 3 men and 1 woman approaching. The leader was a woman with half of her face veiled by a scarf, followed by 2 middle-aged men, one stout and the other thin. The last was an elderly man walking with his hands clasped behind his back. Noticing the identification badge hanging from the woman's waist, Song Yang's expression turned somewhat unnatural. Looks like competitors have arrived. His pace quickened involuntarily as he brushed past the woman and her companions. Oh, this person seems a bit frightened upon seeing us. The woman raised an eyebrow, seemingly puzzled. She was not from Kanglan Prefecture, so it was impossible for the other party to recognize her. Miss, should I go capture him back? A slender man inquired. Never mind. The matter at hand is of utmost importance. For the sake of my brother, we must secure this final Class A bounty. Rest assured, miss, we shall undoubtedly lend our full support. As the group entered the county office, Song Yang's figure had already appeared near the haunted residence, where he encountered the distressed seeker of assistance, a middle-aged woman. Esteemed sir, you must save my son, the woman exclaimed, her emotions running high upon seeing Song Yang. Please, calm down and clarify the situation for me. It's a long story. It all began 2 months ago. The tale was exceedingly melodramatic, reminiscent of the stories from Strange Tales from a Chinese studio that Song Yang had read in his previous life. Not long ago, this woman's son had married a beautiful and virtuous bride, only to later discover that she was not human but a ghost. Despite the ghost managing the household with remarkable efficiency and harboring no ill intentions toward her mother-in-law or husband, the inherent conflict between the living and the dead was insurmountable, as the land was yet to be thoroughly cultivated. The ox fell ill. The woman, desperate for her son, had no choice but to seek help from the authorities. However, the government was preoccupied with investigating the Stone Goat River case and had neither the energy nor the manpower to intervene in such a peculiar love affair. It was only when Song Yang casually took on the case that he followed the woman into the residence. Immediately, he felt a significant aura of energy, which helped him understand why no one had been willing to take on this case. For a mere few hundred taels of silver, what was one's life worth? Xiao Yu, we have guests, the middle-aged woman called out eagerly upon entering the home. Oh, I'll be right there. The voice was as melodious as a silver bell, and it was no surprise when a beautiful young woman soon emerged from the back hall. This is a distant cousin of Wang Shan's, who has come to visit upon hearing of his illness. Please entertain him while I step out to buy some vegetables. After introducing Song Yang, the middle-aged woman found an excuse to leave. "Uncle, you are too kind. Please have some tea." As the middle-aged woman had stated, the ghostly bride's manners were more refined than those of many humans. Naturally, her strength surpassed that of many martial artists as well. Name: Ruan Xiaoyu. Race: Ghost Clan. Evil technique: Xian Yingong, Zpian. Cultivation level: 147 years. Introduction: Once a noble young lady, she met an untimely demise at the hands of bandits and later married Li Wangshan. From the information available, Ruan Xiaoyu did not seem malicious. Song Yang decided to be forthright. "Madam, you wouldn't want anything to happen to your husband, would you?" "I do not quite understand what you mean, uncle," Ruan Xiaoyu replied, momentarily taken aback. "Let us speak plainly. If you truly love Li Wangshan, you must realize that remaining with him will only bring him harm." Song Yang's words were clear, and Ruan Xiaoyu's expression darkened immediately. "You are not Wangshan's cousin. Who are you really? You need not know my identity, but I am known in the martial world as Timely Rain. If you truly wish to avoid witnessing your husband's demise, you should heed my advice and leave him." Ruan Xiaoyu's face darkened with anger, but upon surveying the room, she ultimately refrained from acting. She spoke in a low tone, "You know nothing. I remain here solely to save Wangshan. However, considering your concern for him, I shall not hold this against you. You may leave." Song Yang shook his head. "Since I am here, it means you have only two choices. Either leave this home or face annihilation." "You dare! In that case, do not blame me for being unceremonious." Ruan Xiaoyu's eyebrows furrowed dangerously as she prepared to retaliate against Song Yang, but was interrupted by a male voice from within the room. "Xiaoyu, who has come to our home?" Chapter 23. Being a competent fisherman at that moment, a man emerged from the back hall. Song Yang glanced at him. The man appeared to be of similar age, his complexion slightly pale. Who else could it be but the master of the house, Li Wangshan? "Wangshan, why are you up?" "The doctor said you need to rest more." Ruan Xiaoyu quickly stepped forward to support him. "I am fine. Lying down too long makes me feel even more fatigued." "Who is this?" Li Wangshan inquired about Song Yang once more, prompting Ruan Xiaoyu to repeat her mother-in-law's explanation. In this era, villagers often shared familial connections, so Li Wangshan suspected nothing amiss and engaged in friendly conversation with Song Yang. After exchanging a few casual remarks, Song Yang redirected the conversation back to Ruan Xiaoyu. "Sister-in-law, if you agree to my earlier suggestion, I believe I can alleviate your concerns. Is what you say true? Have you discovered something?" Before Li Wangshan could react, Ruan Xiaoyu was already ablaze with excitement. A smile crept onto Song Yang's lips. Timely Rain, never deceive." Seeing the confidence in his demeanor, Ruan Xiaoyu couldn't help but trust him a little. Although she was currently employing the methods taught by that person, Li Wangshan's health had been deteriorating over time, raising suspicions. But the mere thought of leaving her beloved filled Ruan Xiaoyu with sorrow. At that moment, Li Wangshan could no longer contain his curiosity. "Xiaoyu, what are you two discussing? I don't quite understand." Ruan Xiaoyu forced a smile. "Uncle may have some knowledge of your ailment, but treatment is not easy. I hope to assist him." "Cousin, is this true?" Li Wangshan's emotions surged. He never voiced his frustrations, merely suppressing them within. "It is indeed true." Song Yang reassured once more. Observing her husband's excitement, Ruan Xiaoyu struggled for a long while before finally biting her lip and agreeing to Song Yang's proposal. "If what uncle says is true, then I shall follow your wishes." The implication in her words was merely to prompt Song Yang to reveal some proof first. "Cousin, look, what is that?" Song Yang suddenly exclaimed, directing Li Wangshan's gaze toward the window. The moment Li Wangshan turned, he felt a sharp pain at the back of his neck, and before he knew it, darkness enveloped him as he collapsed onto the table. "What are you doing?" Ruan Xiaoyu exclaimed in shock and anger, striking out across the table. Yet, Song Yang's movements were swifter. He turned his head and shot a fierce glare at the ghostly bride. The next moment, Ruan Xiaoyu found herself crashing against the wall behind her, her attacking arm now hanging limply, devoid of any sensation. How is this possible? Though that strike was made in haste, it shouldn't have been so ineffective against even a mere glance. "Madam, consider this a warning. Otherwise, I shall make a lantern out of you and hang you across from your home, forcing you to watch your beloved from afar every day." Song Yang spoke the most chilling words in the calmest tone, leaving Ruan Xiaoyu trembling. This human was far more ruthless than the fiercest of demons. Who truly was the ghost, and who was the human? This script was simply too much for her to bear. Song Yang had no time to entertain Ruan Xiaoyu's turmoil. After delivering his warning, he shifted his focus back to the unconscious Li Wangshan. He had genuinely detected something amiss. The system identified two pieces of information from Li Wangshan. One was concerning his own attributes, of no particular note, so it was disregarded. The other piece of information was intriguing. Within Li Wangshan's body lay a demon name. Qi Yao race. Demon clan talent. Devour. Transform Yin and Yang introduction. A parasitic demon beast that cannot cultivate on its own. It typically resides within a host to feed on either Yang or Yin energy. Due to its talent, it is often sought after as a vessel for cultivation by other demons or humans. Having encountered many tools in his time, this was Song Yang's first encounter with a tool demon. It turned out that even within the realm of demons, there existed ordinary demons devoid of any cultivation. The solution was simple. Since the tool demon thrived on Yang energy, it could be lured out with such energy. Song Yang raised his right index finger, a swirling mass of blood-red energy coalescing at its tip. With each rotation, the energy sphere grew larger in no time. It expanded from the size of a mung bean to that of a longan. So fragrant, so rich? Ruan Xiaoyu marveled at the energy sphere, having never before encountered such sweet Yang energy, which could only be described as ambrosia to demons and ghosts alike. Could this sphere of Yang energy be used to heal Wangshan? Ruan Xiaoyu gazed at Song Yang's actions with eager anticipation. However, after a considerable amount of time had passed, the other party remained in their initial posture, showing no signs of further movement. Ruan Xiaoyu could not help but feel a tinge of anxiety. Yet she refrained from urging him to tea that moment. The unconsciously Wangshan trembled slightly, but it seemed merely a reflex of the body. His consciousness was still shrouded in oblivion. Faced with such a peculiar situation, Song Yang continued to remain steadfast, not even stirring a finger. He was well aware that to become a competent fisherman, beyond remembering to wear a helmet, patience was of utmost importance. At this juncture, Ruan Xiaoyu also noticed her husband's peculiarity and quickly held her breath. The room was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. The movements of Li Wangshan's body became increasingly pronounced. A small bulge suddenly appeared in his lower abdomen. Although subtle, Song Yang noticed that the direction of the bulge aligned with the vital energy emanating from his fingertips. The vessel demon had finally been drawn out. After a while, Li Wangshan's throat convulsed and a segment, uncertain whether a tail or a tentacle, protruded from his mouth. After swaying back and forth in the air to ascertain its position, it aimed to ensnare the vital energy. Xiaoyu, I have returned. Just as the fish was about to be hooked, an untimely voice resonated from outside the house. It was Li's mother, who, having waited outside for an extended period, could no longer contain her curiosity about the situation within. Oh no! As the vessel demon was on the verge of retreating, Song Yang could no longer afford to concern himself with the possibility of severing it. With lightning speed, he lunged forward, grasping the exposed segment of the creature's body and pulling it outward. A retching sound echoed as the vessel demon was forcibly extracted from Li Wangshan's mouth. It was a creature with a head resembling that of a frog, yet adorned with tentacle-like appendages akin to an octopus. Strangely, it bore no facial features whatsoever. With Ruan Xiaoyu by his side, Song Yang departed the Li household. The situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. After capturing the vessel demon and correlating it with Ruan Xiaoyu's testimony, he arrived at a startling conclusion. The perpetrator behind Li Wangshan's plight was likely the same individual orchestrating the disappearance case at Shiryang River. Song Yang and Ruan Xiaoyu left the city, heading towards a place known as Shirley Slope outside the county. Are you saying that the mysterious Yin cultivation technique you practice was also bestowed upon you by this Taoist Lu? Indeed, Taoist Lu has shown me great kindness. Had it not been for him, I would have long since dissipated into the ether, and I would never have had the chance to meet Li Lang. When Ruan Xiaoyu spoke of this individual, her tone was filled with gratitude. Yet, Song Yang could not help but scoff. Based on the various clues at hand, it appeared that this Taoist Lu was far from a benevolent figure. Ruan Xiaoyu had likely been unwittingly manipulated by him. Chapter 24. Lu San is formidable, but Song Yang is an immovable mountain. As a human and a ghost conversed, they arrived at the entrance of a temple. The temple doors were tightly shut. However, before Ruan Xiaoyu could step forward to knock, the door was opened from within. An old Taoist, exuding an air of ethereal grace, emerged from the temple. Upon seeing Ruan Xiaoyu, He expressed his astonishment, inquiring, Ruan Shizhu, what brings you here? Ruan Xiaoyu remained silent, turning to glance at Song Yang. The Taoist Lu noticed this exchange and felt a sudden trepidation. Although the man beside Ruan Xiaoyu exuded no discernible aura, his instincts warned him that this visitor was likely harboring ill intentions. At that moment, Song Yang had also discerned the details regarding this Taoist Lu through the system name. Lu San Race, Demon Evil Technique, Mysterious Een Technique, Primary Text, Illusion, Dark Willows and Blossoms, Wind Blowing Through Willows Cultivation, 300 Years Summary. Originally an ancient willow tree on Shirley Slope, it was felled by a human. The resentment from its remaining roots transformed it into a demon, allowing it to thrive in human society, cunning and treacherous. No wonder it assumed the surname Lu. It is indeed a willow tree that has attained sentience. Suddenly, Song Yang flashed a smile at Lu San. In the next instant, he effortlessly unleashed a palm strike, not aimed at Lu San, but rather directed downwards towards the ground. The air visibly warped as the space around them quaked violently, as if a dragon were rolling beneath the earth. Pure Yang Palm. Sunfire pierces the ground. Lu San barely had time to react. He propelled himself into the air with a swift leap. Almost simultaneously, the ground where he had been standing erupted violently. A scorching pillar of flame surged forth, exuding an oppressive heat that was suffocating. Lu San's expression shifted to one of panic. Despite his profound cultivation, he could not escape the confines of the five elements. And thus, he was particularly averse to fire. In the face of this life-threatening crisis, he could no longer afford to conceal his identity. His legs contorted, transforming from 2 into 4, and then into 8. In the blink of an eye, he had morphed into a multitude of roots. Secret technique, Mysterious Een Shield. The roots entwined, forming an iron-blue shield that emanated waves of chilling black energy. In the next moment, the pillar of fire collided with the wooden shield, but it was utterly insufficient to withstand the onslaught. Within mere moments, Lu San's Mysterious Een Shield was consumed by the sunfire. This is impossible. Lu San could not help but exclaim. Those like him, who had long dwelled among humans, valued their lives far more than their kind who roamed the wilds. Having cultivated the ghostly Ruan Xiaoyu, covertly implanted the vessel demon within Li Wangshan, and recently captured numerous humans, all these actions were aimed at enhancing his Mysterious Een Technique, compensating for his fear of fire. Yet despite all his efforts, he found himself overpowered effortlessly. Not only was his technique shattered, but his resolve also began to falter. However, the sunfire was merciless and paid no heed to the target's emotional turmoil. The pure Yang Palms might consume the Mysterious Een Shield. Its power did not wane. Instead, it grew even more formidable, continuing to surge towards Lu San. The intense searing pain jolted the old tree demon from his despair. His eyes narrowed, and his palm transformed into a blade. Slashing at his own waist, severing himself in two with ruthless determination. Quite ruthless, Song Yang remarked, his expression remaining placid as he clenched his outstretched palm inward. The pillar of sunfire erupted, forming a miniature sun in midair. The blinding radiance cast upon Ruan Xiaoyu rendered her already fair complexion even paler. The reason she had brought Song Yang here was that she harbored a secret hope, that Taoist Lu could subdue Song Yang, thus sparing her from leaving the Li household. However, it appeared that the outcome was utterly despairing. While the Taoist Lu was indeed formidable, Song Yang was an insurmountable mountain. At that moment, the remnants of the sunfire's explosion began to dissipate, and Lu San's figure was nowhere to be seen. Yet for the first time, a flicker of surprise crossed Song Yang's face. Oh, quite the resilient life force. No sooner had he spoken than the surrounding environment morphed into a shadowy willow grove, and Ruan Xiaoyu's presence vanished. Song Yang, deep in thought, recalled a piece of information Ruan Xiaoyu had previously mentioned. Taoist Lu had a penchant for fishing, and thus, visiting at this time might not yield a meeting with him. As the saying goes, kings do not meet kings. While demons and ghosts were indeed treacherous and cunning, they also possessed a strong sense of territoriality. If a significant demon already inhabited a certain area, they would not tolerate other formidable demons encroaching upon their territory unless absolutely necessary. Given that Lu San's cultivation was even greater than the ordinary Li Haoran, it was unlikely that other powerful demons existed within Shiryang County. Coupled with the vivid illusion before him, Song Yang was now convinced that the mastermind behind all of this was none other than Lu San. While he pondered, a chill crept up the back of his head. With a subtle tilt, he barely avoided a slender willow branch that brushed past his ear. Yet this was merely the beginning. More rustling sounds filled the air as the surrounding willow branches surged towards Song Yang. Their trajectories were not straightforward. They followed a peculiar pattern, resembling the techniques of human martial artists: cutting, stabbing, prodding, and sweeping, effectively sealing off all available space around Song Yang. In the midst of this perilous situation, Song Yang chuckled softly. Impressive swordplay, but have you ever encountered a blade? Hidden in the shadows, Lu San shuddered at the sight, only to witness that the man who had appeared empty-handed now wielded a knife. The blade weighed 3 pounds and 4 ounces, an utterly ordinary steel knife. Yet held in that man's grasp, it resembled a ferocious tiger bound by reins. Fiery sun knife technique. Sun illuminates all directions. Flames erupted from the blade. Song Yang took a half-step forward with his left foot, rotating the knife to grip it in reverse. With a sweeping motion from the lower right to the upper left, he shattered the first willow branch that attacked him into splinters. Then, the direction of the blade shifted once more, leveraging Song Yang's twisting waist to sweep horizontally from left to right. A massive fire tornado erupted from the grove, instantaneously engulfing all illusions. Human, you are indeed formidable, and your skills counter mine perfectly, but you have made one grave mistake. Bringing her along, Song Yang's gaze shifted forward, where Lu San had taken Ruan Xiaoyu hostage. Unbeknownst to him, it is truly you. You are the one who harmed Wangzhan. No wonder my attempts to treat him as per your instructions yielded no results. Ruan Xiaoyu, sensing the familiar yet superior power emanating from Lu San, felt a surge of emotions, realizing that Song Yang's words were indeed truthful. Haha, who can you blame for your own foolishness? I do not fear telling you the truth. The bandits you encountered in your life were also orchestrated by me. Lu San cackled, his voice dripping with malice as he leaned closer to Ruan Xiaoyu's ear. Taken aback for a moment, Ruan Xiaoyu's body trembled with rage. She was filled with hatred. Loathe this world. Despise the injustice of the heavens, yet I harbor an even greater resentment towards myself for mistaking my enemies for benefactors. Ruan Xiaoyu's pair of exquisite eyes turned crimson, tears of blood streaming forth from within. Her nails began to grow uncontrollably, and an overwhelming tide of resentment surged within her. In Song Yang's eyes, Ruan Xiaoyu's cultivation had skyrocketed from over a century to nearly 2 centuries. Chapter 25. The truth revealed. Lu San also noticed Ruan Xiaoyu's transformation. Yet he exhibited no signs of panic. Unless the opponent's strength surpassed his by a factor of 2 or more, the fundamental essence of the Xian Yin technique possessed an absolute suppressive power over its offspring. Indeed, negative emotions such as hatred could significantly enhance the abilities of minor demons and spirits in a short span, but this was only applicable to those of mediocre cultivation. Beyond the threshold of 200 years, the influence would diminish considerably. It would be prudent to unleash all the resentment within her. Unexpectedly, this could turn into a delightful surprise. Though it would not match the effects of regular cultivation, the outcome would still be commendable. Lu San mused to himself. Initially concerned that Song Yang might disregard Ruan Xiaoyu, it now seemed that the latter was wary of making a move. As soon as he absorbed Ruan Xiaoyu, his Xianyin powers would experience a monumental leap. At that point, this detestable human would surely perish. Ruan Xiaoyu's cultivation ultimately stabilized at the 200-year mark. Before she could act, Lu San, impatient, sprang into action. He revealed his true form, a colossal willow tree that blotted out the sky. Countless willow branches entwined around Ruan Xiaoyu's body, accentuating her alluring silhouette. Song Yang was taken aback by the old tree demon's unexpected expertise in this regard. His gaze fixated in astonishment. Alas, the beauty was ephemeral. In no time, Ruan Xiaoyu had transformed into a large cocoon, only to be drawn into the trunk by Lu San. After a piercing scream, Lu San's form began to shrink dramatically, from a size larger than the nearby dilapidated temple to one comparable to Song Yang. Lu San moved, and 2 thick branches suddenly elongated, striking towards Song Yang from either side. Song Yang smiled. After witnessing such an elaborate performance for so long, this moment was precisely what he had been waiting for. Slaying demons and banishing evil certainly bolstered one's powers, but decisiveness in battle was an entirely different matter. Song Yang refused to become a puppet of strength. Thus, he refrained from attacking Yuan Xiaoyu, who had committed no wrongdoing. However, that did not signify he would shield her, for being a good person and a saint are two distinct concepts. He bore no psychological burden in eliminating the malevolent Lu San. Perhaps due to the influence of the Xianyin technique, after devouring Yuan Xiaoyu, Lu San's cultivation soared to an astounding 420 years. Employing the same technique, returning wind to the willow, its potency was now at least threefold greater than before, even simulating the unique sword aura of human martial arts. Yet, these developments held little significance for Song Yang. His eyes suddenly gleamed with golden light, each pupil housing a blazing sun, as he covertly employed the great sun body refining technique. With a leap, he propelled himself upward, using the tips of the approaching branches to spring higher. With his blade held firmly, he slashed down towards Lu San with an exclamation. The sun descends. This strike plunged Lu San into a frigid abyss. He racked his brain to comprehend how such a seemingly frail human could manifest such formidable strength amidst an era when divine beings were concealed and the demon race ought to flourish. I refuse to accept this. Amidst the tree demon's anguished cries, its body split asunder, swiftly consumed by raging flames, reducing it to nothingness. Eradicating the 420-year-old willow demon rewarded Song Yang with a power increase of 140 years. Bringing his current cultivation to 1420 years, along with an additional opportunity to elevate his martial arts realm. Upon receiving the system's notification, a smirk graced Song Yang's lips. He acknowledged that there was an element of risk in his gamble. Yet he had wagered wisely. Though the power gained was slightly diminished, Lu San's amplified strength warranted a thoughtful reward of an additional martial arts enhancement opportunity. Song Yang entered the dilapidated temple. Inside, the statue had long since collapsed, rendering its original form unrecognizable. However, the offering table remained intact, accompanied by a reclined chair fitted with a soft cushion. After surveying the area, Song Yang's gaze returned to the statue. Noticing that the right sleeve of the tattered idol was considerably cleaner than the rest, he approached and touched it, immediately detecting something unusual beneath the sleeve. A movable section. Upon pressing it, a peculiar sound emanated from behind the statue, revealing a dark, gaping entrance in the floor. Could it be a hidden chamber? This tree demon truly excelled. Its behavioral patterns had become almost indistinguishable from those of humans, explaining why it remained undiscovered for so long. Song Yang retrieved a fire stick and lit it, proceeding into the chamber. The space was not deep. After traversing approximately 30 steps, he reached the inn. He found a torch on the wall and ignited it, gradually clarifying the surroundings. This secret chamber was even larger than the crumbling temple above, divided into two rooms, one large and one small. The smaller room contained a bed, table, and chairs, undoubtedly Lu San's personal quarters. In the larger room, a meditation mat was immediately visible, surrounded by numerous large cocoons woven from intertwining branches. A thought crossed Song Yang's mind as he extended a finger and sliced open one of the cocoons. A figure tumbled out, revealing a middle-aged man with dark skin, exuding a faint fishy odor. Upon channeling a trace of pure yang inner strength into him, the man gradually regained consciousness. Monster, don't come any closer. Spare me. I don't wish to die. Seeing the man ramble incoherently, Song Yang swiftly delivered a slap to his face. Calm down. The demon has been dispatched. I am here to rescue you. The man paused, finally recognizing that Song Yang was not the one who had captured him, and in an emotional outburst, he fell to his knees in gratitude. Thank you, benefactor, for saving me. Ignoring him, Song Yang methodically broke open the remaining cocoons. Inside were individuals who had suffered the same fate as the first man, all having been captured recently near Shiyang River. Yes, for those who had gone missing prior, their fates were undoubtedly grim. After a brief inquiry, Song Yang instructed the rescued individuals to wait above while he commenced rummaging through Lu San's quarters. Before long, he discovered several books, two of which contained human martial arts techniques, the Xianyin Grand Method and the Returning Wind to the Willow Sword technique. The others were Lu San's diaries, chronicling his life, from the awakening of his intellect as a demon to his gradual cultivation advancements. It was undeniable that Lu San was a prodigy, having ingeniously adapted human techniques for demon cultivation. Furthermore, he specifically targeted individuals near the river to conceal his actions, allowing humans to believe that water ghosts and water demons were to blame. Additionally, those who depended on the water for their livelihoods, such as fishermen and boatmen, would more readily fulfill the requirements for cultivating the Xianin technique. Beyond these discoveries, Song Yang also stumbled upon a small chest. Upon opening it, he was delighted to find it filled with his favorite large yellow fish, 20 in total, each weighing around 10 taels. After examining them, he unearthed a thick stack of silver notes resting beneath the bottom layer of gold bars. Including the gold, the total value exceeded 10,000 taels. I have struck it rich. Chapter 26. The enthusiasm from Shiryang County wealth should not be flaunted. Song Yang stowed away the gold, silver, and the 2 martial arts tomes into the system space. Leaving behind a few diaries as evidence, he then led the rescued individuals back towards the city. Though darkness had already fallen, the sight of such a large group still piqued curiosity and drew attention. Upon closer inspection, some individuals became visibly excited. "Is that you, the father of my child? Isn't that A Zhen from the north of the city? Her disappearance has left her husband, A Chong, distraught, and old Wang from the south of the city. I was just fishing with him." These individuals were all relatives or friends of the missing persons, and encountering one another now brought forth a mix of shock and joy in the throng. People gathered around Song Yang and the rescued individuals in tightly packed layers. Observing the commotion, Song Yang chose not to intervene, instead finding a nearby stall to sit down, awaiting the arrival of the county officials. Such a significant disturbance would surely prompt someone to report it. Within the county office, County Magistrate Su Ji was discussing the case of multiple disappearances near Shiryang River with 4 newly appointed demon-catching officials. Compared to Song Yang, these newcomers were far more domineering, demanding Su Ji to mobilize individuals familiar with the water to conduct extensive investigations and searches along the river. Lord Lin Zhao, that may not be advisable. These are ordinary individuals. Even if we discover the culprit, they may only become fodder for the demon. The demon-catching official named Lin Zhao, whom Song Yang had encountered earlier at the office entrance, scoffed at the county magistrate's words. "Lord Su, for the sake of all of Shiryang County, what does it matter if we sacrifice a few individuals? Do not forget, the number of missing persons in the county is steadily increasing. If this continues, whether we can apprehend the culprit remains uncertain, but you may not be in this chair for long." Su Ji's expression stiffened at her words, his lips moved as if to retort. But he ultimately refrained. "Tomorrow morning, I will?" His statement was abruptly interrupted by Lin Zhao. "No, preparations must commence immediately." "Understood. I will make the arrangements right away." "Call for action." As soon as the words left his mouth, a breathless constable hurried into the room. Su Ji frowned. This rascal rarely displayed such eagerness before me. However, with outsiders present, he refrained from reprimanding him. Instead, he instructed, "Listen, immediately arrange for personnel to gather the townsfolk knowledgeable in aquatic affairs for the county. By tomorrow morning, Lord, the case of the missing persons at Shiryang River has been solved, and a group of the missing has been rescued." Su Ji's words were once again interrupted, this time by the very constable he had just cursed. As he was on the verge of unleashing another tirade, he suddenly realized something. He rushed forward, grasping the constable's shoulder, and asked urgently, "What did you just say?" "I said the missing persons case has been solved." "Step aside if you don't wish to spend time in a cell," Su Ji commanded as he led his team to the scene. The constable's claims held true. Among the rescued, Su Ji spotted a distant relative of his. "Li Er. Quickly tell me what transpired these past few days and who it was that saved you." Su Ji beckoned him closer, eager to uncover the truth of the matter. Lir recounted the events of being captured by Lu San and then mentioned Song Yang. "It was that lord who saved us." Su Ji turned in the direction Lier indicated, spotting a young man devouring food at a roadside barbecue stall. "Lord Song, is it you?" Equally astonished were Lin Zhao and the 4 demon-hunting constables who had accompanied him. They too recognized Song Yang, the young man they had encountered that very morning. "Lord Su, do you know this person?" Lin Zhao inquired. "Don't you recognize him? Lord Song is also a demon-hunting constable. Having only arrived this morning, a few days later than you'd," Su Ji had assumed the demon-hunting constables would know each other. It seemed the two groups were not from the same circle. His words were laced with sarcasm. "You all seemed quite impressive these past few days, yet you mobilized a small army without uncovering even a single clue. Meanwhile, your comrade here solved the case in just half a day. Truly, without comparison, one cannot appreciate the loss." Lin Zhao, sharp-witted as she was, could not fail to perceive the underlying mockery in Su Ji's statement. However, with the evidence before her, she found little to counter. after casting a lingering glance at Song Yang. Lin Zhao led her subordinates away from the scene. Once the group reached a secluded area, the slender subordinate finally spoke up. "Miss, I think that Song Yang is all alone and likely lacks any significant background. If we reveal our identities, this case might very well fall into our laps. Indeed, miss, the young master has similar plans. The longer we delay, the more disadvantageous it becomes for the fourth young master." The stout subordinate chimed in. Lin Zhao did not respond to the two but turned to the elder trailing behind them. "Elder Ung, what are your thoughts?" The elder pondered for a moment before replying. "This old servant wishes to first investigate the Tinley slope they mentioned." A smile crept onto Lin Zhao's lips beneath her veil. Eldarin had aligned with her thoughts. Meanwhile, due to the abundance of evidence and testimonies, Song Yang had a seamless handover with the county office, concluding the case that very night. "Lord Song, you truly live up to the reputation of the Demon Hunting Division's divine capture. Here in Shiyang County, we have prepared some travel expenses for you. I hope you do not find it lacking." Upon finishing his statement, Suji immediately had a subordinate present a tray covered in red cloth. "It is but a token of our appreciation. Slaying demons and vanquishing evil is our duty, and witnessing the common folk live in peace is reward enough." Song Yang spoke with righteous conviction. Yet he subtly lifted a corner of the red cloth. As a glimmer of yellow peeked through, he felt the warmth of hospitality from a far-off land. Looking back at Suji, he noted the man appeared notably more refined. "Since you have treated me with such courtesy, Lord Su, I currently serve in Ping'an County, not far from Shiyang County. Should you encounter similar troubles in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to me." "That would be splendid. It seems rather impersonal for us to keep addressing each other as lords. If you do not mind, may I call you Brother Song instead?" "That suits me perfectly. It is rare to find such rapport with Brother Su." "Shall we find a place in the county to share a drink?" Song Yang proposed. "Certainly, as you are a guest from afar, and having solved a mystery for our county, I must extend my hospitality properly. By the way, do you prefer local customs or exotic styles? Can we experience both simultaneously? Do not misconstrue. I merely wish to make a comparison." Just as Song Yang and Suji strolled out, Lin Zhao and her three companions arrived at the Tinley slope outside the county. This place had recently borne witness to a fierce battle, with remnants scattered everywhere. Eldarin merely glanced around, his face immediately paling. Without regard for Lin Zhao and the others, he swiftly appeared at the spot where Lu San had met his end. Chapter 27. Locals do not deceive locals, Eldarin. "Have you discerned something?" Lin Zhao hurriedly followed up with a question. "Such potent demonic energy?" Eldarin spoke gravely, articulating his findings. Judging solely by cultivation, the opponent possesses skills that rank at least among the top 20 on the heavenly rankings. Given the unique nature of demons, even if this old servant were to engage personally, I could not guarantee their defeat. Lin Zhao was taken aback by this revelation. Although Eldarin did not rank on the heavenly rankings, he was merely unrecorded due to his status. In terms of strength, he was hardly weaker than the top 10 on the rankings, yet he now claimed uncertainty against Lu San. Could it be that Lu San is still alive? "No, he is dead," Eldarin asserted confidently. Lin Zhao, puzzled, asked, "But did you not just say that even you lacked certainty?" "Miss, the path of martial arts is boundless. While our region boasts a gathering of heroes, who can guarantee that there are no stronger individuals from elsewhere? Let us not forget, even above the heavenly rankings exists the divine rankings." Upon hearing this name, Lin Zhao's pupils widened. "Are you suggesting that the one who vanquished Lu San is a master of the divine rankings?" "I cannot be certain, but the individual who acted must possess strength within the top 3 of the heavenly rankings, and they would undoubtedly excel in masculine martial arts, rendering them a bane to demons." Eldarin assessed. "And what of that Song Yang?" Lin Zhao pondered, considering whether Elder An's description of that individual was merely an opportunistic fluke. "Perhaps we should select a different task." Elder An offered his counsel, understanding Lin Zhao's reluctance. Yet, those emerging from that locale never believed in coincidence. Forfeiting a mere A-level bounty would be foolish, and even if they secured the ultimate reward, it would not be worth crossing a potential master of the divine rankings. Eldarin was confident that if the fourth young master were present, he too would make the same choice. The group deliberated and resolved to hasten to nearby Ping'an County that very night. There, a sacred weapon was on the verge of emergence. Not only would it attract numerous human experts, but demons would not remain idle either. It was possible that the target of the A-level bounty resided within. More importantly, there was a faction allied with Lin Zhao and her companions in the vicinity. By joining forces, they could enhance the likelihood of success, even if they could not achieve dual objectives. At dawn the following day, Song Yang left Shiryang County in a huff, dissatisfied with the dismal service industry and its utter lack of integrity. After a night of drinking, Su Ji had indeed made arrangements. The moment he approached, he inquired if Song Yang wished to try the most fashionable service currently available. Seeing that the attendant was sweet-faced and sincere, not resembling a nefarious character, Song Yang reluctantly acquiesced. Little did he know that upon payment, the actual service provider would be an old blind man. After one night, while Song Yang's body felt relaxed, other areas were far from pleasant, specifically, his mood. The high costs were one thing, but the misleading advertisement of this shady establishment was another. Blind massages are just blind massages. Why must they be shrouded in such mystery? Feeling deceived, Song Yang rode back to Ping'an County in a fit of rage. Fortunately, the mounts of the demon hunting division were quite resilient. Otherwise, Song Yang might have lost his temper and his life in one fell swoop, rather than returning home or heading to the demon hunting division's outpost. He arrived at the nearby Piaoxiang Tower. Debts incurred at the gambling table must be repaid, and the same goes for other debts. If I cannot provoke Shiryang County, may I not vent my frustrations in Ping'an County? To Song Yang's surprise, the one present was none other than Hua Qiming, still sporting her charming twin ponytails as on their first encounter. This suited Song Yang just fine. The memory of losing to her lingered vividly, as if it had transpired just yesterday. Now was the perfect opportunity to settle both old and new scores. Though it was already quite late when Song Yang returned, he could not escape the watchful eyes of the divine martial guards spread throughout the county. News of his swift return reached Li Haoran in no time. What? Song Yang has returned so soon? Quickly ascertain the reason. With the emergence of the sacred weapon imminent, the small Ping'an County was rife with hidden talents. Even the divine martial guards had to tread carefully. My lord, could it be that Song Yang's earlier departure was merely a ruse to mislead us, and he now returns with a counterattack? Asked a subordinate. Could it be that the bounty has been claimed by someone else? It is implausible. Just yesterday morning, I received news indicating that there was absolutely no lead on the matter. Surely, it cannot be resolved overnight, can it? Li Haoran listened to his subordinates exchanging remarks, his brow furrowed in silence. At that moment, Song Yang returned, and he too began to doubt the other party. However, if it were truly a ruse, the local power broker could have easily left Ping'an County to find a place to hide, rather than waiting for his arrival to stage such a spectacle. Would that not be counterproductive? As night deepened, other formidable figures within Ping'an County began to receive word of Song Yang's return. Their thoughts mirrored those of Li Haoran, all suspecting that Song Yang harbored ambitions to seize the sacred weapon. It was yet another sleepless night. Whether among the various masters in the city or the parties involved in stirring this tumult, none found rest. The distinction lay in the former merely plotting a scheme, while the latter engaged in a pursuit of far greater value. Indeed, only locals would dare deceive their own kind. Song Yang underwent a profound transformation in thought, yet he found no joy in it. He had once again fallen at the hands of Hua Qiming. It cannot possibly be my fault. Seizing the opportunity during the intermission, Song Yang began to reflect on the reasons behind his failure. It must be due to the horse. Prolonged fatigue from riding had surely diminished his combat prowess. Observing Hua Qiming, who seemed eager to engage once more, he began to devise a strategy. Despite an unfavorable start, he was not without the chance to turn the tide. Chapter 28. A reunion with Li Haoran. Eureka! Song Yang excused himself under the pretense of visiting the restroom, but in reality, he utilized the opportunity to elevate the Great Sun body refinement technique to its perfected stage. Although he believed he had concealed his actions sufficiently, he somewhat underestimated the magnitude of the effects of mastering such a skill. In an instant, every muscle in his body began to swell, transforming him into a miniature giant, towering towards the ceiling. Yet, in the next moment, he resembled a deflated balloon, shrinking back to his original height and size. This process of expansion and contraction occurred 9 times before finally ceasing. But the changes continued. Now, it was the turn of every pore in Song Yang's body to emit a gentle golden glow. At that precise moment, a drunken man stumbled into the restroom. Through his hazy vision, he beheld a radiant sun rising from one of the stalls. Burp. Has dawn arrived so soon? Burp. No, I must hurry home, burp. After randomly finding a corner to relieve himself, the drunkard wobbled out, the door creaked shut. And at last, Song Yang's transformation was complete. Name: Song Yang race. Human martial arts. Pure Yang technique, perfected. Pure Yang palm, perfected. Fiery Sun Blade technique, perfected. Wandering Dragon Body technique, perfected. Great Sun Body refinement technique, major achievement, cultivation level. 1,500 years. Though his physical form did not change significantly, the density of his muscles and bones had increased tremendously, allowing him to unleash formidable strength with every movement. Song Yang even felt that his physicality could rival that of certain great demons. The surge in his physical power granted him an additional 80 years of cultivation, bringing his total to a staggering 1,500 years. A satisfied smile graced Song Yang's face. He refused to believe that even the mightiest diamond could not handle porcelain. Meanwhile, Hua Qiming waited for quite some time before seeing Song Yang return to the room, her concern evident as she inquired, "Is Master Song unwell? Do you require a moment to rest?" "I am fine. I merely took the time to address my shortcomings." Several hours later, a certain individual, having avenged a great grievance, left the fragrant pavilion with contentment. As soon as Song Yang stepped out, he was halted by two divine martial guards. "Master Song, our lordly has requested a discussion with you. Please accompany us. One moment, I must retrieve something from next door." Song Yang had not forgotten that he was owed a reward of over 10,000 taels of silver from the Demon Patrol. He handed the case closure documents from Shiryang County to the stationed Elder Chen, who verified the records and produced a banknote of 10,000 taels. Noticing Song Yang's gaze fixed intently on his chest, Elder Chen, well aware of the financial obsession that plagued his visitor, chuckled, "Master Song, please refrain from staring at me. According to the rules, the Demon Patrol must verify the task once again before dispersing rewards. However, due to my trust in your strength and character, I have advanced the funds from our operating capital, but please do not disclose this to other Demon Patrol members." "Very well, let us share tea sometime." Waving his hand, Song Yang departed the bookstore. Elder Chen watched him leave, muttering to himself, "Actually, drinking could work too. I believe I can manage." 3 days later, Song Yang met Li Haoran once more. The latter was engrossed in studying a massive sand table within a room, accompanied by several high-ranking divine martial guards, including Lu Hu, whom Song Yang had encountered a few times. A mere glance was sufficient for Song Yang to recognize that the sand table depicted the terrain surrounding Ping'an County, with every detail meticulously recorded, from mountains to rivers, forests to towns. However, armed with a map provided by the system, Song Yang found little value in the intricately crafted sand table. Li Haoran led Song Yang to a side chamber and directly broached the subject. "Song Yang, as fellow martial artists, I shall dispense with pleasantries. Tell me truthfully, are you interested in the sacred weapon that is soon to emerge in Ping'an County?" "The sacred weapon?" Song Yang paused, for the term was not unfamiliar to him. After all, many wandering heroes had come to the county over time, and with a little inquiry, one could discern their intentions. Whether it was the divine martial guards or various sects, their gathering in this humble Ping'an County was indeed for the sake of the sacred weapon. "I have heard of the sacred weapon, but I am unfamiliar with the specifics of such a divine artifact. Might you enlighten me, my lord?" "Very well. Given your prowess, you have already earned the right to be included in this discussion. Once I conclude my introduction, you may decide." The origins of the sacred weapon trace back to ancient times. During that era, martial arts, though not as diverse as today, allowed practitioners to reach heights that exceeded the current limits due to the abundant spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Most of what Li Haoran narrated was information that Song Yang had never encountered. It turned out that, in addition to measuring martial prowess through cultivation levels, there were several distinct realms delineated. Those with a cultivation level below 50 years were categorized as being in the foundation establishment stage. Everything a martial artist does during this phase is aimed at selecting a path suitable for themselves. For example, those wishing to focus on internal energy should actively cultivate their dantians and meridians, while those aspiring for physical strength must diligently practice external techniques. Furthermore, some martial artists who aspire to become formidable sword or knife wielders tend to linger longer in this phase, solely to cultivate a suitable sword heart or blade bone. The next realm after the foundation establishment stage is termed refining martial arts, encompassing martial artists with a cultivation level between 51 and 100 years. After completing the foundation establishment, a martial artist becomes self-aware, understanding their future direction. The subsequent task is to hone their foundation, forging their unique characteristics. For instance, among those practicing Qi, some exhibit masculine vigor while others possess feminine grace, leading to distinctly different methods of cultivation. The third stage is the acquired realm, with a cultivation level ranging from 101 to 200 years. Naturally, alongside the acquired realm exists the innate realm, which spans from 201 to 400 years. Above the innate realm lies the transcendent realm, encompassing practitioners with cultivation levels from 401 to 600 years. At this stage of martial arts, practitioners transcend individual techniques. Even a falling leaf or a gust of wind can become lethal, and even a mere glance can wield considerable lethality. Once a martial artist's cultivation surpasses 600 years, they may be referred to as a martial sage. The hallmark of this stage is the transcendence of life itself, significantly extending lifespan. Legends speak of a martial sage who lived for as long as 2,000 years. The sacred weapon is an artifact once wielded by a martial sage, infusing its essence into the next fated individual upon the wielder's demise. Besides its astounding power, the primary function of the sacred weapon is to instill fear in malevolent entities. In this era rife with demons, you should understand better than I what that implies. Li Haoran fixed his intense gaze upon Song Yang. Now, can you provide me with your answer? Chapter 29. The emergence of the sacred weapon. I possess no interest in this so-called sacred weapon. This time, Song Yang did not hesitate in the slightest. According to the classification of martial realms, he was undoubtedly at the level of a martial sage, if not beyond. How significant could the sacred weapon truly be? The crux of the matter was that this broken weapon could intimidate demons, which would effectively sever Song Yang's path to wealth. Even if he were inclined to compete, those maidens awaiting his rescue would never consent. Think carefully, Song Yang proclaimed resolutely. My mind is made up. Though I hail from humble beginnings, I understand the greater good. How could I forsake the happiness of all for my selfish desires? Li Haoran's gaze towards Song Yang filled with respect. Coming from a unique background, he had witnessed countless acts of deceit. Yet this was the first time he encountered someone of such noble character. There is a light within you, brother Song. That is enough. No need for such exaggeration. It is not that I doubt your belief, but I thought a touch of flair might be fitting. As Song Yang retracted his internal energy, the radiance surrounding him dissipated. Does Lord Li have any other matters to discuss? Indeed, I seek the assistance of Brother Song to aid me in acquiring the recently emerged sacred weapon. Li Haoran expressed his request, as the esteemed figure of Kanglan Prefecture. With an elite force of divine martial guards at his command, surely my help is unnecessary? The ownership of the sacred weapon cannot merely be determined by numbers. Be candid, Brother Song. This time, even the nearby prefectures have been stirred. And even I do not possess absolute confidence. Before Song Yang could respond, Li Haoran continued, do not be hasty in your refusal. I understand the rules, 10,000 taels. Song Yang furrowed his brow, appearing somewhat troubled. As you mentioned, there are indeed many experts this time. The risks are considerable. Li Haoran nodded. I am aware that 10,000 taels is insufficient. How about this? Should you succeed, I will add another 10,000 and grant you access to the Divine Martial Guard's arsenal in Kanglan Prefecture to select a martial art below the earth level. Song Yang suddenly realized that his perspective was too narrow, leading to some misunderstandings in communication with the influential figures. Notify me before the action commences. At&N in Ping'an County, Miss, I have just received news that Li Haoran has recruited a master to join them. Do you know their identity? It is a newly appointed demon hunter from the local area, exceptionally strong. He previously killed 2 Bloodscale guards before Li Haoran. Understood. You may leave. Lin Zhao arrived in Ping'an County yesterday noon. The situation in the county was more complex than she had anticipated. 3 experts from the heavenly ranking had already arrived, and that was just the visible part. Who knows how many hidden experts like in Bo lurked in the shadows? To the east of Ping'an County, 5 miles away, lies Anyang Mountain, at the foot of which is a small pond named Kunlong Pond. Despite its grand name, it is merely a small pool, measuring less than 10 feet in diameter, with water so shallow that the bottom is easily visible. Aside from the occasional scholars seeking inspiration, this place is rarely visited. On the second day, after Song Yang agreed to Li Haoran, on the 25th day of the 7th month of the divine martial calendar, at the hour of the tiger, a muted roar suddenly erupted from the bottom of Kunlong Pond, as if some creature had awakened. Initially, Due to the water's barrier, the sound could only be heard by those nearby. But as the roaring continued, each sound longer than the last, its penetrating force gradually increased, sending the birds and beasts of the surrounding mountains fleeing in terror. The roar echoed far into the night sky, reaching the ears of various factions several miles away. It is the sacred weapon. It has emerged. Quickly gather the forces. The darkness of night did not impede the various masters, who had long prepared for this moment. Soon, the streets of Ping'an County echoed with the sound of thundering hooves and hurried footsteps. As soon as he heard the roar, Song Yang rushed out of the city. In the small team, besides him and Li Haoran, there were 4 masked masters. The group of 6 hastened towards the direction of the roar and soon arrived at Kunlong Pond. However, they were not the first to arrive. 2 groups of masked individuals had already gathered there. Song Yang's gaze swept across them, and 2 individuals caught his attention. Name: An Rahai race. Human martial arts. Sunflower True Classic. Transformation. Blood Transformation. Palm Transformation. Star Point Sword Technique. Perfection. Cultivation. 390 years. Description: Eunuch of the Balong Office. 4th rank Demon Hunter. Part-time. Name: Pang Kuan race. Human martial arts. Extreme Path Demon Technique. Transformation. 8 extreme demonic styles. Transformation. Heavenly Demon Body Forging Technique. Perfection. Instantaneous 1000 miles. Perfection. Blood Ignition Great Method. Secret Technique. Cultivation. 400 years. Description: Deputy Sect Leader of the Extreme Demon Sect, 3rd in the heavenly ranking of the Divine Martial Kingdom. Song Yang was somewhat familiar with An Rahai, having encountered him in Shiryang County before, though they had no interaction at that time. As for Pang Kuan, this was their first meeting, yet the name of the Extreme Demon Sect seemed vaguely familiar. The cultivation levels of these 2 were significantly higher than the others, reaching the pinnacle of innate levels, making them the strongest in their respective teams. To his surprise, An Rahai recognized Song Yang, and a hint of trepidation appeared on the face revealed beneath his black scarf. Among the Extreme Demon Sect's ranks, Yu Tian, previously overlooked by Song Yang, approached Pang Kuan, Deputy Sect Leader. The one beside Li Haoran is Song Yang. Understood, we shall act according to the situation. At this moment, the roaring within Kunlong Pond had reached a deafening level, as if the creature below was on the verge of breaking free. Suddenly, a water column, 2 to 3 zhang high, erupted from the pond. A blue silhouette was thrust into the air by the column, transforming before the eyes of the onlookers into the shape of a dragon. The first to react was An Rahai, the old eunuch, whose figure nearly synchronized with the dragon's emergence. He was about to reach out to seize the dragon's form when a chill ran down his spine, causing him to abandon his original intention and pivot to strike with the palm. With a loud bang, the 2 figures in midair separated, only to re-engage in combat, as Pang Kuan launched an attack against An Rahai. Brother Song, I will hold these 2 back for a moment. Seize the opportunity to acquire the sacred weapon, Li Haoran exclaimed before Song Yang could respond, charging forward. With each step he took, his stature grew, swiftly transforming into a towering giant. The first stance of the sky-splitting hand, a single hand blocking the heavens. Li Haoran unleashed both palms, aiming for the heads of the 2 combatants, in his demonized state. His power had exceeded the innate realm, and with his renowned technique in play, even the formidable An Rahai and Pang Kuan had to exert their utmost effort. Following the engagement of the 3 titans, the other experts below began to choose their opponents and join the fray. The Extreme Demon Sect was somewhat fortunate, as they were aware through Yu Tian's influence that Song Yang was not to be trifled with. However, An Rahai's side was less fortunate. An expert charged at Song Yang with a blade aimed at his neck. Yet, as the blade swung, it was effortlessly shattered by a mere flick of Song Yang's finger. The severed blade spun back, encircling the assailant's neck, and his head soon rolled to the ground. The nearby experts were taken aback by this scene. This fellow is rather sinister. Chapter 30. A good gift awaits, unfazed by the astonishment of those around him. Song Yang swiftly pursued the dragon silhouette in midair. For the sake of future cooperation, he must ensure that the task entrusted by the powerful benefactor is executed flawlessly. An Rahai and Pang Kuan, though anxious, found themselves unable to break through Li Haoran's blockade. The dragon silhouette seemed to sense danger, its form twisting into a blur. Alas, it was in vain. Song Yang struck with the swiftness of lightning, reaching into the illusion and seizing the true essence of the dragon, which turned out to be a palm-sized piece of armor. Before he could examine it further, unforeseen changes erupted on the battlefield. From the four corners, north, south, east, and west, shadows shot forth, simultaneously charging towards Song Yong. Each assailant employed various techniques, swift and lethal, targeting the most vulnerable areas of the human body, eyes and throat. Could that sword technique belong to the eighth of the heavenly ranking? Zhaohun's swords Li Huayan? And the spear technique? I wonder which you family master has arrived. Though all four remain masked, some among the crowd discerned their identities from their techniques. Many believed Song Yong was in grave danger. Despite the overwhelming odds, Song Yong maintained an air of calm. Merely a bunch of rabble. As soon as the words left his lips, a blinding light enveloped him, unleashing a terrifying surge of internal power. A golden circular barrier materialized out of thin air, encasing him within. Though Li Huayan and the others were startled, they remained confident in their abilities. They believed they could shatter not only a mere internal energy shield, but even a block of mysterious iron. However, when they made contact with Song Yang's barrier, their expressions shifted dramatically. This is bad. The disparity is immense. Whether their weapons or fists struck the shield, it was akin to eggs striking against stone, causing no damage whatsoever. Instead, they were repelled by the rebound force emanating from the shield, sent flying and left shattered. In a mere exchange, the victor emerged, none other than the besieged Song Yong. The four attackers lay on the ground, their weapons broken and limbs incapacitated, gasping for breath before falling silent. Even Li Haoran, who was engaged in a fierce battle nearby, was taken aback. Indeed, Li Durian has come prepared. I withdraw. And Rahai relinquished his pursuit of the sacred weapon. During their encounter in Shiyang County, he had suspected Song Yong to be an expert beyond the heavenly ranking, and now his doubts were completely dispelled. Tio defeat four masters of the heavenly ranking in a single move. Who but a transcendent expert could accomplish such a feat? Even the demonized Li Haoran would find it impossible. With Song Yong present, they had no chance whatsoever. As for Peng Kuan, after a moment's hesitation, he made the same choice. Witnessing the retreat of the higher-ups, the subordinates below saw no reason to continue risking their lives. What was destined to be a blood-soaked battle concluded abruptly, akin to a dragon's head meeting a snake's tail. Li Haoran's expression was complex. In this era, where martial saints had long since vanished, transcendent experts represented the utmost combat prowess of the divine martial kingdom and its neighboring states. The question remained, how old could Song Yong possibly be? The records indicate that the individual is 22 years old. In another 10 or 8 years, wouldn't the other party? Li Haoran dared not pursue the thought further. Meanwhile, Song Yong, through the system, identified the attributes of the armor on his hand. Name: Dragon Shadow Armor. Effect: increases strength based on one's own power, forming a powerful protective shield on the surface of the body. The greater the power, the stronger the enhancement effect, capped at a maximum of 999 years. Description: an ancient battle armor belonging to the Azure Dragon martial sage of yore. The efficacy of the Dragon Shadow Armor is indeed formidable, unparalleled in defense, if donned by certain formidable beings. Even a month ago, Song Yong might not have been able to breach their defenses. Lordly, I leave this to you. Song Yong tossed the sacred armor over as if discarding refuse. The nearby teammates watched with wide eyes. Li Haoran retrieved a brocade box, carefully storing the Dragon Shadow Armor, then approached Song Yong and performed a solemn bow. Brother Song, Senior, I truly failed to recognize your greatness. I had no idea you were a transcendent being. Upon our return, I shall express my gratitude. The other four followed suit, bowing in imitation. You all wait for me here for a moment. I shall return shortly, Song Yong declared suddenly, and in the blink of an eye. He vanished from sight. Before long, the forest echoed with the sounds of a fierce battle, followed by two chilling cries. There are demons. As the commander of the Divine Martial Guard, Li Haoran instantly recognized the cries as non-human. Just as he contemplated whether to investigate, Song Yong reappeared. Senior Song, are you unharmed? Nothing serious, merely dealt with a couple of minor demons. By the way, Lordly, please just call me Brother Song. The title Senior feels rather strange. Very well, Brother Song. With the acquisition secured, the group made their way out of the mountains, soon encountering the main force of the Divine Martial Guard, along with several members of other factions arriving just in time. Upon seeing Li Haoran and his companions emerge, they were momentarily taken aback. What is going on? How did Li Haoran come out from there? Could it be? A few capable experts wore grim expressions, disregarding others as they swiftly dashed into the mountains. Why, Lord, what is this? Asked Lu Hu from the Divine Martial Guard, stepping forward to inquire. Li Haoran imperceptibly nodded. Return and take some time to rest. We shall depart for Kanglan City tomorrow. By the time Song Yang returned home, dawn was breaking. Yet sleep eluded him. He had initially thought that the opponents of the night would be mere humans with nothing to gain. But unexpectedly, a great reward awaited him in the end. The reason Song Yang had briefly departed was that he had discovered 2 concealed experience packages. Eliminate 450 years of black and white Rakshasa demons. Reward, 300 years of power, current power, 1,800 years. Additional opportunity to enhance martial arts realm. The system data had been updated. Had the experts of the night known that their efforts yielded nothing while Song Yang effortlessly augmented his power to that of a typical Li Haoran, they would surely have been at a loss for words. Besides the power increase and the opportunity for martial enhancement, Song Yang was most delighted to find that the system had unlocked a significant privilege. The martial arts he had cultivated to perfection could now be further advanced. Without hesitation, Song Yang utilized the martial arts opportunity on Pure Yang skill. Although the power enhancement at each stage of this internal technique was not as substantial as that of the Great Sun Body Forging technique, it was foundational to his martial path. Whether paired with Pure Yang Palm or Fierce Sun Blade technique, it could yield a power greater than the sum of its parts. As the text indicating the transformation of Pure Yang skill changed to transcendence. A warm flow surged forth from Song Yang's dantian, coursing throughout his body. Portions of it flowed into his meridians, visibly widening and fortifying them. Other parts were absorbed by his flesh, bones, and internal organs. Although the intensity did not change drastically, Song Yang could distinctly sense that his control over his body had elevated to a new level. Even the smallest pores and openings could now be manipulated at will. Name: Song Yang race, human physique. Unleakable Pure Yang body, Yuan Yang does not leak. All evils cannot invade. Blood vitality flows eternally. Martial arts. Pure Yang skill, transcendence. Pure Yang palm, perfection. Fierce Sunblade technique, perfection. Wandering Dragon movement technique, perfection. Great Sun Body Forging technique, great accomplishment, power. 1900 years. Although the transcendent stage of Pure Yang skill only enhanced his power by 100 years, it fundamentally altered Song Yang's physique. The practical improvements far surpassed mere power increases. Had it not been for the brightening sky, Song Yang would have rushed to the fragrant pavilion to conduct a test. While pondering the Hua sisters, they were likewise discussing him at the top floor of the fragrant pavilion. Hua Qilua stood respectfully beside a regal woman clad in palace attire. The woman, named Qin Mingyao, was the Grand Elder of the Xining Valley, possessing strength comparable to an Rahai and Peng Kuan. Due to distance constraints, only a few formidable experts from Xining Valley could attend this time, including Qin Mingyao, totaling merely 3 innate experts. Thus, when Song Yang and his companions contended for the sacred armor the previous night, Qin Mingyao refrained from intervening directly, instead choosing to observe from the sidelines. She had intended to wait for others to weaken each other before seizing an opportunity. However, she encountered the suddenly emerging Song Yang, a being of the transcendence realm. Even in a dark faction like Xining Valley, only the Valley Master and a few senior elders had reached such heights. Qin Mingyao turned to Hua Qilua. I have heard that you share a close relationship with County Head Song? Song Yang had not donned a mask at the time, and with a little investigation, his identity was easily discernible, revealing his connection to Hua Qilua. Hua Qilua's heart skipped a beat, unsure why the Grand Elder suddenly broached the subject of Song Yang. Yet, she candidly relayed the situation to Qin Mingyao. While she did have feelings for Song Yang, she was far too aware of the Grand Elder's authority to dare oppose it. Grand Elder, forgive me. I merely sought to practice martial arts. I swear upon my martial foundation that I have never acted against the interests of the sect. Qin Mingyao chuckled lightly. Hee, when did I say I intended to blame you? Before Hua Qilua could react, Qin Mingyao inquired again. Qilua, how long have you been in the sect? Having lost her parents at a young age, Qilua had joined the outer sect under the tutelage of Li Yu and Zhang Lao alongside her sister. It had been 20 years since then. 20 years, very well. Qin Mengyao's lips curled into a slight smile. From today forth, you shall be my disciple, Qin Mingyao. Moreover, I shall recommend you as a candidate for the sect's saintess. As for your sister, I will promote her to an inner disciple upon our return. Emerging from the room, Hua Qilua remained in a daze, overwhelmed by the unexpected series of blessings. She had hurriedly exited the city with her sect's team the previous night, only to be met with the Grand Elder's announcement of a cancelled mission. Now, the earlier conversation unfolded. Although Hua Qilua was puzzled about what had transpired, she knew it was undoubtedly connected to Song Yang. After Qin Mingyao accepted her as a disciple, she did not send Hua Qilua back to the sect, but instead instructed her to remain in Ping'an County. Among the top-tier experts who had abstained from action the previous night, there was one more besides Qin Mingyao, the old steward of Lin Jia's household. Wenbo Yusei County Head Song is a Transcendence Realm expert. The news struck Lin Jia like thunder, rendering him incredulous. What manner of existence is a Transcendence Realm expert? Even his father would treat him with utmost respect. Yet, such a highly esteemed figure turned out to be someone he knew. Lin Jia felt a flush of embarrassment when recalling how recently he had wished for Song Yang to participate in the Divine Martial Conference. The man's age seemed fitting, but a Transcendence Realm expert at the conference was an unfair advantage. The young prodigies would likely be infuriated to the point of tearing their hair out. Do not say it, young master. Even I am astonished. Who would have thought that a true dragon lay hidden in this humble Ping'an County? Wenbo marveled. Although their trip had seemingly yielded no results, both master and servant felt a sense of relief. Not long ago, Li Haoran had led all the divine martial guards away from Ping'an County, and as a Transcendence Realm expert, Song Yang naturally would not serve another's interests. Wenbo then spoke in a grave tone. Young master, although we may not have obtained the sacred armor this time, it does not signify the absence of other opportunities. Are you referring to Song Yang? Lin Jia immediately grasped the implication. Wenbo nodded. Indeed, if you can gain the support of a Transcendence Realm expert, not only could you resolve the current crisis of being hunted, but returning to that place in the future would also be within the realm of possibility. Please, instruct me, Wenbo. You may attempt it in this manner. The news of the holy weapon born in Ping'an County being acquired by Li Haoran swiftly spread throughout the realm. Yet, the focus of the Wandering Knights was not on the holy weapon, but rather on the formidable figure of Song Yang, a transcendent expert of the Divine Connection Realm. It is worth noting that the last breakthrough to the Divine Connection Realm in Kanglan Prefecture dates back 200 years. After such a long hiatus, the emergence of another transcendent powerhouse in the prefecture is bound to ignite excitement within the martial world of Kanglan. Henceforth, when traveling to other regions, the warriors of Kanglan Prefecture can finally proclaim their origins with pride. Free from the fear of being mocked as provincial bumpkins, during this period, Song Yang experienced a bittersweet existence. The pain stemmed from the incessant visits from admirers, which forced him to suspend even the vital event of visiting the fragrant pavilion to check on the well-being of the ladies. Conversely, the joy arose from the fact that most of these visitors were well-versed in the intricacies of human relationships, arriving with meaningful gestures rather than empty-handed. Naturally, there were a few oblivious individuals who questioned Song Yang's intentions, attempting to use him as a stepping stone. The result was that their corpses still hung at the city gate, not yet dried on this particular day. The sky was overcast, pouring rain relentlessly. Song Yang was fortunate enough to sleep until he naturally awoke. Just as he had finished washing up, a knock echoed at the door once more. Who could it be in such foul weather? Reluctantly, Song Yang opened the door to find an elderly man and a young boy, both holding umbrellas and standing beneath the eaves, burdened with packages. I am Lin Jia, a constable from Ping'an County, here to pay my respects to Senior Song. I have previously served under you for a time. Oh, it's you. Please, come in. Song Yang's mind raced, struggling to recall the specifics of this minor character. The two entered and took a seat. After serving them a cup of clear water, Song Yang inquired, You are Lin Jia? Correct? What brings you to me? I wish to serve under your esteemed command. Song Yang regarded him with mild surprise. The entire Ping'an County, indeed the whole Kanglan Prefecture, was aware of his role as a demon-hunting constable. This line of work was far more perilous than that of a mere constable. What was his true intention? Song Yang activated the system scan on Lin Jia. Chapter 32. Not just any good person name. Ling Xian Race. Human Martial Arts. Imperial Supreme Divine Martial Art. Beginner. Void Sword Cannon. Minor Achievement. True Dragon Fist Technique. Beginner. Power Level. 30 years Introduction. The 9th Prince of the Divine Martial Kingdom, who fled to Ping'an County to escape pursuers, adopting the alias Lin Jia. Upon reading this, Song Yang could not help but rub his nose. Yet another royal figure. Was the divine martial kingdom contemplating relocating its capital to Ping'an County? However, one must say, Ling Xian's capabilities were rather dismal. As a prince, he had yet to complete his foundational training. How had he managed to escape from the capital to here? Song Yang then glanced at the elderly man behind Lin Jiao and suddenly realized the situation. It seemed there was a formidable protector in the shadows. After pondering for a moment, Song Yang decided to accept Lin Jiao's request. No matter how strong he was ultimately but one man. Encountering complex cases would inevitably consume more time. Additionally, having a junior to engage in casual conversation while on the road would be quite pleasant. Of course, it would be even better if the junior were female. Song Yang stated, I will inform the demon hunting department of this matter. Come find me at the bookstore on East Street tomorrow morning. Lin Jiao, both astonished and delighted, quickly rose and bowed to Song Yang. I shall henceforth serve you, senior. Stop with the senior and predecessor titles. They only add to my pressure. Since you have followed me before, feel free to use the original address. Lin Jiao and Wen Bo exchanged glances. It seemed this transcendent figure was rather easy to converse with. After seeing the two off, Song Yang soon ventured out himself. The newly established demon hunting department was still short-staffed, thus allowing formal demon hunters like Song Yang to recommend candidates. He reported Lin Jia's information to Elder Chen, and shortly after, he received a badge from him. Is that it? No assessments required. Song Yang was quite astonished by the efficiency of the constabulary. Elder Chen respectfully replied, the higher-ups have decreed that the operations of the Ping'an County Demon Hunting Department will henceforth be at your discretion. So they had granted him a green light. Exiting the bookstore, Song Yang strode confidently into the adjacent fragrant pavilion. A night passed without incident. A certain individual emerged from the building, feeling invigorated. This flawless pure young body was undoubtedly the dream physique coveted by men worldwide. Possessing it equated to being innately invulnerable. Henceforth, there would only be fields left uncultivated. Never an ox worked to death. 3 days later, Song Yang and Lin Jiao arrived at Qinghe County, the largest city closest to Ping'an County, boasting a population of over 1 million and an area at least several times larger than Ping'an County. Their visit to Qinghe County was for the purpose of investigating a significant case. On the first day of the 7th month in the 13th year of the Qianfeng era, a full-month banquet was held at the estate of Zhang Yuanwei in the southern outskirts of Qinghe County. Until the next day, neither the host nor the guests, totaling 1,528 individuals, emerged. After the divine martial guards intervened in the investigation, aside from those who had not entered the Zhang estate, several batches of experts mysteriously vanished within. The case was subsequently handed over to the Demon Hunting Department, and to date, 3 batches comprising 15 demon hunters had gone missing. Mission: enter the Zhang estate and uncover the truth. Mission difficulty: a level, with a reward of 3,000 taels of gold. My lords, the estate ahead is Zhang's. The constable leading them pointed it out. Such a vast estate, it would be difficult for it to go unnoticed. However, from the outside, everything appeared normal. Not only was there no sign of malevolence, but at times, they could even see moving figures within. Lin Jiao turned to the constable. Did you not say the estate was sealed off? How can there still be people inside? The constable swallowed hard, a look of trepidation on his face. My lord, it is indeed sealed off. What we see are not human beings, my lords. I am but a lowly servant. I shall leave you here. I will wait for your good news at this time tomorrow. Though he spoke kindly, he was inwardly thinking that 2 more had come to meet their demise. Naturally, Song Yang was oblivious to this. His mind was solely preoccupied with the constable's earlier words. What we see are not human beings. Non-human beings were indeed a bounty of experience. With that thought, Song Yang's lips curled into a slight smile as he strode forward. Lin Jiao hurried to keep pace as they approached the estate. All the previously visible figures vanished without a trace. The main gate was tightly shut. Yet a slightly ajar side door seemed to be left open for guests. Song Yang, are we truly going in? Lin Jiao asked uneasily. He had reviewed the case files, and none who had entered the Zhang estate had returned. They were lost without a trace, including several innate experts. Song Yang shot Lin Jiao a glance. If you are afraid, you may stay here. With that, he took a step forward and delivered a powerful kick to the door. With a resounding crash, the massive metal door flew open, crashing against the wall behind it. P.S. In ancient estates, there is often a wall resembling a screen behind the door. Song Yang stepped inside. Lin Jiao gritted his teeth and followed. He had made up his mind to never leave the sight of the senior, no matter what transpired. Inside the estate, it was eerily silent. Neither living beings nor corpses were in sight. Recalling that the Zhang estate had been hosting a grand banquet in the garden at the time of the incident, Song Yang decided to head there first. The estate was quite expansive. Yet guided by a small map, Song Yang navigated it effortlessly. Upon reaching the garden, he was met with a cacophony of voices, as if the banquet was still in full swing. Song Yang felt little concern. But Lin Jiao was evidently becoming increasingly anxious. As they approached the garden entrance, the scene within matched the sounds they had heard. Servants busied themselves pouring wine and serving dishes, while guests exchanged toasts, creating a lively atmosphere. Among the crowd, they could even spot familiar garb belonging to the divine martial guards. As Song Yang stepped into the garden, the cacophony abruptly ceased, and every gaze fell upon him. "What are you staring at? Who said one cannot be late to a wedding feast?" Song Yang bellowed. The gathered crowd momentarily froze, but soon a voice rebuked, "Who is this ruffian? Being late is one thing, but daring to speak nonsense at Zhang's full-month banquet." Following the voice, they saw an elder adorned in the attire of a divine martial guard in a single stride. Song Yang leapt onto the table. Towering over the elder. Name: Wangli race. Ghost martial arts. Primordial supreme divine might. Major achievement. Ghostly shadow capture technique. Major achievement. 9 in life seizing blade. Major achievement. Ghostly shadow step. Major achievement. Power level. 210 years introduction. In life, he was 1,000 household of the divine martial guard in Qingshui County, an innate expert who was killed by demons and ghosts and subsequently became a wraith. His strength was rather standard. However, what piqued Song Yang's interest was that this Wang Li, aside from having his power converted into a ghostly level, had astonishingly retained his martial arts from life, which was quite rare indeed. "Wang Qianhu, it is no shame to be unable to defeat me. However, turning traitor after death is a disservice to those who perished at the hands of the demons and ghosts." Wang Li's eyes glinted with malice. The individual before him was aware of his background. Thus, he could forget about leaving. In an instant, Wang Li's hands transformed into phantoms, lunging towards Song Yang's calves. Yet, his opponent's speed was evidently swifter. A large hand descended from above. Fingers clawed, seizing Wang Li's crown, lifting him effortlessly. Chapter 33. Apologies. I intend to be the one who catches you. Wang Li attempted to pry open Song Yang's grasp, but as he reached halfway, terror washed over his face. The hand gripping his head exerted pressure. Bang! The head of the old ghost burst open, and dark green ghostly blood splattered across the faces of those nearby. The garden once again fell into silence. In the next moment, whether servants or guests, all eyes sparkled with a predatory gleam. The first to strike was Wang Li's table, comprised almost entirely of phantoms transformed from the divine martial guard. Armed with knives and swords, they simultaneously lunged at Song Yang. Overestimating their abilities, Song Yang remained unperturbed, countering with a swift slap that sent 5 or 6 figures crashing into the horde of ghosts, instantly obliterating a multitude of them. "Song head, help!" Lin Jia's cry for help echoed from the entrance. Upon turning his head, Song Yang saw that Lin Jiao had been cornered by the ghostly swarm. How inept! Lin Jiao not only lacked strength but also displayed poor psychological resilience, being subdued by a horde of ordinary phantoms. Although he felt a twinge of regret, he could not simply stand by and watch. With a flourish of his pure yang palm, he carved a bloody path between the two. As the energy reached Lin Jiao's feet, its trajectory transformed from a straight line into a graceful arc. The phantoms, unaware of Song Yang's prowess, continued to pounce on Lin Jiao, but as they grazed the arc's perimeter, flames erupted from their bodies, reducing them to nothingness in the blink of an eye. "Stay still," Song Yang instructed, turning his focus to exorcising the ghostly horde in the garden. While the phantoms were generally weak, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. If he were to clear them one by one, it would take an eternity. With a mighty leap, he propelled himself into the air, using the recoil to soar to a height of 7 or 8 zhang, while simultaneously exploding the head of a ghost beneath him. His right palm glowed like a red-hot iron, and he struck down upon the densest cluster of phantoms. Pure yang qi, the same palm strike, now magnified beyond measure compared to his earlier efforts in Yo family village, coalesced into a 3-foot square crimson palm imprint beneath his hand. Suddenly accelerating, it descended towards the ground, expanding with each foot it fell. By the time it reached the phantoms' heads, the imprint had grown to cover most of the garden. A resounding boom echoed throughout the entirety of Qingshui County, drawing the gaze of all who heard it toward the south, where a colossal mushroom cloud ascended into the sky. What has transpired? The startled high-ranking officials of Qingshui County hastily dispatched personnel to investigate, only to be met with astonishment. The source of the massive explosion was none other than the temporarily sealed Zhang Mansion. Ultimately, it was the county magistrate who learned the specifics from one of the constables. You say there was a demon patrol that entered the Zhang Mansion today? That wretched scoundrel. Why was this not reported? Drag him away and behead him. The magistrate erupted in fury. Your Excellency, spare me. I saw only 2 individuals and thought them to be mere arrogant fools, hence I did not take it seriously. The constable who had led Song Yang to the Zhang Mansion was now drenched in sweat, the air thick with an unpleasant odor. The magistrate paid him no mind, waving his hand to have the constable dragged away. Given the tremendous commotion at the Zhang Mansion, it was evident that those who entered must be formidable experts among the demon patrol, individuals whom even the magistrate dared not offend. He quickly summoned his men to rush to the mansion. The same commotion unfolded within the Divine Martial Guard and the demon patrol as well. Meanwhile, while the various factions in Qingshui County were thrown into disarray, Song Yang had successfully eradicated all the phantoms in the garden. Despite vanquishing so many, he was awarded a mere 30 years of cultivation power, the system explaining that the phantom's unique origin meant that the dark energies inherent to demons comprised only a tiny fraction of their essence. Someone was exceedingly displeased, and the consequences would be grave. Ignoring the dazed Lin Jiao, Song Yang activated his lightness skill and darted deeper into the estate. He soon discovered that these phantoms appeared to be servants, guests, or officials who had previously entered the mansion for investigation, yet the actual owners had never shown their faces. Before long, Song Yang halted before a modest 2-story building, in the small courtyard before it. 1 man and 7 women sat beneath a tree, engaged in lively conversation, while a dozen children frolicked in the open space before them. Song Yang glanced over and could not help but admire Zhang Yuanwei. It was clear that someone bold enough to name themselves Zhang Juqi possessed considerable skill. Had he met them sooner, they could have had a meaningful exchange. As for now, just as Song Yang was about to raise his hand, a small hand clutched his pant leg. Big brother, let's play hide and seek. Name. By Yuan Ingui Race. Ghost Tribe Evil Art. Curse Technique. Ghost Control Technique. Body of the Ghost King Cultivation. 550 years description. A terrifying ghost king formed from the accumulated resentment and malice of abandoned infants. With a mischievous personality and a deep-seated hatred for children favored by their parents. No wonder so many perish. It seems my brother Juqi has provoked this ferocious being. The seemingly adorable little boy before him was, in fact, a formidable evil spirit equivalent to a godly realm practitioner. Big brother, don't you want to play with me? Seeing Song Yang's silence, Bai Yuan Ingui's tone grew somber. Not at all, to be honest. I too adore playing hide and seek, Song Yang replied. Really? Then big brother, hurry and hide. If you're caught, you must accept my punishment. Song Yang remained still, gently ruffling the boy's hair. I sincerely apologize, but since childhood, I have always been the one seeking. Why don't you hide instead? If I catch you, you will face my punishment. Bai Yuan Ingui appeared momentarily stunned. Born of resentment, he grew stronger by absorbing such negative emotions, relishing the despair of his victims before devouring them to draw out more lingering resentment. Little friend, are you silent because you don't wish to play with me? Song Yang's words darkened Bai Yuan Ingui's expression. Big brother, stop joking. Go hide right now, or I shall be angry. Song Yang chuckled. You were the one who started the jest. This laughter ignited all of Bai Yuan Ingui's pent-up malice. You wretched human. The hand gripping Song Yang's pants morphed into a sharp claw, lunging for his heart. He intended to rip out this human's heart and consume it piece by piece before his very eyes as punishment for the mockery. With a clang, Bai Yuan Ingui's features contorted grotesquely as his hand shattered against Song Yang's chest. No mistake, it was shattered, not merely broken. The claw, which had likely dug out the hearts of countless formidable humans, now lay in fragments upon the ground. You little brat, is that grimace meant for whom? Today, consider this a lesson from your elders. Before his words could finish, a palm the size of a fan struck by Yuan Nguye's right cheek, leaving a significant dent and spiderweb-like cracks on his once cute face. Just as Bai Yuan Nguye was sent flying, Song Yang seized him once more. Now, you don't hide, so I shall punish you. Song Yang gripped Bai Yuan Nguye by the neck, pinning him to the ground, and lifted a fist the size of a sandpot, ready to smash it down upon the boy's nose. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. His fists rained down like a relentless pile driver. In a single breath, Song Yang unleashed over 100 heavy punches, creating a massive cavity in Bai Yuan Nguye's face. Compressing his features inward, Bai Yuan Nguye was left dazed, murmuring, "Who am I? Where am I? Mother, come save me." Song Yang pointed at the boy and scolded, "Now do you realize your mistake?" Bai Yuan Nguye struggled to respond, utterly confused as to where his mouth had gone. Silence equated to defiance. How bold! Enraged, Song Yang raised his fist once more, delivering another series of brutal strikes to the unruly child, then repeated his earlier question. "Now do you know your mistake?" This time, Bai Yuan Nguye learned his lesson. The moment Song Yang ceased his assault, the dark energy within him began to stir, fearing that if he remained silent, he might indeed be beaten to death. Bai Yuan Nguye's face contorted as a new mouth sprouted where his jaw remained intact. "Stop hitting!" Daring to retort. "How audacious!" Song Yang's fist fell again, striking the mischievous child with renewed fury. Feeling unsatisfied, he hoisted Bai Yuan Nguye and slammed him against the ground. Bang, bang, bang. The courtyard echoed with the sound of heavy objects colliding. Time passed, and when Song Yang felt his anger dissipate, he casually tossed the now unrecognizable figure of Bai Yuan Nguye aside, ignoring the nearby Zhang family's phantoms, who quivered in fear. "Stop playing dead. Get up at once," Song Yang commanded. The system did not issue a prompt for the kill. To think one could slip by unnoticed is nothing short of fanciful delusion. Upon seeing the opponent remain motionless, a surge of energy was unleashed with a pointed gesture, as the crisis loomed. The Baiwan infant ghost could no longer maintain its facade. In a flash, it evaded the energy attack, leaping behind the Zhang family's ghostly servant, enveloping it in a massive shroud of flesh. Forming a colossal meatball, this grotesque mass writhed and, in mere moments, sprouted new limbs and a head, transforming into a brand new malevolent spirit. This fiend, cloaked in a dark greenish hue, towered even higher than the nearby small building. Its muscles bulging like coiled dragons' point, one could sense the terrifying power contained within its imposing form. "Human, do you truly believe you have me at your mercy? I am far more formidable than you can fathom. This is my true form." Song Yang was taken aback by the transformation of the Baiwan ghost infant. With an impressive 600 years of cultivation, it could likely contend with some of the weakest martial saints. What a pity! Before the Baiwan infant ghost could fully grasp the implications of this thought, Song Yang struck. Pure Yang overlapping sun. His left palm instantly pressed against the Baiwan infant ghost's chest. After a gentle tap, he returned to his original position. The Baiwan infant ghost's lip twitched, choosing not to retaliate against Song Yang, and turned to flee the courtyard. Yet, mere steps away, a cacophony erupted from within its massive form. Subsequently, its dark skin began to pale rapidly, as countless beams of light burst forth from its pores. The Baiwan infant ghost let out a piercing scream. However, as soon as it opened its mouth, light shot forth, followed by beams erupting from its eyes, ears, and nostrils, until it was fully transformed into a being of light. The annihilation of the 600-year-old Baiwan infant ghost granted a reward of 200 years of cultivation, raising Song Yang's current level to 2,130 years, along with 2 additional opportunities to elevate his martial arts realm. Meanwhile, outside the Zhang residence, the officials from Qingshui County, who had just arrived, were startled by the chilling scream. They exchanged uncertain glances, momentarily at a loss. Should they enter, risking their lives for a single chance? Yet, if they did not enter and the human experts emerged victorious, would they not be blamed for failing to provide adequate support? The noise was too great to find a plausible excuse for inaction. Suddenly, footsteps interrupted their thoughts. Song Yang and Lin Jiao emerged. Upon seeing the crowd gathered outside, Song Yang remained unperturbed, while Lin Jiao was taken aback. Still adjusting to his new identity, he instinctively hid behind Song Yang at the sight of so many court officials. Though no one paid attention to him, The mere attendant IT is Lord Song Yang. The officials from the Demon Patrol of Qing County were the first to recognize him. This young man is Song Yang. The officials of Qing County were left dumbfounded in recent times, who in Kanglin Prefecture had not heard of the illustrious name of Song Yang, the one who had slain 4 top-tier experts in a single strike, now the foremost figure in Kanglin Prefecture. The crowd hurriedly bowed to Song Yang. Upon learning that he had dealt with the demons within the Zhang residence, they eagerly began to flatter him. The county magistrate suddenly proclaimed, according to the law, the Zhang family's assets must be surrendered to the national treasury. Since Lord Song Yang has vanquished that evil spirit, I propose that the subsequent cleanup be entrusted to him as a gesture of respect. What do you all think? Other officials silently cursed the old man for his swift reaction, yet they quickly echoed his sentiment. Since everyone has bestowed this responsibility upon me, I, Song, shall naturally accept it without hesitation. Song Yang readily agreed, feeling it was a matter of utmost respect to avoid any hesitation. Following this, the county magistrate extended an invitation for a banquet to express gratitude and to provide a warm welcome. A large entourage departed in an impressive procession, leaving only the experts from the Divine Martial Guard and the Demon Patrol behind. Although Song Yang's prowess had been confirmed by numerous top-tier experts, including Li Haoran, hearing is never as enlightening as witnessing. The earlier commotion had left traces of battle that would surely reveal more about the opponent's strength. Soon, the experts from Qing County beheld the charred remains of the Zhang family garden. Alongside various humanoid craters surrounding the small building, they sensed the suffocating malevolence lingering in the air. Silence enveloped them. They could hardly fathom the extent of the threat posed by the original instigator of chaos within the Zhang household. Had the Baiwan infant ghost emerged from the Zhang residence, Qing County would have been drenched in blood. Concurrently, their understanding of Song Yang's capability to single-handedly slay the malevolent spirit deepened. Lord Song Yang's power is undoubtedly beyond mere entry into the divine realm. He likely rivals those ancient monsters on the divine ranking. The presence of such a formidable figure in Kanglin Prefecture is truly a blessing for the common folk and for us all, mused a captain of the Divine Martial Guard. The crowd nodded in agreement, feeling reassured that with a top-tier expert like Song Yang, future threats from powerful demons would no longer require the sacrifice of lives to prevail. Chapter 35. Extraordinary Pure Young Art. Song Yang spent the evening at the county magistrate's residence, indulging in drink until the late hours, before finally returning to the inn. With a mere thought, the alcohol evaporated from his system. The anticipation of a significant income ahead kept him wide awake, not to mention the 2 invaluable opportunities for martial arts enhancement. Song Yang opened the system panel and was astonished to discover that his Pure Young Art at the transformation stage could still be further enhanced. Rather than adhering to the wooden barrel theory, he preferred to believe that sheer strength could overcome all obstacles. He focused on the small plus sign shimmering at the back of the transformation stage and clicked on it. A resounding boom echoed in his mind. When Song Yang regained his senses, he found himself enveloped in flames. He could distinctly feel the terrifying heat capable of incinerating all, yet he did not experience the pain of being burned. Instead, he felt pleasantly warm, as though soaking in a hot spring. Time passed, though he could not tell how long, when the flames suddenly began to retract, drawing inward until they coalesced in his dantian, forming a small sun. Bathed in its light, the pure young internal energy stored within his dantian began to boil and evaporate at a visible rate. Song Yang's aura started to wane. 2,130 years. 2,000 years, 1,800 years. The pace quickened in just a few breaths. All of his internal energy was expended, reducing his presence to that of a congenital martial artist. At that moment, the small sun erupted, and Song Yang's consciousness returned to reality. Outside, all was silent, seemingly without any disturbance. However, unbeknownst to him, at the instant the small sun exploded, all demons within a 100-mile radius felt an overwhelming oppressive aura, akin to a blade suspended by a hair above their heads. Fortunately, this sensation lasted only a fleeting moment, yet it was enough to terrify several demons that had intended to infiltrate Qing County for a hunt, prompting them to flee. A great terror resides within this human city. Name: Song Yang. Race: human physique. Unleashing true young body, blood energy. Possesses immense lethality against demons. Martial arts: Pure Yang Art, extraordinary. Pure Yang Palm, perfected. Fiery Yang Blade technique, perfected. Wandering Dragon Technique, perfected. Great Sun Body Refinement Technique. Major achievement, cultivation. 2,330 years Song Yang felt his internal energy surging with newfound vigor, exuding dominance. Should he encounter the Baiwan infant ghost once more? Even a fraction of his power could obliterate it. The only drawback was that the enhancement of the pure Yang art to the extraordinary stage had consumed both of his available martial arts improvement opportunities in one fell swoop. The following morning, Song Yang, accompanied by Lin Jiao and a contingent borrowed from the county magistrate, returned to the Zhang residence. Although Zhang Juqi's family had been annihilated, the wealth within the household remained intact. My lord, the assets of the Zhang family have been tallied. The cash, property deeds, and other assets amount to 378,000 taels of silver, along with numerous antiques and paintings that require specialists to appraise their true value. Lin Jiao held the ledger and addressed Song Yang. Song, feeling the weight of his frustrations, clenched his fists. Despite his tireless efforts, his private savings had barely reached 300,000 taels, a sum that hardly amounted to a tenth of what an ordinary person might possess. It was undeniably unfair. Fortunately, the county magistrate here was well versed in the intricacies of human relations. Acknowledging the magistrate's acumen, Song Yang resolved not to make things overly difficult for him. He first distributed over 2,000 taels in cash to Lin Jiao and the others present as a token of their hard work, keeping only 53,000 for himself to avoid benefiting those loathsome corrupt officials. After concluding matters at the Zhang residence, Song Yang did not immediately set off for home. He intended to make a trip to Kanglin County. Not long ago, Li Haoran had written to inform him that the remaining rewards were ready, but he needed to select his cultivation techniques in person. Song Yang decided to visit the local demon patrol office to see if there were any bounties he could conveniently resolve on his way to Kanglin County. As for Lin Jiao, he assigned him the task of procuring fresh meat and vegetables. Through their recent interactions, Song Yang discovered that this fallen prince was not entirely devoid of merit. Although his martial prowess was lacking, he possessed commendable culinary skills. After tasting a dish prepared by Lin Jiao, Song Yang began to see him in a different light. Lin Jiao, far from being disheartened, felt a surge of joy. He was acutely aware of his mediocre talent in martial arts. If he could not demonstrate other forms of value, he would inevitably be cast aside by Song Yang. "Boss, I need 10 jin of beef brisket and a portion of beef tripe," Lin Jiao exclaimed as he busily purchased ingredients in the market, oblivious to the pair of eyes that had fixated on him in a room at an inn in the eastern part of Qingshui County. For men wearing wide-brimmed hats sat around a table. "Xiaowu, are you certain you haven't mistaken him for someone else?" asked the man referred to as the leader. "Boss, do you still doubt my abilities?" Although he bears some differences from the image, a person's essence is not so easily altered, Xiaowu replied confidently. The man known as Lao turned to the middle-aged man seated to his right. "What do you think, Lao Li?" Lao Li pondered for a moment before responding. "The target is merely a waste. The focus lies in protecting that individual. I have reviewed the information provided by the employer. That person is a peak innate eunuch. Dong, can you handle this?" Lao Li inquired, glancing at the silent man opposite him. The man merely nodded in affirmation. "Then it is settled. However, I have heard that a significant figure has arrived in Qingshui County recently. To exercise caution. We should wait until they leave the city before we act." With that, Lao Li made a decisive statement. Meanwhile, Song Yang was savoring the beef hot pot meticulously prepared by Lin Jiao while reviewing the documents he had brought back from the Demon Patrol office. He had previously examined the bounty for exterminating a corpse demon in a village called Gaotang. Due to the long journey, he had opted not to accept it at the time. However, the route was fortuitously aligned this time. On the morning 2 days later, as the city gates opened, Song Yang and Lin Jiao departed from Qingshui County. After a brief interval, 4 knights also exited the city, pursuing the two. Half a day later, Song Yang and Lin Jiao completely left the jurisdiction of Qingshui County. The road ahead began to grow increasingly complex, with fewer travelers along the way until they arrived at a dense forest. The foliage was lush, making it difficult to see beyond its borders, with only a narrow, winding path of 5 or 6 feet wide for passage. This was the closest route to Kanglin Prefecture. Otherwise, they would have to take a significantly longer detour. The two slowed their horses, navigating carefully through the woods. Not long after, Song Yang's expression shifted subtly as he discerned 4 skilled human adversaries lying in wait among the trees. Their auras already locking onto Lin Jiao and himself. However, What piqued Song Yang's interest was the presence of another pair of eyes observing the four from a short distance behind them. Chapter 36. The Imposter. Suddenly, Song Yang turned to Lin Jiao and asked, Jiao, do you enjoy playing hide and seek? His voice, though not loud, seemed to resonate in the forest, as if the speaker were right beside them. Lin Jiao, sitting close to Song Yang, perceived nothing amiss. Yet for the lurking assassins, the sound struck like a thunderclap. Not good. We've been discovered. The four assassins had no time to ponder where they had erred. Instinctively leaping in four different directions, as they retreated, they hurled a flurry of concealed weapons at Song Yang and Lin Jiao. Though merely ordinary flying daggers, the blades shimmered with a faint glow, indicating they were coated in deadly poison. Faced with the almost impenetrable rain of flying daggers, Song Yang executed a remarkably simple maneuver. He took a deep breath, inflating his chest, and then exhaled forcefully toward the front. The assassins, in their frantic retreat, bore witness to the most terrifying and final sight of their lives. The space around them warped as the airflow enveloped all the daggers, vaporizing them into wisps of azure smoke in the blink of an eye. But that was not the end. As Song Yang's breath obliterated the flying daggers, it split into four streams, pursuing the assassins with relentless force. Despite their commendable agility, the speed of the air currents surpassed their own. They barely managed to leap 7 or 8 zhang before being overtaken, meeting the same fate as the daggers, leaving not even ashes behind. Lin Jiao stood agape, unable to close his mouth for an extended period. Was Song Yang truly just a practitioner of the divine connection realm? If all cultivators at that level possessed such might, the demons and ghosts within the dynasty would not be so rampant. Could it be that he was the fabled martial saint? Ignoring Lin Jiao's astonishment, Song Yang's gaze shifted deeper into the forest, where another creature lay concealed. This entity might possess some value in a flash. Song Yang vanished from his horse and reappeared moments later, holding a struggling humanoid creature in his grasp. Name: Gao Ernie Erase. Zombie cultivation. 10 years talent. Concealment description: a zombie transformed from a villager of Gaoting Village. A zombie originating from Gaoting Village? Song Yang was taken aback upon scanning the zombie's data. Although Gaoting Village was on the way, it was still over 100 li distant. Had the range of the zombies' rampage expanded during this time? Regardless, he would soon find out upon reaching Gaoting Village. After effortlessly exorcising the zombie, Song Yang continued on his journey with Lin Jiao. As the two emerged from the forest and returned to the official road, they noticed a temporary checkpoint set up 100 paces ahead. A small army was stationed beside the checkpoint, halting all travelers and merchants attempting to pass. As Song Yang and Lin Jiao approached on horseback, they presented their demon patrol identification badges. Before long, a lieutenant hurried over to them. I am Lu Gang, here to greet the two esteemed gentlemen. Why have you set up a checkpoint here? What has transpired ahead? Lin Jiao inquired on behalf of Song Yang. Indeed, a significant event has occurred ahead, Lu Gang replied solemnly, explaining the circumstances. Song Yang's suspicions had proven correct. The situation in Gaoting Village had escalated considerably. The issue began with a surge of corpse demons emerging from Gaoting Village. The court had dispatched a significant military presence to seal off all routes into and out of the village. In an effort to combat the underlying corpse demons, numerous experts from the Divine Martial Guard and nearby sects were stationed within the army. However, the strength of the corpse demons proved formidable, and the military struggled to penetrate the village, suffering considerable losses and turning many into part of the undead army. In a moment of desperation, the court had no choice but to abandon their offensive and shift to a defensive stance, rallying more elite forces from various regions to suppress the situation. Initially, the situation remained manageable until 2 nights prior when a sudden outbreak of corpse poison erupted within the human ranks. Many soldiers, including martial artists, transformed into zombies, catching everyone off guard in a single night. Several defensive lines fell one after another. It was not until several nearby sects sent reinforcements that the situation was brought back under control. Even so, the radius of the corpse tide had expanded by over 20 li, with an estimated 20,000 zombies now within the sealed area. However, you need not worry. It is said that Lord Song Yang arrived at the front lines yesterday. And with a practitioner of the divine connection realm on our side, the corpse demons will surely not pose a significant threat, Lu Gang assured them. Song Yang raised an eyebrow. What did that mean? How could he have arrived at the front lines yesterday? He and Lin Jiao had only departed from Qingshui County that very morning, and he had been completely unaware of the upheaval in Gaoting village before their arrival. Was it a case of misinformation, or was there something more to the story? With these questions swirling in his mind, Song Yang resolved to clarify the situation before addressing the corpse demons. Following Lu Gang's directions, they continued onward, encountering several more checkpoints along the way. However, their status as demon patrol members granted them unhindered passage. After traveling 30 to 40 li, Song Yang and Lin Jiu finally arrived at the frontline camp that Lu Gang had mentioned. The camp was situated between two mountains, adorned with fluttering banners and a multitude of tents. Teams of heavily armored soldiers patrolled the area as they approached from the rear entrance of the camp. They were met with vigilant guards wielding long spears. Who goes there? This is a restricted military area. Unauthorized individuals are not permitted to enter. At the same time, archers stationed on either side of the gate drew their bows, aiming at the newcomers. Do not be alarmed. We are demon patrol members from Qingshui County, here to assist in resolving the corpse tide, Song Yang declared. Lin Jiuyang presented his identification badge, prompting a soldier to step forward for inspection. After a thorough examination, the soldier's demeanor softened considerably upon confirming the authenticity of the badge. It turned out that he was a brother from the Demon Patrol Department. Given the current dire circumstances, he humbly requested forgiveness for any earlier offense. As he spoke, the soldier gestured behind him, signaling others to lower their weapons. Song Yang, preoccupied with unraveling the meaning behind Lu Gang's words, bore no ill will towards the guards. He inquired of the soldier, "My friend, I have heard that Lord Song Yang has also arrived?" The soldier readily confirmed this, his eyes gleaming with admiration as he spoke of Song Yang. Indeed, Lord Song Yang arrived at the main camp yesterday at noon. Not only did he lead us in repelling the encroaching tide of corpses, but he also vanquished a particularly troublesome armored corpse. Song Yang exchanged glances with Lin Jiu, both men instantly realizing that someone was impersonating Song Yang. Lin Jiu asked, "Song Tu, how should we deal with this imposter?" Song Yang shook his head. "Let's not rush. We should first assess the situation." He had yet to fathom the motives behind the impersonation. If it were for monetary gain, wouldn't it be far easier to target the bustling metropolises instead of coming here to confront zombies? This individual, willing to undertake such a thankless task, could either be a bleeding heart or have grander ambitions. However, Song Yang leaned towards the latter. "I must see who you truly are." Song Yang and Lin Jiu approached a massive tent on the left side of the camp. Within, a banquet was underway to express gratitude to the imposter for his assistance. Chapter 37. The imposter and his overzealous minions. To combat the recent surge of corpses, skilled fighters had been arriving almost daily to lend their support. Thus, when Song Yang and Lin Jiu entered the tent, they encountered no obstacles, in stark contrast to the solemn atmosphere outside. The interior buzzed with lively chatter and laughter. At the banquet, there were no fewer than 100 attendees. Yet Song Yang quickly spotted his target. Surrounded by a group of roguish guests, the imposter was raising his cup in toast, with an appearance bearing at least a 70 to 80% resemblance to Song Yang. It was evident he had altered his features. Without having seen Song Yang in person, one could indeed struggle to distinguish between them based solely on a portrait. That scoundrel is putting on quite the act. "Song Tu, shall we expose him now?" Lin Jiu expressed his indignation. Song Yang remained silent, his attention focused on gathering information about the imposter. Name: Song Zhong. Race: half-human, half-corpse. Martial arts: Eternal Spring Technique, Transformation Realm. Corpse Poison Palm, perfected. Flying Corpse Evasion Technique, perfected. Corpse Refinement Secret, special. Power level: 400 years. Background: left guardian of the corpse chasing sect. To his astonishment, this imposter was actually of the same lineage as Song Yang. Though the implications of his identity were intriguing, Song Yang turned to Lin Jiu and asked, "Jiu, have you heard of the corpse chasing sect?" The corpse chasing sect. Lin Jiu's expression turned grave at the mention of the name. "I have indeed heard of it. It is said to have been established by the remnants of the former dynasty in hopes of restoring their nation. It poses the greatest threat to the divine martial kingdom, second only to the demons and ghosts. Song Tu, have you made a discovery?" Lin Jiu inquired. Song Yang gestured subtly towards Song Zhong. "What? This imposter is one of the corpse-chasing sect's members." Lin Jiu was initially taken aback, but quickly grasped Song Yang's implication. The recent disturbances in Gaoting village were likely not mere coincidence, but rather orchestrated by the corpse-chasing sect. If that were the case, the ramifications of this incident would be far-reaching. Lin Jiao spoke solemnly. Should we continue to observe and bide our time? Or shall we take decisive action? Song Yang rolled his eyes, recalling how Lin Jiao had just insisted on exposing the impostor. However, who said that fishing for big catches required patience? Using a harpoon could be much more direct. Song Zhong wore a broad smile, having not anticipated that his plan would unfold so smoothly. To the extent that he hadn't needed to employ his contingency. He had successfully convinced these fools that he was Song Yang. In the next moment, Song Zhong felt a sudden lightness beneath his feet, and he found himself lifted off the ground. The crowd gasped as a figure appeared behind the elder Song Yang, gripping Song Zhong's throat and hoisting him up. Release Song Xianbei, bold fool. Two individuals charged towards Song Yang. But before they could reach him, their heads exploded like watermelons. The onlookers were horrified. They recognized those two as elite subordinates of Song Yang, who had already reached the innate realm. Yet, they hadn't even seen how their heads had been blown apart. At this point, the other attendees in the tent were also disturbed, converging towards the commotion. A middle-aged general clad in black armor stepped forward, demanding in a deep voice, "Who exactly are you?" Song Yang offered no reply. Instead, he pushed aside the obstructing Song Zhong. How can there be two Song Xianbei? The skilled fighters present were left dumbfounded. The one restraining Song Yang was, astonishingly, another Song Yang. Need I say more? This individual must be a demon or ghost in disguise. Lord Song Yang is a member of our human race. How could he act with such brutality? Indeed, Lord Song Yang and his subordinates fought alongside us just yesterday against the tide of corpses. We all witnessed it with our own eyes. How could he possibly be a fake? From the crowd emerged two voices, successfully restoring the vigilance of everyone present. Song Yang shook his head, leaning closer to Song Zhong's ear and whispered, "Impersonation is one thing, but having a lesser minion outnumber me is truly irksome." With that, he suddenly unleashed a burst of energy from his fingertip. The foremost martial artist was struck with fear. Instinctively closing his eyes, however, the energy did not continue forward but rather veered sharply and circumvented him. With two resounding thuds, two headless corpses collapsed to the ground as the crowd scattered in shock. With piercing eyes, Song Yang surveyed the remaining attendees before finally resting his gaze upon a young martial artist. The latter's face blanched with terror, and he turned to flee. Yet, as he merely turned halfway, his head was already gone. The remaining onlookers trembled in fear, prostrating themselves on the ground. The individuals who had just perished were innate experts, yet before this man, they were as easily vanquished as mere chickens and dogs. Forgive us, Song Xianbei. It was our lack of discernment that led us to be deceived by this scoundrel. The general who had initially spoken was the first to break the silence. "Oh? How do you know I am the genuine article?" Song Yang taunted, gazing at him playfully. "Preposterous. With the strength you demonstrated earlier, even if the entire camp were to unite against you, they would be no match. Why would you need to resort to such measures?" The general's words sparked a realization among the others present. Indeed, if a demon or ghost possessed such power, they would have long since eliminated them. "Lord Song Yang, I did not intend to offend you. My actions were merely to bolster morale among the troops. I hope you can show mercy on my behalf, considering my intentions were for the sake of the human race." Song Zhong wept pitifully. Had Song Yang not known the impostor's true nature, he might have been duped. "Spare you, perhaps, but only if you clearly explain your purpose here." "Thank you, my lord." Before he could finish, Song Zhong froze in place. Even within the sect, only the leader and a few high-ranking members knew his name. How could Song Yang have spoken it? Song Zhong's expression darkened. "Who exactly are you?" Recognizing the hardness in Song Zhong's tone, Song Yang wasted no time. He locked eyes with Song Zhong, and the moment Song Zhong saw a blazing sun reflected in Song Yang's gaze, he sensed impending doom. He quickly shut his eyelids. But it was too late. In the darkness, the sun remained. Not only did it not dissipate, but it also expanded rapidly, soon resembling the true sun in size. In Song Zhong's mind, a blazing sun hung high, its scorching rays dispelling the darkness and eradicating the evil. He had devoted himself to the pursuit of immortality, forsaking his humanity to become a half-human, half-corpse monstrosity through the cultivation of the so-called eternal spring technique. Little did he know he had encountered his nemesis today. As the human experts observed the exchange between Song Yang and Song Zhong, They soon witnessed Song Zhong's flesh begin to dissolve, revealing his true form. While his facial features remained human, elongated fangs protruded from his mouth, and his skin became coarse and dark. Simultaneously, a dense aura of malevolence began to rise from the top of Song Zhong's head, specifically the corpse energy that was desperately attempting to escape. Yet, it was swiftly pursued and obliterated by Song Yang's true solar energy. Could it be that this man possesses a half-human, half-corpse constitution? I recall a demonic sect. Are you all familiar with the corpse-chasing sect? Among the attendees were many well-versed experts, and they finally recognized Song Zhong's identity, their expressions shifting dramatically. Chapter 38. The oncoming tide of corpses. Some quick-witted individuals began to grasp the gravity of the situation. The corpse-chasing sect was the #1 most wanted sect in the divine martial kingdom. How could they possibly aid the kingdom, especially in combating zombies? It was evident this was a nefarious scheme. A chill ran down the spines of the crowd, and as they looked upon Song Yang, only gratitude remained in their eyes. As for Song Zhong, with more of the corpse energy expelled from his body, his appearance gradually reverted to human form. When he finally opened his eyes again, it seemed as though the crowd could see a glimmer of pious light within him. "Speak, why have you come here? And why have you impersonated me?" Song Yang released his grip on Song Zhong. "I have come to Kanglan Prefecture to sow chaos, compelling the Zhuge Legion stationed at the western border to send reinforcements to quell the unrest. As for impersonating a senior, it was to swiftly gain the trust of the station troops here and collaborate with the corpse demon to seize this territory." Song Zhong seemed like a different person from before, instantly responding to Song Yang's inquiries. "Damn the corpse transport sect!" The middle-aged commander couldn't help but curse aloud. Noticing Song Yang's gaze, he hurriedly explained, "Senior Song, I believe I understand their intentions. The reason the Zhuge Legion has been stationed on the Western Front for so long is to intimidate the Qisha Kingdom to the west. If I'm not mistaken, the corpse transport sect has already allied with the Qisha Kingdom." Indeed, Song Zhong confirmed the assertion. Although Song Yang was indifferent to these conflicts, he understood that this was not the place for idle chatter. After calling over the general and issuing a few instructions, soon someone arrived to take Song Zhong into custody. Throughout the entire process, Song Zhong was exceedingly cooperative, showing no signs of resistance or intent to flee. This was all thanks to the effect of that glance from Song Yang. After breaking through to the extraordinary stage of pure Yang skill, he unlocked a secret technique known as True Yang Baptism, which could brainwash demons and spirits. This was Song Yang's first time employing it, and he was uncertain if it would be effective on a being that was half-human, half-corpse like Song Zhong. Now it seemed the results were quite promising. Song Yang's mind began to race. With True Yang Baptism, some of his past notions regarding demons and spirits might truly be realized. In a cave 10 miles distant from the military camp, the corpse demon orchestrating the current zombie tide was instructing several armored corpses on something. An hour later, as darkness began to envelop the sky, shadows emerged abundantly from the surrounding forests, some walking, others leaping, advancing toward the military camp. Inside the camp, Song Yang was engrossed in studying the system within the independent tent assigned to him by the military. Utilizing True Yang Baptism on the half-human, half-corpse Song Zhong granted him a reward of 70 years of cultivation power, yet he received no reward for slaying the zombie in the forest. "System, what is going on?" This question piqued Song Yang's attention. While the experience for minor monsters was not substantial, their abundance and ease of encounter rendered them comparably efficient to slaying bosses. The system provided an explanation. Given that the host's current power quality is higher than before, the energy required for conversion is also greater. To ensure sustainable development, the system will automatically store the energy obtained from slaying demons and spirits with a cultivation level below 100 years and utilize it for energy conversion of higher-level demons. Although Song Yang was dissatisfied with this answer, it was logically sound. "Fine, I shall consider it a convenient excuse for myself. Besides, these low-level demons might still have other uses." Just as he found a reason to accept this, the sound of military horns resonated from outside the tent. He could faintly hear words like zombie and defense being shouted as a gust of wind swept by, and Song Yang vanished from within the tent. He ascended to the highest watchtower in the camp, gazing toward the direction of the commotion. Beneath the flickering flames, numerous shadows were assaulting the main gate of the camp. However, the humans had long been prepared. Having dug deep trenches before the camp and placed rows of sharp stakes behind the trenches. Despite the zombies' tough skin and flesh, They fell in droves under the dual assaults of traps and arrows. After observing for a while, Song Yang lost interest, his figure gliding away as he stepped into the night breeze toward the rear of the zombie tide. Capturing the leader first, he decided to gather experience before anything else. Although his dragon shadow movement technique was only in its perfected stage, it allowed him to perform brief low-altitude flights under the terrifying power he wielded. Even if zombies detected him, they were helpless against him. Instead, with a mere gesture, Song Yang could crush swathes of zombies. He finally understood why those powerful nations in his past life placed such emphasis on developing air forces. If the enemy's ground troops lacked anti-air capabilities, the Air Force could indeed reap targets like mowing grass. Amidst the densely packed horde of zombies, blank spaces began to emerge, only to be swiftly filled again. Yet, Song Yang's internal energy was virtually limitless. If he could not bring it to a halt, even if the number of zombies multiplied tenfold, there would eventually come a day when he could eradicate them all. The unseen hand behind the scenes could no longer contain itself. According to the agreement, when he launched his attack tonight, the members of the Corps transport sect would support from within. However, after such a prolonged engagement, not only had there been no progress on the front lines, but the rear was also being bombarded mercilessly. "You lot, go deal with that human." The Corpse Demon commanded the shadows behind it. Meanwhile, Song Yang transformed into a bombardier, wreaking havoc above the zombie horde. Although most encounters yielded no cultivation rewards, there were occasional fortunate instances. Those armored corpses hidden within the horde or other zombies with over 100 years of cultivation still contributed to his cultivation power, adding nearly 300 years' worth. Just as Song Yang cleared another space amidst the chaos, he suddenly heard several rushing sounds. Within his perception, shadows were charging towards him from all directions, including directly below. The system promptly scanned the incoming threats, revealing them to be powerful zombies known as flying corpses. The weakest among them possessed over 300 years of cultivation, while the strongest boasted an impressive 380 years. Placing it at the pinnacle of human innate masters, it was said that zombies were born from the resentment of heaven and earth. While they belonged to the same category as demons and spirits, they primarily honed their physical forms. The higher the cultivation level, the stronger the physical body, making it exceedingly difficult for even empowered opponents wielding enchanted swords to breach their defenses. Song Yang's own physique, tempered by the pure yang skill and the great sun body refinement technique, far surpassed that of ordinary humans and even demon beasts, making these flying corpses the perfect test subjects. He ceased channeling his internal energy and began to mobilize all his muscles. His physique expanded nearly double in size, and his clothing instantly tore into strips. Whether it was an illusion or not, Song Yang felt an unprecedented surge of bloodthirsty recklessness after transforming with the great sun body refinement technique. His gaze toward the flying corpses now radiating a desire that he had never felt before. "Come on, let us engage in a true battle of men." He stomped on the air with a powerful kick, propelling himself forward like a cannonball. Ahead lay the strongest of the flying corpses. Upon seeing Song Yang charging toward it instead of attacking from a distance, its terrifyingly grotesque face displayed a mix of shock and fury. How dare he? A mere human dares to engage a zombie in close combat. The flying corpse's expression shifted once more, its eyes gleaming with vicious malice, eyeing Song Yang's line of sight. The flying corpse ahead seemed to have been triggered by something, suddenly letting out a deafening roar as it lowered its head and charged directly at him. Its terrifying speed created a thunderous sound in the night sky. Even if it collided with something as strong as black iron, it would surely be reduced to a wreck. Song Yang initially intended to meet it head-on with a headbutt, but upon reconsideration, he dismissed that thought. The opponent had no hair atop its head. While he had just spent a fortune on a new hairstyle from Teacher Tony in Qingshui County a few days prior, it simply wasn't worth it. Moreover, a human has more than one head. In the blink of an eye, the distance between the two had narrowed to less than 10 feet. Song Yang made his move. He aimed for the center of the opponent's skull, unleashing a punch the size of a 21-year-old sandpot. With a resounding duong, the large head collided with the small one. The flying corpse's anticipated scenario of sending Song Yang flying did not materialize. This human strength not only surpassed its own, but his fist was also considerably harder than its head. A pain not felt in ages surged from its crown, rapidly spreading throughout its body. Its head was directly hammered back into its torso, rendering it a headless flying corpse plummeting toward the ground. With such an extent of force, why even try a headbutt? His fist's hardness could only rank third. There were still two harder heads above ITI in this world. There was no Liang Jingru to inspire courage in it to collide heads with him. Song Yang found the encounter somewhat lackluster. Hearing the increasingly close sounds of wind behind him, he did not turn around but swiftly unleashed a palm strike. Boom, 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 boom. In quick succession, the other four flying corpses exploded midair. Utterly obliterated, as Song Yang annihilated the flying corpses, the corpse demon also sensed the disturbance immediately. What a bunch of useless fools! Well, it has been a while since I savored the blood of a human warrior. The corpse demon cursed under its breath, a sinister glint appearing in its eyes as it vanished from sight. On the other side, Song Yang felt a twinge of regret over the abrupt end to his anticipated battle of true men. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura manifested within his perception. Extremely cold yet incredibly formidable. It seemed the big boss had finally made his entrance. Song Yang halted his movements, standing suspended in the air. After a brief pause of 7 or 8 breaths, a gigantic corpse monster, several times the size of an ordinary zombie, materialized in Song Yang's line of sight. It was covered in a layer of blood-red scales, with a lizard-like tail dragging behind it. Despite its bulky appearance, it moved with a swiftness that surpassed even that of the previous flying corpses. Name: Ao Jiang Race. Zombie Talent: Undying Corpse Body, Corpse Poison Domain, Skyflight and Earth Escape Cultivation Level, 573 years. Description: a zombie king formed from the corpse of a martial artist proficient in horizontal training, possessing not only a terrifying physique but also a potent poison to be wary of. Ao Jing possesses formidable strength, seemingly on par with the legendary Baiyuan Ingui. What has transpired in Kanglan Prefecture that such powerful monsters have been emerging one after another? Ao Jing refrained from idle chatter and, upon spotting Song Yang, suddenly accelerated. With a series of flickering movements, it swiftly positioned itself to Song Yang's left, its fists clenched tightly as it struck downwards with tremendous force. Accompanied by the sweeping motion of its long tail, Ao Jing unleashed its full power from the outset, affording no opportunity for its opponent in the face of the threat from the central lane. Song Yang remained composed, instantly discerning the flaws in Ao Jing's technique. Rather than retreating, he advanced, deftly maneuvering to close the distance between them, exploiting the spatial disparity to seize the blind spot of Ao Jing's attack, nearly causing Ao Jing to strike its own tail with that powerful punch. Ao Jing, undeterred by the miss, instead revealed a sly smile, for its opponent mistakenly believed it had found an opening, when in fact, it had been a deliberate trap. Corpse Poison Domain. Just as Song Yang closed in on Ao Jing, he observed the scales on Ao Jing's body stand erect, releasing a noxious, deep purple gas from the gaps. A nauseating stench assaulted his senses, and with just a whiff, he felt lightheaded and precariously unsteady. Ao Jing's expression brightened. While the strength of a zombie's physical form was well known, few were aware that it also possessed a deadly toxin. Over the years, countless formidable monsters and human warriors had perished under this combination of attacks, and today, yet another soul would be added to the death ledger. With a swift motion, Ao Jing's palms came together, akin to swatting a fly, intent on crushing Song Yang. The air around them trembled under the weight of its terrifying force. Song Yang's body was on the verge of disintegration within Ao Jing's grasp. Yet no joy appeared on Ao Jing's face. A voice echoed eerily in its ears. Being ugly is not your fault, but emitting a foul odor and pestering others is certainly your error. When? How could he not be affected by my corpse poison? Before Ao Jing could ponder further, an excruciating pain radiated from its neck as a tremendous force slammed it into the ground, creating a massive crater with a radius of 7 or 8 zhang. Before the dust settled, Song Yang brought his legs together and stepped into the pit, causing the earth to tremble violently as the edges of the crater expanded outward. A fierce wind whipped through, dispersing the dust and revealing a figure standing at the bottom of the pit. It was none other than Song Yang himself, while Ao Jing, who had just been struck down, was nowhere to be seen. So this is how one tunnels underground. Truly a troublesome adversary. Song Yang suddenly understood why the ancestors of humanity had established martial arts with a focus on internal energy. Against an opponent like Ao Jing, unless one could obliterate the very ground beneath them, victory would be elusive. While Song Yang's physical form could not achieve such destruction, his methods were far more diverse than Aojing's. He lifted his right foot, channeling an immense surge of true yang internal energy into his leg, compressing it through a unique technique multiple times. Pure yang overlapping sun. He stomped down forcefully onto the ground. A thunderous rumble echoed as if a dragon were writhing beneath the earth. Causing a tremor that reverberated for miles, the ground appeared to tear apart, fissures erupting and swallowing the zombies above. Subsequently, the surrounding earth began to compress inward. Aojing, who had been hiding below, never anticipated that Song Yang possessed such a technique. It hastily activated its earth-escaping ability to flee the area, but the scope of this attack was far too vast to evade. Soil from all directions pressed inwards upon it, before it could take more than a few steps. Its form was rendered immobile by the encroaching earth. Yet the compression continued, centered around the crater, filling it rapidly. Soon, the pit was leveled, transforming into a small hill. Song Yang's powerful stomp had directly altered the terrain. Aojing ultimately failed to emerge from the ground. Song Yang mused that since Aojing relished hiding underground so much, it might as well remain there forever. Slaying the corpse demon Aojing granted him a reward of 180 years of internal energy, raising his total to 3,300 years, including previous rewards from the Iron Armored Corpse and Flying Corpse. Additionally, he received 2 opportunities to elevate his martial arts realm. Upon reviewing the system's notification, Song Yang couldn't help but smile broadly. Such grand adventures were truly exhilarating. The rewards from this single encounter surpassed the accumulation of the past 3 years. Chapter 40. The Immortal Song. With the demise of the corpse demon Aojing, a momentary confusion swept through the zombie army, except for the zombies near the military camp, who continued to be drawn by the vitality of the humans and pressed their attack. Those further back halted in their tracks. Song Yang had no intention of sparing these living targets. He transformed once again into a bombardier, unleashing destruction as he retraced his steps, at the military camp, although the soldiers had suffered minimal casualties. Their stamina was genuinely being depleted. Aside from the more powerful warriors, others were beginning to falter. The traps that had been set were either filled or destroyed by the zombies. Aojing had prepared extensively for the night, concealing much of its strength until now, unleashing everything in a bid to overwhelm the humans. Moreover, the zombies' minions carried corpse poison. Those injured or bitten without prompt treatment would soon turn into new zombies. As the two sides clashed in close combat, casualties swiftly emerged on the human side. "Where's Lord Song Yang? We must summon him. We cannot hold out much longer." The camp's commander, Qin Gang, decapitated a lunging zombie with a single stroke while shouting to his subordinates. "General, someone went to seek Lord Song Yang earlier, but we have searched the entire camp and cannot find him. Why did you not inform me sooner?" The soldier's reply incensed Qin Gang, who was about to vent his frustration when yet another iron-armored corpse lunged at him. Fortunately, his martial prowess was commendable. He promptly raised his sword to block the beast's iron claws. However, before he could catch his breath, 2 more zombies attacked from either side, biting down on his arms. The iron armor proved insufficient to withstand the zombies' sharp teeth, and it was not long before they pierced through. Qin Gang felt a sharp pain in his arms as his vital energy began to swiftly leak out. "Get off me!" In a life-or-death moment, the remnants of his internal energy surged forth, sending the 3 attacking zombies flying. Yet, the cost was high. A significant chunk of flesh was torn from his arms, and the effects of the corpse poison dulled any discernible pain. His explosive effort did not deter the zombies. Rather, it incited their ferocity. In addition to the original 3, another iron-armored corpse was drawn to the fray. Qin Gang steadied himself with his sword, panting heavily, his fierce gaze fixed upon the approaching horde. Meanwhile, others were too preoccupied to assist, with some martial artists already fleeing upon sensing the impending doom. But Qin Gang could not retreat. Even if he were to perish today, he must buy time for those fleeing to escape. Otherwise, Kanglin Prefecture would be doomed. "Come on, even if I die, I'll take a few with me." With his last ounce of strength, he clamped the sword's hilt between his teeth and charged at the foremost iron-armored corpse. Yet, such a formidable creature would easily perceive that this human was already at the end of his tether. Seizing upon an opening in his faltering defense, it effortlessly swatted the sword away, even knocking out several of his teeth in the process. At that moment, another iron-armored corpse lunged forward, aiming to sink its teeth into Qin Gang's throat. A surge of shock and rage coursed through Qin Gang, yet he was powerless to resist, forced to watch helplessly as these monsters prepared to end his life. In the critical moment, a beam of white light descended from the heavens, illuminating his vision. Qin Gang was astonished to see the two iron-armored corpses before him suddenly enveloped in white smoke. With a chilling scream, they evaporated into thin air, something even innate martial artists struggled to achieve. Qin Gang's heart raced in terror as he gazed upwards in the night sky. A sun had risen, casting a radiant light over the military camp, illuminating the ground as if it were day. Not only the humans, but even the frenzied attacking zombie army was thrown into disarray. General Qin, while I personally admire your fearless bravery, it does not grant you the right to steal my experience. Song Yang's figure appeared behind Qin Gang, steadying the man's wavering form. Lord Song Yang, you have finally arrived. Qin Gang, having narrowly escaped death, felt a wave of emotion wash over him, nearly moved to tears. Unfortunately, his acting was so poor that no tears could be coaxed forth despite his efforts. Get to the side and rest. Song Yang, unable to bear the sight, kicked one aside, gazing at the unsettled horde of corpses before him. He snapped his fingers. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the sun in the sky suddenly exploded, splintering into countless small fireballs that scattered like celestial maidens scattering flowers across every corner. The fireballs rained down upon the zombies, whether they were the most ordinary of corpses or the more formidable types like the leaping corpses and iron-armored zombies. There was no distinction. Once touched by even a trace, they would instantly ignite, engulfing them completely until they were utterly obliterated into the void. Likewise, fireballs also descended upon the humans. However, the outcome was starkly different. The wounded soldiers and warriors felt their injuries heal at a visibly rapid pace. Even the corpse poison that had infiltrated their bodies was purified in an instant. Those uninjured who came into contact with the fireballs found their stamina and internal energy restored in a heartbeat, even surpassing their pre-battle state. This entire phenomenon did not last long, merely a few breaths of time, before tranquility returned to the camp. Someone suddenly knelt with a thud, bowing towards Song Yang, exclaiming, "Thank you, Lord Song, for saving my life today. Should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me." This individual, Li Yu, possessed innate strength and was a well-known ranger in the martial world. Yet few were aware of his other identity. Li Yu had a grandfather of transcendent power, one who had even ascended the divine rankings. Thanks to his grandfather's connections, he had encountered numerous transcendent beings throughout his life and was no stranger to such formidable figures. If one were to merely discuss destructive capability, Li Yu's grandfather could barely achieve what Song Yang had just demonstrated. However, to attain such meticulous control at a nuanced level, even 100 grandfathers would find it impossible. In Li Yu's eyes, Song Yang's abilities had transcended the realm of martial arts. The other attendees, moved by reverence, knelt and chanted the name of Lord Song. Though they lacked Li Yu's insight, it did not diminish their gratitude and admiration for Song Yang. Had he not appeared in time, they would have all become part of the zombie horde after this night. At this moment, Qin Gang approached Song Yang, requesting, "Lord Song, I have an ungrateful request, hoping you could assist in eliminating the mastermind behind the zombie tide." With a flick of his hand, an ugly head with open eyes materialized in his palm. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the crowd's belief in Song Yang as a divine being solidified. After all, what mortal could conjure such phenomena? Qin Gang's eyes widened in astonishment, part of him amazed by Song Yang's prowess, but more so by the dreadful aura emanating from the severed head, an icy, malevolent essence unlike anything he had encountered before. This was merely the head of a deceased individual. Had it still been alive, who could possibly withstand such a fiend? This is the handiwork of that villain. You may observe, but do not damage it, or I shall not hold back, Song Yang cautioned. This head was crucial to his bounty and must not be harmed. Chapter 41. Monetary capability is sincerity. The following morning, Song Yang once again set forth on the road to Kanglan Prefecture. Ao Jiang was dead, and the zombie tide had been largely vanquished, leaving the remaining cleanup for Qin Gang and his companions. He was eager to rescue the unfortunate young lady in the prefecture. Determined, Song Yang resolved not to reveal his identity as he had in Qingshui County. Otherwise, with the transient populace in the prefecture, soon everyone would boast of having crossed paths with the so-called first person. It was important for him to maintain his dignity. As Song Yang rode, lost in thought, he was suddenly called from behind. "Lord Song, wait for me." Turning around, he recognized a knight pursuing him along the official road. It was Li Yu. "What is it you seek?" Song Yang replied, his tone somewhat unkind, interrupted from his reverie. Sensing the tension, Li Yu hastily explained, "I wish to accompany you, serving you faithfully." "Ah, yet another eager subordinate?" He lamented internally, "Curse my wretched charm. Why is it always burly men? When will a maiden come my way?" Externally, he remained impassive, embodying the demeanor of a true master. "Please do not be quick to refuse. Allow me to introduce myself further. I am Li Yu, grandson of Li Taihang." Song Yang showed no reaction, for who could possibly know who Li Taihang was? However, Lin Jiu beside him exhibited a look of astonishment. "Are you referring to the wine and sword god, ranked third on the divine list?" Li Yu's face gleamed with pride. "Indeed, the wine and sword god is my grandfather. Yet before you, Lord Song, that old man dares not claim the title of sword god. You are the true immortal." The rapid shift in demeanor left Lin Jiu momentarily speechless, as he recognized the shared characteristic of masters, shamelessness. Listening to their exchange, Song Yang felt a tinge of surprise. This newly arrived subordinate, regardless of his abilities, bore an impressive lineage. First came a fallen prince, now a grandson of a divine sword master. "Curse my wretched charm," he thought once more. Nevertheless, he maintained his silence. For a true master must exhibit the demeanor of one. Otherwise, how could he instill reverence in his subordinates? Seeing that his flattery had yet to yield a response, Li Yu grew increasingly anxious. He had been thoroughly impressed by Song Yang the previous night. If he could remain by his side, who knows? Perhaps he could surpass even that biased old man back home. As his mind raced, an idea struck him, recalling a rumor he had once heard. "I understand, Lord, that your prowess far exceeds mine, and that you may not find my abilities of much use. However, I can assist you in other ways. For instance, I will cover all expenses during official duties." As he spoke, Li Yu reached into his robe, producing a thick stack of silver notes. "I did not bring much cash for this trip, but please accept this as a token of my respect." Song Yang glanced at the amount printed on the notes, then coolly accepted them into his sleeve. Since Li Yu demonstrated such monetary capability, it would be unreasonable for him to maintain an aloof demeanor. Moreover, he had just scanned Li Yu and confirmed the absence of deceit. "Well, since you are so sincere, I indeed require assistance. You may stay by my side from now on." "Thank you, my lord," Li Yu exclaimed, elated. For him, having secured such a substantial ally, a mere few thousand taels was insignificant. As the grandson of the wine and sword god, he was hardly lacking in wealth. Song Yang then introduced Li Yu to Lin Jiu, and the trio continued their journey. With no other bounties in hand, Song Yang was in no rush, leisurely traversing the official road while taking in the beautiful scenery along the way. As the sun began to set, Li Yu eagerly pointed out, "Look, there's smoke rising over there. We'll have a place to stay tonight." The three followed a small path and, when the moon rose, found a village. The village was nameless and modest in size, easily visible from one end to the other, comprising merely a few dozen households. Yet, at this hour, every household had their doors shut tight. And without exception, all hung red lanterns at their entrances. "It seems fortune favors us. There appears to be a celebration in the village," Lin Jiu remarked, selecting a household to knock upon. "Is anyone home?" He called repeatedly, yet no response came from within. Observing this, Li Yu stepped forward to assist. Yet, after knocking on 7 or 8 doors without any reply, he muttered, "Strange, is there no one in the village?" "There are certainly people," Song Yang thought, sensing through his perception that they were all huddled inside, too fearful to respond. He glanced around and approached the largest house. "Good people, please open the door. We are officials and mean no harm to the common folk." Still, there was no reply from within. Not perturbed, Song Yang continued, "I shall count to 3. If you do not respond, I shall assume you consent to my entry. 1, 2. Before he could finish counting, the closed door creaked open slightly, revealing a pair of eyes peering out. Moments later, the door was pulled back just enough for a person to pass through. "Esteemed officials, please come in," the figure beckoned, their voice sounding somewhat aged. After tethering their horses outside, Song Yang and the others entered the dwelling in succession. Inside, the room was illuminated by candlelight, with a large dragon and phoenix candle burning, creating a stark contrast to the surrounding environment. Song Yang discerned the appearance of the homeowner, an elderly man who had opened the door, along with a young couple who gazed at them with faces full of reverence. After some conversation, Song Yang learned that this village was called Beishan Village, and the elderly man was the village chief, named Zhong Shihua. The young couple were Zhong Shihua's son and daughter-in-law. Zhong Shihua, your father must be quite cultured, Song Yang remarked, steering the conversation towards what he had observed in the village. Elder, upon entering the village, we noticed every household had hung red lanterns, and inside your home, you burn a dragon and phoenix candle. Is there a wedding celebration in the village? Zhong Shihua let out a deep sigh, stating, the adults have misunderstood. There are no joyous events in Beishan Village. What you have witnessed is merely an age-old grievance. He then implored the elder to elaborate. Song Yang, intrigued, thought that on such a long night, with no young lady by his side, listening to a melodramatic tale would indeed be a delightful diversion. This lamentable grievance, however, dates back a decade. The elder began to recount the intricate tale to Song Yang and his companions. 10 years ago, Beishan Village was not in the state of disrepair it is today. Though the village was not affluent, it was self-sufficient, home to over 100 families. At that time, there was a young peddler named Zhong Guochang who returned from his travels with a girl named Chu Rou. The two fell deeply in love and soon married. The husband was honest and diligent, while the wife was both beautiful and virtuous, and they enjoyed a prosperous life together. Alas, this happiness was short-lived. Within a year of their marriage, the Western territories faced an invasion by foreign tribes. Many able-bodied men from the village were conscripted into military service, including Zhong Guochang. This absence lasted for 3 years. Upon his return to Beishan Village, Zhong Guochang expected life to resume its normal course, yet circumstances proved to be far from simple. Shortly after his return, strange occurrences began to plague the village. Initially, a number of chickens and ducks vanished without a trace, followed soon by larger livestock. The villagers, unable to uncover the cause, reported the matter to the authorities. I still remember that night when the divine martial guard set a trap in the village. And the result was Beishan Village had apprehended the true culprit, but it was neither a wild beast nor a demon. It was Zhong Guochang himself. The authorities arrested him and imprisoned him in a distant jail, 80 miles from Beishan Village. The following day, to the villagers' horror, they discovered Zhong Guochang had inexplicably returned home. Somehow, he had escaped from custody. Beishan Village once again sought the help of the authorities, who verified that indeed the prison cell was empty. However, that prison housed only the most dangerous offenders, heavily guarded. How could Zhong Guochang have escaped right under the guards' noses? No one knew, save for Zhong Guochang himself. The government imprisoned Zhong Guochang once more, this time assigning a dedicated guard to oversee him. Yet, bizarre events transpired again. The very next morning, he reappeared in Beishan Village. Meanwhile, 2 jailers, who had kept watch all night, were bewildered to find that the prisoner had vanished by dawn. Soon, Zhong Guochang was captured for a 3rd time. However, this time he was not returned to his cell. Instead, he was led directly to the guillotine. News from the Western Front indicated that the army Zhong Guochang had served with had been utterly annihilated, leaving no survivors. Thus, it was concluded that Zhong Guochang was not of this world. After his execution, no further strange incidents occurred in the village, until the 7th day after his death, when his wife, Chu Rou, tragically took her own life in mourning a month following the demise of Zhong Guochang and his wife. Odd occurrences resurfaced in Beishan Village. One day, the villagers discovered an invitation to a wedding on their doorsteps. Initially, this seemed like good news, but as they read the details, a chilling silence fell over them. The names of the newlyweds were unmistakably those of the deceased couple, Zhong Guochang and Chu Rou, with the date set for 3 days hence in Beishan Village. In light of this peculiar development, Zhong Shihua sought the assistance of the authorities once more. Initially, they suspected a prank, but their investigations yielded no clues. Reluctantly, the villagers decided to wait and see if an actual wedding would take place in 3 days. As the time passed, the day arrived. Upon awakening, the villagers found their homes and the village itself adorned with celebratory decorations, stretching from the village entrance to the doorstep of Zhong Guochang's former residence. Officials entered the house to investigate, discovering that it had been transformed into a bridal chamber. Despite the strangeness of the situation, the villagers resolved to remain vigilant. That evening, it appeared that Zhong Guochang and Chu Rou had indeed returned. According to Zhong Shihua, the authorities attempted to confront the newlyweds that night, but met with complete disaster. Strangely, none of the other villagers were harmed, by morning. Apart from the lifeless bodies of the officials, all signs of the wedding festivities had vanished, and Zhong Guochang's house reverted to its previous emptiness. Given the severity of the events, the villagers knew they must report this occurrence, yet they soon discovered they could not leave the village. It was only when the authorities realized something was amiss that they dispatched another team. But to no avail. Ever since that incident, Beishan village became a place of inescapable confinement, with the eerie wedding ceremony taking place every full moon night, undeterred by weather, during which the spirits of Zhong Guochang and his spouse would slay any outsiders who dared to enter. Song Yang grasped the situation. The ghostly couple had claimed this place as their domain. While they posed no threat to the villagers, they severely restricted their freedom. The authorities, unable to resolve the matter, ultimately abandoned Beishan village. With no outsiders permitted entry and the villagers unable to leave, the village stagnated. Furthermore, several villagers who attempted to resist this fate met their doom at the hands of the vengeful spirits, leading to a dwindling population. Now, scarcely 200 souls remained. Zhong Shihua sighed deeply, lamenting, "Perhaps this is divine retribution. Had we not reported to the authorities, we would have only suffered the loss of some livestock, and we would not have arrived at this dire state. However, the timing of the adults' arrival is rather unfortunate, as tomorrow marks the full moon night." Yet neither Song Yang, nor Li Yu, nor Lin Zhou displayed any signs of trepidation. The former had confidence in his own abilities, while the latter too trusted in his strength. Zhong Shihua arranged accommodations for the three, granting Song Yang a private chamber, while Li Yu and Lin Zhou shared a room. After a long day of travel, fatigue soon overtook them, and the room was soon filled with the sounds of slumber. In the darkness, the door to Song Yang's room quietly creaked open, and a figure approached his bedside. The individual lingered for a moment, seemingly hesitant, before determination took hold. A rustling sound followed as a bare body slipped beneath the covers beside him, to their surprise. However, the bed was empty. At that moment, a candle flickered to life, illuminating the room, and the gazes of Song Yang and the figure in the bed met. "Madame Zhong, what brings you to my chamber at such an hour?" The woman in bed was none other than Zhong Shihua's daughter-in-law. Madame Zhong stammered, both embarrassed and indignant. Just then, the door swung open once more, and two others entered, kneeling before Song Yang. "Please forgive us, esteemed sir. This was an act of desperation." The newcomers were the other two heads of the Zhong family, Zhong Shihua and his son. After hearing Zhong Shihua's explanation, Song Yang was left speechless, realizing they had mistaken him for a mere breeding stallion. Zhong Shihua, concerned about the dwindling population of the village, had devised a plan to use Song Yang to sire heirs. If successful, this could offer a glimmer of hope for the village's continuation in the face of future incursions. "Sir, consider it a noble deed. Grant this old man his wish. It is certain that tomorrow night, your fate will be grim," Zhong Shihua implored. Before he could finish, Song Yang delivered a sharp slap across his face. "The matter of Zhong Guochang and his wife will be handled by me. It is not for you to meddle." In truth, Madame Zhong was quite attractive, and Song Yang would not have minded indulging in a brief dalliance. However, he held steadfast to his principle of leaving no loose ends. With his personal wealth recently surpassing 800,000, he had no intention of producing an heir so soon. "Moreover, do not harbor any designs on my people. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to send you on your way prematurely. Now, be gone," Song Yang warned, sending the ashamed and remorseful Zhong family members from his room. After such an incident, sleep eluded Song Yang. Instead, he opened his system. Following the defeat of Ao Jiang, he still had 2 opportunities for martial arts enhancement remaining. After dispatching the zombies that besieged the military camp, Song Yang's strength saw the modest increase, reaching an astonishing 3,480 years. In terms of skill, he maintained an unequivocal leading position. Thus, this time he did not intend to continue enhancing the pure yang skill or the great sun body refinement technique. Instead, he aimed to elevate both the pure yang palm and the wandering dragon movement technique to the realm of transformation. Countless figures practicing martial arts appeared in Song Yang's mind, and a plethora of insights related to the pure yang palm and the wandering dragon identity began to emerge and merge. Once all the figures dissipated, his understanding of these 2 martial arts had ascended to an entirely new level. Song Yang extended a hand, and fine lines, thinner than a hair, rose from his palm. These lines intertwined with his thoughts, and in a short while, a 9-tiered pagoda materialized in his palm. This pagoda was not formed from condensed internal energy but was a creation woven from strands of internal power. Yet, the craftsmanship was indistinguishable from that of a genuine pagoda. Every carving on the railings and every brick and stone pattern on the walls were vividly apparent. Most astonishingly, there were even figures of tourists coming and going upon the pagoda, showcasing Song Yang's exquisite control over his palm power. After testing the pure yang palm, Song Yang's figure vanished from the room. When he reappeared, he found himself hovering above Beishan village. Unlike his previous experience in the military camp, this time Song Yang had achieved true flight. Although the consumption of internal energy was considerable, he no longer needed to perform any lightness skills to move freely in the air. He reveled in the joy of soaring through the sky, spinning and darting in and out of the clouds. When he finally settled down, he suddenly realized he had ventured beyond the confines of Beishan village. Wait, didn't Zhong Shihua say there was no entry or exit? What does this count as? He pondered, flying forward another 7 or 8 miles until he spotted a convoy making its way along the official road below. Who goes there? The guards of the convoy raised their weapons. Traveling the mountain roads at such a late hour was perilous enough, not to mention the sudden appearance of a person descending from the sky. Had they not clearly seen that Song Yang was human, they would have already attacked. You need not fear. I am from the Demon Patrol, here to inquire about certain matters, Song Yang declared as he produced his identity token. Ah, it is the esteemed patrol officer. My apologies. What would you like to know, sir? An elder stepped forward from the crowd. Song Yang sized him up and discovered that these individuals hailed from Zhengzhou. The Divine Martial 13 states comprised 9 states on the mainland. Along with 4 separate islands, Zhengzhou lay at the very center of the mainland's 9 states and was home to the capital of the Divine Martial Kingdom, Yujing City, situated a staggering 180,000 miles from Kanglan Prefecture. To journey this far, the elder, who was slightly over 300 years old and possessed innate strength, must have had formidable support from powerful martial artists in the convoy. However, Song Yang had no intention of probing further and directly inquired about the matter at hand. I was pursuing a demon spirit and lost my way. I happened upon you and thought to ask for directions. I see. This road leads to the western border for exiting the country. Travel 70 miles further, and you will reach a small town. May I ask where you are headed, sir? The elder replied, I am bound for Kanglan County, but not at this moment to be by the way. Have you encountered anything unusual along this stretch of road? Song Yang asked. The elder shook his head. All is well. You are free to proceed. I wish you safe travels. Having grasped the situation, Song Yang vanished without a trace. What an impressive skill, the elder exclaimed. Taken aback to encounter such a master in such a remote location, he instructed the other guards to remain vigilant. The elder then hastily approached the rear of the convoy and reported the recent events. Understood. Let us continue our journey, came a sultry, languid voice from within the carriage. As the convoy resumed its movement, the occupants of that carriage began to converse. Lie, are you certain that person was a transcendent being? Surely not mistaken, and their power might even surpass mine. Had they not revealed themselves, I would have been entirely unaware of their presence. The speaker was an extraordinarily beautiful young woman, the same one who had just spoken. The one referred to as Li was a middle-aged woman dressed in palace attire, her demeanor cold and serene. It is no wonder my father often says there are always greater talents beyond our own. I did not expect that even in such a remote area as Kanglan Prefecture, there would be hidden dragons and crouching tigers. I hope this journey goes smoothly. Rest assured, madam, the master is favored by the heavens, and we will undoubtedly succeed in our endeavor, replied another. As the convoy drifted further away, Song Yang returned once more to Beishan village. He had just confirmed that the so-called prohibition on entry and exit did not apply to him. Yet, out of caution, he awakened Li Yu and Lin Jiao, who were fast asleep, and brought them to the village entrance. Song Yang gestured for them to walk outside the village. Initially, there were no anomalies until they had taken about 20 steps beyond the village entrance. Both Li Yu and Lin Jiao felt as though they had collided with an invisible wall. Song 2, there is something here preventing our exit, Li Yu remarked. Song Yang approached and attempted to touch it. Feeling nothing at all, he then controlled his own aura to match Li Yu's level and reached out again. This time, he indeed felt it. There was an invisible wall ahead. gradually augmenting his strength until it surpassed the innate realm. He found that the wall was once again imperceptible. Could it be a limitation of power? He pondered, before placing a hand on Li Yu's shoulder. Li Yu felt a warm current surge into his body, filling him with unprecedented strength. Try again, Song Yang urged. Li Yu reached out, inching forward 2 feet, 1 foot, 1 inch. Yet his palm ultimately failed to breach the barrier. Song Yang frowned and continued to bolster Li Yu's state. Despite enhancing him to the limits of his capacity, Li Yu still could not break through that wall. Song Yang attempted various methods, including brute force and hand-holding, yet only he could pass through. After a moment's contemplation, Li Yu spoke. Song 2. I have heard my grandfather mention that there exists a type of demon spirit which, although not particularly powerful, possesses abilities related to rules. I suspect that Zhong Guochang belongs to this category of demon spirits. To exit the village, we must either meet the conditions set by the rules or eliminate the demon spirit that established them. Song Yang nodded, choosing not to return but instead guiding the two of them toward Zhong Guochang's residence. Following the direction indicated by the red lanterns by the roadside. Upon entering, the interior indeed resembled a wedding chamber, as Zhong Shihua had described. Marriage bed, dragon and phoenix bedding, and decorations befitting a wedding ceremony were all present. However, Song Yang sensed no presence of malevolence. Everything appeared to be ordinary objects. You two wait outside for me, he instructed. Chapter 44. Simply outrageous. A wedding chamber meticulously arranged by malevolent spirits. Please do not move or destroy anything, or you will provoke their wrath. Uncertain if this was related to his recent breakthrough beyond 3,000 years of power, Song Yang received a system notification he had never encountered before. I couldn't ask for anything better. Let the malevolent spirit appear right away, so I need not waste another day. With a casual gesture towards the dressing table, the solid would instantly transformed into sawdust. The next moment, a pair of dragon and phoenix candles ignited spontaneously in the center of the wedding chamber, without any wind. Song Yang waited quietly for a while but saw no other abnormalities. Is this it? Wasn't it supposed to provoke them? Song Yang had always detested untrustworthy spirits. If they did not show themselves, they could not blame him for causing a scene. He struck out again, shattering the dragon and phoenix candles along with the table into a pile of debris. I in the shadows. A man gritted his teeth, watching this scene unfold. Yet, considering that the other party could disregard the rules of the ghost realm in Beishan village, he forcibly suppressed his anger. Inside the wedding chamber, seeing no further response from the spirits, Song Yang continued his rampage. He tore down the wedding couplets and decorations, smashed the solid wooden wardrobe for firewood, and consumed the wedding sweets and cakes. Wasting food was not an option. Before long, the beautifully arranged wedding chamber had been transformed into a storeroom by Song Yang. The room returned to its former silence. Is this tolerable? How can they still dare to say they have been wronged? Song Yang inwardly cursed the spirits for their obstinacy, but his gaze fixed upon the only remaining intact wedding bed. I refuse to believe you can endure this. Song Yang approached the bed and urinated directly upon it. I in the shadows. The figure was momentarily stunned, and the suppressed rage burst forth uncontrollably. Simply outrageous. Suddenly, a pair of ghostly claws emerged from a beam above, stretching forth to grasp Song Yang's crown and the base of his spine. The ghostly claws moved swiftly and with precision, nearly grazing the target's fine hairs. Just a fraction further, and they would slice into the skin of this deserving human. In the next instant, a scream echoed from the beam as the ghostly claws retracted abruptly. The ghostly figure stared at its trembling hands, blood oozing from its fingertips. All 10 sharp nails had been severed at the root. The ghostly figure stared at Song Yang in bewilderment. Had it imagined things? It could have sworn that the fine hairs on Song Yang's body had severed its own nails. Before the ghostly figure could make sense of the situation, the human figure below vanished from its sight. Almost simultaneously, a reprimanding voice rang in its ears. What audacity! I let you wait for an entire night, and yet you dare to become distracted upon arrival. As soon as the words left his lips, the specter was struck hard on the left cheek by the newcomer, crashing down from the beam onto the pungent wedding bed below. Hiss, hiss, hiss. White smoke began to rise from multiple spots on the specter's body, as though it had been seared by fierce flames. Although a certain individual was no longer a virgin, the potency of his urine, enhanced by the incorruptible true young body, was far more formidable than ordinary virgin urine, effectively scorching the specter into a severely wounded state. Song Yang leapt down from the beam, surveying the writhing specter in pain on the ground. Name: Zhongguochang. Race: Ghost Clan. Dark Art, Domain of Obsession. Rule 1. Humans and demons with a cultivation level of 400 years or less cannot leave the ghost domain once they enter. Rule 2. Humans and demons with a cultivation level of 400 years or less will experience a 70% reduction in combat strength while fighting within the ghost domain, with the reduction temporarily added to the ghost domain master S power. If there are multiple targets, only the highest value is considered. Rule 3. The ghost domain master cannot leave the ghost domain and can resurrect infinitely upon death within it. Cultivation: 128 years. Overview: a soul that perished in battle, transformed into a special bound spirit due to an unwillingness to part with his homeland and beloved, harboring animosity towards all outsiders due to past experiences. No wonder the officials of Kanglan Prefecture have been unable to deal with Zhongguochang. His unique abilities are simply too overpowered. He can significantly weaken his enemies while substantially enhancing himself, leaving human warriors below the innate level with no chance whatsoever. Unfortunately for Zhongguochang, this time he was not particularly fortunate. The 3 powerful rules of the Domain of Obsession rendered the first 2 ineffective against Song Yang. As for the 3rd rule, Song Yang was eager to test it. With a flick of his finger, he turned the already fading Zhongguochang into a wisp of azure smoke. Yet, in no time, the specter reappeared in the same spot, completely unharmed, with no trace of the injuries from earlier. The resurrected Zhongguochang was momentarily taken aback, but soon understood, bursting into frenzied laughter. Ha ha ha, human, you are indeed the strongest I have ever encountered. Even in the ghost domain, I am no match for you. However, you can never kill me. I am invincible. Before Zhongguochang could utter the word invincible, he was once again obliterated by Song Yang's fingertip. Mere moments later, he resurrected yet again, intact. Zhongguochang's pride swelled, and he no longer exhibited any fear towards Song Yang. What did it matter how powerful the opponent was? Here, he was a mortal. Thud. Zhongguochang fell to the ground once more. Song Yang remained indifferent to Zhongguochang's thoughts. His sole desire was to ascertain whether the specter could truly resurrect infinitely. Rise, fall, rise, fall. Zhongguochang resurrected rapidly, but Song Yang's speed in eliminating him was even swifter. Eventually, he was killed almost instantaneously upon resurrection. Fear crept once again into Zhongguochang's heart. This human was simply terrifying. His infinite resurrection, once his greatest advantage, had now become a stone crushing his own foot. After all, being immortal did not mean one could not feel pain. The human's inner energy felt like the scorching sun at noon, burning through Zhongguochang's body and spirit with each assault. In the span of a single time, he endured this torment no less than 100 times, yet could only watch helplessly, deprived even of the chance to plead for mercy. Zhongguochang could only scream inwardly in despair at the sheer cruelty. Just as Song Yang was delighting in testing the limits of Zhongguochang's abilities, a chilling wind swept through the room. A female ghost clad in bridal garments materialized. "My lord, I beseech you to spare Guochang. Everything he has done was merely to protect himself, fearing the annihilation by human experts." Chu Ro knelt by Song Yang's feet, her tearful eyes and delicate beauty eliciting sympathy. Yet, Song Yang responded by delivering a sharp slap that sent her sprawling to the ground. Then coldly retorted, "Is it truly for self-preservation? You wouldn't dare to suggest that your 200-plus years of cultivation were achieved in just 7 years, would you?" At that moment, Song Yang finally discerned the crux of the matter. Zhongguochang's immortality within the ghost domain rendered Li Yu's assertion that only by killing Zhongguochang could the ghost domain be lifted, an inherent paradox. Such self-contradictory existences could not possibly exist between heaven and earth, until Song Yang caught sight of Chu Ro's information. Chapter 45. You know nothing of power. Name: Chu Ro. Race: Ghost Clan. Dark Art: Living Corpse Refining Technique. Devouring Ghost Method. Cultivation: 237 years. Overview: once a disciple of the Baihe sect, capturing this ghost may reveal the true secrets of Beishan village. This seemingly pitiful Chu Ro possessed cultivation far surpassing that of Zhongguochang. She was no ordinary woman in life, but a warrior. Song Yang ceased his relentless assault on Zhongguochang, waving his hand as inner energy transformed into shackles that bound him in place. With his other hand, he formed a fist, summoning an irresistible force that drew Chu Rou closer. "Little girl, you seem to misunderstand my intentions. Is there some sort of miscommunication?" Chu Rou's face paled in panic, still feigning innocence. Ignoring her, Song Yang locked eyes with her, unleashing the true Yang baptism. Due to the vast disparity in their powers, Chu Rou was utterly incapable of resisting and fell under its influence. Song Yang inquired, "Tell me from beginning to end, what truly transpired in Beishan village?" "Very well, my lord." Chu Rou, her face radiating sincerity, began to recount the true events of Beishan village. 10 years ago, I was merely an outer disciple of the Baihe sect, but my talent was mediocre, and I was not valued within the sect in pursuit of power. I turned to the demonic path. However, I was soon discovered by the higher-ups of the sect, who stripped me of my cultivation and expelled me. Yet, by then, I had already sunk deep into the demonic roots. Rather than giving up, I devised a plan based on a sinister technique I possessed. Zhong Guochang became the most critical piece in this scheme. From the moment he enlisted, to his sacrifice on the battlefield, and ultimately his return to the village, it was all orchestrated by me. His wife, behind the scenes, my aim was to gradually transform my husband into a ghost with rule-based abilities. When the moment was ripe, I would devour him to gain similar powers. Truly, one could know a person's face, but not their heart. Everyone had been deceived by Chu Rou. Who could have imagined that such a seemingly fragile woman would go to such lengths in her quest for power? Zhong Guochang, upon hearing the truth from the lips of his beloved wife, was consumed by rage, his ghostly eyes turning blood-red as he roared at Chu Rou. "Why? Why would you do this to me?" Faced with her husband's inquiry, Chu Rou lowered her head in silence. "Now, how can the ghost domain be lifted?" Song Yang pressed. "According to the secret method, as long as I devour him, I can control this ghost domain," Chu Rou indicated Zhong Guochang. "However, my cultivation is still insufficient. I need at least double his power." Song Yang raised an eyebrow. Initially, he had thought that since Chu Rou was the instigator, simply killing her would suffice to unravel the ghost domain, but it appeared more complicated than he anticipated. Nevertheless, exercising caution, Song Yang used the true Yang baptism to interrogate Zhong Guochang once more. He indeed could not control the switch to the ghost domain. Turning to Chu Rou, he asked, "How can one enhance their cultivation? Using human blood?" Chu Rou shook her head. "Before achieving success, human blood is ineffective for me. I can only practice using him at the moment of his deepest obsession, which is during the full moon." Song Yang found this answer unsatisfactory. Waiting for her to cultivate for 19 years would take an eternity. Is there no other method? Chu Rou pondered for a moment and said, "If there were purine energy, that could work as well. Then you should devour him now." Song Yang sent a surge of inner energy into Chu Rou's body. The Yang energy transformed into purine energy in the blink of an eye. Chu Rou wasted no time, sitting cross-legged and muttering incantations. After a while, Zhong Guochang, who was said to be immortal within the ghost domain, began to dissolve, transforming into a wisp of black smoke that she inhaled into her body. From Song Yang's perspective, Chu Rou's cultivation surged rapidly, soon surpassing the total of the two ghosts until it halted at 480 years. The dark arts she commanded now encompassed information about the ghost domain, though with altered names and rules. Domain of malevolent thoughts. Rule 1. Humans and demons with a cultivation level of 600 years or less cannot leave the ghost domain once they enter. Rule 2. Humans and demons with a cultivation level of 600 years or less will experience a 70% reduction in combat strength while fighting within the ghost domain, with the reduction temporarily added to the ghost domain master's power. If there are multiple targets, only the highest value is considered. Rule 3. The ghost domain master can control the movement of the ghost domain and is immortal within it. The first two rules of the ghost domain had been significantly strengthened, now affecting beings at the divine passage realm. However, the most terrifying aspect was the third rule. Chu Rou would no longer be subject to the limitations that Zhong Guochang faced. "Now can we lift the ghost domain?" Song Yang urged, but Chu Rou did not move. Instead, she broke into a sinister smile. "Why, Lord? Should I call you arrogant or foolish for choosing to empower your enemy?" Upon hearing the words, Song Yang immediately discerned that the other party had shed the effects of the true Yang baptism. After years of meticulous planning and waiting, it was all worth it. The sensation of possessing power was truly exquisite. Chu Rou rose to her feet, her expression transformed into one of fervor. With a thunderous crash, the room collapsed and a figure shot out. It was Song Yang, unable to tolerate the madman's actions any longer. However, with her newfound strength and the enhancement of the ghost domain, Chu Rou quickly regained her footing. Ha ha, human, you cannot hope to contend with me. Even if you are a transcendent being, you shall perish this night. Upon uttering these words, a surge of ghostly energy erupted from her, and she charged at Song Yang. Yet, what awaited her was a fist as formidable as a massive cauldron. Liu and Lin Jiao had already taken cover, initially stunned by Chu Rou's power. However, in the next moment, she was obliterated by a single punch from Song Yang. I knew my intuition was correct, Liu exclaimed with exhilaration. Being able to annihilate a transcendent-level opponent with a single blow indicated that Song Yang's strength surely surpassed that level. Moments later, Chu Rou's form reassembled, initiating Rule 3. Yet, the expression on the female ghost's face was now tinged with terror rather than madness. Impossible. Why does my ghost domain ability have no effect on you? Chu Rou realized that she had not temporarily strengthened her power, indicating that her opponent had not been weakened at all. Song Yang's voice resonated in her ear, because you are entirely ignorant of true power. Bang! Chu Rou's body exploded once more. After a few moments, she declared, I will kill you. With another resurrection, Chu Rou swiftly distanced herself from Song Yang. Stop! You cannot kill me anyway. I shall release the ghost domain and allow you to leave. She finally acknowledged that their strengths were not on the same level and was eager to send this harbinger of death away. However, Song Yang shook his head in refusal. Your ghost domain may be unbound. But do you not realize that sometimes, limitations serve as a form of protection? What? Before Chu Rou could comprehend this, Song Yang had seized her by the throat. In the next instant, the scenery around them shifted, and the man and ghost found themselves in a valley. Chu Rou's eyes widened as she finally understood something was amiss. She had been dragged out of the ghost domain by Song Yang. Chapter 46. How can charity be divided by class? Chu Rou hurriedly attempted to summon the ghost domain back, but it was too late. The surging true yang power erupted within her. Why? I hate this. Eliminating a ghostly entity of 480 years of Dao cultivation. Reward. 160 years of power, current power, 3,640 years. Additionally, gained an opportunity to enhance martial arts realm and comprehend the special martial art, True Yang Domain. The rewards provided by Chu Rou were extraordinarily bountiful. In addition to the power and martial arts upgrade opportunity, Song Yang also acquired a new ability akin to the ghost domain, True Yang Domain. Within this domain, the strength of any demon or ghost would be suppressed to half of its original power, while the Domain Master's Yang attribute martial arts effects would increase by 50%. The maximum effective radius was 1 mile, and it could be activated or deactivated at will without any cost. Although the True Yang Domain lacked the extraordinary resurrection ability of the Evil Thought Ghost Domain, its suppression and amplification effects were evidently superior. Furthermore, the True Yang Domain was perceived as an extension of its master, moving in tandem with Song Yang rather than being a separate entity like Zhong Guochang or Chu Rou. Exiting the system, Song Yang pondered for a moment before unleashing a palm strike infused with 10 years of power. With a resounding thud, a massive boulder in the distance instantly melted into magma under the intense heat of his palm strike. Even with minimal additional internal force, the manifestation of the pure Yang palm was still capable of unleashing lethality equivalent to that of a congenital master. Then, Song Yang activated the True Yang Domain and delivered another palm strike with the same amount of power. The earth trembled and the mountains quaked. When the dust settled, a charred pit with a diameter of several zhang had appeared where the magma once was. Song Yang was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that the enhancements from the True Yang Domain could stack. That previous strike had combined the effects of Pure Yang Gong, Pure Yang Palm, and the Great Sun Body Refinement Technique, resulting in a force capable of rivaling that of a transcendent master. Aside from his neutral martial art, the Dragon Step, all of Song Yang's techniques were of the Yang attribute. Once the True Yang Domain was activated, it could elevate his current combat effectiveness by at least threefold. What a tremendous gain! Song Yang continued to experiment until the entire valley's ground had been forcibly excavated several feet before finally ceasing and returning to Beishan village. Upon arriving nearby, he heard the jubilant cheers emanating from Beishan village. It turned out the villagers had been awakened by the commotion of the earlier battle, especially after witnessing Song Yang take away Chu Rou. The quick-wittedly you had returned to the village's barrier to wait. Before long, The barrier that had imprisoned Beishan village for 7 years indeed vanished. Song Yang, the barrier has just disappeared. What about that female ghost? Liu hurriedly approached him upon seeing Song Yang. Nodding, Song Yang addressed the surrounding villagers. Fellow villagers, the malevolent ghost in the village has been dealt with. You are free now. He then recounted the truth of the events. The crowd expressed their astonishment, incredulous that the seemingly gentle woman who had taken her own life for her deceased husband was the true mastermind behind it all. What a pity for that child, Guochang. The village chief, Zhong Shihua, lamented. Song Yang paid no heed to the villagers who could only lament in hindsight and returned home to sleep, resting until the crowing of the rooster the following day. The three then continued their journey. After leaving Beishan village, they encountered no more demons or ghosts along the waypoint. 3 days later, a towering and magnificent city appeared before Song Yang's eyes. The Kanglan Prefecture had arrived. As the capital of Kanglan State, Kanglan Prefecture was not only the largest and most prosperous city in the state, but also served as a vital military supply hub, continuously processing vast quantities of military resources. Just prior to entering the city, Song Yang and his companions encountered no less than 4 or 5 large convoys escorted by fully armed soldiers. Long lines of people awaited entry at the city gates. Yet, such matters were of no concern to Song Yang and his companions, for the Divine Martial Guard and Demon Hunters had their own designated green channel for entering the city. Once inside Kanglan Prefecture, Song Yang turned to his companions. Next, I shall investigate the local conditions. Will you two accompany me or explore on your own? I won't be going. I'll find an inn to prepare a room for you. Linjie replied. Having spent considerable time with Song Yang, he understood what the latter intended to investigate. Moreover, having recently experienced an assassination attempt, he dared not wander aimlessly to Liu, however, had fewer reservations but had his own plans. The trio parted ways at this juncture. Following the directions of passers-by, Song Yang arrived at the tallest building in the southern part of the city. The Invitation Moon Tower, the most renowned refuge for suffering women in Kanglan Prefecture. However, Song Yang was swiftly stopped at the entrance. I apologize, but this establishment only caters to esteemed guests. Please present your VIP card. How much does a VIP card cost, and can it be processed on site? The VIP card must be obtained through the recommendation of another VIP, the receptionist replied sweetly, though Song Yang's heart felt cold. Should he ever gain power, the first order of business would be to abolish such elitist practices in charitable establishments. How can charity be divided by class, devoid of any humanity? Another outsider. A derisive voice reached his ears. Turning, Song Yang saw 4 or 5 individuals approaching, led by a middle-aged man clad in splendid attire. Though his appearance was somewhat handsome, his pallor and unsteady gait revealed that he was hollowed out by indulgence and vice. What are you staring at? Don't think I want to give you a warning. Money is the most useless thing in Kanglan Prefecture, the middle-aged man declared, producing a finely crafted jade token to present to the reception staff. Before long, someone ushered the man and his companions inside. What difference does it make? With that sorry state of yours, you won't recoup your losses. Song Yang cursed inwardly, just as he was about to seek another battleground when he noticed a young man stepping out of the Invitation Moon Tower. Once the figure walked far enough away, Song Yang discreetly followed. Before long, the young man returned. Young master, why have you returned? The receptionist inquired respectfully at the entrance. I simply felt it was lacking. Is that a problem? Not at all. Please, go ahead. This young master was none other than Song Yang in disguise. With his current mastery over his physical form, he could seamlessly alter his skeletal and muscular structure. Achieving a perfect transformation, he could even match the original's height and voice flawlessly. Upon entering the Invitation Moon Tower, Song Yang felt as though he had stepped into a grand garden. The DCOR surpassed that of the fragrant pavilion by several folds. The quality of the ladies passing by was equally remarkable, and Song Yang couldn't help but feel intrigued. He summoned a server, intending to book a private room, when suddenly a wave of cheers erupted from the front. What is happening over there? Song Yang inquired. Young master, you do not know. Tonight is the day our courtesan, Miss Su Qin, is being auctioned off. The bidding is taking place over there, the server replied. Somewhat puzzled. Realizing the situation, Song Yang felt a surge of interest. He wished to see the exquisite beauty that was the courtesan Su Qin. Chapter 47. The Invitation Moon Tower Murder Mystery. By the time Song Yang arrived in the hall, The bidding had already escalated 2 rounds. I bid 5 low-grade Jin Yuqi nourishing pills. I bid 7. To Song Yang's astonishment, the auction was not settled in the traditional manner of gold and silver, but rather with a type of martial arts elixir known as Jinyu Yang Qi Dan, which served as currency. This elixir is applicable to both the acquired and innate realms, the predominant states of warriors in the divine martial kingdom. Upon consumption, it restores a small amount of internal energy and is the most widely circulated elixir within the martial world of the divine martial kingdom. When converted to silver, the official price for a low-grade Jinyu Yang Qi Dan is set at 10,000 taels. 20,000 for a medium grade, 50,000 for a high grade, and an astonishing 100,000 taels for a top grade YIT. Is no wonder they say that money is the least useful thing here. As Song Yang sighed inwardly, he scanned the surroundings, eager to see what kind of woman could drive these men to madness. Before long, he spotted a woman on a protruding balcony on the second floor of the hall. Her face obscured by a purple veil. At first glance, she did not seem particularly captivating. Song Yang activated his scanning function. Name: Su Qin. Race: Demon race. Physique: Enchanting bone, greatly enhances allure. Forbidden arts: Fox charm technique. Qingqiu foxfire, illusion technique. Dao cultivation: 518 years. Profile: a 3-tailed fox demon emerging from the Qingqiu fox clan in Sea Estate, currently lurking in Kanglan County for reasons unknown. The courtesan making her debut tonight at the Yao Yu Tower is actually a fox demon. Song Yang scanned the others around, and aside from a small maid beside Su Qin, who was also a fox demon, the rest were ordinary humans. He had no intention of taking action, not out of compassion, but because the guests of the Yao Yu Tower were notable figures in Kanglan County, and acting here would complicate his efforts to conceal his identity. He planned to stay for a while. So he was not concerned about Su Qin slipping away. At this moment, the auction had reached a fever pitch, with the highest bid soaring to 20 medium-grade Yang Qi Dan. Spending 400,000 taels of silver just for a mere chance at first blood? What a sight to behold! I bid 30 medium-grade Yang Qi Dan. Just when everyone thought the bid of 20 medium-grade Yang Qi Dan was settled, a stunning price suddenly emerged from within the crowd. Who is so extravagant? The crowd turned to see the identity of the bidder. It was none other than the second master of the Chun family. Ah, I didn't expect him to take a liking to Miss Su Qin. We have no chance now. Is it really him? This bidder was the middle-aged man Song Yang had encountered not long ago at the entrance of the Yao Yu Tower, who appeared to be somewhat unsteady on his feet. After Qin Er placed his bid, no one else dared to counter, and he ultimately became Su Qin's esteemed guest. Meanwhile, Song Yang was not idle. He booked a private room. To his surprise, the Yao Yu Tower service did not require cash payment but deducted directly from the funds preloaded onto the VIP card. Snatching a bargain is exhilarating and the thrill lasts. Tonight is the moment for me, Song Yang, to showcase my prowess in the boudoir of the newly appointed courtesan at the Yao Yu Tower. A different scene unfolded. Qin Er was seated at the foot of the bed, embracing a long pillow, showering affection upon it, while Su Qin and her maid, Xiao Chui, conversed beside the tea table. Miss, given your strength, why must you demean yourself in such a place? Xiao Chui gazed at the unseemly Qin Er with disdain. Su Qin chuckled softly. Times have changed, not to mention that a certain Song Yang, a formidable figure in the divine realm, has recently emerged in Kanglan State. Even my nephew, after acquiring the sacred weapon, is not weaker than I. Xiao Chui sighed, resting her chin on the tea table, murmuring, when will this life of ours come to an end? I miss home. Just a little longer. A letter has arrived from home. Third brother and fifth sister are already on their way here. What? Third young master is coming too? I'm doomed. My freedom is lost. Xiao Chui appeared quite apprehensive about the third young master mentioned by Su Qin. Why don't you focus on your training instead of indulging in leisure? Third brother's arrival is just the motivation you need. As the two women were engrossed in their conversation, a sudden scream erupted from outside the room. Ah, murder! The voice was so loud that nearly everyone in the Yao Yu Tower could hear it. By the time Song Yang arrived at the scene, a crowd of 7 or 8 people had gathered at the door of a room. Among them, 2 were trying to comfort a pale, trembling woman. Song Yang brushed his hand across his face, altering his appearance once again. Everyone step aside. The Demon Patrol is investigating. He produced his identity badge for the Demon Patrol and boldly entered the room where the incident had occurred. Inside, someone was already examining the scene, A glance at the individual's information revealed he was a 100-man commander from the Divine Martial Guard. However, neither party seemed inclined to greet the other. Song Yang's gaze fell upon the corpse on the bed, emaciated, devoid of flesh and blood. Strangely, the deceased bore no expression of pain or fear. Instead, a look of relief and ease graced their countenance. Song Yang scanned the area around the bed, noting the absence of bloodstains or signs of struggle. It appeared the individual had departed this world in tranquility. His eyes shifted to other parts of the room. All the windows were tightly shut and sealed to ensure soundproofing. Upon inquiring about the woman who discovered the body, she explained that she had been with the deceased until they requested some fruit. Prompting her to step out briefly, she returned in less than half a tea's worth of time, only to find the corpse. Did anyone notice anything unusual about the door while she was gone? For instance, was it opened at any point? Song Yang inquired. Absolutely not, a man asserted firmly. Are you certain? Sir, I was in the hallway when Miss Wang Ying left. The door showed no signs of being opened until she returned. Song Yang nodded slightly. It appears the crime scene is a sealed room. However, flesh and blood are tangible. The demon or ghost that devoured them must also be corporeal. How did the perpetrator enter or leave this room before and after the crime? After a moment of contemplation, he activated the True Yang domain, enveloping the entire floor. The True Yang domain can suppress demons and ghosts within its bounds, and it is equally capable of detecting traces of demonic or sinister energy. Although Song Yang did not locate any demons or ghosts, he did discover scattered traces of sinister energy near a half-open window in the hallway. Approaching the window, he extended the True Yang domain outward and soon found a concentration of sinister energy on a rooftop below. Continuing to walk approximately every 10 steps, he encountered similar traces of sinister energy until it finally dissipated near a lake not far away. Did this lead to an escape into the lake? Song Yang expanded the True Yang domain to its maximum extent, ensuring no details were overlooked while simultaneously checking the other two suspicious individuals within the Yaoyu Tower, on the 9th floor of the Yaoyu Tower. Xiao Chui rushed back to her room, eager to share the news she had learned. Miss, I found out that someone on the 5th floor was harmed by a demon, and the Divine Martial Guard and Demon Patrol are investigating. A demon harmed someone? Su Qin murmured, her brows knitting together. She was not concerned for the perpetrator or sympathetic towards the deceased. Rather, she feared the repercussions during the investigation might ensnare her. Xiao Chui. Your cultivation is relatively low. You must not leave the Yaoyu Tower for the time being. It would be best if you stayed by my side. Su Qin's tone was suggestive of negotiation. Yet it brooked no dissent. On the 5th floor, Song Yang reopened his eyes. Based on the conversation and reactions of the two foxes earlier, they likely had no connection to the case. Everyone disperse. The Demon Patrol is conducting an investigation. As government officials arrived rather tardily, Song Yang seized the opportunity to slip away to a secluded corner, exiting the Yaoyu Tower. The moon hung high in the sky, and it was now the 3rd watch of the night. Nevertheless, the county still buzzed with activity, with many taverns and eateries still in operation. After flying through the air for a while, Song Yang descended into a cluster of buildings at the center of Kanglan County. This was the branch of the Divine Martial Guard in Kanglan State. Song Yang intended to meet with Li Haoren first. The branch was brimming with formidable presences, several peak innate cultivators stationed throughout. Among them, one aura stood out. Dragon Shadow armor had been bestowed upon Li Haoren, quite generous indeed. Familiar with both Li Haoren and the Dragon Shadow armor's aura, Song Yang was astonished to find them intertwined. He recalled that Li Haoren had mentioned he received orders from a certain bigwig in the capital to compete for the sacred weapon. Little did he expect that after all this time, the Dragon Shadow armor would ultimately remain in Kanglan State. At this moment, Li Haoren was in his study, perusing documents. Although cases involving demons and ghosts were gradually being transferred to the Demon Patrol, matters of the Jianghu were no less numerous, perhaps even more intricate. As he diligently read through the files, he suddenly felt a stirring in his heart. Raising his head, he noticed a person seated in the room. Their appearance entirely unfamiliar. However, it was evident that this individual had managed to find their way here without alerting the numerous guards outside, undoubtedly a master of exceptional skill. Your late-night visit? What is your purpose? Li Haoren inquired in a hushed tone. Song Yang was momentarily taken aback before recognizing the situation, his face shifting as he resumed his original appearance. Song Senior, when did you arrive in Kanglan County? You didn't even give me a heads up. Li Haoran was both astonished and delighted upon encountering Song Yang. Although they had not met for quite some time, he had certainly heard Song Yang's name often. He mentioned the notorious zombie case in Gaoting village that had troubled the prefecture for an extended period. Remarkably, the other party had resolved the matter in less than a day, even uncovering a conspiracy involving the corpse transporters colluding with a foreign enemy to incite rebellion. Their efficiency surpassed that of several major institutions combined. Keep your voice down. I merely preferred not to draw attention, which is why I came at this hour, Song Yang replied, a true paragon of virtue. As expected of you, my esteemed senior, Li Haoran offered a modest compliment to Song Yang. Now then, where are my belongings? Song Yang inquired, recalling the purpose of his visit. Rest assured, I have been keeping them ready for you. Li Haoran assured him. Song Yang's expression shifted once more as he followed Li Haoran to a heavily guarded small building. Upon entering, they found a square object draped in black cloth at the center of the grand hall. Li Haoran stepped forward to unveil it, instantly illuminating the room. Song Yang's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of a pile of gleaming gold ingots beneath the cloth. However, it appeared that the quantity was somewhat more than the agreed-upon 20,000 taels. What is this? He asked. Li Haoran smiled. There are a total of 100,000 taels of gold here. The 2,000 taels are a prior agreement, while the additional 80,000 taels are a token of gratitude from His Majesty for your efforts in resolving the zombie crisis. Song Yang's demeanor grew serious. It is indeed a blessing for our divine martial kingdom to be led by a wise sovereign such as His Majesty. I, Song, shall never betray the expectations placed upon me by both His Majesty and our nation. Li Haoran, well aware of Song Yang's preferences, did not take this sentiment too seriously. He then asked, Senior, do you require assistance in transporting this gold back, or would you prefer to exchange it for equivalent martial arts elixirs? No need for your trouble, Song Yang declined graciously, waving his hand toward the ingots. Instantly, 100,000 taels of gold vanished without a trace. Li Haoran's pupils dilated in shock. What kind of celestial technique is this? To make such a vast quantity of gold disappear in an instant, and you seem unaffected by its weight? Lordly, what about the secret manual? Li Haoran snapped back to reality. I shall take you to the armory right now. By the way, the rewards for martial arts have been upgraded. You may select any quality of martial arts you desire. The two proceeded deeper into the complex to another small building. This area was less guarded, with only two elderly men engrossed in a game of chess on the first floor, seemingly oblivious to their arrival. Ahem, Old Zhang, the individual from Ping'an County has come to collect something. Li Haoran announced. What Ping'an County or Jixiang County? Can't you see we're playing chess? Grumbled the elder clad in black, holding the white pieces. Little Li, wait a moment. Let me? The other elder in white abruptly halted mid-sentence, as if struck by a realization, turning sharply to scrutinize Song Yang. Wait a moment, I've seen a portrait of that individual, and he does not resemble this one. Faced with two elderly gentlemen exhibiting signs of confusion, Song Yang chose not to engage further. Instead, he released a slight aura toward them, momentarily freezing the scene. Time is of the essence. Let us proceed, he stated. Making his way toward the stairs, Li Haoran exchanged a glance with the two elders, conveying a silent plea for their safety, and hurried to follow. The divine martial dynasty categorized martial arts into 5 levels: divine, heavenly, earthly, and yellow, with divine being the highest and yellow the lowest. However, the armory in Kanglan Prefecture only housed martial arts of heavenly grade at its peak. As Song Yang browsed the shelves, he quietly communicated with the system. System, what levels do the martial arts you've provided fall under? All martial arts gifted by the system are classified as transcendent grade, but the system advises the host to prioritize compatibility with their own abilities rather than merely quality. Are you joking? There must be thousands of manuals here. How am I to determine the compatibility of each one? The system can provide an auxiliary function. Shall I activate it now? Stop wasting time. Do it quickly. Suddenly, a blue light erupted from Song Yang, visible only to him, scanning the armory. Upon completion, the compatibility data for the martial arts was revealed. As he casually picked up a manual on palm techniques, several lines of information materialized in the air before him. Martial arts, black sand palm grade, earth-level palm technique advantages, contains potent poison within the strike, resulting in tremendous lethality. Disadvantages, requires simultaneous cultivation of compatible poison techniques to unleash its full power, demanding a high physical constitution from the practitioner, lest they suffer backlash. Compatibility with host, 31.2. Chapter 49. Dragon's Roar. Tiger's Howl Technique. Song Yang was pleased with the new functionality. The system was indeed beneficial, though at times, it behaved like a petulant child, requiring a nudge from him to function. He first reviewed several martial arts he already possessed, finding that each had a perfect compatibility rating of 100. In contrast, the manuals in the armory appeared considerably less impressive, with many showing compatibility ratings of 20 or 30, and even some falling below 10. Noticing Song Yang's indecision, Li Haoran spoke up, "Senior, the shelves outside contain only martial arts below heavenly grade. Only the innermost shelf holds heavenly grade techniques, and no need. That which resonates with oneself is the best." Li Haoran was taken aback. Song Yang's words opened a new perspective for him. Due to his unique constitution, he had always focused on aggressive martial arts since childhood. Although his progress was steady, he felt an increasing sense of stagnation as his power grew. Could this be what Senior Song meant by the lack of compatibility in my martial arts cultivation? Li Haoran pondered, intending to seek further guidance from Song Yang. But the latter had already moved on, leaving him to contemplate in silence. The armory housed thousands of martial arts manuals, and Song Yang decided to eliminate those with a compatibility rating below 80. Golden Light Palm. Compatibility 90.7, Diamond God Fist. 88.2, Swift Wind Shadowless Kick. 85. After filtering through the options, only a handful remained. Swift Wind Shadowless Kick, Secret Needle Technique, Delicate Acupoint Striking Hand, Thousand Illusions Technique, and Dragon's Roar, Tiger's Howl Technique. After contemplating his combat style, Song Yang ultimately chose the last technique. Martial Arts, Dragon's Roar, Tiger's Howl Technique Grade, Earth-level sound wave martial arts advantages, inflicts damage using sound waves, making it nearly impossible to defend against, and possesses additional capabilities for breaking illusions and instilling fear. Disadvantages. Requires immense energy, demanding a high level of internal force from the practitioner and presenting significant control challenges that may lead to unintended harm. Compatibility with Host. 90. While the compatibility rating of Dragon's Roar, Tiger's Howl Technique was not the highest among the 5 chosen, its extensive area of effect damage and the combination of armor breaking, purification, and control properties made it exceptionally appealing. Had it not been for the high demands on internal force and control, it would surely be classified at least as a heavenly grade technique. However, these drawbacks posed no issue for Song Yang, whose infinite pure yang internal force was practically limitless, allowing him to wield it freely. "I'll take this one," Song Yang declared to Li Haoran. Recognizing the technique, Li Haoran understood its drawbacks and frowned slightly but ultimately remained silent. With Song Yang's formidable strength, he undoubtedly had his reasons. As they descended the stairs, the 2 elderly guards of the armory were still caught in their bewildered staring contest. Since Song Yang had ascended the stairs, they had been attempting to break free, but his aura loomed over them like an insurmountable mountain. Li Haoran interjected, "Senior Song, while Zhang and Li may sometimes be slow to react, they certainly do not intend to offend you. Furthermore, the armory must have a watchful guardian. Am I such a petty person? However, I absolutely detest those who slack off on the job. Just wait. It will automatically release them in a day. As for the security of the armory." Once the 2 had exited, Song Yang turned back and struck the small building with a palm. An astonishing scene unfolded. A colossal cage, constructed from his internal force, enveloped the entire structure. Li Haoran exclaimed with indignation. "Well done. To be honest, I have long found those 2 old fellows displeasing. It took a senior like you to address such misconduct. By the way, Senior Song, I wish to inquire about a few martial arts matters. I hope your schedule allows for it." "Not at the moment. With the rise of demons and ghosts, many await my rescue. 1,000 taels of silver for 1 hour. As a public official, one must prioritize the welfare of the people. 2,000. Public officials are also citizens of the divine martial kingdom. I believe all should be treated equally. What is it that Lordly wishes to know?" On the following dawn, Song Yang departed from the Shenwu Guard Division with a sense of satisfaction, and then made his way to the Xinyao Division at the end of the street. This establishment, equally grand in scale as the Shenwu Guard, evidently harbored fewer personnel. Its management was notably less militarized than that of the Shenwu Guard, offering a relatively more relaxed and free environment. However, Song Yang observed that small groups consisting of fewer than 3 individuals were rare. Most units comprised 5 to 7 members. The advantage of such a configuration allowed team members to specialize in their roles. effectively compensating for each other's weaknesses, thereby significantly enhancing the safety of their missions. Following the instructions, Song Yang arrived at the task hall, intending to take on the case of the malevolent spirits responsible for the killings at Yayualu. To his dismay, he discovered that the competition was fierce, with enough rivals to form several lines. This was partly due to the case's recent occurrence and proximity, making it convenient for investigation, and partly because the reward was so substantial that it drove many to madness. Yayualu had offered 10 mid-grade chi-nourishing pills as remuneration for solving the case. Half a day later, Song Yang, accompanied by Li Yu and Lin Jiao, arrived at Kanglan Lake, not far from Yayualu, the very site where the malevolent aura had last dissipated the previous night. The sun shone brightly, and the azure sky was pristine, with numerous vessels traversing the lake. Song Yang shared his findings with his two companions. I suspect that the malevolent spirit excels in aquatic escapades and may even be lurking within Kanglan Lake. Let us split up to inquire with the local boatmen regarding the situation. Lin Jiao and Li Yu were tasked with investigating fishing and cargo boats, while Song Yang opted for pleasure boats. The peak activity of pleasure boats occurred primarily at night, coinciding perfectly with the time of the incident. Recently, particularly around the midnight hour, had there been any peculiar occurrences on the lake? Everything seemed normal. I wasn't paying attention. I did see a couple fighting in the lake, completely undressed. Does that count? The trio reconvened, exchanging glances and shaking their heads in unison, having uncovered no useful leads. You two should broaden your search area. I shall revisit the crime scene. Song Yang returned to the 5th floor of Yayualu, which had been cordoned off, accessible solely to personnel of the Xinyao division. The malevolent aura had been detected approximately 7 or 8 steps from the door. Near the window, yet only the corpse bore traces of the sinister energy. How had the assailant gained entry, and from where had they emerged? With these questions lingering in his mind, Song Yang meticulously examined the scene once more. The ceiling was solid, offering no concealment. There were a few ventilation holes, but each was merely the size of a mung bean. Based on the markings left at the window and the subsequent traces of malevolent energy, the assailant's physique must have been considerable. Even if a unique method had been employed for entry, it would be implausible to do so without leaving any evidence behind. The room was spacious, consisting of a bedroom, a living area, and even a bathing chamber, all separated by screens. While contemplating all possible scenarios, Song Yang made his way to the innermost bathing chamber. His focus had been drawn to the malevolent aura the previous night, neglecting to scrutinize the other spaces within the room. The pool still contained half a tank of water, and it was fresh. The architect of Yayualu had demonstrated remarkable ingenuity by providing a dedicated water supply line for the bathing pool. Coupled with the drainage outlet, both the quality and quantity of water could be maintained at an optimal level. Observing the continuously flowing water from the supply inlet, Song Yang's eyes gradually brightened. Chapter 50. Exceptional ingredients. Once again, Song Yang positioned himself at the window. Not far off, in a recessed area of the ground, were 7 or 8 empty wooden barrels. That was a rudimentary water room. After inquiring with the servant at Yayualu, Song Yang pieced together how the perpetrator had accessed the crime scene. Returning to Kanglan Lake, he found that Li Yu and Lin Jiao had not yet returned. Not wishing to wait, he plunged directly into the water. Kanglan Lake was expansive, stretching 5 to 6 miles in length and over 2 miles in width, even with the aid of the Xinyang domain. A formidable radar for detecting malevolent spirits, Song Yang had to swim several laps to conduct a thorough search. Ultimately, he scoured every nook and cranny, uncovering not a single malevolent entity, but he did stumble upon an old turtle buried in the mud. Concerned that it might one day transform and pose a threat to the citizens of Kanglan County, he resolved to bring it back, intending to subdue it with ginger, scallions, garlic, and cooking wine. As he emerged onto the shore, his two companions were already waiting. They had nearly interrogated all the boatmen around Kanglan Lake, yielding answers consistent with their earlier findings. Song Yang fell into deep contemplation. With no leads in the lake and the city bustling with Xinyao hunters in pursuit, the remaining hideouts of the malevolent spirit would likely be found in places connected to the lake, namely the rivers. If this were the case, the search would become a monumental endeavor, as the main waterway connecting to Kanglan Lake was the Kanglan River, the largest in the region. The expanse of the nearby river sections alone was sufficient to accommodate several Kanglan lakes. A few blocks away from Yayualu stood a bathhouse named Happiness. That day, the establishment had just opened its doors, welcoming its first customer. "Old Hu, why are you here so early today?" "Oh, Don't get me started. Some idiot threw melon peels in the restroom, and I slipped and fell. Can't you smell the stench on me? With this cold weather, my nose is still stuffy. I say, your voice sounds rather sultry today. Enough chatter. Hurry and prepare a pool for me. You can use the one at the back. The water has just been filled. I'll fetch you a clean outfit. The customer, referred to as Old Who, reeked of urine. Without waiting for the shopkeeper to retreat, he disrobed and jumped into the bathing pool. The water temperature at Happiness Bathhouse was expertly calibrated. The hot water not only washed away the customer's foul odor, but also alleviated much of his fatigue. At this hour, just past midday, Old Who was the sole occupant of the bathhouse, and the surroundings were eerily quiet. Leaning back against the edge of the pool with his eyes half closed, he failed to notice a small cluster of inconspicuous bubbles rising from a corner of the water. Old Who, I forgot to ask for your size. I've picked out 2 sets based on your physique. Give them a try. The shopkeeper returned with clean garments, but received no response from the customer. Old Who? The shopkeeper called out again. The steam from the hot water enveloped the area, obscuring the figure at the edge of the pool. Surely he hasn't fallen asleep. What a troublesome fellow, the shopkeeper muttered. Approaching to rouse him, by the time Song Yang and his companions arrived, the Happiness Bathhouse had already been cordoned off. Numerous Xinyao hunters were bustling in and out. I'll head in to inspect the scene. Li Yu, you go gather some information from the shopkeeper. Song Yang instructed as he stepped into the bathhouse. Before long, he came upon a corpse submerged in the bathing pool, its death mirroring that of the victim at Yaiwulu. No traces of malevolent energy were found surrounding the bathhouse. Song Yang circled the pool, observing that the water had cooled, allowing a clear view of the pool structure. The bathing pool at Happiness Bathhouse employed a similar water supply system as that of Yaiwulu, featuring a dedicated inlet connected to its water source. Song Yang had a general idea of the situation, now awaiting Li Yu's return. Not long after, Li Yu returned, his expression somewhat animated. Just as you suspected, they also used well water here. I also discovered that there exists an underground waterway in the southern part of the city. Shall we proceed now, Song Tu? Lin Jiao inquired from the side. No rush. We can take our time after lunch. Song Yang retrieved the large turtle and handed it to Lin Jiao. As night fell, the three, their appetites satisfied, exited the city through the southern gate. The known entrance to the underground waterway was located not far outside the city, within a cave. Upon entering, the passage was narrow, barely accommodating a single person, but as they ventured deeper, it opened up into a broader expanse. The cave descended, and after approximately the time it would take to brew a cup of tea, the trio could hear the faint sound of flowing water nearby, and the air grew increasingly humid. I'll lead the way. You two follow closely. As Song Yang, who was at the forefront, suddenly accelerated, it became apparent that the True Sun domain had made a discovery. At the end of the cave lay a small underground lake, where a figure lay motionless on the shore. It was a gigantic toad, the size of a grinding wheel, its body a deep iron blue, adorned with a pair of bull-like horns atop its head, between which 3 tightly shut eyes rested. Name: Sanmu Nujiao Chan race, Demon Clan innate talent, Copperhead, Iron arms, Extreme bliss toad fragrance, Blood-eye demon light cultivation, 266 years description. An ancient aberration? Its body harbors immense strength disproportionate to its size, yet it prefers to hunt using toad fragrance. Consuming it can enhance a warrior's power, but one must remember to eliminate the toxic glands on its back before ingestion. After perusing the information about the Sanmu Nujiao-chan, Song Yang's eyes brightened. He retrieved a long knife that had lain unused for quite some time. Although he was not a chef, his prolonged association with Lin Jiao, the master cook, had imparted him with the knowledge that fine ingredients must be handled with care to preserve their original essence. Perhaps it was Song Yang's gaze, which was too audacious, that roused the slumbering demon toad. Its eyes suddenly opened, unleashing 3 beams of blood-red demon light. The light coalesced in midair into a beam as thick as a bowl, hurtling towards Song Yang's position. Unperturbed, Song Yang countered with a swift slash of his knife, effortlessly cleaving the incoming demon light in two. With his right hand wielding the knife, he surged forward, while his left palm struck the ground beneath the demon toad, creating a barrier. Just as the Sanmu Nujiao-chan intended to leap into the lake, it found itself encircled by raging flames. The searing heat bore down upon it with a sense of fatal threat. It knew that its flesh could not withstand such intensity. However, as a creature that had survived through the ages. It possessed its own means of survival. With a hissing sound, the lumps on the toad's back released a cloud of pink mist, chillingly ethereal, which extinguished the surrounding flames. Song Yang caught a whiff of a peculiar fragrance, and then felt a wave of heat surge from his lower abdomen, compelling him to involuntarily salute. What was happening? Both Song Yang and the Samu Nyojiaochan were taken aback. The earlier pink mist, while formidable, was merely a tactic to confuse opponents. The true danger lay in its fragrance, aptly named the Extreme Bliss Toad fragrance. Unless one was prepared in advance, it was nearly impossible to guard against. Those who inhaled it would find themselves ensnared in an endless cycle of bliss, unable to extricate themselves, becoming prey for the demon toad. Yet, astonishingly, when this toad fragrance was used on the human before it, it merely elicited a physiological reaction. As Song Yang's eyes gleamed with ill intent, the Samu Nyojiaochan felt a chill deep within. Chapter 51. Qingqiu Suyu. At that moment, a shadow sprang from the lake, aimed at Song Yang's throat. I've been waiting for you. Song Yang felt no surprise. He reached out and grasped the shadow, yanking it sharply. With a splash, a larger Samu Nyojiaochan was pulled from the lake. The shadow that had attacked was, in fact, its elongated tongue, slender and shaped like a suction cup, which opened and closed, revealing its layered internal structure. Upon seeing this, Song Yang immediately understood the fate of the two victims. Now that you've shown yourself, this game ends today. With the dual oppression of the true sun domain and his aura, an invisible pressure enveloped the underground space, roaring like a lion and tiger. Both the large and small demon toads cried out in anguish. Caught off guard, the smaller toad sank directly into the ground, while the larger one, despite its nearly 400 years of cultivation, could not endure the pressure and was pinned to the ground. Immobilized, Song Yang had consciously retracted much of his power, fearing it would affect the quality of the meat. Otherwise, that single outburst could have turned both demon toads into dried toad flesh. Meanwhile, in the Changlan Prefecture's Demon Patrol office, the lights remained bright. Amidst a series of homicides in the city, the officials had yet to uncover any clues beyond confirming the involvement of demons. Newly appointed Governor Ouyang Tian was furiously reprimanding his subordinates. Incompetent fools, a bunch of worthless wretches. Back in the capital, you all boasted of being demon hunters. Now, look, you're unable to even protect your own turf. My lord, we too are at a loss. This remote place is lacking in everything. It is not easy to locate demons with just our eyes, several subordinates defended. Ouyang Tian sneered, I only care about results. If there is still no progress in 3 days, you'll be sent to the west frontier to guard the walls. As his words fell, a guard burst into the room. Why, lord, the case at the Yaoyu Tower has been cracked. Ouyang Tian hurriedly left, only to return shortly with a mixture of irritation and newfound joy. However, when his subordinates inquired, he remained tight-lipped. In the eastern part of the city, at an inn, someone presented a dish to Song Yang. Song 2, this is the toad meat sashimi, blood-mixed toad meat, and raw marinated toad meat. Prepared according to your description. Would you care to join? I'll stick to beef. You too enjoy while it's fresh. The two demon toads had contributed 250 years of power to Song Yang, bringing his current cultivation to 3,890 years. He was now tantalizingly close to 4,000 years, making it unnecessary to vie for meat with his two companions. Instead, he decided to see if the toad flesh lived up to its description. The effects exceeded expectations. Upon awakening, Lin Jia's cultivation had surged by 70 years, successfully breaking into the forging martial realm at Liu, whose abilities were already formidable, showed only slight improvement, yet he gained 2 years as well. The initial meal came from the smaller demon toad, and once he consumed the larger one, even if he couldn't elevate Lin Jia to the innate level, he could at least elevate him to the peak of the acquired realm to impress others. After the Yaoyu Tower incident, Song Yang returned to his routine life, spending days at the inn and nights monitoring Su Qin at the Yaoyu Tower, while seeking various opponents to hone his skills. Over the course of half a month, his technique improved significantly. One day, as usual, Song Yang arrived at the Yaoyu Tower, where 2 young gentlemen brushed past him. Little Yu has left the nest. Could it be that the big fish has arrived? Song Yang paused, turned, and followed. Disguised, Su Qin and Xiao Chui exhibited remarkable patience, nearly traversing the entire southern street before veering towards the east. Shortly thereafter, the 2 women entered a residential house. Suspended in the air, Song Yang covered the surroundings with his true sun domain. After a moment of closed-eye perception, he was delighted to discover he had found the den of foxes. Including Su Qin and Xiao Chui, there were actually over 10 fox demons within the house. Just as Song Yang prepared to reveal himself and reap the rewards, a figure he did not expect to see appeared within his line of sight. Though the individual was shrouded, their aura was unmistakable. How could Li Haoran be here? Noticing the lavish display of the other party, Song Yang decided to observe further. Knocking, the door opened, and he entered the house. Everything unfolded quite naturally, as if both parties were not strangers. Upon seeing so many people present, Li Haoran was taken aback at first, but his expression quickly turned cold. He mockingly addressed Su Qin. "With your strength, Aunt Lu, do you truly need to prepare so many for my presence?" Su Qin's lips moved, yet she ultimately remained silent. The situation was indeed her fault, but with third brother present. It was not her place to take charge. "You must be the little bastard left behind by fourth sister. You certainly have a sharp tongue, but I wonder if you possess the strength to back it up." The man who spoke was not only sharp-tongued but also exuded an unmistakable dominance in his demeanor. Before he could finish his words, he suddenly attacked Li Haoran. Despite being several steps apart, the man unleashed a palm strike. To the onlookers, the strike appeared light and harmless. Yet Li Haoran's expression changed drastically, and without a moment's hesitation, he activated his demon blood. With a resounding crash, Li Haoran was sent flying. The man scoffed dismissively. "Pathetically weak. Even with a sacred weapon, you cannot unleash its true power." With a tremendous clash, the disparity in strength was insurmountable. No matter how Li Haoran resisted, it was futile. You have all witnessed it. The despicable bloodline of humanity only sullies our Qingqiu Fox clan. Today, I, Su Yu, am here by the decree of the Fox King to reclaim the wandering bloodline of the Qingqiu Fox clan. As Su Yu's declaration resonated, all the Qingqiu Fox demons within the house knelt before him. Su Qin's expression flickered with reluctance, yet she understood that the outcome was unalterable. "My nephew, you can only blame your own weakness." Su Yu stepped closer to Li Haoran, looking down upon his so-called nephew with disdain. He harbored an intense hatred for Li Haoran, the illegitimate child. If it weren't for him, how could his most beloved sister still be imprisoned in the Nine Nether Abyss? Only by retrieving the Qingqiu Fox clan bloodline from Li Haoran could fourth sister regain her freedoms. Yu Yu's lips curled into a slight smirk as his right hand transformed into a fluffy fox paw. All spirits' bloodlines are hidden within the heart. If I insert my hand 3 inches below the sternum at an angle, I can avoid the ribs, reducing the pain of having my heart extracted. It will also count as a fitting tribute to fourth sister. A tribute. You all come into my human territory and seek to slay my kin. How do you intend to account to me?" A calm voice cut through the air, capturing the attention of all present. "Who?" Su Yu looked up, only to discover an unexpected figure seated leisurely in a chair, sipping tea. "Humph, what tricks are you trying to play?" Even if the Emperor of martial peace himself were to arrive today, he could not save this little bastard. "I, Su Yu, declare it. Fire Dance of Qingqiu." Su Yu twisted her claw towards Song Yang, causing the air to warp as 3 azure flames spiraled into existence. With each revolution, the flames multiplied, splitting into 3 smaller flames, then transforming from 3 to 9, and from 9 to 27, until a total of 81 flames converged in the air, morphing into a fiery fox that lunged at Song Yang. Chapter 52. The Six-Tailed Demon Fox. Name: Su Yu. Race: Demon Dark Arts. Qingqiu Fox. Fire: Celestial Fox. True Form: Tail Generation. Fox Corpse Cultivation. 608 years. Synopsis: the third prince of the Qingqiu Fox clan in the Western Peaks province. Su Yu's arrogance is matched only by her formidable abilities. As one of the most outstanding young geniuses of the Fox clan in millennia, her power has even surpassed the divine realm, reaching the level of a martial sage. She is undoubtedly the most formidable opponent Song Yang has ever encountered. One could not help but feel an overwhelming urge to slap her across the face. Smack? Effortless, smooth, and precise. Just as the fiery fox was halfway through its pounce, Song Yang swiftly extinguished it with a single slap, then continued with a powerful strike that landed squarely on Su Yu's face, transforming her crescent moon visage into a straight, unyielding line. The tremendous force sent Su Yu flying, Yet she was caught again by Song Yang before she could even rise a foot off the ground. With another resounding slap to the other side of her face, symmetry was finally achieved. The crescent now resembled a straight, elongated donut. Song Yang grasped the donut-like shape, sweeping it aside. Bang, 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 bang. Several fox demons attempting to rush in for Su Yu's rescue were instantly obliterated into clouds of crimson mist. Third brother, within the room, Su Qin, whose strength was only second to Su Yu, along with another female fox demon, sprang into action. Two pillars of fire shot towards Song Yang, one from the left and one from the right. Is that all you know? Playing with fire? Song Yang nonchalantly tossed Su Yu away as if she were refuse. Pure Yang Qi. Though it too was a pillar of fire, it was longer and thicker. In comparison, the fox demon's two pillars resembled mere tiny earthworms. The moment they collided, they were engulfed by Song Yang's massive pillar and continued to push forward relentlessly. The two fox maidens were left aghast. Their beauty drained of color. How could their petite bodies withstand such a long and thick pillar of fire? Princesses, be careful. At a critical moment, a fox demon dashed forward, colliding with the two maidens and sacrificing itself to save them, only to be consumed by Song Yang's fiery pillar. Other fox demons attempted to rescue their comrades, but soon realized there was no opportunity left. What kind of flame is this? It can make a fox demon with over 300 years of cultivation vanish without a trace. Princess, you must flee. Find the Fox King upon your return and seek vengeance for us. One could not help but admire the decisiveness and determination of the Qingqiu Fox clan. Upon realizing they could not contend with Song Yang, the remaining fox demons transformed into their original forms, charging towards him to buy Su Qin and the others time to escape. Flee. Not a single one shall leave today. Song Yang scoffed, snapping his fingers crisply. The massive fire pillar suddenly split at its peak, giving rise to numerous fiery tendrils. Those who had rushed in were swiftly overtaken by the tendrils, meeting the same fate as their fallen comrades. Damn it! Though Su Qin and the other maiden were furious, they had no chance to intervene, as more fiery tendrils advanced toward them. These tendrils moved with the agility of the slickest loach, burrowing into their bodies and igniting from within, impossible to extinguish. Several of their kin had suffered the same grim fate at Song Yang's hands. Eliminate 10 Qingqiu demon foxes. Reward: 660 years of cultivation. Current cultivation: 4,550 years. Song Yang juggled his focus, manipulating the flames to pursue the two fox demons while simultaneously feeling his own power surge yet again. The troubles of having an unfair advantage. My inner strength seems endless. Turning his gaze to the stunned Li Haoran, he remarked, lordly, stop dawdling. If you're not dead, get up. Li Haoran snapped back to reality, hurriedly rising from the ground. Thank you, senior, for your timely rescue. Enough of that, go evacuate the residence you are responsible for. Someone is about to unleash their wrath. Just then, Su Yu, who had been flung away, vanished from sight. In the next instant, the air within the room thickened, and the light dimmed. With a resounding boom, the modest dwelling and dozens of connected houses were leveled to the ground. Song Yang, still clutching the shaken Li Haoran, materialized on a nearby rooftop, surveying Su Yu, who had unveiled her true form. Now transformed into a demon fox towering over several stories, her fur gleamed with a brilliance akin to raging flames. The 6 enormous tails behind her stood tall, swaying in the skies above Kanglan County, emanating an aura of overwhelming demonic majesty. Perched atop her head were 2 figures, clearly distressed, Su Qin and another sister who had been rescued by Su Yu. It has been so many years since the great upheaval. I never thought I would encounter a martial sage of the human race. Su Yu's tone was grave, devoid of her previous arrogance. Clearly viewing Song Yang as an equal, yet she showed no signs of retreat, for the 6-tailed true form was the strongest manifestation of Qingqiu Su Yu, capable of unleashing 100-fold the combat prowess of her humanoid form. With a sudden shift in tone, Su Yu's voice turned frenzied. It is a pity, however, that you have completely provoked my ire. Even if you are the last guardian of the human race, you shall die today. As her words fell, Su Yu's chest swelled, and a luminous orb coalesced in her throat. Roar, Spirit Fox Sky Cannon. A colossal beam of light erupted from Su Yu's mouth, visible even throughout Kanglan County. Aimed directly at Song Yang. Is that all you can do? Roar? Song Yang was unyielding, using his remaining opportunity to elevate his martial arts, enhancing the Dragon Roar Tiger Howl technique to its foundational level. Drawing in his abdomen and puffing out his chest, he bellowed, producing a fearsome, elongated roar that reverberated across Kanglan County. The air quaked, and a visible sound wave surged upwards, colliding with the Spirit Fox sky cannon. Above the provincial capital, brilliance erupted, and onlookers could faintly discern a dragon and a tiger grappling with a six-tailed fox amidst the radiance. The first to change their countenance was Suyu, who was horrified to discover that her full-force strike was still no match for Song Yang's prowess. Fifth sister, sixth sister, flee quickly. With a mighty flap of her fox ears, she sent the two maidens soaring away. Simultaneously, Suyu's fiery red fur ignited, signaling her desperate resolve. The spectral form of the fox in the air swelled to twice its size, making the dragon and tiger appear as mere serpents and kittens in comparison. To this, Song Yang mused that sheer size does not equate to strength. Essence is what truly matters. Seizing the rare opportunity to test his full capabilities against a formidable demon, Song Yang summoned forth a massive sun above his head. For hundreds of miles around, both humans and demons alike cowered in fear, trembling as the sun expanded outward, nearly grazing Song Yang's head, before rapidly contracting. Finally, it split into two beams of light that merged into the dragon and tiger's spectral forms. One claw shattered the fox's head, while one tail crushed its body in the blink of an eye. The power of the Spirit Fox sky cannon was obliterated, crashing into Suyu. I refuse to perish here. Suyu's eyes blazed crimson as her six tails successively shattered, forming 6 layers of protective shields around her. Yet, she remained oblivious to Song Yang's limits. With the backing of 4,550 years of cultivation and the enhancement of the true Yang domain, not even a mere demon fox could stand in his way, let alone the heavens above. Chapter 53. The Yuan Yang sword cultivation technique shield shattered. The six-tailed demon fox has fallen. A tempestuous wave of energy swept across the eastern skies. Slanting upwards and hurtling into the distance, a distant mountain stood in its path, obliterated halfway. The clouds far off were cleaved in two by the oncoming shockwave. Third brother, Su Qin and the other fox maiden felt as if the sky were collapsing. Suyu had fallen to the hands of a human, the very heir of the Qingqiu Fox clan, the most promising candidate for the position of Fox King. How dare they strike so ruthlessly? Do not weep. Whether in this realm or the next, our reunion will be the same. Song Yang suddenly appeared, pointing a finger at the forehead of the 5th princess of the Fox clan. The young woman froze, her eyes dulling rapidly as she collapsed into a lifeless white fox form. Just one more. Collecting his spoils, Song Yang turned to the paralyzed Su Qin. Eradicate the roots, eliminate all evils. Just as he was about to conclude, he was interrupted. Senior Song, please spare her. Li Haoran rushed forward. Song Yang's eyes glinted with menace as he glared at Li Haoran, initially believing this burly bald man to be an ally. He now saw him as a potential liability. This one cannot be left alive. Li Haoran felt the intensity of Song Yang's gaze, causing his hair to stand on end, as if he could see the word death looming ominously before him. Terrified, he quickly spoke up, Senior, do not misunderstand. I do not seek to save her, but rather to obtain some information. It turned out that Li Haoran's mother hailed from the Qingqiu Fox clan, being Su Qin's elder sister. He hoped to glean some details about his mother from Su Qin. I beseech you, grant me a moment. I am willing to exchange a wisdom pill. The wisdom pill was an exceptionally rare martial arts elixir, significantly enhancing the chances of innate warriors breaking through to the divine realm. Even a standard quality one was worth over 100,000 taels of silver, and such a commodity was often more valuable than gold. Li Haoran's willingness to offer it revealed the importance of his mother's information to him. You have but one day. Song Yang unleashed a surge of energy, sealing Su Qin's cultivation, in an instant. He vanished from his original position, only to reappear within the inn. Geo. Autumn is fast approaching. Please find a skilled tailor to craft a few hats according to our measurements. He tossed the lifeless body of the white fox to Linjiao. Wrap it up for me. Linjiao readily complied. Having witnessed Song Yang's astonishing abilities, Linjiao was now wholeheartedly determined to follow him. He had come to understand that power was paramount. Once his strength grew, everything would fall into place. After Linjiao departed, Song Yang settled onto the bed, reflecting on the day's gains. After vanquishing the six-tailed fox spirit Su Yu and the other fox demon named Su Lin, Song Yang's power surged by an additional 380 years, along with 4 extra opportunities for martial arts enhancement. His total cultivation now stood at 4,930 years. Without hesitation, Song Yang utilized one of the opportunities to elevate the Great Sun Body Refinement technique to perfection. A cacophony of sounds erupted from his body, accompanied by a dazzling display of light and energy. With the technique perfected, his power increased by 120 years, bringing his current cultivation to 5,050 years. At the moment his power surpassed 5,000 years, his consciousness unexpectedly soared to the skies above Kanglin County. The vast expanse of the county felt insignificantly small, as if a mere touch could erase it. In the next instant, his mind ascended uncontrollably, piercing through countless layers of clouds to a dimly lit sky where he beheld a partially collapsed city gate. Intrigued, he wished to investigate further but felt a sudden emptiness beneath him. Plummeting from the heights, startled, Song Yang attempted to employ his lightness skill, only to find that his consciousness had returned to his body without his notice. Was what he had seen real or merely an illusion? Host cultivation exceeds 5,000 years. The system is about to upgrade. Upon completion of the upgrade, a prompt function was unlocked based on the host's current profession, and an upgrade package was credited. The prompt function indicated that when investigating a case, the system would provide guidance based on known clues. This feature promised to simplify matters, proving exceedingly practical and saving Song Yang considerable time and effort. He then opened the upgrade package in his storage space, revealing a knife blank and a tome. The knife blank, forged from an unknown metal, felt heavy and cold to the touch. The blade was double-edged, unsharpened, and measured over 3 feet in length, while the handle was even longer, reaching 4 feet. Overall, the knife stood 7 feet tall, towering over Song Yang when placed on the ground. He then examined the tome, which detailed a special martial art known as the Yuan Yang knife cultivation technique. Yuan Yang, also referred to as True Yang, represented the innate fire within the human body. By nurturing the knife blank with his own Yuan Yang over time, he could forge an unparalleled weapon that perfectly suited him, a super-enhanced version of the sacred weapons of this world. Pleased with the contents of the package, Song Yang acknowledged that while striking with bare hands had its flair, wielding a weapon instills an undeniable sense of authority. He practiced a few moves with both knives in the room and allocated the remaining 3 martial arts enhancement opportunities to the Li Weiying knife technique, the Long Yin Hu Shao skill, and the newly acquired Yuan Yang knife cultivation technique. The Li Weiying knife technique reached a transformative state, while the Long Yin Hu Shao skill advanced to a minor completion. The Yuan Yang knife cultivation technique, classified as a supportive martial art, could be mastered with a single study session. Beyond instructing Song Yang on utilizing his inner True Yang to nurture the knife blank, it also recorded several auxiliary methods, such as using the blood of various demons to cultivate the knife's ferocity and incorporating special minerals to enhance its weight and hardness. The following day, at the Kanglin Prefecture branch of the Divine Martial Guard, Li Haoran and Su Qin had been engaged in conversation since the previous day. After witnessing Song Yang's prowess, Su Qin had no ulterior motives and candidly shared all she knew. The situation is as follows. Your mother is still imprisoned in the Abyss prison. The reason third brother sought to kill you was to rescue her. However, the crucial factor lies within you. The clan elders will not allow any bloodline to fall outside their control, and despite your mother being a princess, she is merely a laughable condition. Su Qin's tone bore a hint of mockery, revealing her dissatisfaction with the bloodline doctrine of the Qingqiu Fox clan. Li Haoran fell silent for a moment before inquiring, "Is there any way for me to rescue her?" Su Qin shook her head. "You should focus on how to face the Fox King's wrath. We cannot conceal our deaths in Kanglin County from the clan for long." Li Haoran's brow furrowed, then relaxed. "With that esteemed individual around, our human race is not to be trifled with." Su Qin scoffed. "Indeed, that esteemed individual is formidable, but how much do you truly understand about the Qingqiu Fox clan? Take my advice. Leave Kanglin County as soon as possible, for there may still be a glimmer of hope." As her words fell, a voice filled with surprise erupted from outside. "Are you saying that more experts from your clan will be coming?" Chapter 54. A familiar encounter in a distant land. Senior Song, you have arrived. Upon seeing Song Yang, Li Haoran promptly rose to greet him, while Su Qin's expression grew less composed. Though she believed herself indifferent to life and death, the prospect of confronting mortality stirred an inevitable fear within her. This man before her exuded a murderous aura that surpassed even that of demons. Song Yang nodded at Li Haoran, casually taking a seat and directing his gaze towards Su Qin. Clearly, he was intrigued by the fox's earlier words. Uncomfortable under his intense scrutiny, Su Qin spoke to alleviate the tension. Indeed, while you have killed third brother, our demon clan possesses a long lifespan, and many within the clan are stronger than he. The Fox King will undoubtedly dispatch even more powerful individuals to maintain the authority of Qingqiu Palace. Noticing Song Yang's contemplative expression, Su Qin decided to stoke the flames further when that time comes. Not just Kanglan County, but the entirety of Kanglan Prefecture may face annihilation. Song Yang raised a hand to signal, I would like to inquire, how far is your stronghold from here? For someone of your caliber. With full effort, it would only take a month or two to reach. Song Yang frowned. That is quite far. If I wish to travel leisurely and enjoy the scenery along the way, would it not take a year and a half to arrive? Alas, the absence of high-speed trains is indeed inconvenient. Forget it. I might as well spend more time conversing with the ladies of the Yaoyu Tower. The new teacher from the Qixia Kingdom has been quite impressive. In just half a month, I am close to mastering a new language. However, the changing expressions on Song Yang's face conveyed a different meaning to Su Qin. This human was ultimately afraid. It was understandable. They were utterly unaware of the formidable strength of the Qingqiu Fox clan, a top contender even among the myriad of demons. Well, the time is drawing near. Where is my Wu Shendan? Song Yang thought it prudent to expedite matters here, and then quickly consolidate the new knowledge he had acquired recently. Rest assured, it has been prepared for you. Li Haoran presented a palm-sized brocade box, within which lay a blue-green pill, roughly the size of a pigeon egg, resting quietly. After a brief inspection, finding no issues, Song Yang accepted the box. Li Haoran gestured towards Su Qin, inquiring, Senior Song, what about her? There's no rush. As agreed. One day is one day. I have matters to attend to. Please ensure she is properly handled and delivered to a certain inn in the city. And no sooner had Song Yang finished speaking than he vanished from his seat. Li Haoran, scratching his bald head, was left perplexed by Song Yang's intent. To handle properly and deliver to the inn. What did that mean? Did he want her fresh or alive? If the former, could this be a test? Did he wish for him to personally execute his own aunt in order to sever ties with the Qingqiu Fox clan? If the latter, that too seemed plausible. As rumors circulated in the martial world regarding Senior Song's flamboyant lifestyle, perhaps he simply desired a change of pace. Just as Li Haoran pondered the thoughts of this esteemed figure, Su Qin suddenly let out a piercing scream. Upon looking up, she saw her skin had turned crimson, and smoke began to escape from her 7 orifices. Li Haoran's heart sank as he recalled Song Yang's earlier words. One day is one day. The reason for delaying action until now was merely because the time had not yet come nigh in the blink of an eye. Only a pristine fox pelt remained on Su Qin's seat. Li Haoran could only marvel, his respect for Song Yang rising yet again. The Qingqiu Fox clan might indeed be teeming with powerful figures, but this elder had seemingly never known defeat. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye since the demise of Su Qin and the other fox demons. On this day, Song Yang encountered an old acquaintance. Miss Qi Luo, what brings you here? Song Yang expressed both surprise and joy at the sight of Hua Qi Luo within the Yaoyu Tower. He, is it only you, Lord Song, who can be reassigned? Must I remain stagnant? Song Yang wore a puzzled expression. Our respective duties are hardly comparable. Can our reassignments be the same? In truth, Song Yang had already surmised some reasons for the other party's visit to Kanglan County. It was likely instigated by Xianin Valley, seeking to cultivate a favorable relationship with him. However, despite his complaints, the opportunity to meet an old friend here genuinely delighted Song Yang. The night passed without a word. The next morning, Song Yang left some demon toad meat for Hua Qi Luo and departed from the Yaoyu Tower. Yet, no sooner had he stepped outside than trouble arrived. Li Xiao, it's this man. I saw Miss Qi Luo enter his room last night. A dozen individuals surrounded Song Yang. You? The leading youth had barely begun to speak when Song Yang delivered him a resounding slap, sending him flying 2 or 3 zhang away, his teeth scattered on the ground, his face rapidly swelling. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. This scenario was quite unexpected. Who would engage in combat without uttering a word? Of course, had Song Yang been privy to their thoughts, he would have enlightened them that on a certain eastern island, such scripts were plentiful. Those who dared to harm Li Xiao were courting death. Ultimately, It was Li Xiao's two attendants who first reacted, drawing their swords to strike at Song Yang's neck from either side. Both were of early innate stage strength, their blades flashing like lightning. At such close proximity, everyone anticipated a head to soar into the sky. However, their predictions were mistaken. The flying head was not one but two. Eyes wide, they seemed unable to believe the final scene before them. The opponent had shattered the blades with the tip of his tongue, and the rebounding fragments had severed his own head. I suddenly remembered my mother's birthday today. I must take my leave. My wife suffered a miscarriage and severe bleeding. I need to return and take her to see a doctor. Brothers, let us gather another day. These young aristocrats had never witnessed such a horrifying sight, and they promptly sought to retreat. Li Xiao, lying on the ground, felt his face swell further with rage. Who are you? Didn't your mother just get buried last month? Where is this birthday coming from? And as for your wife's miscarriage, which young lord in Kanglan County is unaware of her infertility? Song Yang paid no heed to the rich inner lives of these individuals. He only knew that anyone who dared provoke him would not escape unscathed. Swiftly maneuvering through the crowd, moments later, the ground was littered with the heads of those who could only grunt like swine. Song Yang turned to the few staff members of Yaiyue Tower. You lot, strip these individuals of their clothing and hang them on the roof for 3 days. If even a single day is less, I will personally see to it that you are hung up there. Chapter 55. The grand ceremony of renunciation. Having said that, he casually struck a nearby tree, reducing it to ashes. Damn it. I've been wanting to rid myself of these people for ages. They come here in the morning to block our entrance and disrupt our business. Indeed, we are fortunate that this esteemed individual intervened. My admiration for you is as boundless as the rivers that flow endlessly. Smack! Why are you hitting me? With everyone gone, why so much chatter? Hurry and come help. Kanglan County was vast, yet news spread with remarkable speed. Just as Song Yang had finished teaching a lesson, Li Haoran received word. Who is that unfortunate soul, my lord? He is the only son of the state governor. Li Dai Si, go and greet Lord Li for me. Also, take this invitation to an inn and deliver it to someone named Lin Jiu.as for Song Yang. Upon returning to the inn, he remained invigorated, contemplating whether to seek out some bounty tasks. But the vicinity of Kanglan County was sorely lacking in opportunities. Bounties that were just posted were swiftly dealt with by the local demon hunters. While lost in thought, Lin Jiu entered, presenting a rather exquisitely crafted invitation card. Song 2, the Divine Martial Guard has sent you an invitation. Opening it, Song Yang discovered that a nearby martial arts master was to host a grand ceremony of renunciation, inviting the martial compatriots of Kanglan Prefecture to witness the event. Just then, Liu also walked in. Upon realizing the identity of the host, Song Yang handed the invitation over. So you received one too, Song 2. I was just about to mention this. Liu was quite a renowned wanderer in Kanglan Prefecture. Thus he too had received an invitation. The master of the ceremony, surnamed Long and given the single character Tao, had once been a member of the Divine Martial Guard. He lost a leg during a battle against demons and spirits, after which he retired. Yet even as a disabled man, this Long hero did not remain idle. He founded a faction known as Longying Villa, dedicated to hunting down nearby demons and spirits. The disciples of Longying Villa were fiercely righteous and possessed formidable strength. Many in the martial world had benefited from their aid, granting them a prestigious standing in the martial community of Kanglan Prefecture. Long Tao's sudden announcement of his renunciation naturally garnered significant attention. As Liu spoke, he lowered his voice and, in a conspiratorial manner, said to Song Yang, Song 2, although Longying Villa was founded by men, its disciples are predominantly women, each more beautiful than the last, even surpassing the ladies of Yaiyue Tower. So we? Song Yang shot Liu a glare. Nonsense. Do you take me for what? Long hero has dedicated his life to his country and its people, sharing my ideals. Naturally, I shall not miss this ceremony. Hee, what you say is true. Like-minded. Liu returned Song Yang a knowing look. The grand ceremony was set to take place in 7 days, and as Longying Villa was not far from Kanglan County, the group planned to set out 2 days in advance. In the days leading up to it, the popularity of Yaiyue Tower continued to soar, with many coming to admire the human sculptures. Some esteemed guests even booked the top floor's viewing room solely for the opportunity to appreciate this marvel of Guanlan City up close. Curiosity abounded regarding the identity of the individual Li Xiao had offended. For when the state governor, Li Fu, learned of the incident, He not only refrained from rescuing his son, but also instructed Yaoyue Tower to keep him hanging for a few more days. There were even whispers that Li Fu had been staying in his concubine's room these past few nights, seemingly attempting to relive his youth. Rumors circulated that Li Gongzi had clashed with the prince out of jealousy, while others claimed these individuals were under the curse of a pig demon, and their nakedness on the rooftop was meant to ward off evil. Yet, those truly in the know remained tight-lipped, repeatedly advising their children or subordinates to avoid engaging in such oppressive behaviors in the county. As Song Yang and his companions journeyed towards Longying Villa, Liu exclaimed, finally out. After months in the county, I was about to go mad. Liu, being restless by nature, would not have abandoned his position as the sword goddess grandson to roam as a wanderer. Lin Jiu quietly perused his recipe on horseback. Since preparing the demon toad meat, he had uncovered a new path. The flesh of demons and spirits contained abundant energy, yet it was also rife with sinister qi, which was difficult to cleanse entirely. Thus, the meat of demons was not widely consumable. Only a minuscule fraction could be directly eaten. However, Song Yang could perfectly resolve this issue. Should he devise a method and promote it, the flesh of demon beasts could become a staple on the human dining table. At that time, the overall strength of the warriors of the divine martial dynasty would surely elevate to new heights, potentially even surpassing the current limits of the Tongshan realm, giving rise to new martial saints. On the surface, Song Yang appeared to be resting with his eyes closed on horseback, but in truth, he was cultivating his sword embryo. The Yuan Yang sword cultivation technique was profoundly mysterious. After this period of nurturing, the sword embryo would enhance the potency of his sword techniques by at least 30%. The Liang sword technique would once again become Song Yang's most formidable killing move. The trio traveled for half a day when suddenly, darkness enveloped the sky, and the rumble of thunder echoed ominously. It's going to rain. Let us find a place to take shelter, Liu suggested. In the past, he would have preferred to brave the rain rather than seek cover. For apart from the night, such gloomy weather was favored by demons and spirits. However, now Liu glanced at Song Yang. There's a wooden house on the hillside less than a mile ahead. Let us go there. With the presence of the true Yang domain, Song Yang easily located a suitable shelter. The group hastened their pace, arriving at the wooden house just before the downpour began. Inside, the sound of a little girl's sobs could be heard. Liu and Lin Jiu exchanged glances, their hands resting on their sword hilts. In such a remote location, how could a child possibly reside here? However, Song Yang disregarded their concerns, kicking open the door and stepping inside. The owner of the cries seemed startled, falling silent in an instant. The interior was bare, devoid of furniture or any signs of life. Song Tu? Liu became cautious. He was certain he had not misheard, and Lin Jiu had also heard it. Yet now there was no sign of the child. Song Yang shook his head. Within the true Yang domain, he sensed no demons or sinister qi. Matters were becoming intriguing. Ajiao, prepare some food. This rain seems substantial. Tossing a heap of fresh ingredients to Lin Jiu, Song Yang found a clear patch of ground, sat down, and began to cultivate. Seeing this, Liu imitated him, leaving Lin Jiu to work alone. Before long, a fire crackled to life within the house, and the anticipated heavy rain began to pour outside. The world was filled only with the sound of rain. Liu, come help me out. After an unknown period, while meditating, Liu heard Lin Jiu's call. Glancing at where Song Yang had been seated, he found it empty. In this downpour, where could the leader have gone? Did you discover something? Liu, hurry up. If we wait any longer, the flavor will be off. Lin Jiu's repeated call brought Liu back to reality. I'll be there shortly, Liu responded and rose to approach Lin Jiu. Chapter 56. The Uncut Meat. Ajiao, what are we having for dinner today? Liu inquired casually. Naturally, it's something exquisite. Something you've never tasted before, Lin Jiu replied. His head bowed as he stirred the pot with a spoon. Liu, could you help me slice that piece of meat next to the cutting board? I'll need it shortly. Of course. Would you like it sliced or cubed? After a brief silence, Lin Jiu finally spoke. Cut it into strips. Got it. Liu picked up the meat and examined it. The vibrant red color indicated its freshness. The fatty side was attached to a smooth, soft white skin, reminiscent of an infant's delicate skin. Hey, what kind of meat is this? Did Song Tu give it to you? No, I bought it myself this morning. Is there a problem? Lin Jiu still did not look up, his gaze fixated on the pot. as if it contained some precious ingredient. It just seems quite tender. Liu grasped the knife and cut into it without hesitation. Huh? It once he cut. This tender meat was tougher than Liu had anticipated. After a moment of surprise, he gradually increased his strength. Yet, even with all his might, the piece remained intact. Is the meat not cut yet? Lin Jiu urged. Almost, Liu, unconvinced, rolled up his sleeves, channeling his innate energy into the knife. Even if it were made of mysterious iron. I shall cleave you today. A flash of the blade illuminated the room, and with a swift motion, the meat finally split in two. Liu let out a sigh of relief. As a master of the innate realm and the grandson of the sword god. It would be rather embarrassing to admit he couldn't even cut a piece of meat from the market. Why is it taking so long to cut the meat? Lin Jiu complained. Hey, you have the audacity to say that? Come over and see what kind of meat I'm dealing with. I almost couldn't cut it. Just as Liu turned his head, a delicate face had unknowingly leaned in close. Staring intently at him. Startled, he pushed the person away. Jiu, what are you doing? Don't you know that scaring someone can be fatal? Lin Jiu chuckled, unperturbed. I just came to see why you haven't finished yet. What haven't I finished? I just cut it open. What is going on? Liu exclaimed upon turning back. A whole piece of meat lay quietly on the cutting board, completely intact. What is happening? I just cut it in half. You, Lin Jiu, have grown quite bold, haven't you? Taking advantage of Song Tu's absence to play a trick on me. Liu believed this was all a jest orchestrated by Lin Jiu. Liu, what are you talking about? Hurry and cut the meat. I'm genuinely waiting to use it. Lin Jiu feigned innocence. Humph, I'll settle the score with you later. Liu resumed cutting, but this time, the situation had changed again. Even with his internal energy, he could not slice through the meat. Impossible. I clearly managed to cut it just now. Liu's expression shifted. Try again. It's still the same. He glanced at Lin Jiu, who had returned to stirring the pot, his head bowed again. Could it be the knife's fault? An idea sparked in Liu's mind as he gently traced the knife's edge against his finger. The knife was indeed sharp, easily slicing through his skin, and blood dripped immediately. A few drops fell onto the meat, which absorbed them, making it appear even more vibrant. How can this be? If it's not the knife, then could it be me? Once this thought entered Liu's mind, it became impossible to shake off. Impossible. How could I be unable to cut even a piece of meat? This cannot be real. Liu, as if possessed, began frantically hacking at the piece of meat on the cutting board. He had forgotten why he was there and why he needed to cut the meat at that moment. All that remained in his world was the singular thought of slicing through the meat before him. Thunder rumbled outside, and the rain intensified. Song Yang and Lin Jiu crouched before Liu. Observing him, Song Tu, if even Liu can't be roused, could it be that he has been possessed? Lin Jiu expressed his concern. Song Yang, frowning, remained silent. Liu's condition was indeed peculiar. The symptoms he exhibited resembled those of demonic influence. Yet Song Yang had examined him thoroughly and found no trace of demons or malevolent energy. In times of uncertainty, seek external aid, Song Yang silently resolved. System, do you have any insights on this? The system did not respond to Song Yang's inquiry, but instead offered a suggestion. The host may try using true yang purification. Song Yang's eyes lit up with understanding. According to ancient records, humans possess 3 dantians. The lower dantian located in the abdomen, used for nurturing energy. The middle dantian situated in the heart, where essence is stored, and the upper dantian, located at the center of the brow. Known as the Niwen Palace, where the mind resides. Since Liu's body and internal energy appeared fine, it was likely that his mind had encountered an issue. Song Yang extended a finger and pressed it against Liu's brow, closing his eyes to perform the true yang purification. Lin Jiu observed closely as a red glow appeared at Song Yang's brow, then began to descend, moving from his face to his neck, then to his shoulders, and finally along his arms and fingers to Liu's brow. After a dizzying whirl, Song Yang found himself back in the wooden cabin. He saw Lin Jiu and Liu, who was still frantically chopping meat. Liu showed no reaction to Song Yang's arrival, but Lin Jiu appeared momentarily taken aback, seemingly not expecting Song Yang to be there, before secretly feeling delighted. It truly was a case of heaven having a path untraveled, and hell having no door, yet they still barged in. Since the other party had willingly walked into the trap, it would save him some effort. Moreover, as Song Yang focused on Li Yu's mental state, information about Lin Zhou surfaced before him. Name: Obsession Demon Race, Demon Clan Evil Technique, Void Escape Technique, Seed Demon Taoist Practice, 358 years description. An intangible demon that roams within the void, capable of easily stirring the darkest corners of the human heart, consuming the souls of those who succumb. Song Yang felt a sharp pain as he was struck again. In a wonder, he had been unable to detect any issues. It turned out this obsession demon was operating on a completely different wavelength. Point one was in reality, and the other in the void. How could they connect? Song 2, you've arrived. The meal isn't ready yet. Li Gu can't even cut a piece of meat. Can you help him? The obsession demon, disguised as Lin Zhou, spoke up. I cannot, if I must do everything. What use are you? Song Yang rejected without hesitation. The obsession demon's eyes twitched involuntarily, and it forced a smile. You speak true, but if that is the case, you may have to wait a little longer. Waiting a bit longer is fine. But I want hot pot today. You help me cut this meat. After Song Yang spoke, a large piece of meat appeared in his hand. Chapter 57. Playing with fire? I am playing you. Gazing at the piece of meat presented to him, the obsession demon's mind briefly malfunctioned. Why could Song Yang materialize items within the mental realm it had created? Hey, hurry up. I'm hungry. Song Yang's urging snapped the obsession demon back to reality. Despite its growing anger, the situation was spiraling out of control. It was better to go along with Song Yang's request and see what he was truly up to. Having made its decision, the obsession demon silently retrieved another cutting board, accepting the meat to begin cutting. Wait, Song Yang halted the obsession demon. Cut off all the fat and mince the lean meat. The obsession demon felt a vain pulse on its forehead, but ultimately complied. Muttering, understood. I'll cut it now. It made an attempt with the knife, which effortlessly sliced through the meat. Seeing this, the obsession demon was momentarily relieved. Although it did not know where the meat had come from, it was certainly not the same as what Li Yu had attempted to cut. But the next moment, the obsession demon was left dumbfounded. While it seemed simple to ask for the lean meat without the fat, the challenge lay in the fact that it was presented with a piece of snowflake meat, where the fat and lean were nearly indistinguishable. Suppressing its growing irritation, the obsession demon persevered, spending a good half hour to finally separate all the lean meat. After some additional time, it minced the lean meat into tiny pieces. Gazing at the final product on the cutting board, the obsession demon felt a mix of pride and the harsh reality of life. What a perfect creation. Now, let us see what you have to say. With a triumphant push, the obsession demon presented the minced meat to Song Yang. However, upon seeing it, Song Yang's expression darkened. Pointing an accusatory finger at the obsession demon, he scolded, Can you even chop meat? Who told you to cut it so finely? Didn't you hear me say I wanted hot pot? If it's chopped this way, it'll disintegrate in the pot. How am I supposed to eat it? The obsession demon clenched its fists, nails digging into the meat. Fine, today I'm in a good mood, so I want to hold it against you. Just cut me another piece, and consider it compensatory. Song Yang once again pulled out a piece of meat beneath the gaze of the obsession demon's eye. The demon's pupils constricted. It had observed closely, and the meat had indeed materialized out of thin air in Song Yang's palm. The other party could truly conjure objects within their own mental realm. Damn it. What had gone awry? Reluctantly, the obsession demon accepted the piece of meat from Song Yang, feeling an unsettling apprehension towards this man who was so bizarre that it dared not act recklessly. It began to chop the meat while frantically contemplating countermeasures. Fortunately, this piece of meat was different from the previous one. To be precise, it was a large chunk of fat, devoid of any lean meat, making it much easier to cut. Moreover, having learned from past experiences, the obsession demon dared not chop it too finely, stopping when the minced pieces were the size of soybeans. Song, this time it should be fine, right? However, Song Yang's expression darkened. Are you deliberately trying to drive me mad? How can you eat such large chunks of fatty meat? Won't you get sick of it? You! The obsession demon was so enraged it could hardly speak. You what? Song Yang retorted sharply, Don't say I lack compassion. Here's your last chance. Chop this into minced meat. With that, he thrust a large rib bone towards the demon's face. The demon's face flushed red, an unnamed fury consuming its reason. Human, you are playing with fire. Playing with fire? Song Yang sneered. pulling out the previously minced meat and pointing it at the demon's nose, scolding, "With your intellect, you dare to harm others? I am the one playing with you." Saying this, he flung the minced meat along with the rib bone directly at the demon's face. The obsession demon, filled with rage, could no longer maintain its disguise. Reverting to its true form, a grotesque bald creature towering 5 times the height of Song Yong, with grayish skin and an excessively corpulent physique. The small wooden cabin was immediately shattered by its massive bulk. However, before it could fully rise, Song Yong had already seized the opportunity to drag the still chopping Liu out of the cabin. "Today, I will make you experience the pain of having your soul devoured." The obsession demon manifested a sharp butcher's knife in its right hand and roared as it charged at Song Yong. "How audacious, to harm my people without an apology, and now dare to strike at me. I hope your strength is as tough as your temper." Song Yong tossed Liu aside and confronted the obsession demon alone. Taking advantage of its size and weapon, the demon attacked first from a distance of 7 or 8 steps. A massive butcher's knife sliced through the air, accompanied by the tumult of wind and thunder, aimed squarely at Song Yang's head. Observing Song Yang's unyielding advance, a cruel smile crept across the demon's lips. As if it could already envision this detestable human being cleaved in twain by its blade, as the knife descended menacingly, Song Yang remained unfazed. Just as the blade was about to strike his head, he suddenly quickened his pace, taking several rapid steps in place and maneuvering around to the inner side of the demon's right arm. Song Yang pressed down on the demon's wrist with his left hand, causing it to lose balance and lurch forward. Just before hitting the ground, Song Yang appeared underneath, delivering a powerful kick to its abdomen. The obsession demon soared through the air, feeling a tumultuous churn in its belly. Despite having the thickest layer of fat there, the force of the impact was still too much for it to bear. With a loud crash, the demon fell heavily to the ground. Before it could rise, Song Yang had already stepped onto its chin, raising a fist the size of a sand pot high above, ready to strike down upon its malevolent eyes. Left hook, right hook, straight punch, double dragons emerging from the sea. The punches rained down, leaving the old demon battered and bleeding, with its face a chaotic blend of red, white, blue, and purple. The obsession demon attempted to plead for mercy, but as the words left its mouth, Song Yang struck it again. "What do you mean, I? Aren't you the one with the fierce temper? Now you know to beg for mercy?" As Song Yang scolded, he continued to rain down blows, only stopping when the demon was gasping for breath. He clenched his hand into a fist, summoning a long knife into his grasp. "I hear you have a fondness for blades. How fortunate, for I do as well, since we are both sword masters. Do not say I do not give you a chance." Before he could finish speaking, he leapt into the air, raising the long knife above his head. A blazing sun materialized at the tip of the blade. "If you can withstand this strike, I shall spare your life." As the blazing sun descended upon the obsession demon, it realized there was no escaping its fate. With a mighty slash, the blade carved a massive wound from the top of its head down to its legs. An endless stream of golden light surged forth from the gash, enveloping its entire being. Obsession demon, perish. As the golden light faded, only a deep crater remained in its place. Almost simultaneously, the surrounding environment began to shatter like glass. When Song Yang reopened his eyes, he found himself back inside the wooden cabin. Chapter 58, Dragon Shadow Mountain Manor Song. "You are awake?" Lin Jiao, who had been waiting nearby, hurried over. "What about Li Ge?" Song Yang shook his head. "Yes, fine." After exchanging a few words, Liu suddenly opened his eyes wide, drenched in sweat, gasping for air as if awakening from a nightmare. "Li Ge, you are finally awake. What happened?" Liu felt as if he had experienced an exceptionally long dream, during which he had been incessantly chopping meat, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not cut through that piece of meat. Song Yang briefly recounted the events. After listening, Liu was filled with trepidation. Realizing how bizarre and supernatural such demons could be, he had merely meditated slightly and had fallen into their trap. Had it not been for Song Yang's presence, he would likely have been left as nothing but a shell. "Song, you have saved me once again. By now, I owe you 2 lives." Liu solemnly expressed his gratitude. "I know my abilities are meager and unworthy of your notice, so I can only serve you in the future to repay your kindness." Song Yang raised an eyebrow. "You truly wish to serve me?" "I, Liu, Vow by the way of martial arts to follow Senior Song Yang from now on. Should I break this oath? Liu began, but was interrupted by Song Yang. All right, after all this work? I'm starving. I command you to cook for Aju right now. I want hot pot. No problem, leave it to me, Liu exclaimed joyfully. As he stood up, he seemed to remember something and asked with a mournful expression, Song, can I not chop meat? No, Song Yang decisively replied. You must rise from where you fell. Hurry up, or the rain will stop. 2 days later, the three of them successfully arrived at their destination, Songlong Mountain. Songlong Mountain consists of 9 peaks, stretching over 100 miles. From a distance, the 9 peaks shrouded in mist appeared as if a great dragon were swimming in the sea. Dragon Shadow Mountain Manor was built against the mountain. Situated to the east of the first peak, Dragon Head Peak, facing the rising sun in the morning and avoiding the setting sun in the evening. As dusk approached, much of the manor would be enveloped in shadows resembling a dragon's head. Hence its name. Today marked the day of the Golden Basin washing hands ceremony, and the scene below was bustling with activity. When Song Yang and the others arrived at Dragon Shadow Mountain Manor, a long line had already formed at the entrance, waiting to enter the manor. Disciples within the manor were announcing the identities of the arrivals. The master of the Huan Mountain sect, Tai Batian, has arrived. Elder Lu and of the Two Instruments Sword sect has arrived. The master of Dragon Shadow Manor clearly held a high status in the martial arts world of Kanglan Prefecture, with all attendees being notable figures. After waiting in line for a considerable time, it was finally Song Yang and the others' turn. The disciple at the entrance was taken aback upon seeing the name on the invitation. Then excitedly shouted, Song Yang, Senior Song has arrived. As the voice rang out, the previously noisy scene fell into an immediate silence, followed by an uproar. A person's name, a tree's shadow. Many in Kanglan Prefecture's martial arts world had not seen Song Yang, but few had not heard of him. He represented the pinnacle of Kanglan Prefecture, a figure whose presence was intrinsically linked to the interests of its martial arts community. That truly Senior Song? He seems rather young. You wouldn't understand. At the level of Senior Song, eternal youth is merely a trivial matter. Senior Song's chest muscles are so impressive. I wish to have his children. Song Yang glanced in the direction of the voice before quickly averting his gaze. After all, humans and pigs are separated by reproductive barriers. Amidst the clamor, a resonant male voice suddenly emerged from behind the door, overshadowing all other sounds. Haha, it is truly an honor for my dragon family that Senior Song has come to attend my Golden Basin washing hands ceremony. Please, come in. As soon as he finished speaking, a tall and imposing elder, striding with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger, emerged from the manor. It was the master of the Dragon Manor. The individual who has arrived is none other than Long Tao, the master of Longying Villa. Regardless of his esteemed status, he must bow to absolute strength. The crowd sees no impropriety in Long Tao personally coming forth to welcome Song Yang. Rather, they deem it entirely appropriate at this moment. Long Tao's once stern visage is adorned with a smile as radiant as a blooming chrysanthemum. Initially, he had merely invited Song Yang out of curiosity, never expecting the latter to actually attend, which significantly bolstered his esteem. At this juncture, Song Yang is also surveying the protagonist of the day. The man's prowess is commendable, having reached the innate level. Yet is it not said that he has lost a leg? Perhaps it is the one in the middle that he is missing. Contemplating this, Song Yang offers a slight nod in acknowledgement. Long Tao, however, bears no offense. In his eyes, this is the true manner of a master. Had Song Yang been as obsequious as others, Long Tao would have pondered whether he was an impostor. As Long Tao leads Song Yang into the villa, a new vista unfolds before him. The disciples of Longying Villa indeed live up to their reputation, particularly the female disciples, each possessing qualities that are several degrees above the norm. A glance at Long Tao reveals that the old man possesses a certain discernment. He gestures for one of the female disciples, introducing her. Senior Song, this is my 5th disciple, Zhongyu. She will show you around while I attend to some matters. I must excuse myself for the time being. Zhongyu, appearing to be around 17 or 18, has a sweet visage and, although petite, boasts an alluring figure. While her demeanor is quite composed in her master's presence, the moment Long Tao departs, she becomes lively. Are you really Senior Song? You look so young, hardly older than me. How did you cultivate to become so formidable? Do you have any secrets? Zhongyu chatters away, and not long into their walk. The nearby men begin to falter under her exuberance. Silence. If I hear another word from you, I shall sew your mouth shut. Song Yang threatens with malevolence, causing the young girl to hastily cover her mouth. Her face paling as they meander through the villa, they arrive at a modest courtyard, which, despite its size, boasts several times the number of guards compared to other areas of the villa. Upon noticing the arrival of Song Yang and his companions, the guards immediately become alert, hands instinctively resting on their weapons. Although they recognize Zhongyu, they sense something amiss in her current demeanor. Song Yang shoots a glare at Zhongyu. If you don't keep quiet, I will ensure your mouth is permanently stitched shut. It seems I must be stitched, regardless of whether I speak or remain silent. So should I speak or remain silent? Zhongyu, on the verge of tears, laments, "Senior Sister Zhong." The guards, witnessing her distress, assume she is being coerced by Song Yang and prepare to intervene. Boldly, "All of you, lower your weapons." A voice resounds from behind Song Yang. Turning around, he sees a group approaching, led by a striking middle-aged woman, Madam Master. Zhongyu rushes to the woman's side, who, however, does not acknowledge her but sternly addresses the guards. "This individual is Senior Song Yang. You should promptly apologize to him." The guards, having been stationed in the courtyard throughout the day and unaware of external events, are startled by their mistress's admonition and hastily offer their apologies to Song Yang. With no actual conflict occurring, Song Yang naturally holds no grievances, yet he is intrigued by the beautiful mistress of the villa. Name: Wang Jing. Race: human martial arts. Wang family. Heart method: transformation. Fluttering swallow palm: perfection. Shadowless swallow: perfection. Blood shadow divine needle: special, cultivation. 342 years. Description: wife of Long Tao. On the way, Song Yang had heard from Li Yu that Longying Villa was home to 3 innate masters: the master Long Tao, the eldest disciple Long Fong, and the third disciple Long Hai. Yet, the lady before him not only possesses innate prowess, but her cultivation surpasses that of the ordinarily formidable Li Haoran. Senior Song, would you care to tour our villa's dungeon, where we can find some of the most vicious martial artists captured over the years? Wang Jing offers, in no need. We merely happened upon this place with no ulterior motives. Since that is the case, the Grand Assembly is about to commence. Senior, might you accompany us to the main hall to await the proceedings? Then I shall trouble you, madam. Following Wang Jing back to the main hall of the villa, Song Yang naturally attracts the admiration of numerous martial artists. Here, he also encounters the villa's eldest disciple Long Fong and third disciple Long Hai, both innate masters. As the appointed time draws near, yet the protagonist Long Tao remains absent. Impatience begins to ripple through the crowd. We have already sent word to the master. Please be patient for a moment longer. Wang Jing reassures everyone. Before long, a disciple of Longying Villa rushes in, breathless, exclaiming, "It's terrible, madam! The master has had an accident. Long Tao has died on the very day he planned to retire from his duties." Following the crowd, Song Yang arrives at the scene of the incident, the study of Long Tao. Although Li Haoran did not attend the assembly, he dispatched a 1,000 house commander from the Divine Martial Guard to represent him. After consulting with Song Yang and Wang Jing, the villa's higher-ups temporarily seal off Longying Villa. Until the investigation is concluded, no one is permitted to leave. Upon examining the body, it becomes evident that Long Tao succumbed to excessive blood loss, with not a single drop of blood remaining on the corpse. Could it be that some malevolent spirit infiltrated the villa? One of the Divine Martial Guard speculates. The corpse's condition is indeed peculiar. There are no wounds, no signs of poisoning, and no traces of a struggle at the scene. All these characteristics align with the traits of malevolent spirits, leading many present to concur with the hypothesis of a supernatural attack. However, Song Yang holds a differing opinion. He had discreetly employed the True Yang domain and True Yang purification to conduct a dual examination of the body. Although Long Tao's demise is indeed strange, no residual Yin energy was detected. The likelihood of the perpetrator being a malevolent spirit is exceedingly low. My lord, we found this on the desk. A Divine Martial Guard presents a letter. After reading it, Long Fong, the eldest disciple of Long Tao, breaks into a wail over his master's corpse. It turns out that Long Tao not only intended to announce his retirement, but also planned to pass the position of master of Longying Villa to Long Fong. Discovering a forged letter, the clues shift. suggesting a possible connection between Long Tao's death and the letter's contents. The system's prompt function suddenly activates, and as Song Yang observes Long Fong kneeling and weeping, his gaze flickers. According to the system's indications, this eldest disciple appears highly suspicious. Yet, what does this have to do with Song Yang? He is not particularly acquainted with Long Tao and bears no obligation to avenge him. As for the divine martial guards, while they have concluded that Long Tao's death was the work of a malevolent spirit, the spirit remains elusive, resulting in the continued lockdown of the villa. Wang Jing and the newly appointed Master Long Fong decide to repurpose the arrangements for the retirement ceremony into a mourning hall for Long Tao to avoid wasting everyone's time. Those willing assist in preparations, while others pay their respects. Time passes swiftly, and as dusk descends, both the villa's disciples and guests grow weary, gradually retreating to their chambers for rest. The mourning hall stands empty, save for a fine Nanmu coffin. It must be said, the date chosen for this retirement was propitious, coinciding with a full moon night. Beneath the moonlight, the shadow of Longsho Peak enveloping the villa undergoes subtle changes. The shadow seems to come alive, gradually retracting until, at the stroke of midnight, it has condensed to the size of a basin. Then, like flowing water, the shadow stirs in the cover of night, nearly unnoticed by anyone. Soon, this shadow arrives at the deserted mourning hall, hesitating not a moment before it slips inside. Ascending to Long Tao's coffin, it finally infiltrates through a tiny crevice. Within the room, Song Yang, seated in meditation, opens his eyes. This is becoming intriguing. How long has it been since his demise? And already the corpse is undergoing transformation? The resentment must be tremendous. He does not disturb Li Yu and Lin Ju next door, vanishing from his room alone. To the west of Longying Villa lies the training grounds where disciples practice martial arts daily. Nestled against the mountainside. Given the current lockdown, all guards have been reassigned, rendering the area desolate. Yet, some individuals revel in such solitude. Within a small shed adjoining the training grounds, where training equipment is stored, two figures converge. You ungrateful disciple, how dare you seek me out so soon after Long Tao's departure? Though the words are reprimanding, the tone of the speaker is languorous and enchanting, revealing no hint of reproach. Ha! Yet you have come, haven to you? The old fool cannot provide what I can. That old man, after all my years of devoted service to the villa, intends to pass the Master's position to Long Hai. He deserves to die. At this moment, the moon hangs high in the sky, casting a gentle beam of moonlight through the window and illuminating the figures within. This pair of individuals are none other than Long Tao's wife, Wang Jing, and his recently appointed disciple, Long Fong. However, one must ponder why you chose to act today. Are you not afraid of being discovered by the divine martial guards or other guests? Long Fong inquired. Wang Jing, with a hint of pride, replied, Do you see any signs of discovery from those useless divine martial guards? The blood shadow divine needle is invisible and intangible. Anyone struck by it will have their blood completely drawn into the needle, leaving no trace of injury. Not even Song Yang, who is renowned as the best, could possibly detect any flaw. Moreover, to outsiders, the villa appears to have only you, Long Tao, and Long Fong as the three innate masters. There is no way they could suspect me. They will merely serve as witnesses to the demons slaying Long Tao, and at that time, we can randomly capture a demon to serve as the scapegoat. Securing your position as the Villa Master. Chapter 60. An unexpectedly perfect script. After conversing for a while, Wang Jing and Long Fong found their spirits lifted once more, and the room was once again filled with intoxicating sounds. Unbeknownst to them, their actions and recent dialogue were being closely observed by Song Yang from the rooftop. Teske, how cunning the ancients can be. A disciple colludes with the master's wife to slay the master, usurping his position while framing the demons and enlisting the martial world as witnesses. Such a convoluted and melodramatic plot deserves to be adapted into a television drama. Yet, what a pity it is that man's plans cannot rival the heavens' designs. Wang Jing and Long Fong, confident in their supposedly foolproof scheme to deceive the world, could not possibly conceal their intentions from the very victim himself. Song Yang raised his gaze towards a certain direction in the night sky, where a dark figure drifted toward them. In the next moment, Song Yang vanished, voluntarily making way for the approaching presence. Those within the room remained engrossed, entirely oblivious to the impending danger on the rooftop. The shadow observed the scene unfold, feeling a surge of fury. How dare these wretches betray me? They must die. A wave of dark resentment surged upward, obscuring the full moon above with a resounding crash. A large hole suddenly appeared in the rooftop. From the darkness, a cold light emerged, reaching towards the heads of the two below. Ack! The scream abruptly ceased, but only a male voice remained. It was Wang Jing, whose formidable strength allowed her to evade the fatal blow just in time. Who goes there? In the pitch-black room, not a glimmer of light existed, and even though Wang Jing possessed the ability to see in the dark, she could not discern the identity of the newcomer until a faint green glow illuminated the stranger's face. You? How is this possible? I thought the blood shadow divine needle had drained your blood. Astonishment flickered across Wang Jing's alluring features as she recognized the figure before her. It was her deceased husband, Long Tao. Ha ha ha. Long Tao let out a chilling laugh, his face contorted with rage. How foolish of me. Long, to have dedicated my life to slaying demons and ridding the world of evil, only to meet my end at the hands of my own. I have treated you well. Why have you betrayed me like this? Dead? Wang Jing scoffed upon hearing Long Tao's words, her voice dripping with mockery. I thought the blood shadow divine needle had malfunctioned, but it seems you, old fool, have become a ghost unwilling to depart. If he were not truly dead, she would need to flee. However, even if Long Tao remained alive, how many would believe the words of a ghost? With a sudden shift in tone, Wang Jing questioned Long Tao. In what way have you not treated me well? Do you think providing me with luxuries is sufficient? Can you offer me what a woman truly desires? Long Tao's ghastly visage momentarily faltered. Evidently unprepared for Wang Jing's words, she continued, in bed, you have failed to satisfy me. Yet you foolishly ignored my counsel to retire from your position of power. You know nothing of the allure of authority. You imbecile, do you think your status in the martial world is derived from your pitiful strength? Without the existence of Long Shadow Villa, would those esteemed leaders and elders treat you with such respect? Long Tao replied somberly, the reverence for Long Shadow Villa within the martial community stems from its mission. Even in your ambitious hands, what could you possibly achieve? Ha ha ha, Long Tao, you have failed to understand me even after all these years of marriage. Wang Jing's expression grew increasingly deranged. Surely you have heard of the Blood Kill Tower? Long Tao's brow furrowed. Are you referring to that mysterious assassin organization that suddenly emerged a few years ago? Indeed, I am its founder. Did you know that the headquarters of the Blood Kill Tower is actually hidden within Long Shadow Villa? Long Tao's blood-red, ghostly eyes narrowed as realization dawned upon him, and his expression shifted dramatically. You mean the dungeon? He recalled his wife's sudden proposal years ago to construct a dungeon within the villa. Wang Jing smiled wickedly, offering no denial. Who would suspect that such a notorious assassin organization would be concealed within a villa dedicated to slaying demons? It seems that not only I, but you, have unwittingly played into my hands, you wretched pawn. Long Tao pointed at the lifeless body of Long Fong, whose eyes remained unclosed in death. Only those of value become pawns, while the worthless must be sent to their demise. No sooner had Wang Jing spoken than she launched an attack on Long Tao. With a flourish of her hands, 10 blood beams shot forth from her fingers with astonishing speed. In the confined space of the room, even the undead Long Tao could not evade them all. His left arm was pierced with 3 bloody holes, emitting wisps of white smoke as the flesh surrounding the wounds visibly corroded. Gritting his teeth, Long Tao used his remaining hand to slash at his injured shoulder, severing the damaged arm, which quickly pooled into a puddle of blood upon the ground. Wang Jing smirked, unsurprised by the outcome. The Blood Shadow Divine Needle was an ancient martial art she had obtained during her travels, designed specifically to slay living beings and drain their blood. This blood could then be condensed into the Blood Shadow Needle capable of slaying demons. Otherwise, how could Wang Jing, a mere woman, subdue the vicious outlaws of the Blood Kill Tower? Long Tao, when you were alive, I could easily slay you. Even now, as a demon, your fate remains the same, Wang Jing taunted. Her words laced with malice as she unleashed another barrage of blood beams toward Long Tao. Puff, 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 puff. With his injuries, Long Tao found it impossible to evade, and the majority of the blood beams penetrated his body. The power of the Blood Shadow Needle began to ravenously corrode him. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Long Tao's body was engulfed in white smoke, and he collapsed to the ground. Uselessness is eternal, Wang Jing spat at Long Tao. Although Long Feng's death was an unforeseen circumstance, it fit perfectly into her future schemes. Conversely, Long Tao's emergence provided Wang Jing with the ideal scapegoat. A disciple conspiring against the master returning as a demon for revenge, leading to their mutual destruction, while she, as the former master's wife, held great influence within the villa, would naturally step forth to take charge of the situation. What a perfect script, however, the commotion from the battle was considerable. It remained uncertain whether it had drawn the attention of others. This was no place to linger. Wang Jing hurriedly gathered her garments and prepared to depart. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly heard the sound of wind. Before she could turn around, a dark hand, with skin a ghastly shade of blue-black, reached from behind and seized her throat before the light left her eyes. Wang Jing caught a glimpse of the hand's owner. It was none other than the very Long Tao who had just fallen. Chapter 61. The villa in turmoil at this moment. Long Tao's body was severely decayed, with a severed arm, rendering him a far more terrifying figure than before. However, he paid it no mind as he used his remaining hand to gesture towards the lifeless bodies of the treacherous pair. The flesh and bones of the deceased transformed into a stream of crimson particles, which were drawn into Long Tao's palm. Moments later, the rotting flesh on his body began to regenerate, and the previously empty left shoulder sprouted a new arm, covered in black scales, resembling a dragon's claw at the end. Long Tao flexed his newly transformed body, feeling an unprecedented surge of strength, especially in the new arm, which contained explosive power. With a mere swipe, he could unleash force far beyond that of an innate martial artist. Could this be the power of transcendence? Long Tao murmured to himself. Though he had avenged himself, Wang Jing's earlier cold words still pierced his heart. The transformation of his body and external stimuli began to distort Long Tao's perceptions. Power. He yearned for more power, and all of this could be attained through human blood and flesh. Long Tao gazed outside, his eyes ablaze with boundless ferocity. Since the villa master had avenged his grievances, why cling to the trivialities of the mortal realm? At that moment, a faint voice echoed within the room. Long Tao turned around and beheld Song Yang, who had mysteriously appeared. "Oh, it is you, Senior Song. From your tone, it seems you arrived even earlier than I did." Song Yang detected the questioning undertone in Long Tao's words, which implied a challenge regarding why he, who possessed such knowledge, did not take action to uphold justice. "Master Long, I believe you may be misunderstanding something. Are we truly on such familiar terms? You should instead express gratitude to me for granting you the opportunity to avenge yourself." Song Yang's words rendered Long Tao speechless. Indeed, the other party bore no obligation to act. Yet, in the past, Long Tao could have empathized with Song Yang, whereas now he found it impossible. Suddenly, a sinister laugh escaped Long Tao's lips. "I never expected the foremost figure of Kanglan Prefecture to be such a selfish individual. Thank you for revealing to me the darker side of human nature. I once believed that demons and spirits represented evil. In truth, they are here to purify this wretched world, rife with deceit and treachery." The malevolent aura surrounding Long Tao surged once more, and this time, not only his left hand but his entire body became enveloped in a dense array of black scales. His limbs transformed into dragon claws. His head morphed into that of a fearsome dragon, and a dragon tail sprouted from behind him. Name: Long Tao, evil dragon form, race: Ghost Clan physique, evil dragon ghost body cultivation, 510 years profile, former master of Longying Mountain Villa. Wronged and consumed by resentment after betrayal, he absorbed the earth's energy from Longzhou Mountain and became a demon. Long Tao had fully transformed. Song Yang had observed the spectacle all night, and now personally engaged in conversation. All for this moment. "Song Yang, today, I shall use you, the foremost figure of Kanglan Prefecture, as a sacrificial offering to commence my path of annihilation." Long Tao bellowed at Song Yang, his voice echoing powerfully. Yet, he witnessed Song Yang leap high into the air, breaking through the roof. Trying to escape? Not a chance. Just as Long Tao prepared to pursue him, a formidable pressure descended, pinning him to the ground, rendering him immobile. "Master Long, are you familiar with the dragon head guillotine?" Song Yang gazed down at Long Tao, brandishing a 7-foot-long blade. Gripping the hilt with his right hand, he infused it with true Yang energy, transforming it into a blade of fire. With a thunderous explosion, the sharp blade was hurled from Song Yang's hand. Liu Yang blade technique. Sun's judgment, the entire Longying Mountain Villa was stirred. Onlookers beheld a resplendent fire dragon descending from the western side of the villa, adjacent to Longsho Mountain, crashing into the ground and erupting into a colossal fireball. The earth trembled, and the reverberations of the explosion resounded throughout every corner of the villa, eliminating Long Tao, who had cultivated for 510 years. Awarded 150 years of power, current power, 5,300 years. Note: previously, slaying the obsession demon added 100 years, 50-50-100, 150-5300. As the flames gradually dissipated, only a vast pit remained, with both Long Tao and the villa having vanished. Yet, the tremors continued unabated. Song Yang expanded his true Yang domain to its limits, seeking the source of the tremors but yielded little. He discerned only that the vibrations emanated from deep within Longsho Peak. The night grew darker. Some attempted to flee the villa, only to discover an impenetrable black wall had appeared at the edge. Meanwhile, within the villa, all structures suddenly appeared dilapidated, as if ravaged by the passage of time. You have entered the Longying Realm. The Longying Realm will persist for 12 hours. Only the final survivors may depart. A mysterious voice echoed in everyone's ears. Another rule-based demon? Song Yang recalled the previous incident in Beishan Village, where the village was enveloped by a ghostly domain that allowed entry but no exit, only permitting departure under special conditions. Song Yang intended to test this so-called Longying Realm. He approached the villa's edge and encountered the obstructing black wall. Upon touching it, he discovered it was not solid but rather liquid, cool to the touch, allowing his hand to easily penetrate. Instead of risking himself, Song Yang scanned the black wall first. The Longying Realm wall. Entering it will transport you randomly to a location within the Longying Realm. Would he be returned to the realm? Just as Song Yang contemplated testing this, he suddenly found himself back in the villa's training area. However, he was not alone in this transportation point. One by one, others began to appear in the training area. Soon, Song Yang spotted Li Yu and Lin Jiu. To his surprise, the chatty young girl named Zhong Yu, who had spoken earlier, followed closely behind them. Song Tu, what on earth is happening? Lin Jiu inquired. Song Yang recounted the events of the night. Impossible. My master treats me well. How could she be such a person? Zhong Yu, being a disciple of Longying Mountain Villa, reacted most strongly. Song Yang offered no explanation. After all, Long Tao and his companions had turned to steam, and it was up to her to believe or not. A while later, the training area was filled with heads, no new arrivals materializing. The mysterious voice resonated once more. Among you, 10 spies have infiltrated. You must identify all within 1 hour. Otherwise, 50 individuals, excluding the spies, will be randomly executed. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in chaos. There were at least 600 or 700 people in sight, and without any clues, how could they possibly identify 10 targets within an hour? Does that mean if I leave the area, I will be safe? A clever individual suggested, stepping toward the exit. The mysterious voice offered no resistance, nor did it employ any means to obstruct him. However, shortly after he left, a shriek pierced the darkness. Chapter 62. Dog planners and divine players. The crowd exchanged glances, clearly realizing that escaping was not an option. They had to adhere to the voice's rules. Everyone, please be quiet and let me speak. The speaker was Zhuge Feng, a captain from the Divine Martial Guard investigating Long Tao's demise. If I am not mistaken, we are trapped in a domain created by a rule-based demon. To survive and escape, we must unite our efforts. You are correct, my Lord Zhuge. I have encountered such demons before, and it was nearly a harrowing experience to escape. Eluan, the elder of the Two Instruments Sword Sect, seemed to recall something, a look of trepidation crossing his face. At this moment, Song Yang stepped forward. Do not worry. As long as you cooperate, I have my methods to uncover the spies. Since Senior Song is so confident, we naturally have no objections. In the end, it always came down to who had the might. Those with strength had their words heeded. Song Yang instructed everyone to form a line, and then he began scanning them one by one. After a brief interval, he withdrew his gaze from the last person and raised a finger. All eyes turned toward him, eager to witness his capabilities. A red thread shot forth from his fingertip, arching into the air above the line. Upon reaching roughly the center, the red thread suddenly split into 10, winding toward 10 different individuals within the group. In the astonished gazes of the crowd, the red threads ensnared 10 individuals, tightening abruptly. Hissing smoke erupted as their bodies writhed, their mouths emitting inhuman screams. These are indeed demons. I just spoke to one of them, and he even recounted significant events from my hometown. How did Senior Song manage that? He saw through their ruse in no time. The mastery of internal energy exhibited by the senior is nothing short of extraordinary. This technique has truly opened my eyes. The crowd's perception of Song Yang shifted dramatically. Even the most anxious warriors felt a wave of relief. With Song Yang present, perhaps there was a genuine chance of escaping this cursed place. All 10 spies from the first phase have been identified. We now enter the second phase, which will have 20 spies infiltrating the crowd. If they are not all uncovered within half an hour, 100 individuals will be randomly executed. The mysterious voice caused the hope that had just begun to rise among the crowd to plummet once more. Quickly, count the number of people. Check if anyone near you has changed. Zhuge Feng commanded, "No need for that trouble. The training area has already been enveloped by my true Yang domain. I will know immediately if anyone new appears." The next moment, the 20 recently infiltrated demons were swiftly extracted and crushed. However, these demons possessed low cultivation and did not yield any rewards for Song Yang. Senior Song is magnificent. Several individuals cheered, believing that the methods of this rule-based demon were nothing in the face of Song Yang's prowess. After a prolonged silence, the mysterious voice finally spoke again. Doubting that a mere human could possess such extraordinary abilities, it resorted to employing the maximum limits of its rules, in light of your exceptional performance in the previous 2 phases. We now proceed to the final phase. In this phase, there is only one spy. If you cannot identify them within the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, half of you will be randomly executed. As the mysterious voice concluded the rules for the final phase, the crowd erupted in discussion. "Ha, while time is tight, how could one spy daunt us? Hee, perhaps the malevolent spirit behind this has already given up." Everyone is filled with confidence, but at that moment, the training ground suddenly experiences a violent tremor. All individuals present, along with the very stones beneath their feet, uncontrollably float into the air as if gravity has been entirely erased from this space. Once the crowd regains their composure, they realize the challenge of this final stage. Not only has their original formation been utterly disrupted, but everyone's positions are also in constant flux. Aside from the familiar faces they already know, who could possibly recall who was standing beside them moments ago? Damn it, how can anyone find each other like this? I see this wretched creature has been toying with us all along. It hasn't given us a chance at all. The air is filled with curses, and chaos ensues. Even though Zhuge Feng and others attempt to restore order, they are ultimately thwarted by the incessant shifting of positions. Who would have thought that even after traversing realms, we would encounter such a scheming trickster? The spirit's underhanded tactics remind Song Yang of certain unscrupulous game developers from his previous life. They incessantly profess to prioritize player welfare, offering promotions like 1 cent for the first recharge, all items in the shop for just 1 cent, and an abundance of diamonds upon logging in. Yet once players fall into their trap, they discover the reality is far from what was promised. If players do not obediently part with their money, they can forget about having a pleasant experience. Some unscrupulous big corporations even ensure that players who spend copiously may still not enjoy a satisfactory experience. Alas! A faint smile tugged at the corners of Song Yang's lips, since this behind-the-scenes manipulator has overestimated its own cleverness. Let it not blame me, Song Yang, for demonstrating what true mastery looks like. All present humans had been scanned by the system. Thus, those unmarked by the system must surely be the spy. Moments later, Song Yang's gaze locked onto an individual situated in the northeast corner. He realized he had slightly underestimated the audacity of this malevolent spirit. The last spy could change its appearance at will. Since Song Yang had begun to fixate on it, within a brief span, it had already switched between more than 10 different faces, all nondescript and indistinguishable in a crowd. Meanwhile, the unseen puppeteer was also observing Song Yang from the shadows. And upon noticing the lack of action from the latter, a smile involuntarily crept onto its face. It had thought that Song Yang was indeed all-powerful. Now it would see how he would cope. Just as it reveled in its triumph, Song Yang made his move. He leaped into the air, soaring through the void, and landed squarely on the stone slab where the spy stood. Their eyes met, and the spy gulped, saying, "Senior Song, what brings you here?" "Nothing much, just came to borrow something from you." Without waiting for a response, Song Yang firmly grasped the spy's head and squeezed forcefully. Bang! A wisp of black smoke dissipated from Song Yang's hand, and the bricks on the ground began to plummet. Fortunately, the height wasn't too great, and although the crowd found themselves in a bit of disarray, there were no casualties. This human actually managed to do it? How is that possible? The face of the unseen puppet master contorted slightly, watching the jubilant humans below. A murderous intent ignited in its gaze. Truly a contradictory species, complex yet, at times, astonishingly simple. Surely, they cannot genuinely believe they can escape from here. Such naive delusions. After 12 hours, all living beings within this realm must perish. The mysterious voice echoed once more above Longying Manor. Congratulations to all for passing the first trial. The next stage will commence shortly. I implore you all to strive hard to survive until the end. Chapter 63. The malevolent spirit's machinations. Unbeknownst to Song Yang and the others, there were others within the Longying realm beyond the training ground undergoing their own trials. Beneath the manor, a clandestine assassin organization known as Blood Shadow Tower, hidden within the dungeons of Longying Manor, had also been ensnared in this ordeal. While these assassins may not possess Song Yang's divine capabilities, they benefited from being members of the same organization, familiar with one another. After incurring some costs, they too succeeded in passing the first trial. During a brief respite, Song Yang began to contemplate methods to unravel the mysteries of the Longying realm. He would not be so gullible as to believe in the notion that simply surviving 12 hours would ensure escape. A stranger would not bestow benefits without ulterior motives, especially not these malevolent spirits that are inherently opposed to humanity. The epicenter, Dragon Head Peak, the Longying realm, and the transformations of the Dragon Tao corpse. Could the malevolent spirits behind this be connected to this land? Song Yang summoned a few of his subordinates and shared his suspicions. Lin Jiao seemed to recall something and said, "Boss Song, your conjecture reminds me of a tale I once read." "Elaborate." Lin Jiao nodded and began to narrate what he knew. All malevolent spirits, whether born of heaven and earth or transformed from the mundane, are fundamentally tied to the presence of sinister energy. Areas rich in this energy are more conducive to the emergence of malevolent spirits, though there are exceptions. Certain special environmental energies can also give rise to powerful malevolent spirits under specific conditions. Have you ever heard of dragon veins? Of course, but isn't that related to royal lineage or national fortune? Can it influence malevolent spirits as well? Liu inquired, puzzled. Lin Jiao explained, the world knows of dragon veins. Yet few are aware that they are divided into yin and yang. The yang vein sustains the fortune of the dynasty and enhances the welfare of the nation, while the yin vein provides protection for descendants. However, whether yin or yang, once polluted, they will yield contrary effects. Song Yang pondered, are you suggesting that the land beneath our feet is likely a polluted yin vein, giving rise to the malevolent spirits causing chaos in Longying Manor? That's merely my speculation. Song Yang did not press further, for the system had successfully triggered a notification. The yin vein beneath the Zonglong mountain range has become polluted, spawning powerful spirits that currently reside in a certain place of filth. Place of filth? First, he dismissed the obvious answer of a latrine. Such a cunning spirit would hardly be so base as to indulge in filth. Song Yang called over Zhongyu, having not seen Wang Jing and Long Fong for some time. The young girl had no choice but to accept Song Yang's assertions. Fearing that she might inadvertently disclose this embarrassing matter, she decided to remain silent. Senior Song, is there something you need? Perhaps due to her previous demeanor. Zhongyu regarded Song Yang with a sense of awe, her tone restrained. Song Yang posed his query. As a disciple of Longying Manor, she would naturally be most familiar with the manor's surroundings. Could it be the dungeon? I've heard it houses many nefarious martial artists. A sudden realization struck Song Yang as he slapped his forehead. How had he forgotten about the dungeon? Yet he was acutely aware that it was not filled with criminals, but rather a collection of professional assassins far more terrifying than mere wrongdoers. Just as Song Yang was about to take action, the environment around them began to shift once more. The group found themselves before an open space, and not far from them, another group appeared. Who are these people? Song Yang surveyed the scene, realizing they were all members of Blood Shadow Tower. Though their numbers were fewer than Song Yang's group, their average strength was considerably superior. A mysterious voice announced, there is no need for alarm, as we will now distribute the rewards for the first trial. The crowd fell silent, astonished. There are rewards? Is this truly the terrifying realm of rules we have heard of? With a rumble, A stone platform measuring a foot on each side suddenly rose before them. A golden light illuminated the night sky, descending slowly onto the platform. As the golden glow dissipated, 3 crimson pills appeared before the crowd. Strangely, a dragon silhouette danced upon the surface of the pills. This is the reward for passing the first trial, the Dragon Shadow Pill, crafted from Chuanbei, Loquat, and Tianshan Snow Lotus, refined over 49 days. On the day of its completion, 9 strands of dragon energy were infused using a special method. Each pill consumed can directly enhance one's power by a century. Upon hearing the introduction, the martial artists, save for Song Yang, collectively gasped. Their gazes filled with avarice as they beheld the Dragon Shadow Pills. Consume one, and you could attain the divine realm. If one individual were to acquire all 3, achieving the status of a martial sage, once thought to belong to ancient times, would not be impossible. Zhuge Feng spoke in a grave tone. While it sounds remarkable, I have never heard of such a pill as the Dragon Shadow Pill. The mysterious voice replied, "It is natural for you to harbor doubts. I just so happen to have some fragments of the pill left over. To prove I am not deceiving you, feel free to find someone to test it." The crowd exchanged glances. Despite the allure of the pills, not everyone was willing to take the risk of stepping forward in uncertainty. After a prolonged silence, a man of acquired realm finally volunteered. "I'll do it. A scar the size of a bowl. What's the worst that could happen? 20 years later, I can still be a fine man." "Excellent. I believe you will soon be grateful for your courage." As the mysterious voice finished speaking, the man found a powder the size of a fingernail in his hand, identical in appearance to the Dragon Shadow Pill. The man wasted no time, swallowing it without a second thought. After about 7 or 8 breaths, the man suddenly displayed a pained expression. "Is there really a problem?" "No, it's genuinely effective." The crowd observed as a thick layer of black substance oozed from the robust man's skin. This was the impurity belonging to his inner force. Once expelled, his acquired inner strength could be transformed into a more pure innate power. Indeed, the man's aura suddenly surged significantly, successfully breaking through to the innate realm. Song Yang raised his eyebrows. It seemed the system had not miscalculated, but rather, that mysterious voice had deliberately concealed the fact that the Dragon Shadow Pill harbored pill poison. If taken in excess or accumulated to a certain degree within the body, a martial artist would fall into madness, becoming a puppet for the alchemist. However, how would the others know such intricacies? Once the efficacy of the Dragon Shadow Pill was confirmed, the crowd's gaze turned increasingly fervent. The rewards are limited, and how they are distributed is your concern. The second round of trials will commence at dawn. I might as well reveal the details to you. The second round will select 50 survivors through a free-for-all battle, who will then participate in the final test. Upon hearing this, many faces changed dramatically, and Song Yang finally comprehended the sinister intent of the opponent. This was a blatant scheme, a bait of enticing rewards followed by a looming threat of death. In their fight for survival, the crowd would inevitably contend for the 3 Dragon Shadow Pills. The so-called second round of trials had, it seemed, already begun from that very moment. Chapter 64. Everyone witnessed that this was truly a fade. Numerous gazes fell upon Song Yang, for he was indeed the greatest obstacle in the quest for the Dragon Shadow Pills. This was 300 years of cultivation, even if it might be diminished. No one would ever despise having too much power. Some astute individuals secretly hoped that Song Yang would seize the pills, for he was originally the strongest among those present, and his strength would not disturb the balance. As expected, Song Yang's figure flickered, and he had already arrived at the stone platform. Just as he was about to reach for the Dragon Shadow Pill, he suddenly felt a chill at the back of his head. "Be careful, senior!" A scoundrel dared to launch a sneak attack. Song Yang did not look back, nor did he intend to evade, directly grasping the pill on the stone platform. The assailant, seeing this, felt a surge of delight. What nonsense about being the first! It was nothing but a farce. After tonight, not only would he become the first godslayer of the divine martial dynasty, but he also had the chance to become the new strongest deity. Under the gaze of all, a sharp dagger, gleaming with a blue ethereal light, accurately pierced into the back of Song Yang's head. What? How is this possible? The attacker's face was filled with disbelief, as if he had struck a piece of the hardest diamond. The dagger, typically capable of slicing through iron, could not even break the skin, let alone sever a single hair, before the assailant could recover from his shock. A large hand grasped his throat. Name. Wang Qi race. Human martial arts. Blood god nerve. Perfected. Blood killing 7 forms. Transformation. Blood shadow technique. Perfected. Cultivation. 311 years description. Deputy Master of Blood Killing Tower looking at Wang Qi. Song Yang suddenly smiled. You desire the dragon shadow pills, do you? Here, take them all. Saying this, he shoved all 3 dragon shadow pills into Wang Qi's mouth before casually tossing him aside. Though Wang Qi, like the others, was bewildered. Once the pills went down, he soon felt a tremendous surge of medicinal power erupt within him. This power seemed to possess a life of its own, requiring no effort from Wang Qi to absorb it. It surged into his dantian and throughout his meridians, beginning to transform into his own strength. With a soft pop, Wang Qi felt his mind clear immensely, his perception of the world intensifying dozens. Even hundreds of times in just a few breaths, he unexpectedly broke through to the coveted divine realm, something many longed for. However, this was merely the beginning. Only 2 or 3/10 of the medicinal power had been absorbed. Yet Wang Qi's aura continued to grow stronger. Mid-stage divine realm, late stage, peak. Once all the medicinal power was completely absorbed, Wang Qi felt as if he could perceive an entirely different world. The seemingly empty space was filled with countless tiny particles. He could sense the familiar power contained within these particles. So this was the essence of a martial artist's cultivation, essentially the process of absorbing these particles. Martial Saint, accomplished. The shadowy figure observing all this from the darkness revealed a hint of disdain. To think one could use such a method to prove the pills were fake? Utter foolishness. Let us see how you deal with the monster you've created. Wang Qi leapt from the ground, hovering in midair, looking down at Song Yang. Song Yang, I truly must thank you. Were it not for you, I would never have experienced the power of a martial saint. I'm almost reluctant to kill you. I offer you a choice, submit or die. What? He truly broke through to martial saint. Wang Qi's words caused unease to settle in the hearts of the martial artists besides Song Yang, who began to worry for him. The martial arts level in Kanglan Prefecture was relatively low. For hundreds of years prior to Song Yang, no one had achieved the divine realm. Therefore, even those who had witnessed Song Yang in action, lacking any other divine realm experts for comparison, would still equate his strength with that of a divine realm warrior. Wang Qi shared the same sentiment. Now that he possessed the strength of a martial saint, he naturally no longer regarded Song Yang, the so-called first, with any respect. He, Wang Qi, was the true strongest in Kanglan Prefecture and even the entire divine martial kingdom. However, Song Yang showed no signs of fear. Instead, he grinned and said, "Only children make choices. I choose the third option." What third option? Wang Qi frowned slightly, only to have his pupils suddenly dilate. He saw the figure below abruptly vanish into the night wind. In the next moment, Song Yang's voice echoed in Wang Qi's ear, "Master Wang, if you die, wouldn't there be a third option?" When? Without allowing any time for the opponent to react, Song Yang's palm had already pressed against Wang Qi's crown. Pure Yang Qi, a torrent of true Yang energy surged into Wang Qi, coursing down his spine. Wang Qi, in terror, realized that the martial saint power he had prided himself on was utterly trivial before this force. A flash of fire streaked across the night sky. The newly ascended martial saint was slain. The arena fell into a profound silence. A martial saint? Is this all? I could take off my pants and the film playing would still be Disney? The issue is, even that amount of time is enough for the pre-show advertisements. Did everyone see that? He couldn't withstand even a single attack from me. The dragon shadow pill is nothing but a sham. Song Yang provided a rather reasonable explanation, and the crowd suddenly understood. It was merely a bluff. I told you, how could a martial saint be so easily defeated? Better change out of those wet pants before you speak. The smell of urine is wafting through. What do you know? I just drank too much water. That's why I'm overflowing. The shadowy figure lurking in the dark, witnessing Wang Qi's demise at Song Yang's hands, was so furious he nearly bit off his own tongue. Simultaneously, he was filled with trepidation regarding Song Yang's strength. If he could kill a martial saint, he himself must also be a martial saint. And a formidable one at that. It was simply that the level of pollution in the Yin veins was not sufficient. Otherwise, there would be no need for such elaborate schemes. Senior Song, what should we do next? Zhuge Feng inquired. Song Yang pondered for a moment and replied, The enemy is doing everything possible to incite us to turn against one another, clearly seeking to benefit from it, so we must not act according to their wishes. Listen closely. If you wish to leave this cursed place alive, then until I return, none of you are to lay a hand on another. After issuing this command, his figure vanished into the darkness. He intended to flush out the coward who dared to hide in the shadows. The system had just issued a new prompt, confirming that the demon was indeed hiding in the manor's dungeon. After a while, Song Yang had entered the dungeon. Instruments of torture and cells made it appear no different from an ordinary prison, but Song Yang knew these were mere facades. He glanced around and struck a palm against a wall. With a resounding crash, a large hole opened, revealing a dark passage behind the wall. Song Yang stepped inside. Just halfway through, the walls suddenly began to squeeze inward, while clouds of green poisonous smoke wafted up from the front and back of the passage. Song Yang was at a loss for words. Peddling fake medicine was one thing, but now they were resorting to childish traps. It was utterly disgraceful for a demon. Ignoring the poisonous smoke, the walls, regardless of their thickness and weight, were entirely insignificant. Song Yang unleashed strikes with both hands. With a loud crash, the walls retreated faster than they had come. Chapter 65. I am your timely rain. I desire both goods and life. Crossing through the passage, Song Yang arrived in a circular hall. In the center of the hall stood a massive chessboard. Just as Song Yang approached the chessboard, a thunderous sound echoed as a large door opened on one side of the hall. A grotesque old specter emerged from behind the door, taking position on the opposite side of the chessboard. If you can defeat me, you may proceed to the next challenge. The old specter spoke with a sinister smile. If you lose, your soul shall be eternally trapped here. Young man, are you prepared? In response, a blade of flame-wrapped light sliced through the air. This old fool, didn't he consider how many years he had lived and still dared to bully the young? If a problem could not be resolved, then let us deal with the one who posed the problem. Eliminate the chess-obsessed ghost with 300 years of experience and be rewarded with a power increase of 100 years. Current power, 5,400 years. With a sense of satisfaction, Song Yang addressed the empty space. I never imagined that my reputation as the chess sage had reached the ears of demons and ghosts. Since the opponent has conceded, I shall reluctantly claim this victory. The hall fell into a prolonged silence, ultimately yielding to the reluctant opening of a new door. Outrageous. How could there be such a dishonorable human? In the depths of the dungeon, an unseen puppet master fumed with fury, their anger manifesting as three souls thrashing about in smoke. The chessboard was originally designed to challenge those with formidable strength but mediocre chess skills. Generally, after navigating the previous trials, an ordinary person would dutifully engage in a game with the chess-obsessed ghost, falling prey to the established rules once the match commenced. At that point, the ghost would become an immortal entity, and the challenger could only pass by winning the game. However, no one anticipated that Song Yang would defy convention by swiftly defeating the chess player, rendering the game null and void. Emerging from the hall, Song Yang soon discovered a seemingly bottomless pit, its walls smooth and devoid of any footholds. Utilizing his true Yang domain, he descended, reaching the limit of his probing to find the pit's bottom. There, he encountered a powerful aura of malevolence, likely the true master of this realm. Without hesitation, Song Yang leaped downward. Just before landing, a long and thick tail lashed out at him. Naturally, Song Yang would not reject the warmth offered by an enemy. As the tail swung toward his chest, he extended his arms, clasping the tail firmly. Without needing any leverage, he twisted his well-honed body mid-air, channeling immense strength into his arms as he hurled the tail's owner into the pit's depths. The final boss of this dungeon was, astonishingly, a dragon. Although Song Yang had encountered dragons before, this was his first encounter with a true one. The creature was entirely black, resembling the dragons of his imagination. Measuring at least 20 to 30 zhang in length, with a pair of crimson eyes glowing like lanterns in the dark. Name: Evil Shadow Dragon Race. Demon Evil Technique. Dragon Shadow Realm. Rule: one must either pass through the numerous trials set by the Evil Shadow Dragon or defeat it to leave. Within the barrier, the dragon's combat power is doubled. Dragon Shadow Stealth. Evil Dragon Breath Experience. 610 years. Description: a demon dragon born from the dragon vein of Songlong Mountain, tainted by murderous intent. The demon dragon was formidable, on par with the six-tailed fox Su Yu. Just as Song Yang was about to make his move, the dragon called out to him, "Wait, human, I will allow you and your 2 companions to leave. Plus a dragon shadow golden pill. How does that sound?" Born from the dragon vein, the evil shadow dragon possessed intelligence far beyond that of ordinary demons. After their initial confrontation, it realized it was no match for Song Yang. Don't be too hasty in your refusal. The dragon shadow golden pill is not like those previous useless pills with side effects. Upon speaking, the dragon opened its mouth, and a golden pill floated before Song Yang. Dragon Shadow Golden Pill, crafted from the Dragon Shadow Pill with the addition of 5 qin of Tian Nanxing, half a qin of Lily, and refined with Donghua as a catalyst. Repeatedly boiled with both literary and martial flames until all toxins are eliminated. Consuming it grants an increase of 150 years of power, if the consumer possesses royal blood. It can also cleanse the marrow and enhance martial aptitude, effective for those at the martial saint realm and below. Excellent. Song Yang seized the pill and stored it in his system space. Very well, I shall open a passage for you to leave with your companions. The dragon, seeing Song Yang accept the golden pill, eagerly urged the pestilence incarnate to depart. In response, Song Yang delivered a firm stomp, shattering the dragon's left eye. How dare you, wretched human? You accepted my golden pill and still dare to go back on your word. The dragon howled in agony. Song Yang leaped onto the dragon's head and delivered another kick. Grinning, I, the timely rain, have never been one to refuse a gift as for going back on my word. Which of your ears heard me agree to anything? Today, I shall claim both your treasure and your life. With that, he clenched his fists and struck downward. Boom! The evil shadow dragon tumbled headfirst into the ground. As Song Yang drew his blade, intending to sacrifice the dragon's blood to forge his weapon, he unexpectedly struck nothing but air. The dragon's body seamlessly melded into the shadows, swiftly burrowing into the earth. Within the perception of Song Yang's true Yang domain, the dragon had not retreated into the depths, but rather moved a distance away before doubling back toward the surface. Notably, its movements directed it straight toward Zhuge Feng and the other martial artists. The evil shadow dragon employed its dragon shadow stealth, swiftly traversing through the soil. As Song Yang entered the pit, it signified that the trial of the dragon shadow realm had reached its final stage. The dragon was no longer bound by the rules and could launch direct attacks against everything within the barrier. This was the contingency plan laid out by the evil shadow dragon. The roles had reversed. Since it could not overpower Song Yang, it opted to seek out lesser foes to gain experience. Meanwhile, Zhuge Feng and the others had remained on high alert after Song Yang's departure. The assassins from the Blood Kill Tower were equally vigilant in that moment. Regardless of good or evil, only their races mattered. As the evil shadow dragon approached the surface, the dragon shadow manor trembled once more. What is happening? Is Senior Song engaged in battle with that demon? As speculation ran rampant, a thunderous roar erupted as a shadow burst forth from the earth beneath the Blood Kill Tower, engulfing 3 individuals in one swift motion. Yes, this is the taste of slaughter. The evil shadow dragon's eyes gleamed with delight as its massive body twisted midair, returning to devour several more souls. Its claws were relentless, sweeping through the area to crush innate masters into a pulp point. One individual attempted to escape using lightness skills, covering a distance of 40 to 50 steps. Yet, before he could catch his breath, a colossal tail ensnared him, dragging him back to by the time Song Yang hurried back to the surface. The evil shadow dragon had consumed all the assassins from the Blood Kill Tower. Chapter 66, Dragon Slaughter. New member Senior Song, Zhuge Feng and the others, upon seeing Song Yang, were filled with exhilaration. Earlier, they had only seen the dragon and not Song Yang, fearing that he had fallen in single combat, becoming yet another meal for the evil shadow dragon, akin to the assassins from the Blood Kill Tower. Now, seeing him again reignited their hopes for survival. Under the night sky, a confrontation resumed between man and dragon in the dilapidated manor. Human, do you truly believe you have me at your mercy? Today, I shall dismember you, vile creature. The evil shadow dragon had long harbored a deep-seated fury towards Song Yang, and now, having absorbed the murderous intent of the Blood Kill Tower assassins, its form began to transform. It grew stronger, its length increasing by a third, but most notably, its scales began to shift from black to red, transitioning from an inky hue to a vivid blood red. Its experience surged from 610 years to 660 years, and with the doubling effect of the Dragon Shadow Realm, Its combat power had increased manifold. The evil shadow dragon was determined that it could now stand against Song Yang. It opened its maw and inhaled deeply, a wave of heat surging from its belly through its throat, preparing its most potent attack, the evil dragon breath. Ah! The dragon suddenly cried out in distress. Hastily closing its mouth and retreating, Song Yang, having darted into the dragon's maw before the breath could escape, delivered a devastating punch that shattered the watermelon-sized gland at the back of its throat. Foul beast, where do you think you're going? Song Yang pursued relentlessly, blade in hand. The dragon swung its tail. The massive appendage swept toward him once more, but Song Yang angled his blade, cleaving the tail cleanly from its body. Though the evil shadow dragon felt the pain, it dared not halt. The strength of the human before it exceeded all expectations. Despite its newfound power, it remained outmatched by Song Yang. Onlookers were left in awe of Song Yang's prowess. Enthralled by the spectacle, a gigantic demon dragon was being relentlessly pursued and attacked by a single human. A thrilling sight indeed. Spectators wished they could take Song Yang's place, though they knew that should they step in, they would surely become a mere meal for the dragon. Amidst the night sky, the glint of the blade dazzled. With each strike Song Yang delivered, another segment of the dragon's body plummeted to the ground. Having covered a distance of 100 zhong, the evil shadow dragon was now but a shadow of its former self. Stop chasing me. I shall lift the barrier, and you may all depart. With a swift strike, it lost its left leg. I still possess some wealth. I shall give it all to you. Song Yang remained unfazed, severing the dragon's right leg. What nonsense! Offering your spoils to bribe the very one you have wronged? Master, spare me. I will serve you. With another blow, Song Yang sliced open the dragon's belly, its intestines spilling forth. Your master seeks your life. Will you not offer it willingly? Despair washed over the evil shadow dragon. It had come to realize that Song Yang was resolute in his intent to slay the dragon. You despicable human! If you possess any valor, grant me a swift end. What skill is it to torment a dragon? The monstrous dragon roared as Song Yang severed one of its claws with a single stroke. He spoke languidly, You are in agony now. While I find joy in this, is this not the essence of delight? With that, he struck again. Below, the onlookers, including Zhuge Feng and others, watched in awe, their respect for Song Yang deepening. They resolved never to provoke him, no matter whom they might encounter. Moments later, only the dragon's head and a small fragment of its neck remained of the sinister shadow dragon. Still alive despite its significantly weakened presence, even Song Yang, the instigator, could not help but marvel at the creature's tenacity. Who are you truly? The shadow dragon asked in its final moments, unwilling to perish as a fool. The one who will end your life, Song Yang declared, cleaving the dragon's head in two. He had vanquished the 660-year-old shadow dragon, earning himself a reward of 220 years of cultivation, bringing his total to 5,620 years. As the shadow dragon fell, the black walls encasing the dragon's shadow manor dissipated, yet the buildings within could not revert to their former state. Moreover, the dragon vein here had become tainted, if not addressed. It could give rise to other malevolent entities. The prospect of rebuilding the manor on its original site was utterly impossible, rendering it irrevocably ruined. Nevertheless, the disciples of Dragon Shadow Manor were of high quality, both in appearance and strength. Various factions present began extending olive branches in an attempt to recruit them. To Song Yang's surprise, Zhong Yu approached, expressing her desire to join his demon-slaying team in the span of a day. Her master and mistress had been slain, and her sect was no more. The young girl had undergone a significant change in demeanor, becoming somewhat reticent. Zhong Yu displayed considerable talent. Despite her youth, her prowess was nearly at the pinnacle of acquired realms. With a little guidance, she would soon become a formidable innate master. Without much deliberation, Song Yang welcomed her into the fold. They arrived at the inn with 3 men and departed with an additional young woman. Furthermore, the system space contained the Dragon Shadow Golden Pill and the corpse of the Shadow Dragon. Though there was a hint of bloodshed involved, the gains indeed left Song Yang feeling satisfied. 2 days later, the quartet returned to the inn in Kanglin County, just as a storyteller was regaling the patrons with tales of Dragon Shadow Manor. Unbeknownst to many, merely 2 days prior, the manor had faced the rampage of a dragon. The dragon, measuring 1,000 feet in length, coiled itself like a small city. Song Yang and his companions exchanged glances. The tale, albeit exaggerated, bore a kernel of truth. Amidst the peril faced by the martial arts community, it was the esteemed Song Yang who boldly stepped forth. As the pride of Kanglin Prefecture, he possessed divine strength and stood twice the height of an ordinary man, causing even the most formidable demons to retreat in fear. As the storyteller continued, mentioning Song Yang, the protagonist rolled his eyes at the embellished portrayal. Lin Jiao and the others stifled their laughter, their faces turning crimson. The clash between man and dragon lasted an entire day and night, plunging the world into darkness, even causing the dragon head peak to lose a layer of its height. Ultimately, it was Song Yang's superior skill that uncovered the dragon's weakness, leading to its demise. The storyteller's narrative grew increasingly absurd, yet the audience listened with rapt attention. Just as Song Yang was about to retreat to his room, an incongruous voice rang out from the inn's entrance. A mere transcendent being who hasn't even made it onto the divine rankings dares to claim they can slay a dragon. What a joke! A group of elegantly dressed individuals strode in, led by an arrogant young man, while a beautiful woman beside him chuckled, "Brother, do not blame these rustic folk. After all, they haven't seen a transcendent master in several hundred years. Now that one has finally appeared, it is only natural they would shower him with praise." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the patrons in the inn soured immediately. Chapter 67. The great sword sect with a swift whoosh. A chopstick shot through the air, piercing the left cheek of the young woman. As Liu could no longer contain himself, to him, Song Yang was a godly figure, and he would not tolerate any insults directed at him. "Ah, junior sister," the young man finally reacted, fixing his gaze on Liu. "What a ruthless move. Who are you? The one who struck you?" Liu had no intention of engaging in idle chatter. He charged forward, barehanded. "Stay away. Don't disturb my slumber," Song Yang remarked nonchalantly, yawning as he rose to return to his room. It had been a while since he had practiced a foreign language, and he intended to dedicate his evening to that. As for Liu, having consumed various demon meats during this time, his strength had surpassed 300 years, making him a significant figure among innate masters. Dealing with a few who had yet to reach even 250 years was well within his capabilities. Moments later, the brash outsiders were unceremoniously tossed out onto the street like discarded dogs. "You rustic fool, dare you strike me? Do you know who we are? Even the divine martial guard cannot save you today." The bruised young man spat defiantly, despite his battered appearance. He produced a small tube from his pocket, pointing it skyward and pulling a ring at its base. A beam of red light shot forth, exploding with a resounding bang, revealing the image of a gigantic sword as wide as a door, hovering over Kanglin County. Many within the city were startled by this display. What brings the Great Sword Sect to Kanglin County? The Divine Martial Guard's pacifying envoy, Li Haoran, felt a headache coming on upon receiving the news. Although the Great Sword Sect was merely a martial arts faction, it wielded immense power and influence. Its ranks were filled with experts, with 2 among the 12 strongest on the divine rankings. Out of the 36 spots on the heavenly rankings, 5 belonged to its disciples. While their strength was formidable, the sect leader was notorious for being overly protective, favoring kin over reason. Over time, this had led to a culture of arrogance among its disciples. "Have we ascertained the situation?" Li Haoran inquired solemnly. The reporting divine martial guard recounted the events leading up to this moment and asked, "Sir, should we intervene?" Li Haoran shook his head. The Great Sword Sect's haughty demeanor had long incited displeasure among many. It was time they received a lesson. Returning to the inn, Liu calmly observed the young man rallying his comrades. He had recognized the identity of his opponent during their earlier confrontation. Unfortunately for the young man, the Dongyue Sword Sect, to which Liu belonged, was on par with the Great Sword Sect in terms of scale. As the saying goes, in literature, there is no first. In martial arts, there is no second. Both sects proclaim themselves the foremost sword sect of the divine martial kingdom. However, due to Liu's grandfather, Li Taihang, being ranked 3rd on the divine rankings, while the strongest of the Great Sword Sect, Elder Lu Junin, held the 4th position, many believed the Dongyue Sword Sect to be superior in swordsmanship. "You dare offend the Great Sword Sect? Today, you shall meet your demise. Soon, Brother Lu will cut out your tongue as an apology to Sister Lu." The disciples of the Great Sword Sect, sensing reinforcements were on the way, began to revive their brazen attitude. However, in the next moment, Liu swiftly quelled this resurgence. With a flash of sword light, anguished cries echoed through the street as several disciples of the Great Sword Sect huddled together, fear etched on their faces, having had their tongues severed. Who dares to harm our Great Sword Sect members? Ah, it is young Master Liu of the Dongyue Sword Sect. Where is Lu Sueki? A voice called out as the crowd turned to locate its source, only to find the sky had darkened unexpectedly. A colossal sword loomed above, hurtling down toward Liu with tremendous force. Even from a distance of several yards, the powerful gusts of energy it unleashed knocked bystanders off their feet, demonstrating the formidable might of its wielder. The newcomer was leagues stronger than the earlier disciples of the Great Sword Sect. Liu did not dare to delay. Channeling his inner strength into his sword, he appeared to stumble, yet deftly maneuvered around the giant sword's side. Thrusting at its broad surface, with a clang, the massive blade veered from its original path, crashing into the ground. Not bad aim, but your strength is akin to that of a woman. Great spirit shakes the earth. The newcomer bellowed, refusing to withdraw the weapon lodged in the blue bricks. Instead, with a mere flick of his wrist, the ground around them began to undulate violently, generating a wave of earth several feet high that surged toward Liu. Drunkenly wielding the lamp, Liu's swordplay suddenly transformed into a flurry of rapid strikes, unleashing a torrent of blows toward the encroaching earth wave. In this clash of philosophies, neither party held the upper hand. Yet the power of the sword's master significantly outweighed Liu's. The sword rain collided with the earth wave, quickly revealing its weakness. Liu was taken aback. The earth wave was far more intricate than it appeared. Though it seemed like a single surge, it contained three distinct forces, one firm, one gentle, and one swirling. After only a few exchanges, Liu's hands began to tingle painfully, and he realized he was on the verge of losing his grip on his sword. Just then, a surge of warmth coursed through his abdomen. Liu Ejin's stance shifted once more, as 100 swords converged into a singular blade, piercing forth with ease, effortlessly penetrating the earthen barrier. Yet the momentum did not wane. He continued to thrust towards his opponent's throat. What? The master of the giant sword sect had not anticipated that Liu concealed such formidable power, and in a panic, he drew forth his colossal sword to shield himself. However, it proved futile, and unparalleled force sent him, along with his weapon, hurtling backwards, crashing into a building across the way. The disciples of the giant sword sect, previously bold, turned pale with fear, rendered speechless, merely stammering in disbelief. After a moment, the master of the giant sword sect emerged from the wreckage, leaning heavily on his massive sword. His face was ashen, with traces of blood at the corners of his mouth, clearly indicating he had sustained significant injuries. Liu, your concealment is truly profound. Lu Xiaopeng, the truth is, you are simply too weak. If you cannot even best me, how do you dare challenge my sister? Although Liu harbored suspicions, he was not foolish enough to divulge them to his adversary. You have won this time. We shall take our leave. Lu Xiaopeng, recognizing his defeat, refrained from issuing further threats and turned to depart. Li Gu, are you all right? Lin Jiao and Zhong Yu approached. I am unscathed, Liu replied, though inwardly he mused that Lu Xiaopeng of the giant sword sect was indeed a force to be reckoned with. A worthy contender on the heavenly rankings. While not on par with his sister Li Sueki, he was still considerably stronger than Liu himself. Had it not been for Song Yang's timely intervention, today might have brought disgrace to the Dongyue sword sect. This incident was merely a minor episode. As long as no one was seriously harmed, Song Yang was disinclined to inquire further. Upon awakening, he felt invigorated, changed into a fresh set of clothes, and prepared to attend class. As he stepped onto the bustling street, he noticed a throng of people moving in a singular direction. Grabbing a passerby, he inquired, discovering that they were all headed toward the Baihua Tower within the county. Chapter 68. Could the Divine Martial Guards also be involved in this? It was said that Baihua Tower had expended a fortune to invite a renowned theatrical troupe from Zhengzhou. In this era, entertainment options were scant, and drama was among the most widely appreciated activities. Song Yang, a devotee of this art, thought that since there was still ample time, he could enjoy the grand performance before heading to Yaoyue Tower for supplementary lessons. Following the flow of the crowd, he soon arrived at the nearby Baihua Tower. This establishment was not a brothel like Yaoyue Tower, but rather a dining hall. Its design was quite unique, featuring a circular structure with dining areas surrounding a large central stage dedicated to performers. As Song Yang attempted to enter, he was halted at the doorway. "Esteemed guest, I apologize, but due to the high volume of patrons today, we cannot accommodate individual guests at this time." Tossing a small silver ingot, the waiter immediately donned a beaming smile. "Ah, a reserved table. This way, young master." Song Yang was escorted to a private booth, affording him an excellent view of the circular stage below. Within Baihua Tower, a spacious room had been intentionally set aside as a dressing and makeup area for the Jingxiuxi troupe. In the innermost part of this chamber, a man and woman, both adorned in theatrical makeup, were engaged in hushed conversation. "We have just received reliable intelligence. Li Fu and Sun Xing will both be arriving. How are the arrangements outside the city?" "Everything is in order. The Zhuge Legion could never fathom that a contingent of the Qixia Kingdom's army has infiltrated near Kanglan County. This matter is of great significance. Success or failure rests upon us. We shall act according to the circumstances." The service at Baihua Tower was remarkably swift. Shortly after seated, a plethora of delicacies filled his table, each dish a feast for the senses. After relishing a delightful meal, the rhythmic sound of gongs and drums erupted from the stage below. The evening's main performance was finally commencing. It must be said, the troupe from this grand locale was indeed skilled. Their actors exhibited profound expertise, their performances seamless and captivating. As the show progressed, waves of applause and cheers echoed throughout the hall, each crescendo surpassing the last. Song Yang watched with rapt attention, preferring this vibrant life to that of his fellow time travelers who sought immortality. With no worries about food or drink, friends by his side, and beautiful companions to alleviate his solitude, he found joy in engaging in minor quests to lift his spirits, a far cry from the mundane existence of solitary meditation. And now, we present Qin Shixian's journey through Yinshe Mountain. The applause thundered, and Song Yang joined in with enthusiasm. This was a well-known classic within the Divine Martial Dynasty, adapted from true events. It narrated the tale of Qin Shixian, a scholar who journeyed to the capital for the imperial examination during the nascent days of the Divine Martial Kingdom. Along his path, he encountered a place known as Yinshe Mountain, which unbeknownst to him was a den of monsters. Qin Shixian and his entourage fell into the clutches of these fiends, yet this scholar proved to be tenacious, using his silver tongue to persuade the demons, not only securing his release but ultimately achieving the highest honors in the examinations. Thus, Qin Shixian became a revered figure among scholars in later generations. However, Song Yang always felt that the understanding of later generations might not reflect the true events of that time. The notion of a silver tongue might indeed hold merit, but persuading demons was a matter of perspective. If it were so simple, why would the court need to establish the divine martial guards and the demon patrol? While pondering this, he noticed several performers on stage, intriguing him. Is it the case that actors have become so competitive? The performers, all innate experts with over 300 years of cultivation, were indeed members of the Jingxiuxi troupe. Song Yang found it puzzling but soon decided to disregard it. To him, they were merely minor entertainers. In a booth diagonally opposite, officials from Kanglan County, led by Governor Li Fu and County Lieutenant Sun Xing, were equally engrossed in the performance. It has been far too long since we have enjoyed such a splendid show. Indeed, compared to other states, Kanglan is rather distant from the capital, and with the frequent incursions from the Qixia Kingdom, how many from other states would be willing to come? The officials exchanged sentiments. And Li Fu turned to Sun Xing. "My good sir, how are the winter supplies coming along?" "They are nearly ready. We should be able to transport them to the front lines before the end of the month." "That is reassuring. Winter is fast approaching, and we must not encounter any issues." After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Song Yang continued to watch for a while longer, but as his interest waned, he decided to take his leave. As a person of discipline, he believed entertainment should be moderate, and study should not be neglected. However, upon arriving at Yayue Tower, he was taken aback to discover that the foreign language teacher would be instructing other students that evening. The sea of knowledge is boundless. It seems that diligent individuals abound in this world, yet I shall never concede defeat. Song Yang sighed, ultimately seeking out Hua Lili, a renowned physical education instructor. Under her expert one-on-one guidance, he successfully executed several challenging gymnastic maneuvers. The fees were exorbitant, charging him several billion for a single move, yet he had managed to save some funds through his recent endeavors. Learning another 10 or 8 routines should not pose a problem. Yet, as is often the case, matters did not unfold as he wished. Just as he was about to begin his next set after practicing 2 routines, A series of loud knocks reverberated at the door. Fuming, Song Yang swung open the door, only to find several well-armed soldiers standing outside. But what of it? Disrupting someone's studies warranted consequences for anyone involved. Before the soldiers could utter a word, Song Yang's fist had already struck their midsection. "Seize him!" shouted a commander from the corridor, as more soldiers surged towards Song Yang. In no time, the corridor was strewn with soldiers curled up in pain. The commander, clutching his abdomen, glared at Song Yang, struggling to inquire, "Who exactly are you? How dare you assault the city guard? It was you who attacked me first, and now you feign ignorance. Tell me, do you intend to extort me?" You, the city guard commander, already suffering intense pain, was further incensed by this person's audacity, rendering him speechless. A lack of rebuttal equated to tacit acceptance. It seemed today would see them facing each other in court. "I speak with utmost righteousness. It is you who must account for your actions." Song Yang's fervor nearly convinced the city guards that he was indeed the victim. However, he was not entirely unreasonable. He could be amenable to a private settlement, should they wish. Just as he finished speaking, footsteps echoed from the hallway, as more soldiers rushed forward. The commander, realizing the situation, shouted, "This man attacked the city guard. He may well be the spy responsible for the abduction of Lord Li and others. Quickly, apprehend him. Cease all actions." A commanding officer parted the soldiers and stepped forward. Upon recognizing the individual, Song Yang was surprised to see a familiar face. "Lord Li, what brings you here? Has the divine martial guards taken on this matter as well?" Chapter 69. The Baihua Tower kidnapping case. Li Howren smiled ruefully. "Lord Song, please do not jest. A grave incident has occurred in the county, and we are conducting a citywide search." He proceeded to outline the situation. "Baihua Tower? Jingxiuxi Troop? Li Fu?" Song Yang recalled the actors he had seen earlier, initially believing them to be mere enthusiasts of drama, only to realize they were indeed targeting the governor. Now, not only was Governor Li Fu at risk, but also County Lieutenant Sun Xing and a multitude of officials. If they did not act swiftly to rescue them, Kanglin County could face dire repercussions. Li Howren wore a furrowed brow, lamenting that the situation was partly due to the negligence of the Divine Martial Guard. With so many experts entering the city, it was astonishing that they had received no news whatsoever. "I wonder if you could spare a moment, my lord?" Li Howren glanced towards Song Yang, a man of considerable prowess, if he were willing to lend a hand. "Perhaps the missing officials could be located swiftly. I have been preoccupied with remedial classes lately," Song Yang replied, indicating his busy schedule ahem. "I've heard from the proprietor of Yaoyu Tower that several highly paid teachers from overseas will be returning next month. If you are willing to assist, we could prioritize your arrangements." Noticing Song Yang's hesitation, Li Howren added fuel to the fire. "We will cover the tuition fees, and the compensation for the mental distress caused to these individuals will also be provided to you. For the safety of Kanglin County, it is our duty to take a stand," Song Yang declared emphatically, radiating an aura of determination. "My lord, we are among allies here. Let us conceal our extraordinary abilities and discuss as we walk." What a lack of flair, Song Yang thought, as he followed Li Howren back to the scene at Baihua Tower, now cordoned off by the city guard and the Divine Martial Guard. The staff and guests inside were undergoing scrutiny. After scanning the area, Song Yang found no immediate anomalies in identity, but that did not guarantee the absence of foes within. The system could discern identities, yet it could not penetrate the depths of human hearts. The two arrived at the private room where Li Fu and others were situated. Several corpses lay nearby, one dressed as a waiter, while the others were state guards. As Song Yang entered the room and surveyed the scene, a mental image began to form. He extended his palm, conjuring a luminous orb that he released amidst Li Howren's puzzled gaze. The orb emitted countless threads that intertwined to shape human figures, some standing at the doorway, others seated around the dining table. Could this be? Li Howren began to grasp Song Yang's intention. He was reconstructing the case. There should have been 3 robbers, who had been accompanied by the Baihua Tower staff. The first to strike was the one at the forefront, not particularly tall, skilled with a sword. Most likely a woman. At that moment, she had seized the opportunity during the guard's inspection to launch a lethal strike. As Song Yang pieced together the events, he matched the robbers to the performers he had previously encountered. The guards inside, alerted by the commotion, opened the door. A man, tall and burly, stepped forward from the left side of the woman. He was formidable, adept in hand-to-hand combat in an instant. He seized the guiding staff member as a weapon, and while the guards were momentarily blinded, the individual on the right swiftly approached and severed the guard's throat. Song Yang turned and inquired, "Who reported the incident first?" It was Su, the clerk from the governor's office. He had just stepped out to use the restroom when the incident occurred, and upon returning, he discovered the chaos. Li Haoran responded. Then, a diner on the first floor saw Lord Li and the members of the Jingxiuxi troop leave Baihua Tower together. Such a large group could not have fled far. I suggest we commence our search in the vicinity of Baihua Tower, particularly checking for cellars or secret chambers. Though Song Yang could conduct a wide-ranging search using the True Sun domain, it was not yet capable of penetrating every corner without exception in sealed locations. He would find himself at a loss. Meanwhile, in a narrow alley just 2 streets away from Baihua Tower, a small tavern had closed early for the day. The establishment was deserted, yet beneath it lay a vast chamber over 7 or 8 zhang deep, now bustling with activity. What do you intend to do? Is it for silver, elixirs, or perhaps martial arts? If you let us go, we can discuss any of these. Li Fu addressed the actress before him, still in her stage makeup. Despite her seemingly innocuous demeanor, half of his guards had perished at her hands. Not quite, my lord. What we desire is simple. All you need to do is hand over the Tiger Talisman of Kanglan County, and these individuals will be unharmed. Li Fu was taken aback. The Tiger Talisman? Are you members of the Qixia army? The woman chuckled. I am but a pawn on the chessboard. Given your current predicament, does knowing our identity truly matter to you? Humph. In the face of national righteousness, how could I be one to fear for my life? Kanglan County had not been unfamiliar with dealings with the Qixia kingdom. The Qixia were inherently savage, subscribing to a philosophy of the survival of the fittest. Arguably more terrifying than demons or ghosts, Li Fu understood the distinction between losing one and losing an entire clan. If you refuse to cooperate, it matters not. According to your divine martial law, should the governor go missing for more than 3 days, the Tiger Talisman will be transferred to the county commander. And if the commander is also absent, it will pass to the Kanglan army stationed outside the city. Li Fu felt a wave of unease wash over him. What were they truly after? Even if they obtained the Tiger Talisman, it would only facilitate minor troop movements, not initiate war directives. The Zhuge Legion was stationed on the front lines. Issues were unlikely. What advantage could they gain from mobilizing the Kanglan County garrison? Unless the Qixia kingdom had already infiltrated Kanglan County. Panic set in as Li Fu realized that if this were true, not only would Kanglan County be in jeopardy, but the Zhuge Legion at the front lines and the entire Kanglan province could face annihilation. Yet the enemy was formidable. There was no way his meager group of officials could escape. Their only hope now lay in the hands of those outside to discover the crisis swiftly. Meanwhile, both parties recognized the severity of the situation. Song Yang and his companions initiated a thorough search that night, commencing at the 2nd hour and continuing until the 3rd hour. Finally, a member of the Divine Martial Guard unearthed a crucial lead. A beggar at the street corner had seen a large group of individuals enter the street. However, as it was a residential area and late at night, no other witnesses could be found. The group had no choice but to continue their methodical search, moving from house to house. Song Yang chose not to follow the main group. He pondered a pressing question. Why had so many officials been abducted? Chapter 70. Those outside. You are encircled. It was evident that the target was Li Fu and his companions. The absence of so many officials would undoubtedly impact Kanglan County. What benefits could they derive from this? Song Yang conveyed his thoughts to Li Haoran, who reflected for a moment before responding gravely. The governor is the highest authority in the state, wielding military and political power. His absence would directly affect policy and the mobilization of the garrison in each city. However, the likelihood of policy changes is minimal. Implementing such measures would take considerable time, enough to replace a governor. Thus, what remains is, they exchanged knowing glances and spoke in unison. The military, at the governor's office, with most guards engaged in the search due to the kidnapping of Li Fu and the others. Clerk Su Bo returned from providing his testimony to the Divine Martial Guard and headed straight for Li Fu's office. Halt! Who goes there? The guard at the door blocked Su Bo's path. It is I, Su Bo replied, lifting his head. It's Clerk Su. Su Bo sheathed his sword and hurriedly entered. The experts who had infiltrated the county were formidable, but they were not so naive as to believe they could truly hide for 3 days. Their intent was to draw the attention of the governor's office and the divine martial guard by being seen in such large numbers on the streets. When Song Yong and Li Haoran finally arrived at the governor's office, they were already too late. The tiger talisman had been lost. At that moment, a visibly anxious member of the divine martial guard rushed in to report, "My lord, it is terrible," within half a stick of incense. The Kanglan army stationed outside the city was ambushed, and the entire force has been annihilated. "What did you say?" Li Haoran exclaimed in disbelief. Just then, a cacophony of battle cries erupted from the west side of the city. Li Haoran quickly connected the dots and realized the gravity of the situation. "Damn it!" He cursed under his breath, swiftly commanding the cessation of the rescue operation for Li Fu and the others and redirecting efforts to reinforce the Western Front. Kanglan County was a vital military supply hub and a strategic choke point. Should the city fall, the Zhuge Legion on the front lines would find themselves surrounded and isolated. The group hurried to the western city wall, where dawn was breaking, revealing a sea of heads below. Tens of thousands at the very least. It was indeed the Qisha army. How had they managed to stealthily infiltrate such a large force? Li Haoran's heart sank. "My lord, would you like me to intervene and assist you?" In stark contrast to Li Haoran's grave demeanor, Song Yong remained remarkably composed. "Jumping around like that, the sooner we get it over with, the better. A small force and 1,000 small forces are of no difference in my eyes. Are you willing to lend your strength, Lord Song?" Li Haoran asked, both surprised and elated. If he were to intervene, the peril facing Kanglan County that night could surely be averted. "I can certainly lend a hand, but as you can see, the numbers below are considerable. Even I must exert my utmost effort, which carries significant risk." "What do you mean, my lord?" "I desire a modest quantity of the exquisite qi-nourishing pills. Perhaps 8 or 10 bottles will suffice. Do not misconstrue my intentions. As I advance in years, I seek an additional layer of assurance I am the realm of mortals. One must understand. Your Excellency, with your profound wisdom, rest assured the court shall not neglect your heart." Song Yong cast an approving glance at Li Haoran. This man, though appearing robust and imposing, possesses a commendable warmth. Future interactions would indeed be beneficial. With the terms satisfactorily negotiated, Song Yong could not merely accept payment without fulfilling his obligations. He leaped from the city wall, landing upon the shoulders of a soldier from the Qisha army. The soldier attempted to grasp Song Yang's foot, only to be horrified as he realized he had lost control of his own body. Rendered immobile, surrounding soldiers, armed with blades and spears, advanced toward him. Song Yong lifted his left foot and stepped down upon the left shoulder of the soldier beneath him. The soldier exhibited no reaction. However, in a radius of 100 paces, every soldier's body exploded in a sudden, violent eruption. The Qisha army, witnessing this grotesque spectacle from afar, instinctively recoiled. They were fierce and unyielding, yet in the face of such an inexplicable occurrence, they faltered to those outside. "You have been encircled by my presence. Those with wisdom will lay down their arms and surrender. Otherwise, do not blame me for disregarding the ethics of martial conduct." Song Yang's voice resonated, imbued with the power of a dragon's roar and a tiger's growl, effortlessly reaching the ears of the entire Qisha army. Before the soldiers could react, 3 figures from the central command leaped forward, encircling Song Yong in a triangular formation. "You are that Song Yong." Before the speaker could finish their sentence, Song Yong pointed and obliterated their head. How dare a mere novice utter lines? The other 2 formidable beings, realizing that their companion of equal prowess had been instantaneously vanquished, turned to flee without a second thought, only to find themselves unable to escape their own bodies. When had this occurred? With 2 resounding thuds, crimson and ivory splattered the ground. "Having concluded my discourse, who among you supports me, and who opposes?" Though Song Yang's tone was calm and unperturbed, it bore the weight of a mountain to the ears of the Qisha soldiers. 3 esteemed figures of the divine realm had been swiftly dispatched. How could these mere pawns, possessing strength no greater than the forging stage, hope to contend? The soldiers exchanged glances, some already contemplating the abandonment of their weapons. In the next moment, a large blade emerged from behind, severing the head of one soldier. "Brothers, do not forget the plight of our families. If we perish, they shall face a grim fate." With that, the Qisha army's leader charged towards Song Yong. Spurring their mounts, the remaining soldiers, eyes ablaze with fury, followed suit. Indeed, from the moment they set foot here, they had forfeited their right to choose. It seemed negotiation was futile. Song Yang shook his head. He crushed the small calamity beneath his foot, propelling himself into the air. His right hand extended above his head, palm facing upward, as a crimson orb of light, tinged with white, materialized above his palm, rapidly expanding. Initially the size of a watermelon, it swelled to the dimensions of a cartwheel in the blink of an eye. By the time the Qixia soldiers drew near, the luminous sphere had grown large enough to encompass an entire building, hovering in the air like a resplendent sun, illuminating the western expanse of Kanglin County and beyond as if it were midday. Song Yang's gaze remained cold as he regarded the Qixia army below, and with a downward press of his palm, the heavens and earth were flooded with an overwhelming brilliance, seemingly merging as one. Those atop the city walls shielded their eyes in the blinding light. In a moment of dazed clarity, Li Haoran thought he heard Song Yang's voice. "Do not forget the promise you made to me." The radiance persisted for an extended duration, only dissipating when the true sun rose in the distance. Upon gazing down at the scene, the onlookers collectively inhaled sharply. The Qixia army, numbering in the tens of thousands, had evaporated from existence, leaving no remnants of weaponry or armor. However, astute observers noted that certain patches of vegetation remained untouched, deepening their sense of dread. The encroachment of the Qixia army had indeed stirred many souls. Several disciples from the giant sword sect, having arrived in Kanglin County not long ago, bore witness to this astonishing spectacle. Chapter 71. What are your thoughts? After a prolonged silence, Lu Xiaoping suddenly spoke. What are your thoughts? Abba. It appears everyone shares a consensus. You shall know how to report to the master when the time comes. Several disciples nodded vigorously, akin to chicks pecking at grains. One among them picked up a twig and began to sketch in the dirt. The others gathered around to observe, and there, written plainly, were the words, "Kanglin County boasts an abundance of delicacies. We accidentally bit off our tongues while enjoying hot pot." Lu Xiaoping nodded, deeming it a reasonable excuse. He believed their master would surely understand. If he could not comprehend, as disciples, they could only offer incense and burn paper money during festivals to appease him. On a secluded section of the city wall, a woman clad in green stood, her complexion ashen. The plan had been meticulously crafted, every detail accounted for. From the abduction to the acquisition of the Tiger Talisman to deceive the station troops, culminating in the siege of Kanglin County, it was an intricate scheme, leaving little time for their adversaries to prepare. Even the variable of Song Yang had been considered. Yet, despite all calculations, they had overlooked the true extent of Song Yang's power. Three formidable beings of the divine realm had not even been afforded the opportunity to strike before they were obliterated. Moreover, over 30,000 elite soldiers of the Qixia army had perished at Song Yang's hands in the blink of an eye. Indeed, in the face of such overwhelming force, so-called strategies were rendered trivial. The woman, who prided herself on her cunning, felt an unprecedented sense of powerlessness wash over her. Yet, she was no ordinary character. Her gaze quickly regained its resolve. She must swiftly relay this information back to her homeland. Otherwise, when the two armies clashed again, they would surely suffer grave losses. With her mind made up, the green-clad woman turned to depart when a voice called out from behind. "My lady, where are you rushing off to so early in the day?" The voice was one she had recently heard, familiar and unsettling. "Do not panic," she thought. "No one has seen me." Forcing a semblance of a smile, she turned to face the speaker. Indeed, it was none other than Song Yang, who had just displayed his formidable prowess by annihilating their foes. "Ah, it is you, my lord. The scene of your magnificent display, vanquishing the enemy, remains vivid in my mind. I yearn for the day we may share a toast and celebration. However, I must return home to care for my hungry child. I shall visit you another day." She attempted to leave, but Song Yang seized her by the arm. Though her makeup had faded, her essence remained unchanged. Upon his return, he had immediately recognized her identity. "Next time, do ensure your excuse is more convincing. Just look at yourself. You appear as flat as a mirror. If you truly had a child, they would have starved long ago. Listen well. I now suspect you of involvement in a heinous kidnapping and murder case, as well as collusion with foreign hostile forces seeking to undermine national sovereignty. I hereby request your return to assist with the investigation. You may deny it or draw the sword concealed in your sleeve to resist." but I shall crush you without hesitation." The woman's complexion fluctuated, a mix of green and white, as her fleeting hope crumbled entirely. After a moment's hesitation, she lunged at Song Yang like a moth drawn to a flame. Evidently resigned to her fate, Song Yang, ever the benevolent soul, granted her wish, delivering a decisive blow that sent her head into her chest. Alas, it seems I am fated to be estranged from the new female teachers. With a sigh, Song Yang vanished from sight. Indeed, less than an hour later, the divine martial guard discovered the hidden chamber within a tavern, but it was devoid of life. The kidnappers had chosen to end their own lives after murdering their hostages. In the capital city of Yujing, within the heart of the divine martial kingdom, a hybrid beast with the head of a tiger and the body of an eagle landed at the headquarters of the divine martial guard. Dutifully, General Sueo received news from Kanglin County and wasted no time in seeking an audience with the emperor. Upon learning of the events that transpired, Emperor Ling Yutian erupted in fury, demanding Sueo uncover the truth behind the incident, especially how the enemy managed to mobilize their forces so close to Kanglin County. "Your Majesty, what of Song Yang?" Sueo inquired cautiously, his head bowed. "Double the conditions promised by Li Haoran," the emperor commanded. "I shall obey." After Sueo withdrew, Emperor Ling Yutian sat at his desk, tapping his fingers rhythmically upon its surface. To slay a being of the divine realm with a mere gesture, and to suppress an entire army. This individual's strength must have reached the realm of the martial sage. Could he possibly hail from that place? The elderly eunuch beside him expressed his concerns. "Your Majesty, regardless of Song Yang's origins, his power is formidable. If he harbors ill intentions," the emperor did not respond, instead shifting to another topic. "Have we received any word regarding the ninth prince?" The ninth prince now goes by the name Linjiao and is currently in the company of Song Yang. "Should we summon him back to the capital? Let him remain there. My son is headstrong. Once he has made up his mind, even I cannot sway him. It is better for the ninth prince to live a life of peace there than to dwell in anxiety within the capital. It would serve as a fitting tribute to his mother in the illustrious realm of Shenwu, within the province of Xia, amidst the majestic Qingqiu mountain range. A magnificent palace stands proudly atop the highest peak. Qingqiu Peak. This is the residence of the Qingqiu Fox clan, known as Qingqiu Palace. The news of Su Yu and Su Qin, along with their kin, having fallen in Kanglin County has finally reached here. Within the grand hall, a dozen colossal foxes, capable of human speech, engage in fervent discussion. Each boasts no fewer than 7 tails, their power vastly exceeding that of Su Yu. The individual capable of vanquishing Su Yu must undoubtedly possess the strength of a martial saint, and likely belongs to the ranks of the formidable. Yet, what of it? The Qingqiu Fox clan has always maintained a respectful distance from the human race. This time, it was the humans who provoked us first. If we do not retaliate, how shall we ever stand firm in the demon realm again? Though, it must be said, the enduring presence of the Shenwu kingdom in this territory for so many years signifies that their strength is far from superficial. Perhaps we should first send someone to Yujing to negotiate with Ling Yutian. "You are simply afraid of death. You know nothing. Our reproductive capabilities are not as formidable as those of humans. The loss of even one life could jeopardize the foundation of the Qingqiu Fox clan." "Enough." The largest golden fox at the head of the table spoke up, its posterior adorned with 9 luxurious tails. "The fourth elder is correct. Although the Shenwu kingdom possesses considerable strength, it is insufficient to compel us to retreat from Qingqiu Palace." The fourth elder, a snow-white 8-tailed fox, felt elated by the recognition from the 9-tailed fox and declared, "I am willing to personally take action. I beseech the Fox King to issue the command." There is no haste, as the saying goes. Even a lion exerts its full strength when hunting a rabbit. If we are to act, we must eradicate the threat completely. It is not long until the Grand Elder emerges from seclusion. Once he does, you two, along with the third elder, shall lead the 3,000 Tianhu army to thoroughly obliterate Kanglin County. We shall obey the Fox King's decree. Chapter 72. The missing caravans. Let us rewind time to 4 days prior, 3 days after the annihilation of the Qisha army. It was deep autumn. The skies high and clear. Song Yang made his appearance at Li Fu's residence. Dear readers, do not misunderstand. He was merely here to offer his condolences, not to plunder the household. Though one might admit to harboring a slight inclination towards the latter. A gentleman values wealth acquired through righteous means. Robbing is far too simplistic. Where is the thrill in that? Upon seeing Song Yang, Young masterly reacted as if he had encountered a ghost, abandoning his mourning for his father and vanishing in a flash. Naturally, Song Yang was not one to hold a grudge against a child. Redirecting his gaze towards the widows weeping profusely, to his astonishment, the seemingly respectable lordly had a hidden penchant for domestic violence. These widows must have endured unspeakable torment, for their faces were swollen beyond recognition. If I were to step forward and offer them treatment, would I be accused of practicing medicine without a license? Just as Song Yang weighed the pros and cons in his mind, he heard someone softly calling him from behind. "Lord Song, may I have a word?" Turning around, he found it was his superior, Ouyang Tian, the pacification officer of the Kanglan Prefecture under the Demon Patrol Office. Following Ouyang Tian to a secluded corner, Song Yang inquired, "What troubles you, Lord Ouyang?" Ouyang Tian rubbed his hands together and said, "I wonder if you have some time, Lord Song. The office has received a troublesome case, and we would like your assistance. Pray, do tell that in truth it is a plea for help from the Yujing headquarters. A prominent figure's wife recently traveled to our Kanglan Prefecture on business, but on her return journey, her party suddenly went missing. The prominent figure could not come himself and thus sought our aid from the Demon Patrol Office." Curiously, Song Yang asked, "Kanglan Prefecture is quite distant from Yujing. How can they maintain contact?" What you may not know is that the Shenwu dynasty spans vast territories. For long-distance communication, we often rely on carrier pigeons or certain extraordinary birds. The ninth-ranked artisan god, aware of this, devised a mechanism called Wanshur Chuan Yin, which allows messages to be sent even from Yujing to Kanglan Prefecture within a day, Ouyang Tian explained. However, utilizing this mechanism requires immense mental energy, and only those of the divine realm can wield it. Furthermore, its low production rate has prevented widespread adoption in the country. Upon hearing this, Song Yang mused that it resembled a form of interdimensional texting. The artisan god is truly a remarkable talent. Ouyang Tian lowered his voice. "Since this matter is of a private nature, the public reward will not be substantial, but the prominent figure will offer an additional 200,000 taels of silver or equivalent medicinal pills as a secret reward, with half payable as a deposit." Song Yang, filled with righteous indignation, replied sternly, "What does money matter? A husband, separated by thousands of miles, is deeply concerned for his wife's safety. Such sentiment is truly poignant. As public servants, it is our duty to alleviate their troubles. However, as this involves a strong individual of the divine realm, for everyone's safety, I recommend that the office refrain from assigning this case to anyone else. Indeed, I share your thoughts, and I have already set aside the case files for you," Ouyang Tian said, admiration evident in his tone. After receiving the deposit, Song Yang departed Kanglan County that very night with 3 companions. Hesitation for even a second would be a disservice to the prominent figure's love. Based on the information provided by the prominent figure, he and his wife had maintained contact every 3 days. The last communication occurred while his wife was in a small town called Maoling, located in the northern outskirts of Kanglan Prefecture. This time, Song Yang and his companions did not meander on their journey, but rather hastened their pace, finally arriving at their destination 5 days later. Maoling town was modest in size, yet its streets bustled with activity. Song Yang gathered his 3 companions and stated, "The exact location of the missing caravan remains uncertain. We shall split up. Gio, you will investigate the inns in town. Li Yu, you go to the Yamen. Xiao Yu, you will inquire at the local grain store and the farmer's market. A caravan of such size must have replenished their supplies." Once the 3 had received their orders, Song Yang soared into the air, activating his true Yang domain. The caravan had traversed the official road east of Maoling town. If the route was clear, 3 days should suffice to cover 500 to 600 li. Song Yang followed the official road, searching diligently, occasionally questioning passing merchants and travelers. After flying for over an hour, he had already surpassed the expected range, yet still found nothing. There were no remnants, no witnesses. Song Yang found it perplexing. On such a straight path, devoid of villages or inns, where could such a large caravan have vanished? As for the possibility of the caravan having continued onward, he deemed it unlikely, for 300 li ahead lay a county city with a station for the Demon Patrol Office. If the caravan had passed through, Ouyang Tian would certainly have received word. Nevertheless, Song Yang continued on for a while longer before returning to the town. Upon his return to the designated meeting point, Lin Jiao and the others were already waiting. After a round of inquiries, He learned that the caravan had indeed passed through this town but did not linger long, quickly resuming their journey after replenishing their supplies. Did you ascertain the specific time of their passage? Song Yang inquired. According to the guards at the city gate, the caravan entered around noon and departed before the gate closed at dusk, Li Yu reported. The main issue is that it has been half a month since they went missing. Otherwise, we could have investigated the cart tracks on the official road. Zhong Yu, a new member, offered a notably professional suggestion, garnering Song Yang's respect. I have already examined the official road and found no traces. Passers-by have claimed to have seen nothing. Furthermore, this road leads directly to Bailing County, with no side paths or detours. As Song Yang began to relay the information he had gathered, a system notification echoed in his mind. You have discovered that after leaving Maoling Town, the caravan did not reach Bailing County but encountered troubles on a certain stretch of road. Further searches at night may yield results. The incident indeed transpired on the official road. The previous oversight was merely due to the timing. Song Yang glanced at the sky. It was still early. Let us fill our stomachs before proceeding. In a certain peculiar space, a caravan was encircled, with the wagons outside and people and supplies within. A beautiful young woman and a noble lady in palace attire were engaged in conversation. Lie, it has been half a month. Do you think we still have a chance to leave this wretched place? Rest assured, my lady. Our team is comprised of experts. I am certain that the master, unable to contact us, has dispatched someone to our aid. If we endure a little longer, we shall surely escape. Indeed, we have endured great hardships to acquire the Juyang grass. We must deliver it back to the master. The young woman clutched a jade box tightly, her eyes resolute once more. Seeing this, Li Yi sighed in relief and resumed her observation of the murky space. There was something she had not revealed to her lady. Could the individuals summoned by the master truly locate a place that even those of the divine realm could not penetrate? Chapter 73. The mysterious space. After savoring a delightful feast of dragon meat hot pot, the sky gradually darkened. Since the system indicated that the caravan had vanished at night, Song Yang resolved to retrace the caravan's route according to their departure time and speed along the official road. Hoping for a potential discovery, Song 2, I have procured a donkey cart from the town. If it carries all four of us, its speed should be comparable to that of the caravan. After Lin Jiu had his fill, he departed for a while, returning with a donkey cart. Jiu, you have performed admirably this time. Upon our return to Kanglin County, I shall arrange for the office to reimburse you, Song Yang praised. The four of them boarded the donkey cart, embarking on the official road where the convoy had vanished. The donkey cart moved at a leisurely pace, covering scarcely 20 miles in an hour. After traversing the night, they had already distanced themselves over 100 miles from Maoling Town, yet they had not perceived anything amiss. As dawn broke, Song Yang and the others ceased their journey, finding a suitable spot by the roadside to camp, patiently awaiting the arrival of the second night. For 2 consecutive days, they gleaned nothing. It was not until the third evening, while the donkey cart passed a small hill, that a thick fog surged from unknown origins, enveloping them completely, just as they neared the midnight hour, with no other travelers or convoys in sight. Strangely enough, the fog appeared suddenly but dissipated just as swiftly. A gust of mountain wind swept through, clearing the mist, yet the donkey cart had vanished without a trace. Observing the surrounding shrouded space, Song Yang exhaled in relief. They had finally found the location. A new prompt from the system emerged, indicating that through diligent exploration, they had uncovered a mysterious space hidden along this official road, and locating the rescue target might yield the truth about this realm. Song 2, what course of action should we take now? Li Yu inquired. The area was engulfed in fog, rendering visibility alarmingly low, obscuring both path and direction. Within the True Yang domain, they discerned numerous ghostly entities amidst the fog, yet no signs of human presence. After contemplating for a moment, Song Yang clapped his hands towards the sky. Since this space lacks a sun, let us create one ourselves. A brilliant sun ascended into the sky, and Li Yu and the others immediately felt the previously cold air warm considerably. Furthermore, the fog began to rapidly dissipate upon contact with sunlight, while eerie, inhuman wails echoed from within the mist. Search for any traces left by the convoy, but do not stray from the sunlight, Song Yang commanded. Liu and the others complied, each choosing a direction to explore in less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Zhong Yu returned, brimming with excitement. Song 2, we have made a discovery. Not only are there numerous tracks, but we have also found scattered supplies. Song Yang refrained from setting off immediately, waiting for the other two to return to confirm that no discoveries had been made in their respective directions before the four of them proceeded towards Zhong Yu's indicated location. Li Yu and the others were astonished to find that the sun above seemed to move in tandem with their group. Such a feat was nothing short of extraordinary, leaving them to wonder where Song Yang's limits truly lay. Before long, they arrived at the scene. Song Yang picked up a blackened leaf from the ground, inspecting it closely, and his heart settled. The leaf had rotted in line with the timeline of the convoy's disappearance. The ground was marked with many tracks, and based on information gathered from Maoling Town, there had been no other convoy of similar scale within the past month. All signs indicated that these were indeed the traces left by the rescue target. In a small valley 10 miles away, the convoy led by the beautiful lady had just repelled a wave of ghostly attacks. The origin of so many demons remained a mystery. Not only were they relentless, but their strength continued to grow. Initially, practitioners at the postnatal stage could easily vanquish them. However, within days, the demons had escalated to a level comparable to postnatal warriors. Eventually, it took several postnatal fighters working in unison to contend with a single creature. Moreover, after days of tension, casualties began to emerge within the ranks of the convoy's guards, who, disregarding their image, sat down to rest, and even the innate masters followed suit. Everyone cherished this fleeting moment of respite. Yet scarcely had a few breaths passed when footsteps echoed from within the fog. Judging by the sound, the numbers seemed limited, perhaps around 4 or 5 individuals. The group hastily readied their weapons in defense. As the footsteps drew nearer, they could discern vague silhouettes within the mist. However, from their outlines, it appeared they were unlike the demons previously encountered, resembling humans instead. "Who goes there?" An innate elder called out to the figures. The silhouettes paused momentarily, responding in turn, "We are the rescue personnel dispatched by the demon patrol. Is this the convoy of the Fan family from Yujing?" Upon hearing this, the guards of the convoy were taken aback. But soon their faces illuminated with joy. The innate elder quickly replied, "We are indeed members of the Fan family." With confirmation received, the figures hastened their pace. Soon, for individuals, 3 men and 1 woman emerged from the fog. To their astonishment, it was none other than Song Yang and his 3 companions. "Ah, it's you?" The innate elder recognized Song Yang, recalling their encounter 2 months prior when they had crossed paths on the road. At that time, Song Yang had unexpectedly descended from the sky to inquire about directions, an encounter hard to forget. Later, the elder had even heard from a transcendent being within the convoy that Song Yang was likely a transcendent being even more powerful than herself. Song Yang was momentarily taken aback but soon smiled. "Ah, it is indeed you. However, this is not the place for reminiscing. Let us step outside to converse." "You are right, my lord. Please wait a moment while I report to our master." The elder replied, but just as he turned, the transcendent guest Li Zifeng from the convoy emerged. "Madam is already aware. Please lead the way, esteemed guests, while everyone gathers their belongings." Upon seeing Li Zifeng, the elder's expression shifted, and he quickly greeted the others in the convoy. Witnessing this, Song Yang and his companions prepared to lead the way. Yet, just as they moved, a gust of wind swept past them, and an enormous beam of sword light sliced through the air, cleaving Song Yang and the others in half. Strangely, Song Yang did not perish. Instead, his head twisted an entire 180 degrees to face the assailant, his expression darkening and contorting as he fixed a piercing gaze on Li Zifeng. "How did you discover us?" Li Zifeng paid him no heed and struck down once more. Meanwhile, the genuine Song Yang and his companions followed the tracks on the ground, progressing for about 4 to 5 miles. Song Yang's ears perked up as he caught the faint sounds of combat beyond the true Yang domain's boundaries. Without further thought, he instructed, "Catch up swiftly," before vanishing from the spot, leaving the sun to follow Li Yu and the others. Chapter 74. The mountain god Song Yang traversed the void, riding the wind's die in no time. He arrived at the source of the battle. From a vantage point above, he beheld a horde of grotesque monsters surging like a tide against the convoy within the valley. Among them, a beautifully dressed woman wielded a sword, entangled in combat with a giant creature the size of a small mountain. This giant possessed formidable abilities, having reached the level of a human transcendent being. However, the woman displayed superior skill, her swordplay exquisite as she swiftly inflicted numerous, deep wounds upon her opponent. Just as the giant appeared poised to meet its demise at the woman's hand, Song Yong could not afford to hesitate. He launched a finger strike from afar. You think to steal the experience? Not on my watch. Li Zifong, witnessing the giant's worsening injuries, was about to make a decisive blow when a sudden sense of warning surged within her. With little time to spare, she hastily evaded the impending strike. In that moment, a beam of light, as wide as a wash basin, descended from the sky, crashing into the giant. The creature did not even have time to scream before it evaporated into the void. A being that even Li Zifong had to exert all her strength to handle. Who is it? Li Zifong gazed upward, bewildered. She witnessed the individual who had just intervened unleash another attack, directing a palm strike at the cluster of monsters below. Li Zifong had never encountered such a vigorous and overwhelming technique. The attack rained down, engulfing all the demons beneath. With a thunderous roar, the fog dispersed, and the demons were obliterated. As Song Yong descended into the convoy, he inquired, "Are you the convoy of the Fan family from Yujing?" The individuals were indeed identical, and the question posed was the same. The members of the Fan family exchanged glances, ultimately leading the most powerful among them. Li Zifong, to step forward, that we are indeed of the Fan family, but we are unaware of your esteemed name. I am Song Yang, a 7th-tier demon patrol hunter from Kanglan Prefecture, often referred to as the Timely Rain in the martial realm. I have come at the behest of Lord Fan to rescue you. After introducing himself, Song Yang turned to the elder, who appeared momentarily dazed. Thank you for guiding me back then. Seeing this, the others finally dismissed their doubts. This man before them was evidently the genuine Song Yang. Before long, Song Yang encountered the primary figure of this mission, Madame Fan. With a complexion like a peach blossom and a figure as graceful as willow fluff. She exuded the unique charm of a mature woman with every gesture, her beauty captivating beyond compare. Madame Fan, I thank you for your timely arrival to rescue us. Once we are free, the Fan family shall surely reward you handsomely. Remember your words. Now, please tell me how you found yourselves trapped in this place. The individuals have indeed been located, yet the pivotal challenge lies in departing from this space. However, the ordeal faced by the Fan family's convoy is quite similar to that of Song Yang and his companions. While traversing the path, they were enveloped by a thick fog, only to find themselves here. This place is shrouded in dense mist, making it impossible to discern direction, and intermittently, swarms of malevolent spirits launch assaults. The convoy meandered until they arrived at this valley, taking refuge in the terrain. Alas, as their supplies of fresh water and food dwindled, the ferocity of the attacking monsters escalated, and the Fan family found themselves nearing their breaking point. Were it not for the presence of Li Zifong holding the fort within the convoy, they would have long succumbed to the clutches of the malevolent spirits. After listening intently, Song Yang discerned no useful clues and decided to rendezvous with Li Yu and the others. Leading the convoy onward, shortly after exiting the valley, they encountered a few individuals beneath the sun hanging high above. Upon learning that this sun was conjured by Song Yang, the members of the Fan family, aside from being astonished, felt a renewed flicker of hope for their escape. After rescuing the Fan family, the system offered no new prompts. Contemplating briefly, Song Yang struck a palm toward the sun in the sky. The sun ascended higher, growing ever more colossal. The intense sunlight began to disperse the fog in the distance. 5 miles, 10 miles, 20 miles, from his elevated vantage point, Song Yang gazed at the land ahead, which was becoming increasingly clearer, and finally made a new discovery. He spotted a village nestled within the northern forest. You have discovered a village within the mysterious space. Proceed to the village and uncover a method to exit this realm. As Song Yang articulated his discovery and decision, the others naturally voiced no objections. Thus, they commenced their journey northward. Guided by the system's map, they encountered no obstacles. After an hour or so, they finally beheld the village as described by Song Yang. The village bustled with life, with over 100 houses, indicating a significant scale. Given the size of Song Yang's group, it was impossible for the villagers to have overlooked their arrival. Soon, a throng of villagers gathered at the entrance, each wielding hunting forks and knives, warily observing the newcomers. For the villagers of Xiangyang, today was indeed a day of peculiar occurrences. Not only had the long-absent sun returned to the sky, but they were now witnessing what appeared to be living beings. A man of towering stature, resembling an iron tower, stepped forward from the crowd, scrutinizing Song Yang and his companions. Are you humans or spirits, and from whence do you hail? We are demon slayers from the east. Here today solely to rescue you, oh not delay. Permit us to enter the village. Upon finishing his words, Song Yang struck a mighty blow, reducing a large tree at the village entrance to ashes. Witnessing this, the robust man's gaze softened immediately to a person of great virtue. Please, come in. He then instructed the other villagers to prepare food and drink for Song Yang and his party. Was such a thing truly possible? The guards of the Fan family exchanged glances, inwardly marveling at this newfound knowledge. Little did they realize that Song Yang had already discerned the villagers' true nature. In this enigmatic space, there existed other living beings. Albeit mere mortals, even the towering man was no more than a foundational level warrior. Reflecting on the monstrous spirits they had previously encountered in the valley, some comparable to innate warriors or even divine beings, Song Yang found himself intrigued by how these villagers had managed to survive until now. Soon, the food and drink were ready, and everything appeared normal. Though the ingredients were not of the finest quality, the balanced combination of meat and vegetables was enough to whet their appetites, especially for the Fan family, who had been starved for so long. They devoured the food ravenously, eager to make up for their prolonged hunger. During the feast, Song Yang voiced his curiosity to the man named Chen Long. Upon mentioning this, Chen Long displayed a look of reverence. With only us, it is indeed impossible to contend with the demons within the fog. However, we are under the protection of the mountain god. The mountain god! Upon hearing this term, not only Song Yang but even the others indulging in their meal ceased their chewing and turned to listen intently. God is an ancient term, hearkening back to epics thousands of years past. In modern times, it is mentioned only in obscure texts. Yet Chen Long claimed that a mountain god existed here. Song Yang's interest was piqued. Pray, elaborate. According to the village's historical records, the transformation of the sky has persisted for over a century. Chen Long recounted, reminiscing as he spoke. Xiangyang village was not always like this. One day, a colossal explosion reverberated, and shortly thereafter, the sky morphed into its current gloomy visage. Though there is a distinction between day and night, the sun, moon, and stars have become invisible. It is uncertain when it began, but gray mist began to seep from the earth, concealing terrifying demons. Anyone who entered the mist never returned. Just as Xiangyang village faced the brink of extinction, the mountain god appeared. Chapter 75. A gift of such weight. Surely you understand the courtesy. No one knows from whence the mountain god originated. All that is known is that he resides atop Xiangyang mountain, which looms behind the village. The mountain god struck a bargain with the village chief of the time. As long as Xiangyang village presents a pair of young boys and girls as tribute every 6 months, he would protect the village. Tribute of children? Song Yang and the others exchanged glances, contemplating whether the mountain god might be a demon in disguise. Yet, in the next moment, Chen Long teased them by withholding further information. Upon hearing this, did you assume the mountain god is merely a demon in disguise? I senti it? Interjected Zhongyu. According to records, gods feed on incense. Why would they demand living tributes? Initially, our ancestors thought the same. Chen Long continued. Though they harbored doubts about the mountain goddess' identity, for the sake of the village, they ultimately reached a compromise. Besides, his demands were not excessive. 1 pair every 6 months was a fair bargain. Upon receiving the young boys and girls, the very same day, the fog from the outside could no longer encroach upon Xiangyang Mountain. Not only did Xiangyang village cease to fear the onslaught of demons, but they could also venture into the mountain to hunt or cultivate crops for sustenance. 6 months passed in the blink of an eye. The villagers, having tasted the sweetness of their arrangement, prepared the young boys and girls well in advance. Upon arriving at the designated location on the mountain, they discovered, unbeknownst to them, a mountain god temple had been constructed there. Crucially, within the temple, the villagers beheld the first pair of young boys and girls. Not only were they alive, but they had also been well cared for, appearing far healthier than when they were first delivered to the mountain. Such a strange occurrence. The group couldn't help but express their astonishment. No incense required, protection of the village, and even nurturing the children. Is this mountain god or a figure akin to Maria? Seeing the bewildered expressions on their faces, Chen Long chuckled heartily. From that point onward, we established a harmonious relationship with the mountain god, and he has continued to protect us to this day. Did those young boys and girls continue to live? Song Yang posed a critical question. Chen Long nodded. Not only did they survive, but they also received the mountain goddess bestowed gift of immortality, maintaining the appearance of 7, or 8-year-olds even to this day? Is the mountain god currently on the mountain? As soon as Song Yang inquired, Chunlong's demeanor shifted to one of caution. Aside from the designated tribute days, we may only approach the mountain god's temple when summoned. Otherwise, he may impose punishment upon the village. Song Yang smiled, offering no further comment. After a satisfying meal, the group retired to the accommodations prepared within the village. After summoning Li Yu and the others for a few brief instructions, Song Yang's figure flickered and appeared atop Xiangyang Mountain. The true Yang domain enveloped the surroundings, yet he failed to locate the mountain god's temple as described by Qinlong. Nevertheless, Xiangyang Mountain was extensive, spanning several miles in all directions. Song Yang remained patient as he ventured deeper. Along the way, he encountered numerous flora and fauna, all reminiscent of those in the real world. It seemed Qinlong had spoken the truth. The mountain god had indeed safeguarded Xiangyang Mountain remarkably well. Yet, the more this was the case, the more Song Yang felt there was something amiss. After delving 2 or 3 miles deeper, the true Yang domain finally detected something. From a crevice in the northwest cliff, a potent demonic aura emanated forth. Moments later, Song Yang descended before the crevice. This was not a sheer precipice. A winding path led down into the mountain forest nearby. The crevice was wide enough to accommodate an adult with ease. Song Yang proceeded inside. After navigating through the winding passages, he arrived at a vast cavern within the mountain, dominated by a massive lake occupying much of the space. At the center of the lake stood an island, upon which loomed an enormous temple. This was the very source of the demonic aura, its intensity exceeding that which had seeped from the crevice by 100-fold. Song Yang resolved to approach with courtesy before resorting to force. It was indeed unbecoming to arrive uninvited and empty-handed. He scanned his surroundings and quickly identified a fitting gift. With a grasp of his left hand, a boulder several times the height of a man landed in his palm. A gift of such weight, surely this conveys my respect. With that, he strode forth. With a single powerful sweep of his arm, Song Yang hurled an enormous boulder weighing countless pounds towards the temple. The inhabitants of the temple seemed to sense the imminent danger, and a dusty yellow protective shield unfurled above the edifice. However, it proved utterly ineffective. The boulder had also been infused with power, its surface radiating a crimson glow, effortlessly piercing through the shield and crashing down upon the temple's roof. With a resounding roar, the grand structure was reduced to rubble from amidst the swirling dust. A beam of yellow light surged forth. Song Yang caught sight of the temple's master, a strikingly enchanting woman clad in white, accompanied by a boy and a girl, presumably the sacrificial children. A swift glance confirmed his suspicion. They were not living beings. Prior to the destruction of the temple, he had already discerned that the only essence present within was that of demonic energy, devoid of any trace of humanity. What the villagers of Xiangyang perceived were merely the lifeless bodies of children transformed into puppets by this snake demon. Name: Xiangyang Mountain Deity, Imposter, Race, Demon Dark Art, Serpent Transformation Cultivation, 491 years. Description: a serpent demon cultivating in the nearby mountains. Disguised as a mountain deity to strengthen itself against adversaries while striking a pact with Xiangyang Village, a human? The mountain deity was taken aback upon seeing Song Yang. It had assumed that its enemies had come to attack, only to discover that it was an actual human who dared to strike at it. The deity flicked out a forked tongue, sniffing the air before its gaze turned fervent. This individual radiates an astounding amount of Yang energy. If I could devour him, I would no longer need to scrimp and save year after year. For 100 years, this great serpent has been forced to endure as a mere turtle. Surely, heaven smiles upon me, sending such a delectable morsel right to my door. In the next moment, the mountain deity revealed its true form, transforming into a massive white serpent, 7 to 8 zhang long and as thick as a barrel. Submit to becoming my sustenance. The colossal serpent launched itself into the air, opening its cavernous maw to bite at Song Yang. Lushan Rising Dragon Strike. Song Yang, reacting swiftly, delivered a precise uppercut to the serpent's jaw. With a thunderous crash, the serpent was sent crashing into the cave wall, its energy waning significantly. Panicking, Song Yang realized that he had lost control of his strength due to the creature's foul breath. He had yet to unravel the mysteries of this space. The mountain deity could not perish just why in a flurry. He pried the barely conscious serpent from the wall and began to gradually infuse it with pure energy. The mountain deity felt as though it had died, only to suddenly feel revived, its cultivation subtly advancing. It quickly grasped that this human was a formidable figure it could not provoke. Hastily, it transformed back into human form and knelt before Song Yang, pleading for mercy. "My lord, spare my life. It was the folly of this little demon to dare strike at you. I am willing to serve you as a slave to atone for my sins." Song Yang shook his head. "There is no need for atonement. I have always believed in winning hearts through virtue. You need only answer a few questions for me." Chapter 76, The Bait Please. "My lord, speak, and I shall divulge all that I know." Although the mountain deity felt a pang of disappointment at not being embraced, it was infinitely better than losing its life, having lived here for so long. "You must be aware of the nature of this space, correct?" Song Yang inquired. The little demon not only knew but had also participated in its formation. The mountain deity began to recount the origins of the mysterious space, tracing back over a century ago, when it discovered an ancient cave left behind by a powerful demon of the bygone era. However, another ghost king in the vicinity had also learned of this. Demons and ghosts share a common origin, and to mitigate risks, the mountain deity and the ghost king agreed to explore the cave together. After overcoming numerous challenges, the two finally reached the end, discovering 2 jade pendants and a stone tablet. The tablet revealed that the pendants, known as the 4-symbol celestial pendants, were 4 in total. If one managed to gather them all, they could reopen the celestial path to ascend to immortality. After reading the tablet's inscriptions, both the demon and the ghost were tempted. Although the 4-symbol celestial pendants possessed genuine celestial powers, they could only benefit one person. Just moments ago, they had been brothers in arms. Now, they turned against one another in a violent clash. Each sought the pendants, and the other had to die to ensure that the secret remained buried. The two battled furiously within the cave, with the slightly stronger Ghost King ultimately gaining the upper hand. Yet, blinded by rage, the mountain deity refused to yield. In a fit of spite, it attempted to destroy the 2 pendants. The Ghost King, in a panic, rushed to prevent this. At a critical moment, the 4-symbol celestial pendants absorbed both attacks, resulting in a catastrophic explosion that engulfed both the mountain deity and the Ghost King. When the mountain deity awoke, it found itself in this space, possessing one of the green dragon pendants, while its nemesis, the Ghost King, had also arrived and acquired the other, the black tortoise pendant. Before long, the Ghost King discerned the ability to manipulate mist from the black tortoise pendant, and the gray fog outside, along with the ghostly beings within it, were his doing. Meanwhile, the mountain deity derived the ability to absorb the gray fog from the green dragon pendant, which was why the Ghost King could never penetrate Xiangyang Mountain. However, the Ghost King's gray mist could seep into the outside world, drawing people in to consume them. Fearing that the Ghost King would widen the gap between them, the mountain deity chose to protect Xiangyang Village, treating it as its own farm. Yet, Xiangyang Village was merely a small settlement, with limited births each year. Thus, the mountain deity could only scrimp and save, consuming a pair of sacrificial children every 6 months. To avoid inciting rebellion among the villagers, it went to great lengths, crafting the skins of the sacrificial children into puppets. Do not blame me, my lord. It is a matter of balance. If this little demon had not acted thus, Xiangyang Village would have long been devoured by the Ghost King, unable to sustain life for a century. I am willing to offer the green dragon pendant to you, in exchange for your protection. Upon finishing, the mountain deity's throat quivered, and it extended its long tongue, presenting a pendant to Song Yang. This pendant was a vibrant green, square in shape, with a lifelike dragon carved on one side and the words Green Dragon etched on the other. It felt smooth to the touch, and though it had emerged from the serpent's mouth, it bore no trace of any slime. Green Dragon Pendant, one of the 4 extraordinary 4-symbol celestial pendants. It is said that gathering all 4 pieces can enable one to ascend to immortality during the day. The system confirmed the data aligned closely with what the mountain deity had said. This pendant indeed possessed celestial abilities. At the same time, upon acquiring the Green Dragon Pendant, the system triggered a new prompt. You have learned from the mountain deity the origins of the mysterious space. Finding the other black tortoise pendant will completely dissolve the mysterious space. Song Yang fixed his gaze upon the mountain deity, lost in contemplation. The creature trembled in fear, wondering if this human might renege on their agreement and decide to eliminate it. Noticing its trepidation, Song Yang chuckled. Fear not, for I have stated that I always win hearts through virtue. but I require your assistance with one more task. The mountain deity quickly affirmed, as long as my lord spares my life, I shall gladly assist you, whether it be one task or even 100. After a brief tea time, Song Yang departed Xiangyang village, bringing the mountain deity along to obtain the other black tortoise pendant. He needed to lure out the ghost king lurking in the shadows, and the mountain deity, possessing the green dragon pendant, was the perfect bait. Song Yang instructed the mountain deity to venture into the gray mist alone while he concealed himself in the sunlight. The mountain deity, filled with trepidation, was deeply concerned about its fate. Despite Song Yang's assurances of virtue, it had been wounded once more to facilitate the drawing out of its enemy. With a sudden burst of inspiration, the mountain deity shouted, "Emo Yi, you have long desired the green dragon pendant, and now I present myself." The call echoed into the void, yet received no response. "If you do not show yourself, I shall take my leave." After waiting patiently, the mountain deity grew impatient. Not only had the ghost king Emo Yi failed to appear, but even his minions were nowhere to be seen. With no further words, it turned to depart. After all, as a powerful demon with nearly 500 years of cultivation, even injured, it was not slow in its retreat. In mere moments, it had covered 100 zhong. The hidden figure could no longer contain itself. A ghostly claw suddenly emerged from the gray mist, reaching for the mountain deity's back. Though the mountain deity appeared to flee, it remained vigilant against Emo Yi, responding with remarkable swiftness. However, its strength paled in comparison to its adversaries. And now, with injuries sustained, it was even less a match. With a resounding thud, the mountain deity was sent sprawling several dozen zhong away. The master of the ghostly claw finally revealed itself, a skeleton clad in black armor, its eye sockets ablaze with two flickering greenish-blue ghostly flames. You were already injured?" The ghost flames danced, conveying its master's surprise. Then, as if struck by a thought, Emo Yi inquired, "Did a human warrior with abundant yang energy inflict your wounds?" "Correct, but there is no reward." Before the mountain deity could respond, a faint human voice pierced through the gray mist, reaching the ears of a demon and a ghost. Immediately, the nearby gray fog began to dissipate rapidly. Akin to spring snow melting away, Yi realized the gravity of the situation and attempted to transform into a wisp of gray mist to flee. However, just as it moved, it collided head-on with a massive crimson hand, which seized it and reverted it back to its original form. The mountain deity swallowed hard, the fleeting thoughts that had just emerged dissipating like smoke. This human was indeed terrifying. Initially, it had contemplated pitting the Emo Yi Ghost King against Song Yang in a life-or-death struggle, only to seize the opportunity to act as the cunning observer. Little did it expect that the opponent would still prove to be utterly defenseless before Song Yang. The Emo Yi Ghost King, caught in the grip of the enormous hand, felt its bones creak ominously. If it did not escape soon, it would surely be crushed to pieces. After enduring countless years of arduous cultivation, the Emo Yi Ghost King did not wish to see its soul scattered. The ghostly flame in its left eye flickered momentarily, and a dark jade pendant flew forth from the flame. This was the result of its desperate effort to activate the Xuanwu jade pendant. Unbeknownst to it, Song Yang had been anticipating this very moment. Handed over, with a swift motion of his sleeve, the Xuanwu jade pendant broke free from the Emo Yi Ghost King's control and soared towards him. Simultaneously, the giant hand exerted its strength. With a resounding crash, the Ghost King was utterly obliterated. Upon hearing the system's kill notification, Song Yang glanced at the increasingly pale mountain deity nearby, which promptly passed the Qinglong jade pendant to him once more. After receiving it, Song Yang paid no heed to the mountain deity and turned to leave. Just as the deity was about to breathe a sigh of relief, it suddenly sensed something amiss within its body, its face revealing a mix of terror and unwillingness. "Did you not say that virtue should conquer all? Why must you kill me?" Just as its body was on the verge of exploding, a voice echoed from afar, "Fool, martial virtue is also virtue." The mountain deity met its demise. "System, what must I do to break this spatial confinement?" "Infuse your inner strength into the jade pendant to acquire the corresponding incantation, and then follow the method outlined in the incantation." Song Yang held a jade pendant in each hand and began to channel his inner energy. However, as soon as the two pendants came into contact with his true yang energy, they exhibited an insatiable pull, as if they were sharks detecting the scent of blood. They can move on their own? Song Yang decided not to intervene, allowing the pendants to draw in his energy. This continued for half a day. The two pendants acted like bottomless pits, leaving Song Yang's palms numb. After another half hour, the overwhelming suction finally subsided. Upon inspecting his dantian, he realized that these two had insatiable appetites. Having absorbed an astonishing 1,000th of his inner strength, it was worth noting that since Song Yang's cultivation had surpassed the 5,000-year milestone, his power had experienced exponential growth compared to 5,000 years prior. Now, 1,000th of his inner strength was more than the total he had possessed before. If you two are sated but fail to provide me with a satisfactory response, I shall crush you. Song Yang casually threatened, only to find that the four symbols' heavenly pendant trembled in his grasp, emanating a distinct sense of fear. Subsequently, the pendant began to glow and radiate warmth, and a lengthy incantation was imprinted into Song Yang's mind. The four symbols are nameless. Their path leads to the heavens, the cosmos reversed, the sun shines upon the immortal. The Qinglong governs wood, understanding flora and fauna, capable of dispelling myriad poisons.